10 Gods Chapter 1 to Chapter 63. In the 10 Directions Celestial Domain, there were 10 levels of talent, and each level was a vast world. The 10 Directions Celestial Domain advocated martial arts cultivation. From the first celestial domain to the 10th celestial domain, each celestial domain was connected by a space-time portal. Only those with enough strength could enter the next celestial domain and reach a higher level. Legend had it that the 10th celestial domain contained a shocking secret. As long as one could enter the 10th celestial domain, they could reach the state of eternal immortality and become the 10 Directions Divine King. Northern Flame Country, Fengjian City. The sky was a little dark, and it looked like night was about to fall. Lin Tian was carrying a black iron sword. His clothes were tattered and soaked, mixed with blood and mud. There were streaks of blood on his delicate face. Even so, Lin Tian could not help but laugh. Ha 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 ha, I'm back alive. Damn heavens, at least you still have some conscience. There were many pedestrians on the street. When they heard the voice, they all looked over with disdain. Crazy. His parents are missing and his family business is in ruins. Has he gone mad? Stay away from this jinx, don't get involved in any bad luck. The passers-by pointed and whispered among themselves. Lin Tian couldn't be bothered to deal with these people and walked in a certain direction. Lin Tian had transmigrated. He was originally an earthling, but 10 days ago, due to an accident, he had transmigrated to this foreign world and possessed the body of a young master. This young master, who had the same name as him, was not a disciple of a martial arts family, but his father was the richest businessman in Fengjian City. Lin Tian was speechless. After obtaining the memories of the original owner of this body, he realized that this young master was a little stupid. 2 years ago, when his parents went missing, this young master ignored the old housekeeper's objection and insisted that his fiancée, Xiaoyun, help him with the business. In the end, in 2 years, the family business was wiped clean, and he was killed by the Xiao family. It was also at that time that Lin Tian happened to cross over and possess this young master. What was even more depressing was that after his resurrection, he had finally accepted this strange world after more than 10 days. He walked out of the Lin family's old house for the first time, but he happened to bump into Xiaoyun and Emosen who were flirting on the street. After a short moment of surprise, Emosen actually directly attacked him. As an ordinary person of 2 lifetimes, how could he be the opponent of Emosen, who was born in a martial arts family? In the blink of an eye, he was taken down by Mo Senator after being tied up outside the city and beaten. He was directly thrown off the cliff. Fortunately, there was a pool at the bottom of the cliff, so he barely managed to save his life. After trekking for a while, he walked back. This adulterous couple, I will definitely kill you. Lin Tian cursed fiercely. At this time, the sky was completely dark, and the air was a little cold. Lin Tian's clothes were already soaked through. He sneezed in the cold wind. As his shoulders shook, the purple bell at the end of the iron sword jingled. He picked up this iron sword in the cave under the cliff. It was the wind in the cave that blew the purple bell, allowing him to find the way back. I wonder how Lin she is. Lin Tian said to himself. He had a younger sister in this strange world. The little girl was called Lin Shi. She was very well behaved and sensible. In the past 10 days, because he had crossed over to this strange world, he had been very dispirited. Lin Shi had always been taking care of him. Thinking of Lin Shi, Lin Tian could not help but reveal a gentle smile. Enduring the cold and pain in his body, Lin Tian soon arrived in front of a bleak house. It was the Lin family's old house. I'm finally back. I've been out for so long. Lin Shi should be worried. Lin Tian chuckled. He stretched out his hands and pushed the door of the house. At this time, a frightened female voice came from the house, mixed with 2 lewd laughs, which suddenly made Lin Tian's face change. P.S. The start of the new book. First of all, I would like to thank all old and new friends for their support. Then, I'll have to trouble everyone to collect this book. The first month of the new book is very important. Friends with recommendation tickets, I implore everyone to vote for the God of 10 Directions. Long thanks everyone here. Thank you. Lin Tian kicked open the door and rushed into the backyard following the sound. He saw Mo Sen's 2 servants, Ma Zi and Lu Er, tearing apart a little girl's clothes. The little girl was like a pear blossom in the rain. Most of her clothes were torn, revealing a lot of her skin. She had a frightened expression on her face. F***ck your ancestors. Lin Tianji felt a surge of anger. He even forgot the pain in his body and swung his iron sword at Lu Er, who was slightly closer. The two people were shocked when they saw Lin Tian rushing over. Little bastard, you didn't die. You dared to come back after picking up a rotten life. Just right, let Grandpa Lu send you on your way again. Lu Er grinned and raised his fist to meet the attack. As Mo Sen's servant, Lu Er had never practiced martial arts, but his skills were not weak. He did not put Lin Tian in his eyes at all. The moment the fist and sword met, a strong force came from the sword and directly sent him flying. I didn't see that a little bastard like you has some ability. Ma Zi stared at Lin Tian and snorted contemptuously, but you're only at this level. I'll let you see Grandpa Ma's means before you die. Ma Zi took a small step back with his right leg and made a punching posture. In an instant, Ma Zi's momentum changed, as if he had turned into a fierce tiger. Brother Ma Zi has already touched the threshold of martial arts. One punch is enough to deal with a little bastard like you. Lu Er grinned and said, little bastard, enjoy your last moments. Ma Zi was very pleased with Lu Er's compliment. He nodded proudly and then shouted coldly. He waved his palm, bringing a gust of wind with it, and blasted towards Lin Tian. Hey, killing you is also a great merit. Die. Dog slave. Lin Tian had long been angered beyond belief. When he saw Lin Shi's disheveled appearance, thinking about how this little girl took care of him in every possible way, he felt as if there was a raging flame burning in his chest. While holding his sword with both hands, he charged at Pockmarked crazily. The iron sword waved, and the purple bell at the end of the sword also swayed, but strangely, there was no sound. Lin Tian could no longer think about this. He only had eyes for Ma Zi, who was approaching him. His only thought now was to cut Ma Zi in half. Go to hell. Lin Tian's eyes were red. As his hands fell, the iron sword fiercely chopped down. Pooh. After a sound, Ma Zi's face was sluggish. He maintained his punching posture, but an arm was flying, with a dazzling bloody light. Then, his entire body split open from his shoulder. Blood spurted out, and he fell straight to the ground. With one slash, Pockmarked was sliced into two. Lu Er howled miserably. Pockmarked, who had already touched upon the threshold of the martial Dao, had actually been killed by a single strike from Lin Tian. This strange and terrifying scene terrified him to the point that his face turned pale. He didn't dare stay any longer and hurriedly fled. Lu Er's miserable howl shook Lin Tian, and he immediately sobered up. Brother! Brother! Just then, a sobbing voice sounded. Lin Shi's clothes were messy, and her face was full of fear. Lin Tianyi was shocked. He didn't care about Lu Er, who was running away, and quickly went to Lin Shi's side. He pulled a piece of cloth and covered Lin Shi's body. He was a little flustered. Seeing the little girl trembling in fear, Lin Tian's heart clenched. I'm sorry, Xiaoxi. I'm useless. I couldn't protect you. In the 10 days since he transmigrated, it was Lin Shi who took care of him. She washed his clothes and cooked for him. He had long regarded the little girl as his own sister. How could he feel good when he saw the little girl being hurt like this? Lin Shi was only 8 years old right now. The things those two dog servants did today, just how great of a shadow would they leave in Lin Shi's heart? Lin Tian felt as if his chest was about to explode. Even though he had killed Ma Zi, his eyes were still full of killing intent. Lin Shi trembled. Only after a long time did she recover from her fright. She grabbed Lin Tian's clothes and said while sobbing, they said that Big Brother died, but Little Shi didn't believe them. Big Brother wouldn't abandon Little Shi. Lin Tian felt a wave of sadness, continuously comforting her. Only when Lin Shi calmed down did he open his mouth again, saying, Little Shi, come, leave this place with Big Brother. Brother, why? Lin Shi sniffled. Lin Tian forced a smile and said, nothing. Brother will take you out to see the stars. Of course, he didn't really want to take Lin Shi out to see the stars. Ma Zi was killed by him, but Lu Er escaped. He believed that Lu Er would tell Mo Sen and Xiaoyun that he was still alive. He had to take Lin Shi out to hide. Oh, okay. Lin Shi was very obedient. Lin Tian quickly packed some clothes and dry food. Then he picked up Lin Shi, endured the pain in his body, and quickly left through the back door. After running for a short distance, he heard that someone had broken into the house and was rummaging through the cabinets looking for something. This made his heart cold, and he quickened his pace. After running for a while, a wisp of fire lit up in the dark night. "Brother, fire! The house is on fire!" Lin Shi shouted. Lin Tian turned back. The house was burning fiercely, and it was extremely dazzling in the dark. He vaguely heard a voice full of hostility, "If you can't find it, burn it." Anyway, the Xiao family has almost swallowed up the Lin family. It doesn't make a difference to this abandoned house. Burn it and let those two little bastards live on the streets. Lin Tian's body trembled. He gritted his teeth and ran away with Lin Shi in his arms. In the dark, the fire burned fiercely, and there was a sizzling sound. Lin Shi cried anxiously. She struggled in Lin Tian's arms, her little hands grasping the air. She cried until her liver was broken. This house was the only thing left by her parents. Lin Tian firmly imprisoned Lin Shi in his chest. He endured the pain in his body and ran away with big strides. There was a green mountain outside Fengjian City. Lin Tianyi ran into the mountain and stopped. Lin Shi was lying on his chest. After being frightened, and then feeling too much grief, he already fainted. While fainting, his small body was still shaking, as if he was having some type of terrifying nightmare, making Lin Tian feel a wave of heartache. He raised his head and looked at the fierce fire in the dark. His hands were tightly clenched. This was too much. The air in the mountains was very humid. Lin Tian did not dare to light a fire, for fear that the Xiao and Mo families would notice. He held Lin Shi and leaned against a thick tree trunk, looking at the raging fire in the darkness in the distance. His eyes were very frightening. Waves of pain came from his body, and drowsiness came over him. Not long after, Lin Tian fell into a deep sleep. Leaning against the thick tree trunk, Lin Tian had a dream. In the dream, he was standing in the vast sky. Looking into the distance, he saw 9 hazy figures standing in front of him. In the middle of the 9 figures, a long sword was suspended, shining brightly. Suddenly, the 9 figures moved, grabbing at the sword in the middle. Lin Tian opened his eyes wide. At this moment, the 9 figures were fighting. He saw the sky collapse and the earth sink. Bolts of lightning struck down, and beams of divine light rushed up. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. After that, the scene changed again. He saw a long sword falling from the sky, passing through layers of blurry barriers, and rushing straight towards him. "Oh my God!" Lin Tian shouted. He opened his eyes abruptly, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. The night was still dark. He was still leaning against the thick tree trunk behind him. Lin Shi was lying in his arms. Perhaps because she was too sad, she was not awakened by his shout. Lin Tian wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. The dream just now was too frightening. The scene of the long sword flying towards him was too realistic. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Then, he was shocked. Sword, where was the sword in his hand? He remembered that when he was holding Lin Shi, the iron sword was in his right hand. But now, it was gone. Thinking about the dream just now, Lin Tian broke out in a cold sweat. He looked around and suddenly realized that his palm was emitting a dim light. He put his right hand in front of his eyes. Suddenly, his pupils shook. At this moment, there was a sword mark on his palm. The appearance of this sword mark was exactly the same as the iron sword he picked up at the bottom of the cliff. This, Lin Tian's pupils constricted. At this moment, a sharp pain assaulted his mind. Lin Tianji felt as if a heavy hammer had struck his head. The heart-wrenching pain made him want to scream out loud. However, this pain did not last for long and quickly dissipated. Lin Tian's entire body was drenched in sweat. Then, he was shocked again. At this moment, many mysterious and complicated things suddenly appeared in his mind. talismans, divine patterns, Tao seals, all kinds of strange lights flickered, gorgeous and dazzling. In the end, an obscure ancient scripture poured into his mind and rang out in his mind. Lin Tian was shocked. What was this? Cultivation method. This thought shook Lin Tian's heart. He had absorbed all the memories of this body and knew that the world he was in now was a country that advocated martial arts. Martial arts was cultivation, and it was the dream of all young people. Every year, countless people wanted to embark on the path of martial arts. However, cultivation required a cultivation method. This kind of cultivation method was very difficult to obtain. Ordinary small aristocratic families would not have it. In the northern Flame country, most of the powerful cultivation methods were in the hands of the empire. For example, in the huge city and its surroundings, only the northern Flame country's 9 martial house and a few martial arts families had cultivation methods. However, the cultivation methods of ordinary martial arts families were very ordinary and could not be compared to those of the 9 martial house. Moreover, martial arts families would not pass down their cultivation methods to outsiders. Therefore, every year, countless hot-blooded youths who were determined to pursue martial arts rushed to the 9 martial house, hoping to become a disciple of the martial house. From there, they could learn powerful cultivation methods and truly embark on the path of cultivation. Lin Tian was not a descendant of a martial arts family and had never joined the 9 martial house. However, now that he might have obtained a cultivation method, how could he not be shocked? Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian quickly sorted out the information in his mind. After 2 hours, his eyes lit up. He had indeed sorted out a complete set of cultivation methods, body tempering divine art, for extreme scriptures. P.S. Thank you, Brother Hu, for your 30,000 traversing coin support. Thank you, Demon Emperor, for your 10,000 traversing coin support. In martial arts, the body refinement realm was the entry level. This realm mainly focused on refining the flesh and bones. Even without a cultivation technique, an average person could cultivate on their own. However, without a cultivation technique, an average person could only reach the 5th level of the body refinement realm. After that, it was almost impossible for them to advance. Because of this, cultivation techniques were extremely precious. Lin Tian calmed his heart and began to comprehend the 4 extreme scripture. The more he read, the more shocked he was. Generally speaking, an average cultivation technique could only be cultivated up to the 9th level of the body refinement realm. However, the 4 extreme scripture could be cultivated endlessly, constantly strengthening the body. There was no end. It was simply a top-level cultivation technique. Lin Tian even believed that in the entire northern Flame country, there was no other cultivation technique that could compare to the 4 extreme scripture. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with determination. He couldn't help but clench his fists. With the 4 extreme scripture, he could truly embark on the path of cultivation. Martial arts, cultivation, this world is really exciting. Lin Tian muttered to himself. This was the first time he came into contact with cultivation. To be honest, Lin Tian was a little excited and incredulous. However, as a person who had lived 2 lives, his state of mind was much higher than that of an average person. He quickly calmed down. He lowered his head to look at the little girl sleeping soundly in his arms. He tilted his head to look at the already weak flame in the darkness. His eyes flashed with a strange light. Emosen, Xiaoyun, wait for me. He clenched his fists. The moonlight was like water. A faint silver light scattered over the earth. Lin Tian leaned against a thick tree trunk. He glanced at the sleeping Lin Shi. He closed his eyes and began to breathe at a special frequency. Looking from afar, the starlight condensed into strands and entered his body. It was very mysterious. He was cultivating the 4 extreme scripture. As the starlight entered his body, it quickly reached a saturation point. Lin Tian began to circulate the 4 extreme scripture. In an instant, the starlight in his body seemed to turn into sharp blades, crazily cutting his flesh as if to reforge his flesh. Lin Tian felt excruciating pain, and his forehead was instantly covered with sweat. He wanted to roar out loud, but he held it back. Lin Shi was still beside him, and he didn't want to wake up the little girl who was sleeping soundly. In the night sky, starlight poured down, entering Lin Tian's body. At this moment, Lin Tian was operating his 4 extreme meridians, enduring great pain. He clenched his teeth and endured, large beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. Gradually, the sound of wind and thunder reverberated in Lin Tian's body, and the pain that followed became even more intense. On this night, Lin Tian was leaning against a thick tree trunk, enduring a heart-wrenching pain as he revolved his 4 extremes meridians over and over again. There were several times when he nearly fainted from the pain, but he managed to endure it and break through his limits several times. Soon, the stars in the sky disappeared, and a wisp of light appeared on the horizon. As dawn approached, the air in the mountains was a bit moist. Lin Tian opened his eyes and felt comfortable all over. He felt refreshed and full of energy. So this is the cultivation of a warrior, it's amazing. Lin Tian whispered. After an entire night of cultivation, he had now reached the 3rd level of the body refinement realm. The body refinement realm was divided into 9 levels. The first 3 levels tempered the flesh, the middle 3 tempered the bones, and the last 3 tempered the internal organs. After a warrior reached the 9th level of the body refinement realm, he would be able to draw more spiritual energy into his body, stimulating the acupoints all over his body, connecting the meridians all over his body, and forming the divine meridians in his body. From there, he would reach the next level, which was called the divine meridians realm. The divine meridians realm was also divided into 9 levels. After a warrior condensed 9 divine meridians, he would gather the power of the 9 divine meridians and open up a sea of consciousness in his head. He could observe the heavens and the earth, and see through all things. His strength was extremely terrifying. This realm was called the Sea of Consciousness realm. Warriors in the Sea of Consciousness realm had extraordinary combat strength, and even the imperial family of an empire had to pay respect to them. After that was the incomparably powerful airborne realm. Warriors in this realm could already control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as they wished, and could even fly in the air, which was extremely terrifying. In front of a warrior in the airborne realm, imperial power was just a joke. If a warrior in this realm wanted to, it would not be difficult to destroy an empire. Body refinement, divine meridians, sea of consciousness, and airborne realm. The world of warriors is really interesting. Lin Tian thought to himself. After that, he closed his eyes and let his body slowly adapt to the power of the 3rd level of the body refinement realm. The sky was completely bright. Standing on the mountain, one could clearly see the Lin clan's ancestral residence in Fengjian City. Lin Shi had already woken up. She looked in the direction of the residence and sobbed softly. Her tears couldn't stop flowing down. Xiaoxi, don't cry. Big brother is here. Lin Tian comforted her gently. Lin Shi wiped away her tears, revealing a sweet smile and saying, With big brother here, Xiaoxi is not afraid of anything. Lin Tianji felt a lump in his throat. How could he not see that the little girl's smile was very forced? He knew even more clearly that Lin Shi just didn't want him to worry. An 8-year-old girl actually knew how to dote on others. Xiaoxi, be good. Big brother swears that whatever they owe us, big brother will definitely make them pay back double. He said. The sky was already bright. Lin Tian didn't return to Fengjian City. Instead, he temporarily stayed on the Green Mountain. Over the next few days, he spent all his time cultivating the 4 extreme scriptures. Occasionally, he would browse through the strange patterns that surged into his mind. Finally, he sorted out a set of mysterious movement techniques called the Yin and Yang steps. Swish. 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 In the Green Mountain, Lin Tian was shuttling rapidly. There were dense trees all around, and the gaps were extremely small. Even walking was very difficult. However, Lin Tian's speed was extremely fast. His footwork was also very agile. He could always quickly pass through every gap. After a while, Lin Tian stopped. This duality steps is really strange. When executed, it is as though I am riding on the clouds. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He wiped off the sweat on his forehead and rested for a moment before he started cultivating again. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. On this day, Lin Tian woke up from his cultivation and raised his head to look at Fengjian City. Fengjian City had a martial arts academy named Nine Yang Martial House. The Nanyang martial house would recruit disciples on this day every year. Lin Tian was preparing to apply for the Nanyang martial house. Although he had a supreme-grade body tempering cultivation technique, cultivation wasn't just about having a cultivation technique. It also required a huge amount of resources. These resources were related to many aspects, such as elixirs, immortal herbs, martial skills, and special cultivation grounds. These resources were very difficult for him to find, but the Nanyang martial house could provide them to him. If he wanted to become stronger and advance quickly on the path of cultivation, he had to enter the Nanyang martial house. As long as he could enter the Nanyang martial house and obtain a good result, he would be able to obtain an endless stream of rewards. These rewards could be pills, tyrannical martial skills, or astonishing treasures. He needed these things very much. "Xiaoxi, let's go back to the city," he said to Lin Shi. Lin Shi responded, and then whispered, "But big brother, will it be dangerous?" Lin Tian knew what Lin Shi was worried about. He lovingly rubbed the little girl's head. "Don't worry. No matter what happens, big brother will protect Xiaoxi," he said with a smile. At the beginning of spring, the plaza in front of the Nanyang martial house was already crowded with people. This was the day the martial house recruited disciples every year. The number of people who came to apply was uncountable. At the edge of the plaza, Lin Tian and Lin Shi arrived. He didn't bring Lin Shi back to the Lin family's old house. The old house was already burned and he didn't want Lin Shi to be sad. It is said that there are many strong people in the examination this time. Some of them have already reached the peak of the 4th level of body refinement, and they are very young. They are not even 16 years old this year. It can't be? So abnormal. How can it be fake? Moreover, it is said that there are many strong people like that. Doesn't that mean we have no hope? The Nanyang martial house recruited disciples every year, but there was a limit to the number of people they could recruit. At most, they could only recruit 150 people. If there were many strong people, then the chances of others entering the martial house would decrease. These people would naturally be worried. Lin Tian was flabbergasted. His heart was also slightly shocked. Not even 16 years old and already at the peak of the 4th level of body refinement. It was indeed abnormal. I have the 4 extreme scriptures and the yin-yang steps. Now that I am also at the 3rd level of body refinement, entering the martial house shouldn't be a problem. Lin Tian thought to himself. As he was thinking, he suddenly felt a few gazes fall on him from afar. He turned around and his face suddenly became cold. About 30 meters away, Mo Sen's servant, Lu Er, appeared and walked towards him with a sinister smile. "Little bastard, I knew you would come to apply for the Nanyang martial house. I didn't wait here in vain." There were 6 people behind Lu Er. 5 of them were brawny and 1 was middle-aged. The 5 brawny men all had a fiendish appearance. The middle-aged man had his hands behind his back and a cold expression on his face. P.S. Today is the first day of the new book. The dragon will try to make everyone happy. Thank you for your support. Lin Tian's expression turned cold as he stared at Lu Er who was walking over. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He was just worrying about how to find this dog of a slave. "Brother." Lin Shi was very scared. She hid behind Lin Tian and clutched tightly onto Lin Tian's clothes. Lin Tian turned around, squatted down, and patted Lin Shi's head lightly. "Xiaoxi, don't be afraid. Brother is here." He asked Lin Shi to stay where she was and turned to look at Lu Er and the others. A few days ago, what Lu Er and Ma Zi did to Lin Shi was still vivid in his mind. He didn't forget that he was now Lin Shi's brother, and Lin Shi was also his only relative in this strange world. She was his sister. He would never forgive anyone who hurt his sister. Ma Zi was already dead, and Lu Er had to pay the price. Around them, many people noticed the abnormality and looked over. "It's him. That brat from the Lin clan, Xiaoyan's fiancé. A few days ago, the Lin clan's ancestral home was burned down by Mo Sen's servants. I didn't expect that brat to still be alive. He is really lucky." "So what? Isn't he in danger now?" Mo Sen has always been interested in Xiaoyun. How could he tolerate the Lin clan's brat? If the Lin clan had always been strong, it would have been fine, but now. Sigh, that brat is really dead this time. Emotion isn't the key. The key is his brother, Mog. That is a terrifying person. It is said that that man has reached the divine vein realm and is serving in the Empire's expeditionary army. He is extremely terrifying. With such a terrifying brother, how can that brat Lin Tian compete with Emosen? He can only be easily crushed to death. Don't forget that Emosen has an uncle. It is said that he is an elder of the Nanyang martial house. He was originally the richest merchant in Fengjian City. Who would have thought that he would fall to such a state? How sad. Some people whispered. Almost all the people in the square were young people who came to apply for the Nanyang martial house. Many of them grew up in Fengjian City and naturally knew about Lin Tian. They looked at Lin Tian and shook their heads. They felt that Lin Tian was going to be miserable this time. Lu Er walked over and laughed sinisterly. Break his arms and legs and bring him to young Master Mo. Lu Er instructed the 5 brawny men. He then looked at Lin Tian and said with a wicked smile, "Oh right, don't worry about your little sister, this young master will take good care of her, hey. Go." Lu Er shouted. Among the 6 men, 5 of them walked towards Lin Tian with sinister smiles on their faces, their fists clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Lin Tian's expression was cold and indifferent. Before the 5 of them could get close, he moved first. He took a big stride forward and appeared in front of the 5 of them. He clenched his right hand into a fist and swung it out mercilessly. Bang! Lin Tian's fist smashed the bridge of the nose of the person in the front. He immediately let out a blood-curdling scream as blood flowed out incessantly. The other 4 were shocked, and each of them threw out a punch. Unfortunately, how could the current Lin Tian be compared to a few ordinary strong men? The strength of a 3rd-rank body refinement cultivator was not like a cabbage that could be found on the streets. In just a blink of an eye, the 4 strong men were sent flying one after another, falling to the ground and howling in grief. Is that the kid from the Lin family? Wasn't it rumored that he was weak and sickly? Now this is. Many people were shocked, their faces were filled with disbelief. Lu Er's expression changed. These 5 strong men were stronger than Ma Zi. Last time, the 2 of them suffered a great loss at the hands of Lin Tian. Ma Zi was killed, so this time he brought these 5 strong men to guard this place. But he did not think that these 5 men would be so easily defeated by Lin Tian. You actually dare to fight back, your courage is not small. See how this young master will deal with you later. Lu Er malevolently stared at Lin Tian, and then with a flattering face, he looked at the middle-aged man beside him and said, "Master Lu, please make your move. But do not take his life. Just cripple his hands and feet. This little one still has to leave him alive to report to the young master." The middle-aged man's name was Lu He, and he was a guard of the Mo family. He was already at the 1st-rank body refinement realm. This time, Lu He only agreed to come because of Mo Senator. Hearing Lu Er's words, Lu He nodded and took a step forward. "Cripple your own hands and feet, I don't want to make a move." Lu He stared at Lin Tian and said indifferently. "Relying on you?" Lin Tian's face was cold. Lu He's eyes suddenly turned cold. "You don't know what's good for you." As his words fell, Lu He threw a punch at Lin Tian. At the same time, a fierce wind blew out, strong and overbearing. Lin Tianling humphed, he did not dodge, and also threw a punch forward. Pung! Ah! Lu He screamed, the 2 fists collided. His finger bones were directly shattered by Lin Tian's punch. His whole body flew out, tumbling in the air and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Lu Er's eyes widened, his face changed. "Impossible!" Lu Er exclaimed. Lu He, who was at the 1st firmament of body refinement, was actually sent flying by Lin Tian's punch. Fear rose in his heart, he turned around and ran. Unfortunately, how could his speed be faster than Lin Tian's? He only ran 3 feet before Lin Tian caught up with him, and with one punch, he fell to the ground. "Young Master Lin, don't hit me, I was wrong, I beg you. Please be magnanimous and let me go." Lu Er begged for mercy. "Let you go? Is that possible?" Lin Tianling smiled. He remembered what happened that day in the ancestral home, remembered Lin Xi's trembling appearance, and a cruel light flashed in his eyes. He raised his right leg, the bottom of his foot stirred up wind, and ruthlessly kicked Lu Er's crotch. Ah! Lu Er screamed like a pig being slaughtered, blood flowed out from his crotch, and the pain made him faint. All around, many of the onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air. So ruthless. This is definitely going to be crippled. Some people whispered. Some of them even shuddered and subconsciously covered their crotch area. That kick was too vicious. Lin Tian actually wanted to kill Lu Er, but today was the important day of the Nanyang martial house's recruitment. If he killed Lu Er here, he might lose the qualification to enter the Nanyang martial house. Therefore, he held back his killing intent. The surrounding crowd was dumbfounded. They were all stunned. Such a ruthless method. Someone whispered. Many people revealed a strange expression. These people were the youths of Fengjian City. They were familiar with Lin Tian. In these people's impression, Lin Tian was always gentle or cowardly. But now, in their eyes, Lin Tian seemed to be a completely different person. This contrast surprised them. Get out of the way. A commotion came from not far away. The crowd was pushed aside, and a man and a woman walked out. The man was wearing purple clothes, and there was a long sword at his waist. He was very handsome, and the woman had white skin. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, and she had a seductive look about her. She was a rare beauty. Lin Tian saw the two people and the sneer on his face became thicker. This man and woman were Mo Sen and Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun glanced at Lin Tian. She was surprised, but this surprise quickly disappeared. Her expression became indifferent once again. She seemed cold and arrogant, like a white swan. Mo Sen glanced at Lu Er and the others. He looked at Lin Tian coldly. I didn't expect your life to be so tough. I haven't seen you for a few days and you've grown up. The Mo family was a very famous family in Fengjian City. Mo Sen had always been obsessed with Xiaoyun, so he was very unhappy with Lin Tian. Although the Lin family was no longer the same as before and Xiaoyun was with him, as long as Lin Tian was alive, he would feel very uncomfortable. God doesn't like trash pickers like you, so he let me live. He also gave me some good gifts to send you to hell. Lin Tian smiled evilly. Mo Sen frowned. You said I'm trash picker? Of course. Lin Tian shrugged. He glanced at Xiaoyun and said, I don't want this woman anymore. You want trash that I don't want anymore. If you're not trash picker, then what are you? When these words came out, Mo Sen's face became very ugly. He wanted the woman that the previous man didn't want. For a man, these words were undoubtedly very destructive. What did you say I am? Xiaoyun screamed. She was spoiled since she was young. She was like a princess. No one dared to humiliate her like this. Lin Tian glanced at her and said, You didn't hear me clearly? Fine, I'll say it again, Xiaoyun, I don't want you. From now on, I'll officially divorce you. You bitch can go and live your life with that pretty boy. I hope that you can report to the underworld as soon as possible. In the crowd, the youths who grew up in Fengjian City were stunned. Is this really Lin Tian? That Lin was to be able to say Lin Tian to be Lin. Xiaoyun was embarrassed and angry. Mo Sen also felt his cheeks burning. You're courting death. Mo Sen pulled out his long sword and slashed towards Lin Tian. At this moment, a grand bell rang. Lin Tian looked towards the front of the square. The bell rang, indicating that the Nanyang martial house's examination had truly begun. You're lucky that the bell rang at this time. Mo Sen stared at Lin Tian sinisterly. Lin Tian smiled. After the martial house's examination truly begins, this place forbids all quarrels and private fights. You should be glad that the bell saved you. Otherwise, you would be even more miserable than those dog slaves. What did you say? Mo Sen's face turned cold. What, you don't understand human language like that bitch Xiaoyun? You're really a match made in heaven. Lin Tian mocked. He no longer paid attention to Mo Senator. He followed the crowd and walked forward, leaving Mo Sen and Xiaoyun staring at him with anger. The Nanyang martial house's examination was divided into 3 parts, talent, state of mind, and combat. On this day, the first round of the examination was to test talent. For a martial artist, talent was the most important factor as it determined the martial artist's future achievements. The so-called talent was simply a martial artist's affinity with the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. If a martial artist's affinity with the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was insufficient, then they would not be able to absorb the spiritual chi for cultivation. Naturally, their future achievements would not be high. On the other hand, if a martial artist's affinity with the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was high, then they would be able to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth for cultivation. This way, not only would their cultivation speed be extremely fast, but their future achievements would also be extremely high. It was also because of this that the talent test was an unshakable part of the 9 Yang martial houses examination every year. There was a high platform in front of the 9 Yang martial house. At this moment, an old man stepped onto the platform and said, "Everyone knows the rules, but this old man will still say it once more. Those who are under the age of 17 in the second stage of body refinement are eligible to take the examination. Those who do not meet this condition, leave immediately and do not disturb the martial house's examination." Under the age of 17, the second stage of body refinement is really strict. Lin Tian muttered to himself. However, he was not worried. He was 16 this year and completely qualified to take the examination. The 9 Yang martial house had a total of 50 places for the talent test. After the examination began, the candidates quickly lined up into 50 teams. The 50 teams had a stone tablet at the front of each team. These stone tablets were carved with 9 5-pointed star patterns from bottom to top. It was a tool specifically used to test a martial artist's talent. Next, we will begin the first round of the examination, the talent test. Candidates who are taking the examination, place your right hand on the stone tablet and circulate the true yuan in your body. After that, the number of stars lit up on the stone tablet will be your talent value. 1 star lit up is a 1-star talent, 2 stars lit up is a 2-star talent, and so on. Those with 3 stars will pass. The examination begins. The old man said. As the old man's words fell, a candidate in front of a certain team suddenly moved. He carefully placed his hand on the stone tablet and circulated the true yuan in his body. In an instant, the stone tablet lit up. From bottom to top, 2 stars lit up. 2 stars talent, disqualified. The examiner in charge of this team said lightly. Immediately, the candidate's face was filled with disappointment as he walked out of the crowd and left. At the same time, candidates in the other teams also began to take the examination. 2-star talent, disqualified. 1-star talent, disqualified. 2-star talent, disqualified. 3-star talent, qualified. 1-star talent, disqualified. The examiner's voice rang out continuously, echoing in the air above the square. Very quickly, a quarter of an hour passed. Lin Tian was a little surprised. In this half a quarter of an hour, a total of nearly 3,000 people from the 50 teams had participated in the assessment, but less than 100 people had actually passed. What a high elimination rate. Lin Tian was speechless. Actually, he didn't know that although the Northern Flame country had a large population, the number of people who were truly suitable for martial cultivation was less than 10%. Furthermore, the 9 Yang martial house's requirement for the disciples' innate talent was much higher than the ordinary standard of suitable for martial cultivation. Therefore, the elimination rate was naturally very high. This was very normal. 2-star talent, disqualified. 3-star talent, qualified. 2-star talent, disqualified. The examiner's voice continued to ring out. At this moment, there was an exclamation in front of a team at the side. Lin Tian tilted his head and saw a man in purple standing in front of that team. It was Mo Senator. His palm was placed on the stone tablet, and there were 5 stars shining on the tablet. 5-star talent. Oh my god, who is that? Fengjian City's Mo Sen, Mo's younger brother. You don't know him? Mog? That Mog who is serving in the Empire's expeditionary force? That's right. Hiss. There were discussions all around. Many people gasped, not only because of Mo Sen's 5-star talent, but also because of Mo Sen's elder brother, Mog, who was a super terrifying person. The examiner looked at Mo Sen and smiled. Very good. You are indeed that person's younger brother. In the Northern Flame country, 2-star talent was suitable for cultivation, 3-star talent was considered top grade, 4-star talent was exceptional, and 5-star talent was considered a genius. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that 1 in 10,000 was a genius. Mo Sen's 5-star martial Dao talent had indeed shocked many people here. Go and rest. Prepare for the second round of assessment. The examiner smiled. Mo Sen nodded and walked to the side proudly. The assessment continued. After Mo Sen, it was Xiaoyun's turn. Compared to Mo Sen, Xiaoyun was much worse. She had just reached 3-star talent and barely passed. At this moment, it was Lin Tian's turn to take the test. Mo Sen hadn't gone far when he saw Lin Tian walk to the stone tablet. He sneered and said sarcastically, "The last wild brat of the Lin family, you have always been weak and sickly. You dared to take the test with your weak body? You better go back. Do you really think you can practice martial arts just because you can beat a few slaves? Don't make a fool of yourself." Lin Tian glanced at Mo Sen and didn't bother to respond to him. He didn't care about the first test at all. In the past few days, he had been absorbing the power of the stars every night to practice the 4 extreme scriptures. He knew from the information that came into his mind that the power of the stars was much stronger than the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He could even draw the power of the stars, so what was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Seeing that Lin Tian ignored him, Mo Sen's face turned colder. Humph. Martial arts talent is innate. You can't do it. Mo Sen looked at Lin Tian with an arrogant expression and said, "Let's take 10,000 steps back. Even if you have the talent to practice martial arts, so what? Can you reach 5-star talent? I am a 5-star talent, a genius. An existence that you can only look up to in your life." Beside him, Xiaoyun held Mo Sen's arm and looked at Lin Tian with contempt. "Lin Tian, with your weak body, you can't even compare to me, let alone Mo Senator. You are at most a 2-star talent. You can't pass the first test. Give up. It's not too late to give up now. Don't embarrass yourself." Nearby, many examinees looked over. Let's not talk about whether he can pass or not. A 5-star talent is absolutely impossible. Nonsense, isn't that obvious? Many people discussed. Mo Sen hugged Xiaoyun's waist and smiled evilly. "Yuner, you forgot that you have something to say to Lin." "Yes, I almost forgot." Xiaoyun nodded. She looked down at Lin Tian like a proud princess and said, "Lin Tian, I know you're unwilling to accept this. That's why you deliberately contradicted me and Mo Sen in an attempt to regain some face in front of others. However, no matter how unwilling or uncomfortable you are, there are some things that I still have to say. Listen clearly, you and I are not at the same level at all. You are not worthy of me from the beginning. Only a talented powerhouse like Mo Sen can be with me. The person I want to marry can only be Mo Sen." Lin Tian's expression was calm, as if he didn't hear the two at all. He raised his right hand and placed it on the stone tablet. The stone tablet trembled slightly, and in an instant, 4-star patterns lit up. 4-star talent. Beside them, everyone was moved and revealed a shocked expression. Lin Tian looked at Xiaoyun, his face full of disdain. 2 years ago, I still remember someone always sticking behind my butt, calling me Brother Tian. How cute, how obedient, how cute. Look at you now, you are like a clown. Thinking about how I was called Brother Tian by someone like you, it's really disgusting. Xiaoyun's expression instantly became very ugly. Mo Sen's face was cold as he snorted, "You are only a 4-star talent. You are far from being comparable to me." Lin Tian tilted his head, looked at Mo Sen, and suddenly smiled evilly. Buzz. The stone tablet on his right hand trembled again, and 6-star patterns lit up. 6-star talent. Everyone's pupils shrank. At this moment, even the examiners of the Nine-Yang martial house were alarmed and revealed a shocked expression. Since the establishment of the Nine-Yang martial house, there had only been one 6-star talent disciple in history. Lin Tian looked at Mo Sen and said, "Is 5-star talent that great? Genius?" Someone that I have to look up to my entire life? His words were calm, but there was a hint of sarcasm in them. Mo Sen's expression became extremely ugly. Before Lin Tian took the test, he kept saying that he was a genius, that Lin Tian was far inferior to him, and that he was someone that Lin Tianyi had to look up to for his entire life. Now, Lin Tian's martial Dao talent was revealed. It was like a resounding slap that made his face hurt. 6-star talent, this is impossible. The test tablet must be broken, he said gloomily. Hearing his words, many examinees revealed a doubtful expression. After all, 6-star talent was too shocking. The test tablet is broken? Lin Tiantan looked at Mo Sen indifferently and said, a man who is unwilling to admit defeat, what a joke. He placed his right hand on the stone tablet and did not move. His eyes focused, and the true origin in his body surged rapidly. Buzz, the stone tablet trembled, and the 7th star pattern lit up. How is this possible? Exclamations sounded. 7-star talent, what kind of concept was that? Many people felt that they were going numb. However, this was not the end. In the next moment, the 8th star pattern on the stone tablet lit up. 8, the crowd was stunned. Many people stared in front of them with their mouths agape, as if they were dreaming. At this moment, a cold voice resounded throughout the entire place. 9th star, light up for me. Lin Tian's eyes lit up, and the true origin in his body surged. His right hand that was placed on the stone tablet suddenly had a faint silver glow. Then, the stone tablet shook even more violently. Finally, the 9th star pattern lit up. The 15 minutes of rest time passed quickly. Lin Tian temporarily entrusted Lin Shi to an old man he was familiar with in the city. Then, under the guidance of the examiner, he followed the examinees to the location of the second round of assessment. The second round of assessment was to test one's mental state. The path of martial arts was full of ups and downs. Talent was important, but so was one's mental state. If one only had strong talent without a tenacious mental state, their future martial arts achievements would be uncertain. They might even be inferior to those with weaker talent. One had to know that there were many temptations in the world. Power, wealth, and beauty could be fatal to a martial artist. If one's mental state wasn't strong enough, it was possible to get lost in it and lose the motivation to move forward. Therefore, talent was only a prerequisite. Without a tenacious martial heart, it was useless no matter how strong one's talent was. The location of the Nanyang Martial House's mental state test was in a spacious courtyard behind the martial house. In the center of the courtyard was a large array. The array was carved by a spiritual sea realm expert. It was an illusion array that was specially used to test a martial artist's mental state. Lin Tian followed the other examinees to the martial house's back courtyard. Mo Sen and Xiaoyun were also in the crowd. Their faces were extremely gloomy as they stared at Xianxia Fan's back like a poisonous snake. Elder Mo, you are back. In front, the examiner in charge of the second round of assessment stopped. A 47-year-old middle-aged man walked in that direction. His aura was very steady. Seeing this middle-aged man, Mo Sen's face lit up as he approached him. Uncle. Approaching the middle-aged man, Mo Sen called out. The middle-aged man nodded at him and casually glanced at the examinees. Then, he looked at the examiner in front. I heard that there is a 9-star talent martial artist. Who is it? The examiner was about to answer, but Mo Sen beat him to it. It's him. That wild brat from the Lin clan. Mo Sen pointed at Lin Tian. The middle-aged man was called Moe. He was from the Fengjian city's Mo clan and was also one of the elders in the Nanyang martial house. After hearing Mo Sen's words, he looked at Lin Tian with cold eyes. After a moment, he retracted his gaze and looked at the examiner in front. Bring them to the testing location. Tell them the rules in advance. After greeting him, he led the way to the backyard. During the second round of assessment, the elders of the Nanyang martial house would occasionally come personally. This time, his nephew Mo Sen was participating in the martial house's assessment. Furthermore, he was a 5-star talent, so he naturally had to go and take a look. Humph. Mo Sen sneered and swept a glance at Lin Tianyi before following Moe to the backyard. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He was extremely disdainful of Mo Sen's actions. He followed the crowd, and under the guidance of the examiner, they soon arrived at the location of the second round of testing. All of you go in. Later on, all of you will fall into a huge illusion. The content of the illusion is the second round of the test. There are a total of 3 stages in this round of the test, and the time limit is 4 hours. The earlier you walk out of the illusion, the stronger your state of mind is. Those who have not walked out of the illusion after 4 hours will be disqualified and will be eliminated. The examiner said. As he finished speaking, all the examinees entered the formation one after another. Activate the formation. Seeing that all the examinees had entered the formation, the examiner shouted loudly. Lin Tian stood in the formation. The moment he heard the words activate the formation, the scene in front of him changed drastically. A blood-red space appeared in front of him. Countless malicious spirits bared their fangs and brandished their claws. There were even Oxhead and Horseface striding towards him. The iron chain swayed, and the huge axes were awe-inspiring. It was as if they were going to drag him into eternal hell. Lin Tian's expression was calm, and he did not care at all. After living 2 lives, would he still be afraid of malicious spirits? He stood still on the spot. The malicious spirits, Oxhead, and Horseface rushed over and directly passed through his body. The first stage, passed. Boring. He said indifferently in his heart. In the next moment, the scene changed again. The sun was setting in the west. At the end of the horizon, thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping, causing the ground to tremble. Thousands of cavalrymen were holding battle spears, and all of them were surrounded by bloody battle chi as they charged towards him. Lin Tian stood still on the spot, and his expression did not change at all. A few days ago, on the Green Mountain outside Fengjian City, he had an incomparably realistic dream. 9 unfamiliar figures were fighting in front of him, tearing the sky apart and sinking the earth. Heaven, earth, yin, and yang were all twisted and turned upside down because of the 9 people's battle. Compared to that dream, what was the scene in front of him? Thousands of cavalrymen rushed over, and the powerful aura shot into the sky. However, when they got close to Lin Tian, the illusion could not hold on at all. The thousands of cavalrymen collapsed in an instant and disappeared on the spot. The second stage, passed. The last stage. Lin Tian muttered to himself. In the third stage, he appeared in a luxurious palace. The palace was filled with ripples of pink gauze, and there was a fragrance in the air. Dozens of beautiful girls in transparent thin clothes, their skin faintly discernible. They danced their enchanting figures and slowly approached him. In an instant, the palace was filled with the color of spring, and the aura of extravagance intertwined in every inch of the air. The dozens of girls laughed coquettishly. They were charming and moving, like dozens of fairies. Come on. A seductive voice sounded, and the dozens of girls leaned against Lin Tian. Their jade-like skin rubbed against Lin Tian's body as they slowly took off their clothes. In an instant, dozens of graceful and moving bodies were presented in front of Lin Tian without reservation. This was a primal temptation, enough to make any man's blood boil. Tisk. Lin Tian stood still, and the corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. He looked down on everything. As a person of 2 lifetimes, in addition to the incident with Xiaoyun after transmigrating to this world, he deeply understood a principle. In this world, if you had no money, no power, and were not strong enough, beautiful women were just floating clouds and bubbles. Right now, he had nothing. Therefore, to him, all of this was an illusion. Being in this palace, his heart was like a boulder, and he was as immovable as a mountain. Now, all he had to do was cultivate and become stronger. On a white jade platform in the courtyard, Moe looked at the array with his hands behind his back. Beside him were 2 other people. These 2 were also elders of the 9-yang martial house. One was called Mu Qing, and the other was called Sherdong. There are many outstanding talents in this assessment. Who do you think will be the first to walk out of the illusion in this second round of assessment? Mu Qing said. This person looked at the array in front of him, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Tian. The elder in charge of the first round of assessment had already told the results of the talent assessment to Mu Qing and the other elders. Mu Qing was naturally full of expectations for such a 9-star talent. It's hard to say. Determination and talent have nothing to do with each other. Some martial artists are extremely talented, but their determination is extremely weak. And some martial artists have extremely low talent, and they don't even have the talent to cultivate, but their determination is extremely frightening. Sherdong shook his head. "Moe, what do you think?" "Same." Sherdong smiled and said, "However, no matter how outstanding this batch of candidates are, in terms of determination, no one can compare to that child Mog. That child can be considered the strongest martial artist I've ever seen in my life." "That's true. That guy's martial heart is truly terrifying. It's as if he was born for martial arts." Mu Qing agreed. Mog was Moe's nephew. Hearing their conversation, Moe couldn't help but smile. That child Emosen is influenced by his elder brother. His determination can't be too bad. I think that the first person to walk out of the illusion, Emosen's chances should be higher. Moe said. Sherdong nodded. It's very possible. Speaking of which, how long did Mog take? It seems to be a quarter of an hour. That's right, a quarter of an hour. Counting it, it's only been a quarter of an hour. We can still rest for a while. The three of them chatted and laughed. However, in the next moment, their expressions froze at the same time. In front of them, in the array, Lin Tian suddenly opened his eyes. What's going on? Could it be? The three people's expressions changed. In the array, Lin Tian calmly glanced at the other candidates in the array. Then, under the examiner's widened eyes, he calmly walked out of the array. Looking at Lin Tian walking to the side, the examiner in charge of the second round of assessment was almost petrified on the spot. A quarter of an hour out of the illusion. In the backyard of the Nanyang Martial House, there was naturally more than one examiner for the second round of assessment. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They looked at Lin Tian in disbelief as though they were looking at a monster. Mog's record has been broken. Mu Qing was stunned. Generally speaking, in the second round of the 3 layers of illusions, an ordinary person would need an hour to walk out. Mog had spent a quarter of an hour to break through all of the illusions. That was already astonishing to the extreme, breaking all of the martial house's historical records. But now, this record had been broken once again. 15 minutes, it had only taken 15 minutes, Sherdong smiled bitterly. Does this young man not have any distracting thoughts in his heart? As elders of the Nanyang Martial House, Mu Qing and Sherdong's cultivation naturally couldn't be low. Their knowledge was extraordinary, but at this moment, both of them were stunned. Breaking all the illusions in 15 minutes. What kind of thought was that? However, after the shock, both of them revealed a joyful expression. Such a genius. That's great. Mu Qing said. The Nanyang Martial House recruited students once a year. Now that they were able to recruit such a monstrous disciple with such talent and mental state, how could they not be happy? Moe's face was gloomy. Just a moment ago, he was full of confidence that Emosen had the highest chance of being the first to walk out of the illusions. In the next moment, Lin Tian walked out of the illusions and even broke Mog's record. Where could he put his old face? Outside the array, Lin Tian walked to a bluestone not far away and sat down. 2. Him, the 3 layers of illusions weren't much. He closed his eyes and thought about the upcoming third round of assessment. The third round of assessment was a real battle. He lacked experience in this aspect, so he had to think about it carefully. After all, these candidates weren't weak. The weakest was at the second level of body refinement, which was far from what Lu He and the others could compare with. This scene fell into the eyes of Mu Qing and Sherdong, and both of them nodded at the same time. Not arrogant or rash, calm and peaceful. Not bad. Not bad at all. Mu Qing said. Moe snorted. Pretending to be profound. Mu Qing and Sherdong were helpless, but they didn't refute. His nephew's limelight had been stolen, so it was normal for Moe to be unhappy. At this moment, hundreds of examinees were still struggling bitterly in the array. As far as the eye could see, some had pale faces, some had ferocious expressions, some had intoxicated expressions, and some were even sweating profusely. Obviously, they were enduring an extremely great test. Very quickly, an hour passed. In the great array, the second person opened his eyes. This person was Mo. Senator Moe was right about one thing. Emosen was influenced by his elder brother, Mog. His will was not weak, and Emosen had great confidence in himself. Half an hour. Emosen muttered to himself with a satisfied look on his face. An hour. This result could not be compared to his elder brother Mog, but it was enough to show disdain for his peers. He glanced proudly at the other examinees in the array, wanting to see Lin Tian struggling bitterly in the illusion. However, he quickly frowned. There was actually no sign of Lin Tian in the array. He raised his head and looked outside the formation. His face immediately twisted. He thought that Lin Tian should still be struggling in the illusion. He didn't expect that Lin Tian had already come out and was resting with his eyes closed. Damn it! His eyes were full of murderous intent. On the blue stone, Lin Tian seemed to feel Emosen's gaze. He slowly opened his eyes. Looking at Emosen, who was clenching his fists in the array, he revealed a faint smile and said, "Genius, you're awake?" Emosen's face turned gloomy. He was suppressed by Lin Tian in the talent test, but he never thought that he would be overshadowed by Lin Tian in the second test of mental state. If not for Lin Tian, he would have been the most dazzling person in this Marshall House exam. Eh? Genius, why is your face so ugly? Could it be that you want to release a fart? Lin Tian pretended to be surprised. Emosen couldn't hold it in any more and roared, "Little bastard, what did you say? You really want to fart, but this fart is really smelly. No wonder you have been holding it in." Lin Tian smiled. Emosen's face became even more distorted. He finally understood that he had fallen into Lin Tian's trap. Damn thing. Just you wait. I, Emosen, swear that I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. You can only die. You must die. Emosen's face was sinister. Lin Tian sneered, regarding this point, our thoughts are surprisingly identical. You threw me off the cliff a few days ago. Don't tell me that you think I have forgotten. He stared at Emosen, his eyes turning cold and filled with killing intent. Emosen was shocked by Lin Tian's killing intent and couldn't help but take a step back. However, he soon realized that this action was embarrassing. His face became even uglier as shame and anger mixed together. Humph. Lin Tianling snorted and ignored Emosen, closing his eyes once again. Time passed by slowly. In the array, one examinee after another woke up. Finally, the second round ended. Out of the 500 examinees, only 206 passed. The rest were all eliminated. Rest here for 15 minutes. Later, an examiner will lead you to the location of the third round. The examiner in charge of the second round said and turned to leave. In the distance, Mu Qing and Sherdong glanced at Lin Tianyi and walked towards another place in the Ninyang Marshall House. 9-star talent, breaking through 3 layers of illusions in 15 minutes. I am really looking forward to this little guy's performance in the third round. Mu Qing smiled, and Sherdong nodded. Only Emoyi's expression was not very good. In the courtyard, more than 200 people were separated from each other by a certain distance. No one paid attention to each other, and they were even a little wary of each other. Because the third round was a duel, no one knew if the person next to them would become their enemy. Lin Tian sat on the blue stone with his eyes slightly closed. His expression was calm. Soon, 15 minutes passed, and the third round of the test began. This round of assessment was held in the Ninyang Marshall House's martial arts arena. Lin Tian followed the rest of the examinees to the martial arts arena. There were over 10 martial arts arenas in front of him, and each of them was not small. All the examinees stood in the middle of the martial arts practice field, feeling a little nervous. This trial would decide whether they would stay or leave. The person in charge of the third round of examinations was a middle-aged man. He swept his eyes over all the candidates and lightly said, "In the third round of examinations, you will fight in pairs. The winner will remain and become a disciple of the Marshall House. The loser will be allowed to participate again next year." All the examinees hurriedly nodded. "Elder Moe, please draw lots," the middle-aged man said. In order to show fairness, the Nanyang Martial House decided to draw lots for the third round of examinations. Lin Tian stood among the examinees. At this moment, he felt a sinister gaze land on him. He tilted his head and looked over, only to see Emosen staring at him from afar with a cold smile on his face. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian already knew the result. Sure enough, after half an hour, the name list was announced. His opponent was Mo Sr., little bastard, just you wait. Emosen stared at Lin Tian maliciously. He wasn't surprised at all as he made a throat-slitting gesture. Lin Tian coldly swept a glance at Emosen, his heart filled with disdain. On a high platform not far from the martial arts arena, Mu Qing and Sherdong frowned as they looked at Moe, who was walking back. The two of them weren't stupid. They could roughly guess what kind of tricks were involved. However, since the result was already decided, they couldn't say anything. If they raised any doubts now, wouldn't it be slapping the martial house's face? Begin. The middle-aged man in charge of the third round of examinations shouted. There were a total of 18 martial arts arenas in the Nanyang Martial House's martial arts arena. At this moment, all 18 arenas were dueling at the same time. Immediately, shouts rang out, and the sound of swords clashing continued. The duel between martial artists is indeed extraordinary. Lin Tian seriously watched the duels on the 18 arenas as his eyes flickered from time to time. He had only stepped on the path of martial arts for a few days, so he had very little experience in duels between martial artists. Compared to Lu He, it was nothing. At this moment, watching the duels between the various examinees had broadened his horizons. The duels continued, and during this process, some people won and couldn't help but cheer excitedly. Of course, there were winners and losers. Those who lost all had a look of unwillingness as they left dejectedly. Soon, an hour passed. Lin Tian, Mo Sr., the middle-aged man in charge of this round of examinations shouted. Emosen sneered as he glanced at Lin Tian and took the lead to walk onto the arena. Standing on the arena, he pulled out the long sword at his waist and pointed it at Lin Tian, who was below the arena. This condescending attitude of looking down at Lin Tian made him feel very comfortable. Idiot. Lin Tian cursed. His expression was calm as he pulled out a long saber from the weapon rack and stepped onto the arena. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on the two of them. A 9-star talent versus a 5-star talent. Without a doubt, in this third round of examinations, the duel between Lin Tian and Emosen was the most eye-catching. Seeing that the two of them were ready, the middle-aged man nodded and said, "Begin." Wait. At this moment, Emosen suddenly spoke. The middle-aged man looked at him and asked, "What do you want?" Emosen glanced at Lin Tian and said in a clear voice, "The path of martial arts is full of ups and downs. On the path of cultivation, we will face all kinds of dangers at any time. For this reason, I suggest that the duel between Lin Tian and me need not end there. Both of us can take each other's life. I feel that this is the only way to maximize our martial arts potential." Wow, when these words came out, all the examinees were moved. There was no need to stop at a certain point to take the other party's life. Wasn't this a battle of life and death? All the candidates' expressions changed. The middle-aged man presiding over the third round frowned and said, "No." The Nanyang Martial House had been established for decades, and such a thing had never happened in the history of the examination. Generally speaking, this was not allowed. Emosen shook his head, but he did not care about the middle-aged man's words. Instead, he tilted his head and looked at the high platform on the other side. The elders are all here. Why don't we ask for their opinion? The middle-aged man tilted his head and looked at the high platform. Not only him, but everyone looked over, including Lin Tian. Mu Qing and Sherdong shook their heads and were about to reject it, but Moe spoke first. Moe said indifferently, "The path of martial arts is indeed not easy. Since you have chosen this path, you must be prepared to face all challenges at any time. I feel that this proposal is not impossible. Of course, whether to proceed with the battle of life and death requires the agreement of both parties. Therefore, let them decide for themselves." Whoosh, the candidates around were moved again. They did not expect the elders to give such an answer. However, many people's eyes flashed with excitement. It was not easy to witness a battle of life and death. Many people wanted to watch the show. On the martial arts stage, Emosen stared at Lin Tian and sneered. "How about it, Lin Tian? Do you dare to accept the challenge? If you don't have the guts, I advise you to get down. Cowards don't have the right to step on the martial path." Hearing this, everyone in the surroundings looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian snorted coldly in his heart, but his face was calm from beginning to end. He said, "No objections." As a person who had lived 2 lives, he would never back down before a challenge, let alone in front of someone like Mo Senator. He could not do such a thing. So what if it was a battle of life and death? If they want to fight, then let's fight. On the high platform, Mu Qing and Sherdong were helpless. Since Lin Tian and Emosen had agreed, they could not say anything. Moreover, between the two of them, only one of them would be able to stay. Whether the loser lived or died did not matter much. Moe stood up and said, "Since it's decided, let the duel begin. During the duel, no one is allowed to interfere." In an instant, everyone stared at the arena where Lin Tian and Emosen were. In fact, at that moment, the battles on the other martial practice stages had all stopped. Originally, the two of them were the most dazzling figures in this year's martial house entrance exam. Now that their duel had turned into a life-or-death battle, their allure was naturally even greater. On the martial arts stage, Emosen laughed sinisterly as he stared cruelly at Lin Tian. "Little bastard, you were lucky last time and managed to escape with your life. This time, you won't be so lucky." Lin Tian's expression was calm, and the long blade in his hand glowed with a faint cold light. "You talk too much." As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his right foot on the martial arts platform and rushed over. Emosen snorted coldly and went forward with his sword in hand. The two figures crossed each other on the martial arts stage. Their swords and sabers collided with each other, producing clanging sounds. Emosen's sword momentum was very swift and fierce. Every move was fatal, causing many examinees to palpitate. This Emosen is not only a 5-star talent, but he's also at the peak of the 4th level of body refinement. He's really terrifying. In comparison, although that Lin Tian is a 9-star talent, he's only at the 3rd level of body refinement. The gap between them is a bit large. That Lin Tian is really something. A 9-star talent, his future days are still long. Why is he trying to show off at this time? Now, I'm afraid it's a bit dangerous. Someone whispered. The path of martial arts is mysterious within mysterious. The gap between each small realm is often enormous. Generally speaking, a martial artist at the 4th level of body refinement can fight against 10 martial artists at the 3rd level of body refinement and not lose. In terms of strength, speed, and reaction, a martial artist at the 4th level of body refinement is much stronger than a martial artist at the 3rd level of body refinement. Many examinees shook their heads, feeling that Lin Tian would soon be defeated. However, very quickly, everyone was moved again. Facing Emosen, who was at the peak of the 4th level of body refinement, Lin Tian did not have the slightest bit of decadence. Although Emosen's attacks were swift and fierce, the long blade in Lin Tian's hand was always able to block Emosen's sword. Clang! 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 On the martial arts stage, the blade and sword constantly collided, sputtering out streaks of sparks. Lin Tian's expression was calm. The long blade in his hand seemed to have the help of the gods. Every swing of the blade seemed to have the strength of 1,000 pounds. This was his 2nd time fighting with a real martial artist. However, since the start of the 3rd round of examinations, he had been observing the other examinees' duels. Regarding the battle between martial artists, he could be considered to have a lot of understanding. His battle strength was not inferior to Emosen's. Every time they collided, he and Emosen were actually evenly matched. It was difficult to determine the victor. Enough! Suddenly, Emosen coldly shouted. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. He only felt that the sword in Emosen's hand had become terrifying. A layer of green light appeared on the sword's body. Chi! In an instant, his left arm was hit by the sword. His clothes were cut, and blood flowed out. Emosen coldly smiled and said, "So what if you have a 9-star talent? So what if you broke the illusion in half a quarter of an hour?" Offending me, Imo-sen, only death awaits you. His sword's momentum was even more swift and fierce. With a swing of his sword, a sword shadow actually appeared in the air. Such a scene immediately caused everyone's expression to change. This is a martial technique? Yes, it should be a martial technique without a doubt. Someone exclaimed. A martial technique was a martial Dao battle skill that was used in conjunction with a martial artist's battle. This kind of battle skill could greatly increase a martial artist's battle strength. Sometimes, a powerful martial technique could even allow a martial artist to cross a few small realms to battle. One of the reasons why Lin Tian entered the Nine-Yang martial house was because of the martial Dao battle skills in the martial house. At this moment, on the high platform not far away, Mu Qing and Sherdong were also shocked. Mid-grade body refining realm martial technique, Crescent Sun swordsmanship. Mu Qing said in a low voice. He and Sherdong looked at Moe and saw that Moe was expressionless. This made the two of them frown. Dang. 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 On the martial arts stage, the sound of swords and sabers echoed from time to time. At this moment, Mo-sen, who displayed the Crescent Sun swordsmanship, was undoubtedly very powerful. He forced Lin Tian to be in a sorry state, and a few more sword wounds appeared on his body. This Lin Tian, I'm afraid it's over. No doubt, he's dead for sure. Everyone shook their heads, thinking that Lin Tian was bound to lose. After all, Mo-sen was a small realm higher than Lin Tianyi, and now that he had a martial technique, Lin Tian was bound to lose under such circumstances. On the martial arts stage, Mo-sen sneered, and his sword was like a rainbow. Lu Er and Ma Zi, those two trash, they failed to humiliate a little girl. How useless. If those two trash could be a little more capable, even if you little bastard came back alive, it would be quite interesting to see your sister being humiliated to death. Lin Tian's body trembled slightly, and his eyes suddenly became incomparably cold. You asked them to do it, he said coldly. His long-lost anger surged, and he thought of Lin Qi's trembling appearance, and the long saber in his hand clenched even tighter. It was this young master, so what? Mo-sen sneered. I'll kill you. A voice mixed with icy killing intent sounded, and Lin Tian's figure suddenly became strange. With just a step, he appeared in front of Mo-sen in an instant, and the long saber in his hand slashed down mercilessly. So fast. Someone exclaimed. Mo-sen's expression changed. The speed that Lin Tian suddenly displayed shocked him. Too fast, at this moment, he had no time to block. Lin Tian appeared in front of Mo-sen and slashed down with his long sword, leaving a deep scar on Mo-sen's chest. Fresh red blood instantly splashed into the air. He kicked Mo-sen's lower abdomen, and with a bang, Mo-sen immediately screamed and flew out. Such a turn of events immediately shocked everyone. Mo-sen used his long sword to support his body and stood up. He covered his chest with his hand, and his face became incomparably ferocious. Little bastard, you dare to hurt me. He roared violently. Lin Tian's face was as cold as frost. Without saying a word, he closed in on Mo-sen. This expression made Mo-sen extremely angry. You're courting death. He roared angrily and pushed the savage sun sword art to the extreme, sweeping out a dense sword shadow. For a moment, the martial arts stage was completely covered by the cold sword chi. Many people felt a chill down their spines. Cultivation at the peak of the fourth level of the body refinement realm combined with a mid-level body refinement realm martial skill, the power was truly terrifying. However, everyone underestimated Lin Tian's speed. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He did not dodge and rushed towards Mo-sen at this moment. Every step he took, there would be a faint silver light flickering under his feet. It was like moving clouds and flowing water, giving people a feeling that it was completely natural. This is, on the high platform not far away, Mu Qing and the other two's expressions changed. Sherdong even stood up. Just as they were surprised, on the martial arts stage, Lin Tian had already avoided all the sword shadows. He suddenly appeared behind Mo-sen and punched out, sending Mo-sen flying again. Such a scene shocked everyone. Impossible. This is impossible. Mo-sen shouted. Lin Tian actually blocked his savage sun sword art. This made him shocked and angry. He roared and crazily waved the long sword in his hand. In an instant, the martial arts stage was densely covered with sword shadows, scaring many examinees into shrinking their necks. Lin Tian's expression did not change in the slightest in the face of this dense sword shadow. He held the long sword in his hand, and with every step he took, he disappeared like a spirit crane. Not a single sword shadow could touch his body. A few days ago, when the mysterious iron sword disappeared into his body, a lot of strange information appeared in his mind. At first, he sorted out the 4 extreme scriptures. Then, he found a set of movement techniques from this information, the yin and yang steps. At this moment, he was using this unparalleled movement technique. Poo. 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 Using the duality steps, he seemed to have fused with this space. The long saber in his hand kept landing on Mo-sen's body, bringing out streams of blood in the air. Thinking of the humiliation Lin Shi had suffered, the killing intent in his eyes became even more intense, and he showed no mercy. Ah! Mo-sen screamed. In a short period of time, his chest, shoulders, back, thighs, and every other part of his body was inflicted with several knife wounds. In the end, Lin Tianyi's knife slashed his right arm, and the pain caused the long sword in his hand to fall out. Such a scene caused everyone's expression to change. Mo-sen has lost. Someone murmured. In the crowd, Xiaoyan's face became extremely pale, and her lips trembled. She could not understand how Lin Tian had become so terrifying in just a few days. Was this still the Lin Tian she knew? Stop! A loud shout was heard. Moe stood up from the high platform and rushed into the martial arts arena like lightning. Lin Tian's eyes flashed coldly. He grabbed Mo-sen's throat and used the yin and yang steps to retreat to a corner of the martial arts arena. The long saber in his hand was directly placed on Mo-sen's neck. Feeling the cold blade on his neck, Mo-sen's face was suddenly filled with horror. He said in a trembling voice, "Uncle, save me." Seeing Mo-sen covered in bloody wounds, Moe's face became extremely gloomy. He stared at Lin Tian and said coldly, "You're so young, but you're so vicious." Moe spat out this sentence, and at the same time a tyrannical aura was released. It was very frightening. Lin Tian felt an enormous pressure and secretly thought that the elders of the Nanyang martial house were indeed terrifying. However, he was not afraid. The long saber in his hand pressed against Mo-sen's neck as he coldly looked at Moe on the other side of the stage and said, "Vicious? When Mo-sen used a martial technique to injure me, you did not react at all. Now that Mo-sen has been injured by me, you immediately jump out and say that I'm vicious. Elder Mo, you're really fair as an elder." His words were cold, and the sarcasm in his words could be felt by anyone. Impudent. Is this the tone you use when speaking to an elder? Moe shouted. Lin Tianling snorted, "I don't remember having an elder like you. Don't blow your own trumpet." Such words immediately caused an uproar among the examinees. This was blatantly contradicting an elder of the martial house. As expected, Moe's expression immediately turned cold. Disobedient. Moe took a step forward, and a terrifying aura instantly erupted from his body. This aura was very terrifying, causing many examinees to turn pale. Some could not help but tremble. However, Lin Tian's expression did not change at all. The long saber in his hand pressed down slightly, and blood immediately flowed out from Mo-sen's throat. "Stop, stop!" Mo-sen screamed in fear. At this moment, he could clearly feel the skin on his throat being cut by Lin Tian's saber. If Lin Tian continued to exert force, his throat would be completely cut open. At that time, he would be dead for sure. Moe stopped and gloomily stared at Lin Tian. "Let him go." Mo-sen was still in Lin Tian's hands, so he still had some misgivings. Lin Tianling smiled and said, "Elder Mo, I remember that at the beginning of the duel, Mo-sen proposed a life and death duel, and you were the first to agree. Furthermore, you said that during the duel, no one was allowed to interfere. So now, you rushed into this stage. What is the meaning of this? Do you think your words are just farts?" Hiss. On the stage, all the examinees sucked in a breath of cold air. Did he think that he was just spouting nonsense? At this place, almost everyone was shocked. They secretly wondered why Lin Tian was so daring. That was an elder of the Nanyang martial house, a figure second only to the martial house master. How could this man dare to contradict him time and time again? The veins on Mo's forehead bulged. You're courting death. At this moment, a murderous aura was emitted from his body. Courting death? I don't know whether I'm courting death or not, but I know that you and Emosen wanted me dead from the very beginning because my talent is higher than Emosen's, because my mental state is stronger than Emosen's, because I stole Emosen's limelight. Lin Tianling coldly looked at Moe and said sarcastically, do you think that no one noticed your shady tricks during the drawing of lots? You knew that Emosen was in control of a martial skill and thought that Emosen's combat power was stronger than mine, so you purposely arranged Emosen and me together. After that, Emosen proposed a life and death battle to me, and you immediately agreed. You and Emosen both thought that you would definitely be able to kill me once you mastered a martial skill. Unfortunately, both of you miscalculated. You overestimated Emosen, and Emosen, this trash, overestimated himself. Therefore, the outcome deviated from your predictions. Therefore, you rushed into this martial arts stage now. Right, you shameless old bastard. Shameless old thing, these words resounded throughout the stage, causing everyone's expressions to change. Many people stared at Lin Tian, and their expressions changed again and again. They were all shocked by Lin Tian's sharp words. He repeatedly contradicted a martial house elder, and now, he even directly called him a shameless old thing. This was really too daring. Of course, there were also many people who stared at Moe and Emosen, and their expressions became strange. Thinking about it, Lin Tian's words were very likely. If this was really the case, then Moe, this martial house elder, was really too shameless. On the high platform not far away, Mu Qing and Sherdong looked at each other and smiled bitterly. This little guy, he clearly knows that this duel is a conspiracy, but he still dares to calmly accept the challenge. He really has great courage. On the stage, Moe's face became incomparably gloomy. At this moment, if Emosen was not still in Lin Tian's hands, he would definitely pounce on Lin Tian and tear him apart. He stared at Lin Tian like a tiger staring at its prey, and the murderous aura on his body was even more shocking. Let him go immediately. If you dare to continue to hurt him, I guarantee that you won't be able to leave here alive today. I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Are you sure? Lin Tianling asked. Moe said coldly, definitely. Lin Tian stared at Moe, and after a while, the long blade pressed against Emosen's neck slowly moved down. Emosen's entire body instantly relaxed when he saw the scene. But right after that, his eyes became sinister, and he laughed coldly at Lin Tian. Little bastard, just you wait. You can't defeat me. One day, I will crush you with my own hands. So noisy. Lin Tian said indifferently. He grabbed Emosen's neck and threw him towards Moe. At least you know what's good for you. Moe said coldly and stretched out his hand to catch Mo Senator on the high platform not far away. Mu Qing and Sherdong also breathed a sigh of relief. This ending was not bad, at least both of them survived. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. On the stage, Lin Tianling smiled, raised his leg, and kicked Emosen's sword away. Puff. The long sword cut through the air and stabbed into Emosen's chest, directly penetrating Emosen's heart. P.S. Thank you, Brother Hu, for supporting us again with 20,000 traversing coins. Thank you, Brother Pure Q, for supporting us with 10,000 traversing coins. Thank you. Bright red blood sprinkled in the air, a ghastly sight to behold. Moe caught Emosen, but unfortunately, what he caught was only a corpse. With his heart pierced, Emosen died on the spot. On the martial arts practice field, everyone was stunned. Lin Tian actually killed Emosen in front of Moe. Bastard. Moe went berserk, his whole face twisted together. In an instant, Moe rushed out, a terrifying aura directly pressed down on Lin Tian. Old thing. Lin Tian had expected this scene, and immediately stepped back with the yin-yang steps, at the same time blocking in front of him with his long sword. Unfortunately, Moe's speed was too fast. With a crack, the long sword in his hand was shattered by Moe's palm, and he was also sent flying by a majestic force. While still in the air, he couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of blood. Bang! Falling to the ground, Lin Tian felt that his internal organs had shifted, and could only barely stand up. Now, he was powerless and had completely lost the ability to resist. As long as Moe hit him again, he would undoubtedly die. At this time, Moe had already pressed down on him again. Go to hell. However, at this time, two figures suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking Moe. Moe, what are you doing? These two figures were Mu Qing and Sherdong. Seeing someone blocking in front of him, Lin Tian suddenly felt the pressure on his body lighten a lot. Get out of the way. Moe shouted angrily. Mu Qing said in a deep voice, Moe, do you know what you are doing now? He killed Mo Sen, he deserves to die. Moe took a step forward. Sherdong frowned, Moe, don't forget, you were the one who agreed to this life and death battle. Although we are very sorry for Mo Sen's death, this child killed Mo Sen in a duel. You have no right to kill him. On the martial arts practice field, many candidates came back to their senses and looked at Lin Tian. Many people sucked in a cold breath. This guy, with a cultivation of the 3rd level of body refinement, fought against Mo Sen, who was at the 4th level of body refinement, and defeated and killed the opponent. He was simply a monster. At this time, seeing Moe take action against Lin Tian, many people began to feel indignant for Lin Tian, thinking that this elder Moe was simply too shameless. Move aside. Moe's eyes were bloodshot as he took another step forward. He stared at Lin Tian with a murderous aura. Mu Qing's face fell and he said, Elder Mo, remember your identity clearly. Pay attention to your words and actions. As an elder of the martial house, you are now representing the Nine-Yang martial house. Don't bring shame to the entire Nine-Yang martial house because of you. It was Mo Sen himself who proposed the life and death duel, and Moe himself agreed. Lin Tian killed Mo Sen in the duel fair and square. There was nothing wrong with this, not to mention that Mo Sen still had all the advantageous conditions. Here, many examinees had seen everything with their own eyes. If Moe killed Lin Tian here, then where would the Nine-Yang martial house put their face in the future? Moreover, through their previous observation, Mu Qing and Sherdong found that although Mo Sen's talent was extraordinary, his character was not good. It could even be described as terrible. They felt that Mo Sen's death was regrettable, but since Mo Sen was already dead, there was nothing they could do. On the other hand, Lin Tian was a 9-star talent with a firm will. His courage and courage were also exceptional. If such a genius died, it would be a great loss to the martial house. Therefore, no matter what, they had to protect Lin Tian. Mu Qing, Sherdong, are you two really going to protect this little bastard? Are you really going to be my enemy? Moe said. Coldly. Mu Qing and Sherdong did not speak, but they stood firmly in front of Lin Tian. The answer was self-evident. Good, good, good. Moe was so angry that he laughed. His entire body emitted a murderous aura as he stared at Lin Tian Dao. Consider yourself lucky today, you bastard. I will remember you. Mu Qing and Sherdong's cultivation was not inferior to his. Since the two of them were determined to protect Lin Tian, there was nothing he could do. He glanced coldly at Lin Tianyi, then wrapped up Mo Sen's body and left. Only when Moe was far away did the examinees finally heave a sigh of relief. Lin Tian also felt his body lighten. Immediately, he took a step back and bowed to Mu Qing and Sherdong. Many thanks to the two elders. He said sincerely. If not for the two of them protecting him, he might have really died in Moe's hands today. No need to thank us. This is what we should do. Mu Qing shook his head and looked at Lin Tian with a bitter smile. But you, little fellow, why did you really kill Mo Sen? Look at it now. That old fellow Moe will definitely be thinking about you and that Mog. Sigh. Mog is very strong. What about Moe? Lin Tian asked. Mog is at the 3rd tier of the Divine Vein Realm, while Moe is at the 9th tier. Mu Qing said. Lin Tian frowned. Compared to the current him, the two of them were indeed very terrifying. Sherdong teased. Why, little fellow? Do you regret it? No. If I had to do it again, I would still kill him. Oh? Sherdong was a little surprised. You knew that killing Mo Sen would bring great trouble or even disaster, but you still insisted on killing him. This seems a little irrational. Why? Mu Qing also looked at Lin Tian, puzzled. Facing these two's gazes, Lin Tian appeared extremely calm. As a man, there are things that he cannot do, and things that he must do. Emotion threw him off the cliff and ordered people to humiliate Lin Shi. If he had the chance to kill such a person, why wouldn't he? Just because the other party had a powerful family background, he should swallow his anger? How could that be? Having lived 2 lives, he didn't come here to be a coward. P.S. Thank you to my cute editor Handsome Shrimp for 10,000 traversing coins. Thank you to Id Superhero for 10,000 traversing coins. Thank you to Grim Reaper for 5,000 traversing coins. Thank you everyone. Mu Qing and Sherdong were both shocked as they looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. Good, good, good. What a good do not do, must do. Sherdong's eyes flickered. Sherdong and Mu Qing didn't know the exact enmity between Lin Tian and Mo Senator. However, Lin Tian's words caused their blood to boil, and it was as if they'd returned to their youth. Youth, I really miss it. Mu Qing sighed. Once upon a time, he was also young and hot-blooded like Lin Tian, but unfortunately, time couldn't go back. Lin Tian stood quietly in the same place. He didn't know what to say when the two sighed. Noticing Lin Tian's expression, Sherdong laughed, I'm sorry. The 3rd round of the assessment wasn't over yet, but Mu Qing and Sherdong didn't need to stay here any longer. The 2 of them came for Lin Tian, a 9-star talent. Now that the dust had settled, Lin Tian didn't disappoint them. Mu Qing told the middle-aged man to continue the assessment, then turned to Lin Tian. Dao, little guy, come with us. Lin Tian hesitated for a moment before he said, Elder, I still have a younger sister outside. Can you allow me to bring her over first? I just killed Mo Sen, and I'm afraid the Mo family will harm my sister. Of course, that's not a problem. Go. Mu Qing nodded. Thank you, Elder. Lin Tian bowed to express his gratitude. He was truly grateful to Mu Qing and Sherdong. Go, little guy, no need to be so polite. We'll wait for you in the disciple pavilion. Sherdong smiled. Lin Tian didn't hesitate and immediately ran out of the martial house. Looking at his back, Mu Qing and Sherdong looked at each other and smiled, the satisfaction in their eyes becoming even stronger. Talent, will, courage, strength, etiquette, these few aspects are all impeccable and can be called perfect. In addition, he is a good brother who loves his little sister. Haha, it seems that we have really found a treasure this time. When Lin Tian brought Lin Shi back to the Ninyang martial house, Mu Qing and Sherdong had already arranged a place for him to stay. It was a small house, and although it was far from the destroyed Lin clan's old residence, the surrounding environment was not bad and was very quiet. Most importantly, this was the martial house, so it was very safe. Xiaoxi, don't go anywhere. Just stay in the house, okay? Brother will be back soon. He said to Lin Shi. Yes. Lin Shi nodded obediently. Lin Tian chuckled and pinched Lin Shi's cheeks. After closing the door, he walked towards the disciples' pavilion. The disciple pavilion was a special place in the Ninyang martial house. It was mainly responsible for collecting information about the martial house's disciples. At the same time, it was in charge of rewarding and punishing disciples. In short, the disciple pavilion was in charge of almost everything related to the martial house's disciples. When Lin Tian arrived at the disciple pavilion, there was a young girl standing at the entrance. She was about 16 years old, with bright eyes and 2 ponytails. She was much prettier than Xiao Yun. Are you Lin Tian? The young girl asked. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks and nodded. Then, he was a little puzzled, you are? This girl knew his name, which made him feel a little strange. The young girl giggled and said, My name is Sushu. Master asked me to wait for you here. Master? Your master is? Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. Mu Qing and Sherdong asked him to come here to find them. Could it be that this young girl's master was one of them? Old man Mu, you know who he is, right? Sushu said. Old man Mu, Mu Qing, Lin Tian suddenly blushed with shame. This beautiful girl seemed to be a little naughty. P.S. Thank you Brother Tiger for supporting me with 10,000 traversing coins. Thank you dear 19951995 for supporting me with 10,000 traversing coins. Thank you brother Maija for supporting me with 10,000 traversing coins. Thank you to Pliers 2, Lemon Chichi, Book Friend 13062925, A3100390047, One Shot at Loss, SAI 9 Heavens, Hell King You and other book friends for their enthusiastic support. Thank you everyone. When Lin Tian followed Sushu to a room on the second floor of the Disciples' Pavilion, Mu Qing and Sherdong were drinking tea. Seeing Sushu bring Lin Tian over, both of them smiled slightly. Little guy, is your sister settled down? Mu Qing asked. Lin Tian nodded and said gratefully, she settled down. Thank you for your concern. Mu Qing smiled and shook his head, indicating that he was welcome. Seniors, why did you call me here? Lin Tian asked. Sherdong and Mu Qing looked at each other and smiled. Actually, it's nothing special. There are two things for you. Mu Qing took out a small green bag and handed it to Lin Tian. One of them is your identity jade token as a disciple of the martial house. It records your personal information. The other is the 9-Chu quintessence pill, which is your reward for first place in this comprehensive assessment. Mu Qing said. Lin Tian was about to thank him, but Sushu next to him widened her eyes. 9-Chu quintessence pill? 9-Chu quintessence pill is? Lin Tian asked Sushu in a low voice. He had only been in contact with martial arts for a few days, so there were many things he was not very clear about. Seeing Sushu so surprised after hearing these words, he suddenly became a little curious. Sushu looked at Lin Tian as if she was looking at a monster. You actually don't know about the 9-Chu quintessence pill? I don't know. Lin Tian was very honest. He really didn't know. Sushu was speechless for a while. She stretched out her index finger and gently poked Lin Tian's forehead. Like an elder, she said, the 9-Chu quintessence pill is made from the 9-Du root, red chu grass, the bone marrow of the 4th level wind fire rhinoceros, and several other herbs. Not only can it improve the physique, but it can also improve the cultivation of martial artists. It's very precious. Very precious? Lin Tian thought for a moment and asked, how much is it worth? This is a treasure. You can't buy it even if you have money. Sushu rolled her eyes. You can't buy it even if you have money? Lin Tian was a little surprised. It seemed that this thing was really precious. He looked at Mu Qing and the other two and thanked them again. No need to be so courteous. This is the reward you deserve. Sherdong waved his hand. The two of them chatted with Lin Tian for a while, then got up and left. As elders of the martial house, they had a lot of work to do, so they had to return to the elder pavilion. Little Shu, bring Lin Tian around the martial house. Mu Qing instructed. After that, he and Sherdong walked out. You really know how to order people around. Sushu snorted in dissatisfaction. But even so, she didn't refuse. As soon as the two of them left, she walked out with Lin Tian. The Nine-Yang martial house occupied a large area. Lin Tian followed behind Sushu and listened to the young girl's introduction. Soon, he had a vague understanding of the Nine-Yang martial house. Oh right, what's your current cultivation? Sushu suddenly asked. Lin Tian didn't understand, but he didn't hide it and said, 3rd layer of body refinement. 3rd layer of body refinement. Sushu thought for a while, then smiled and said, how about this, we'll stop here for today. You go back first and absorb the 9 Twists Essence pill tonight. If nothing unexpected happens, I think you should be able to reach the 4th layer of body refinement. After that, I'll accompany you to the martial pavilion to choose a cultivation method and martial skill. The Nine-Yang martial house was divided into 6 parts. The Elder Pavilion, the Martial Pavilion, the Disciple Pavilion, the Lecture Area, the Martial Practice Field, and the Disciple Dormitory. The Martial Pavilion was where the Nine-Yang martial house stored their cultivation methods and martial skills. Why don't you choose now? Lin Tian was curious. He looked around, and it seemed that they weren't too far from the Martial Pavilion. The martial house's cultivation methods for the body refinement realm are all about the same, so there are no requirements. Sushu patiently explained, as for martial skills, there are differences. The martial house's disciples have a chance to choose a martial skill every 3 small realms. For example, from the first layer of body refinement to the third layer of body refinement, you can choose a martial skill. From the fourth layer of body refinement to the sixth layer of body refinement, you can choose another martial skill, and so on. Of course, every cultivation level has a strict division of the martial skills. You can't choose a martial skill that exceeds your cultivation level. You're currently at the third layer of body refinement, so after refining the 9 Twists Essence pill, you can definitely reach the fourth layer of body refinement. At that time, it won't be too late to choose a cultivation method and martial skill, saving you the trouble of running around again. Lin Tian was enlightened. What he said was indeed quite reasonable. Okay, we'll do as you say, he said. This is a sound transmitting talisman. Once you input your true essence, speak to it and I'll be able to hear it. Su Shu handed a sound transmitting talisman to Lin Tian, then waved her hand and said, then that's it. I still have some matters to attend to. See you tomorrow, little Tian Tian. After she finished speaking, the girl ran off like the wind. Lin Tian raised his hand, preparing to say goodbye, but he was choked by the way Su Shu addressed him. Little Tian Tian, he blushed with shame and was speechless for a long time. After bidding farewell to Su Shu, Lin Tian did not wander around the martial house and quickly returned to his residence. Not long after, the curtain of night fell. After Lin Shi fell asleep, Lin Tian went to the roof of the hut and took out the 9 Melody Quintessence pill from the pouch that Mu Qing gave him. This pill was reddish-gold in color and faintly emitted a fragrance. Begin. Lin Tian took a deep breath and carefully put the pill into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth like a gentle spring, flowing down Lin Tian's throat into his stomach. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Tian felt his body heat up. It was as if a flame had ignited in his body, and the burning sensation quickly spread throughout his body. His body gradually became boiling hot, and his exposed skin became a fiery red. Now is the time. Lin Tian knew that the pill was beginning to take effect. He immediately operated the 4 extremes meridian and refined the pill's spirit energy that rushed into his body. Wang! A faint brilliance circulated on the surface of his body, illuminating the dark roof of the hut a little. Gradually, Lin Tian became alarmed. He felt as if there was a spirit energy volcano erupting in his body. The rich spirit energy seemed to want to rush through his body, and the terrifying heat seemed to want to completely melt him. At this moment, the pill's spirit energy filled every corner of his body. What a good 9 Melody Quintessence pill, worthy of a priceless treasure. He secretly thought in his heart. As his body became increasingly hot, Lin Tian did not dare to be careless. He operated the 4 extremes meridian with all his heart, quickly guiding the pill's spirit energy into his flesh and blood. He used this pure spirit energy to temper his flesh and blood over and over again. 2 hours later, Lin Tian suddenly shook. At this moment, he had reached the 4th layer of body refinement. At this time, there was still a lot of pill spirit energy in his body, like a hunting dragon roaming around. Continue to cultivate. The 4 extremes meridian continued to operate. For a treasure like the 9 Melody Quintessence pill, Lin Tian did not want to waste a single bit. However, this time it was different from before. This time, he did not simply guide the spirit energy into his flesh and blood. Instead, he used his true essence to guide the spirit energy into his muscles and bones. Tempering his muscles and bones. It hurts. In an instant, Lin Tian's body trembled as he felt intense pain. In the 9 layers of body refinement, the first 3 layers tempered the flesh and blood, the middle 3 layers tempered the bones and tendons, and the last 3 layers tempered the internal organs. Lin Tian had now reached the 4th layer of body refinement, and immediately began to use his true essence to guide the spirit energy to temper his tendons and bones. However, tempering the tendons and bones was much more difficult than tempering the flesh and blood, and the tempering process was several times more painful than tempering the flesh and blood. At this moment, Lin Tian felt as if there were sharp blades cutting into his meridians, as if there were heavy hammers hammering into his bones. That kind of tearing pain almost caused him to roar out loud, as beads of cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. Although martial artists are very impressive, the process of cultivation is simply a living hell. Lin Tian cursed inwardly. Although he said this, he did not stop his cultivation. Instead, he became even more serious. true essence guided the spirit energy to temper the tendons and bones, causing the tendons and bones to become tough and sturdy. The martial artist's strength would also greatly increase. Not only that, at this stage, a portion of the true essence would remain within the tendons and bones, forming a small cycle with the true essence in the flesh and blood. Thus, the martial artist's blood and endurance would greatly increase. Lin Tianyi repeatedly operated the 4 extreme meridians. Although it was extremely painful, he endured it. Gradually, his skin became normal, and was no longer as red as before. After another 8 hours, the darkness dispersed, and the light of dawn sprinkled on the earth. Lin Tian opened his eyes, exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and then stood up. He clenched his fists and moved his body. He felt that his whole body was much more relaxed. His hearing became sharper, and his vision became clearer. It was as if his whole body had an inexhaustible amount of strength. 5th layer of body refinement. Lin Tian was secretly pleasantly surprised. A night of cultivation actually allowed him to directly step into the 5th layer of body refinement from the 3rd layer of body refinement. This was a huge improvement. One had to know that from the 3rd layer of body refinement to the 5th layer of body refinement, many people spent a year's time. But today, he did it in a single night. How could he not be pleasantly surprised? At the same time, this also made Lin Tian more aware of the preciousness of the 9 Twists Essence pill. I can go choose a martial skill now. After a moment of excitement, Lin Tian thought of the matter of choosing a martial skill, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He took out a sound transmission talisman, inserted true essence into it, and began to contact Sushu. P.S. Thank you Weiwei for 20,000 horizontal coins, thank you Bingchen Chuanqiu for 10,000 horizontal coins, thank you 2 rich people. On the way to the martial pavilion, Sushu puffed up her cheeks and angrily glared at Lin Tian. She was still sleeping when Lin Tian used a sound transmission talisman to disturb her dreams. Sorry, I was too impatient. Lin Tian said awkwardly. His biggest goal in coming to the Nanyang martial house was martial skills. After an entire night of cultivation, he had reached the 5th layer of body refinement. Thinking that he was going to pick a martial skill, he was naturally excited and impatient. Sushu pointed at Lin Tian and snorted, "Sleep is very important to girls, especially beautiful girls like me. If I don't sleep well, my skin will deteriorate. Little Tian, you have committed a great crime today." Lin Tian blushed with shame and repeatedly said yes. This girl was not only mischievous, but also narcissistic. He followed behind Sushu and soon arrived in front of the martial scripture pavilion. Raising his head, he saw that the martial scripture pavilion was divided into 3 levels. It gave off an ancient and majestic feeling. "You go and buy yourself, I will wait for you outside," Sushu said. Lin Tian nodded and walked in. After entering, he handed the jade token to the martial pavilion elder and quietly waited. Before coming here, he had already gone to the disciple pavilion to update his information. The martial pavilion elder casually probed with his chi and was slightly surprised. He immediately said to Lin Tian, "Dao, 5th layer of body refinement. Not bad. Go to the 2nd floor. You can pick a body refinement cultivation technique, a low-grade body refinement martial skill, and a mid-grade body refinement martial skill. You have 2 hours to pick." The grades of martial arts techniques were generally divided according to their realms. They were the body refinement grade martial arts techniques, the divine vein grade martial arts techniques, the sea of knowledge grade martial arts techniques, and the flight grade martial arts techniques. Each grade of martial arts technique was further divided into 3 levels from weak to strong, low, medium, and high. As for cultivation techniques, they were basically the same as martial skills. The ranks of the cultivation techniques in the Nanyang martial house were almost the same, so there was no distinction. "Thank you, elder." Lin Tian took the jade identity card and walked up to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was lined with rows upon rows of bookshelves. The bookshelves were filled with all kinds of cultivation methods and martial skills. Lin Tian was a little dazzled. Chilling ice slash. 9 slashes. Each slash contains the power of chilling ice. Each slash is stronger than the previous one. Cloud-breaking leg, the leg breaks the clouds, its destructive power is incomparably strong. Overlord Saber Technique, firm, fierce, and sharp. One saber strike can shatter rocks and split the earth. Lin Tian flipped through the martial skills on the bookshelf, then put them down. Choosing a martial arts technique was very important. Firstly, it had to be suitable for oneself. Secondly, it had to be powerful enough. Therefore, Lin Tian naturally would not be careless. As he walked past rows of bookshelves, his eyes suddenly lit up. Shocking Wind Sword Technique, a mid-grade body refinement martial skill. Its attack is extremely fierce, with speed as its core. When cultivated to the peak, the sword is like lightning, and can even cut apart the wind in the natural world. It could even cut through the wind? Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. This is it. After another half an hour of searching, Lin Tian saw a martial arts technique called Shadow Fire Fist. It was a low-grade body refinement martial skill, suitable for close combat. This set of martial arts technique was divided into 2 levels. The first level was called Shadow Fist, and the second level was called Fire Fist. The Shadow Fist could create a sky full of true Yuan fist shadows, while the Fire Fist could create flames in the fist shadows. I have cultivated the duality steps. Together with the Shadow Fire Fist, the effect should be pretty good. Lin Tian thought to himself. In the end, Lin Tian chose the Shocking Wind Sword Technique and the Shadow Fire Fist. After that, he casually chose a martial arts technique manual and walked down to the second floor. He already had a top-grade body refinement martial arts technique, the 4 Extreme Scripture. In fact, he did not fancy the martial arts techniques of the Nine-Yang martial house. The reason why he chose a martial arts technique here was to deceive others. Elder, these are the martial arts techniques that I have chosen. He came to the first floor and passed the martial arts techniques that he had chosen to the Martial Pavilion Elder. The Martial Pavilion Elder glanced at them and revealed a strange expression when he saw the Shocking Wind Sword technique. However, he did not say anything. After registering them, he returned the martial arts techniques to Lin Tian. Return them within 10 days. You may go. Lin Tian put away the martial arts techniques. He gave a simple bow and immediately left the martial pavilion. After walking out of the martial pavilion, Sushu immediately came over to him. Have you chosen? I have chosen. Let me see. Sushu looked at the martial arts techniques that Lin Tian had chosen and immediately frowned. Oh, the Shadow Fire Fist is not bad, but this Shocking Wind Sword technique is not too good. Not too good? It can't be, right? I took a look. The power described is not bad. Lin Tian was curious. Sushu rolled her eyes and said, the power is indeed not bad. It is not an exaggeration to call it the strongest martial arts technique of the refining realm. However, although it is strong, the difficulty of cultivating it is shockingly high. After so many years, there has never been a disciple in the martial house who has cultivated this sword technique to perfection. Now, there is no one who would choose this martial arts technique. Lin Tian was speechless. He finally understood why the Martial Pavilion Elder had a strange expression when he saw the martial arts technique that he had chosen. What should I do? Once a martial arts technique is chosen, it cannot be changed. Sushu was a little annoyed. Ah. I should have told you in advance. Lin Tian did not mind at all. Instead, he comforted Sushu and said with a smile, it's okay. Others can't cultivate it, but it doesn't mean that I can't. If it were me, I would definitely be able to cultivate it to perfection. Sushu curled her lips. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. It's not arrogance, it's self-confidence. Lin Tian smiled and corrected her. He then said, oh right, Sushu, where should I go to cultivate this martial arts technique? Cultivation techniques could be cultivated in one's own residence. As for martial arts techniques, it was impossible. Martial arts techniques were used for battle and could not be cultivated in a house. Martial arts practice field or Greenwind Ridge. Greenwind Ridge is? Lin Tian was curious. He knew about the martial arts practice field, but he did not know what Greenwind Ridge was. Sushu patiently explained, Greenwind Ridge is behind the Nine Suns martial house. It is a huge forest filled with demonic beasts. It is a place where the disciples of the martial house train themselves. It is also an excellent place to cultivate martial arts. However, I suggest that you cultivate in the martial arts practice field first. After all, the martial arts practice field is 100% safe. However, the demonic beasts in Greenwind Ridge are extremely ferocious. If you are not skilled enough, you might be seriously injured or even die. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, "Okay, then let's go to Greenwind Ridge." The path of martial arts was full of thorns. If one was afraid of injury or death, then what was the point of cultivating martial arts? A martial artist must press forward with indomitable will. You rascal. Sushu was helpless. She originally wanted to persuade Lin Tian, but after seeing Lin Tian's determined eyes, she immediately dispelled the thought in her heart. Let's go. I will bring you to the entrance of Greenwind Ridge. Thanks. Lin Tian smiled. Although this girl was a little mischievous and narcissistic, she was very good to him. He was very grateful. He followed behind Sushu and walked towards an unfamiliar place. At this moment, 3 men walked towards them. The one in the lead was dressed in gold. After seeing Sushu, his face revealed a smile. What a coincidence, little Shu. I haven't seen you for a few days and you have become more beautiful. Zhou Hao, who allowed you to call me little Shu? I am not familiar with you. Sushu was a little unhappy. The man in gold was called Zhou Hao. He was the son of Supervisor Feng. His cultivation was at the 9th level of the body refinement realm. He was extremely strong and was deeply respected and feared by the disciples of the 9-Sun martial house. Zhou Hao smiled. Suddenly, he saw Lin Tian beside Sushu and frowned. Little Shu, who is this person? I have no comment. Sushu said. Zhou Hao shook his head. He smiled and walked towards Sushu. In a gentle voice, he said, "That's right, little Shu. My father is holding a family banquet tonight. I told him about us and he liked it very much. He asked me to invite you to be a guest at his residence tonight." Sushu was even more unhappy. What do you mean by us? Zhou Zheng, there is nothing between you and me. I have already said many times that I will not like you. There is not even a 1 in 10,000 chance. Stop bothering me. Zhou Hao's eyes flashed with a sinister light. However, he maintained a smile on his face. Don't say that. I believe that my sincerity will definitely move you. Alright, let's not talk about this first. The family banquet is about to start. We have to hurry over. As he spoke, Zhou Hao raised his hand and pulled Sushu. Just then, another hand reached out from the side and grabbed his wrist. Lin Tian stood out and smiled. Didn't you hear clearly? She said that she does not like you and that you should stop bothering her. P.S. Thank you for supporting us with 10,000 renminbi. Thank you. Lin Tian didn't like to meddle in other people's business, but Sushu was different. This girl was very good to him. Now that she was in trouble, since he was standing here, how could he just stand by and watch? Looking at Lin Tian's back blocking in front of her, Sushu's eyes flashed with a strange light. This guy. She muttered in a low voice. Her voice was very soft. Lin Tian didn't hear it, and Zhou Hao couldn't hear it either. At this moment, Lin Tian grabbed Zhou Hao's wrist. Zhou Hao's face sank. The true essence in his body exploded, turning into a powerful force that pressed down on Lin Tian. You dare to meddle in the matter between us. The matter between you two? Lin Tian's expression was calm. From the beginning to the end, it seems like you've been thinking too much. There's nothing between the two of you. From the beginning to the end, you've only been harassing her. Zhou Hao's aura was very strong. However, after that strange dream, after enduring the killing intent of Moe and the other Divine Pulse experts, Lin Tian could completely resist Zhou Hao's aura. He let go of Zhou Hao's hand and said indifferently, "It's better for people to have some face." What did you say? Zhou Hao's eyes turned cold. You don't understand? Leave some face for yourself. Don't ask for a snub. Lin Tian said. Ask for a snub? Are you talking about yourself? Zhou Hao's face became even colder. He stared at Lin Tian. He raised his right hand and suddenly waved it. With a ping sound, a large boulder exploded not far away. I've been practicing martial arts since I was young. My father is Supervisor Feng and is now in the 9th layer of body refinement. What are you? A commoner in the 5th layer of body refinement. With this kind of strength, you dare to stop me? Who is the one asking for a snub? He took a step forward and stared at Lin Tian. He said coldly, as a person, you should have some self-awareness. There are some positions that you can't stand on just because you want to. There are some people that you can't afford to offend. If it wasn't for little Shu, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to talk to me. Do you understand? If you understand, then disappear from Shu's sight immediately. Lin Tian's attitude made him very uncomfortable, and Lin Tian's words made him even more displeased. At this moment, he displayed his strength and family background in order to give Lin Tianyi a show of strength. He wanted to embarrass Lin Tian and make Lin Tian retreat. Zhou Hao's words were overbearing, and Su Shu was very unhappy. Zhou Hao, you didn't create this family, so you don't deserve to be proud of it. As for cultivation, you've only cultivated for 2 years more than Lin Tian, so there's nothing to be proud of. If you were given the same amount of time to cultivate, you would be far inferior to Lin Tian. Su Shu had learned from Mu Qing that Lin Tian had a 9-star talent. A martial artist with this level of talent was a monstrous genius. If they had cultivated for the same amount of time, Zhou Hao would absolutely not be able to compare to Lin Tian. I can't compare to him? After being repeatedly criticized by Su Shu, Zhou Hao's face finally became somewhat gloomy. Good. Since you say so, then I'll have a match with him. He looked at Lin Tian and coldly said, 3 months from now, the Ninyang Martial House will hold the annual Inner Palace Disciple Selection Competition. At that time, you and I will have a match. The loser will cripple his own cultivation and limbs. Do you dare? Su Shu's face changed. She stood out and said, Zhou Hao, what do you mean by this? You've already entered the martial house for 2 years, and your cultivation is at the 9th layer of body refinement. Lin Tian has just entered the martial house, and his cultivation is only at the 5th layer of body refinement. You propose a match at this time, and there are only 3 months left. How can Lin Tian catch up to you? Lin Tian had a 9-star talent, and could be called a monster. But even a monster needed time to cultivate. If there wasn't enough time, how could he become strong? Especially from the 5th layer of body refinement to the 9th layer of body refinement, the difficulty was astonishing. The first 5 layers of body refinement simply couldn't compare. This was also the main reason why once a martial artist reached the 5th layer of body refinement, they must have a cultivation method to continue on the path of martial arts. With only 3 months, even if it was a 9-star talent monster, it was absolutely impossible to go from the 5th layer of body refinement to the 9th layer of body refinement. Little Shu, I just want you to know that your way of thinking is wrong. He is not worthy of being compared to me. Zhou Hao said. Then he turned his head and coldly looked at Lin Tian. You're called Lin Tian, right? If you're a man, then don't hide behind a woman. Do you dare to accept the match? If you don't dare, then immediately get out of my sight. You. Su Shu was furious. At this time, a hand reached out from behind her and pulled her back. Lin Tian stared at Zhou Hao and indifferently said, in 3 months, I'll see you at the martial arts practice field. He looked at Zhou Hao, his face calm, without a change in expression. Zhou Hao also stared at Lin Tian, his eyes becoming even colder. Very good. In 3 months, I'll wait to see you cripple your own cultivation. After a moment, Zhou Hao coldly snorted, looked deeply at Lin Tian, and turned to leave. On the way to Greenwind Ridge, Su Shu looked at Lin Tian with a face full of resentment. You rascal, why did you agree? There's only 3 months, you won't be able to catch up to Zhou Hao. Lin Tian smiled and didn't mind. Although Su Shu was complaining on the way here, he knew that she was worried about him. You're still smiling. Seeing Lin Tian smile, Su Shu was even more furious. Lin Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes. What else can I do if I don't smile? Do you want me to cry? Or do you want me to admit defeat in front of Zhou Hao, then disappear from your sight with my tail between my legs? If I really do that, the next time we meet, you'll definitely slap me to death. Sushu thought for a moment and said, "That's true." Lin Tian, the entrance to Greenwind Ridge was relatively close to the Elder Pavilion. After a quarter of an hour, Sushu brought Lin Tian here. As far as the eye could see, there was a towering stone door in front of him. On both sides of the stone door, there were 2 martial house deacons guarding it. "Be careful. After you go in, don't try to show off. Just find a place to cultivate at the edge," Sushu warned. Lin Tian nodded. After taking a few steps, he stopped. "By the way, Sushu, there's something I want to ask of you." Lin Tian turned around and looked at Sushu. "I'm going inside to cultivate. It'll probably take a long time. Can I trouble you to go and take care of my sister? She's not familiar with this place." Sushu was slightly stunned. She was a little surprised. "I heard that this guy didn't even blink when he killed Emosen from the Emo family. I didn't expect him to be so gentle to his sister." She muttered to herself. "What are you talking about?" Lin Tian was a little curious. Sushu's voice was too soft, so he didn't hear it clearly. Sushu quickly shook her head. Nothing. You go, leave the matter of my sister to me." "Okay, then I'll have to trouble you." Lin Tian smiled. He waved his hand at Sushu and handed his identity jade token to the deacons guarding the door. Then he stepped in. Looking at the direction in which Lin Tian disappeared, Sushu was lost in thought. "Speaking of which, when that guy blocked Zhou Hao in front of me, he was quite handsome," she muttered softly. The terrain of Greenwind Ridge was very complicated. It was a paradise for demonic beasts. After bidding farewell to Sushu, Lin Tian entered the primitive forest through the stone gate. Walking in the ancient forest, he was shocked. The old trees were too thick. Looking around, he casually picked one and found that its diameter was more than 2 meters. Lin Tian shook his head and muttered to himself, "It's more important to find a suitable place to cultivate." Greenwind Ridge covered a large area. Walking in it, he could hear the roars of demonic beasts from time to time. In the distance, he could see many disciples of the martial house. It was obvious that they were also here to train. Lin Tian didn't go deep into Greenwind Ridge. Instead, he found a hidden and wide grassland at the edge. Huff. Lin Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He began to operate the 4 extreme scripture. Suddenly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed in from all directions. It was like a layer of light cocoon wrapped around his body like a dense fog. After a quarter of an hour, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth stabilized. Lin Tian opened his eyes again. "It's done," he muttered to himself. Before a martial artist cultivated, it was best to maintain their essence, energy, and spirit at the peak. Lin Tian operated the 4 extreme scripture for a quarter of an hour and finally adjusted his body to the best state. Standing up, Lin Tian's expression was solemn as he yelled, "Shadow Fire Fist." Lin Tian clenched his hands into fists and waved them rhythmically. The air around him buzzed from time to time. He punched again and again until he was drenched in sweat. After a short rest, he began to cultivate again. Bang! 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 On this grassland, Lin Tian was not only swinging his fists at the air, he was also enduring the pain and smashing his fists at the old tree beside him. His fists landed on the sturdy old tree trunk one after another, the ends of his fists even drawing blood. Soon, 4 hours passed. In these 4 hours, Lin Tian didn't know how many punches he had thrown. It was also at this time that he felt his fists become scorching hot, as if they were wrapped in a ball of flame. The true essence in his body felt like it was about to burst out. This made his heart tremble, and 2 bright lights flashed in his eyes. Shadow Fire Fist. He let out a shout and swung his right fist out. With a boom, 3 fist shadows appeared, mixed with vigorous true essence, and landed directly on the old tree in front of him. With a crisp crack, a small part of the tough old tree trunk exploded, and wood shavings flew in all directions. Lin Tianwei smiled. "After 4 hours, I finally touched the edge of the first layer." The Shadow Fire Fist was a low-grade body refining realm martial skill. It was divided into 2 layers. The first layer was the Shadow Fist. When cultivated to the highest level, one could throw out 18 fist shadows at once. It was very powerful. The second layer was the fire fist. The fire fist could make the fist shadows of the first layer produce flames, and its power was extraordinary. Lin Tianji used 4 hours to touch the first layer of the shadow fist realm, and threw out 3 fist shadows. It had to be said that this cultivation speed was very abnormal. However, Lin Tian was not satisfied with this. There were many experts in the Nanyang martial house, and he was very clear that he was still far from them. Take Zhou Hao for example. Zhou Hao was far stronger than him. I have to work harder, Lin Tian said to himself. He took a deep breath, clenched his hands into fists, and began to cultivate again. Since he had already touched upon the first stage of the Shadow Fire Fist, the rest of the training would be much easier. On this grassland, Lin Tian continuously punched, and the number of fist shadows in the air slowly increased. After another 2 hours, he was finally able to throw out 18 fist shadows at once, reaching perfection of the first stage of the Shadow Fire Fist. First stage, 18 fist shadows, not bad. Lin Tian revealed a trace of a smile. He wiped off the sweat on his forehead, sat down cross-legged, and operated the 4 extremes meridians to recover his true yuan. Practicing martial arts consumed a lot of true yuan. In these 3 hours, Lin Tianyi had been practicing non-stop, so his true yuan consumption was naturally very serious. He operated the 4 extremes meridians for half an hour before standing up again. Putting away the Shadow Fire Fist manual, Lin Tian took out the Shocking Wind Sword Art manual. The Shocking Wind Sword Art was a mid-level body refining martial arts technique, 1 level higher than the Shadow Fire Fist. It was divided into 3 styles, namely the first style, Sword of Annihilation, the second style, Sword of Lightning, and the third style, Shocking Wind Sword. The Sword of Annihilation, the sword chi was like a blade of light, cutting through everything. The Sword of Lightning, the sword was as fast as lightning, thundering like thunder, killing with 1 strike. The Shocking Wind Sword was also a perfect sword. The sword momentum was faster than lightning, and when the sword was thrown out, the sword's shadows would fill the sky. It was said that even the wind in nature could be cut in half. What a powerful sword technique! Lin Tian secretly said in his heart. He put away the Shocking Wind Sword Art manual, and then closed his eyes. Suddenly, sword shadows appeared in his mind, forming a set of sharp sword moves, cycling repeatedly. This was the first style of the Shocking Wind Sword Art, Sword of Annihilation. After 2 hours, Lin Tian opened his eyes and stood up. Because he came out in a hurry, he didn't bring a sword with him, so he had to walk to the side and break off a branch to use as a sword. He squatted down slightly, and a light flashed in his eyes as he directly slashed out. Wang! As he waved his right hand, the branch in his hand trembled, and the air screamed. A silver sword blade shot out from the tip of the branch in his hand, and with a crack, it pierced through a huge rock not far away. Then, the huge rock exploded with a boom. So strong! Lin Tian was a little excited. Just the first sword of the elementary insight stage is already much stronger than the great accomplishment stage of the Shadow Fist. If I can cultivate the first style of the Sword of Annihilation to the great accomplishment stage, wouldn't it be comparable to the second stage of the Shadow Fire Fist? How terrifying would the other 2 sword moves be? Putting away his excitement, Lin Tian took a deep breath and began to cultivate again. Buzz, 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 on the open grassland, the sound of the blade cutting through the air was constantly heard. Lin Tian held the branch in his hand and repeatedly practiced the first move of the Sword of Annihilation. He didn't stop until he was covered in sweat. This process took 3 hours. In 3 hours, Lin Tian had cultivated the first move, Sword of Destruction, to the great accomplishment realm. Strange, it doesn't seem that difficult to cultivate. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He knew from Sushu that the Shocking Wind Sword Art was extremely difficult to cultivate. Just the first move, Sword of Annihilation, would take an average person a month to cultivate to the great accomplishment stage. However, he had only used 6 hours to cultivate it, which made him feel a little strange. Lin Tian didn't know that the reason why his cultivation speed was so fast was because after he transmigrated, his soul and the soul of the original owner of this body merged together. His soul power was much stronger than ordinary people, which was why his cultivation speed was twice as fast with half the effort. Moreover, his 9-star talent was also related to this. Shaking his head, Lin Tian didn't think too much about it. After a short rest, he continued to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, the sky gradually darkened. Lin Tian stopped cultivating and looked up at the sky. He muttered to himself, "Let's call it a day." Wiping off the sweat on his forehead and patting the dust off his body, Lin Tian followed the path he came from and walked towards the Ninyang martial house. Not long after, a huge stone door appeared in his vision. It was the door he had stepped through when he entered the Greenwind Ridge. "We're here." Lin Tiantan smiled faintly and quickened his pace. At this moment, 2 young men suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his path. These 2 young men were about 18 years old. One was dressed in green, and the other was dressed in brocade. Their cultivation was at the peak of the 5th firmament of body refinement. Lin Tian recognized these 2 people. They were the 2 men who followed Zhou Hao in the early morning. "What do you want?" Lin Tiantan said indifferently. "What do we want?" The green-clothed man and the brocade man looked at each other. They looked at Lin Tian with a playful expression. "Why do you think we brothers are waiting here? To treat you to a meal? Speaking of which, you have quite the guts. You know that young Master Zhou is interested in young Lady Su. When he told you to get lost, you still shamelessly stayed by young Lady Su's side. What an idiot." The green-clothed man sneered. The 2 men shook their heads and looked at Lin Tian with a playful expression. "Brat, although young Master Zhou has agreed to a duel with you in 3 months, the matter of you offending young Master Zhou can't be forgotten. We have to teach you a lesson." The brocade man walked towards Lin Tian and said, "Stay here obediently and don't move. We will only break one of your arms. If you dare to resist, you will probably break another leg." This person's expression was relaxed. He did not put Lin Tian in his eyes at all. Lin Tian laughed involuntarily. Even the master is not in a hurry. You dogs are quite cheerful. The brocade man's footsteps stopped, and his face darkened. "What did you say?" The brocade man stared coldly at Lin Tian. Lin Tian dared to call them dogs. "What I mean is that a dog should behave like a dog. When the master doesn't speak, a good dog should lie down obediently," Lin Tiantan said calmly. The brocade man and the green-clothed man's faces suddenly became cold. "You are courting death." The brocade man shouted coldly and slapped Lin Tian. Lin Tian moved to the side slightly, and he was swift like the wind as he kicked the man's lower abdomen. Bang! The man was blasted flying on the spot, and he collided fiercely with an old tree not too far away. "You dare to fight back?" The green-clothed man's face darkened. He clenched his claws and pressed towards Lin Tian. Suddenly, Lin Tian felt a sharp breath coming towards him. It was as if an eagle had shown its sharp claws, sharp and threatening. He took a step back and kicked a big stone at his feet. "Ghost wolf claw!" The green-clothed man shouted. He didn't dodge and smashed the big stone into pieces. After that, the green-clothed man rushed towards Lin Tian like a demon wolf. He clenched his hands into claws and looked very cold. Lin Tianwei narrowed his eyes and clenched his right hand. Shadow fist. He let out a low roar and punched out. Instantly, 18 fist shadows flew towards the green-robed man. Insignificant skill. The green-clothed man snorted. He waved his hands and there were claw prints in the air, shattering Lin Tian's 18 fist shadows in the blink of an eye. At this time, the brocade-clothed man stood up and his face became a little ferocious. "Break both of his hands." With a clang, the brocade-clothed man pulled out a long saber from behind and slashed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. He recognized this saber technique. It was the Overlord saber technique that he saw in the martial arts pavilion. It was a mid-level body refining technique. He looked at the green-clothed man. It seemed that the ghost wolf claw was also a mid-level body refining technique. He waved the shadow fire fist and used the yin-yang steps to move between the 2 of them with ease. For a moment, even if the green-clothed man and the brocade-clothed man used their mid-level body refining techniques together, it was difficult for them to touch Lin Tian. "Stinky rat. Do you only know how to dodge?" The brocade-clothed man was furious. The azure-cloaked man's eyes were also filled with fury. Both of their cultivations were slightly higher than Lin Tian's, and at this moment, they had displayed a middle-rank body refinement martial skill. However, they were unable to suppress Lin Tian in the first instant. Their faces turned ugly. Dodge? Lin Tian smiled indifferently. He was just experimenting on these two people to see how well he could combine the Shadow Fire Fist and the Yin-Yang Steps. At this moment, hearing the brocade-clothed man's words, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a sneer. He withdrew his fist and picked up a withered branch from the ground. A sharp sword aura suddenly rushed out from his body. Sword of Destruction! He shouted in a low voice. With an ear-piercing sword cry, the surging sword aura spilled out. The long saber in the brocade-clothed man's hand suddenly broke with a crack. On the other side, the green-clothed man was in an even worse state. The ghost wolf claw and the sword of destruction collided. Flesh and blood flew out from both of his hands, and even his finger bones were exposed in many places. Lin Tian used the Yin-Yang Steps to close in and threw the Shadow Fire Fist, which landed on the two of them. Bang! Bang! The two of them screamed and flew backward, vomiting blood. They fell to the ground and could no longer get up. Lin Tian paused for a moment and walked towards the brocade-clothed man. What are you doing? The brocade-clothed man's face changed greatly. Lin Tian said with a mocking expression, What do you think? Do you think I'll treat you to a meal? The brocade-clothed man's face suddenly became incomparably livid. He used this sentence to ridicule Lin Tian before, but now, Lin Tian returned it to him word for word. This was like a fierce slap to his face. Lin Tianling snorted, raised his right leg, and fiercely stomped on the brocade-clothed man's right wrist. Suddenly, the sound of bones shattering was heard. Ah! The brocade-clothed man screamed. His right hand was crippled by Lin Tian. Lin Tian's face was indifferent. He raised his right leg and broke the brocade-clothed man's left arm. After that, he did not stop. He kicked again and broke the brocade-clothed man's left knee, crippling the man's left leg. You said you wanted to break my two hands. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Naturally, I have to be more considerate. Lin Tian said indifferently. The brocade-clothed man was in great pain. After hearing Lin Tian's words, he directly spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. Lin Tian's face was indifferent. He snorted and walked towards the cyan-clothed man. You, how can you be so vicious? The cyan-clothed man shouted. Seeing Lin Tian walk over step by step, his face was full of fear. Vicious? Lin Tian seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. The two of you came here and wanted to break my hands. At that time, did you think of the word vicious? You, the cyan-clothed man's words stopped, and his face suddenly became very ugly. Oh, I have something to tell everyone. I have made some changes from chapter 20 to chapter 22. Everyone can go back and take a look. The overall direction has not changed, but the plot has been slightly adjusted. In addition, the azure-clothed man in chapter 22 has been changed to a blue-clothed youth. Only the color of his clothes has been changed because I feel that the words azure-clothed youth are a bit awkward to pronounce. So, I apologize here for causing trouble for everyone. Some people were like this. When they were torturing others, they felt very excited and had a sense of accomplishment. However, when the situation was reversed, they felt that it was too cruel. Lin Tian obviously would not show mercy to such people. You. Don't mess around. If you treat us like this, young Master Zhou will not let you go. The blue-clothed youth said with a trembling voice. Lin Tian said with disdain, You speak as if he will let me go if I don't hurt you. He lifted his right leg and mercilessly stepped on the blue-clothed youth's arm. Ah! The blue-clothed youth screamed miserably. His face was twisted in pain. Lin Tian was expressionless as he stepped on the blue-clothed youth's other arm. Ah! The screams continued. Like the man in embroidered clothes, the blue-clothed youth's arms and left leg were crippled. Damn it! Damn it! Young Master Zhou will avenge us. He will definitely kill you. The blue-clothed youth roared crazily. His arms and left leg were crippled. He did not know how many elixirs and herbs he would need to use to recover. Is that so? Then I really have to congratulate you. I was scared by your words. Lin Tiantan glanced at the blue-clothed youth. He lifted his leg again and ruthlessly stepped on the blue-clothed youth's right leg. So, this is your reward. With a crack, the blue-clothed youth's last leg was broken. Ah! The blue-clothed youth screamed miserably. This time, the pain was so painful that he fainted. Lin Tiantan glanced at this person indifferently and turned to leave. It wasn't that he wanted to let it go, but the Ninyang martial house prohibited disciples from killing each other. These two people came with the intention of crippling his arms and legs. Now that he had crippled their arms and legs, even if the martial house questioned him, he would still be in the right. However, if he killed these two people here, it would be difficult for him to escape the martial house's punishment. When Lin Tian returned home, the sky was completely dark. Sushu was playing with Linshi. Brother! Seeing that Lin Tian had returned, Linshi immediately went to greet her happily. Lin Tian smiled and rubbed the little girl's head affectionately. Thanks. He looked at Sushu and said. It was already so late, but Sushu was still here with Linshi, which made him very grateful. Why are you thanking me? Don't mention it. Sushu shook her head, blinked her eyes, and said, That's right, how's your martial skill cultivation, especially that shocking wind sword art, to what extent have you cultivated it? Lin Tian scratched the back of his head and said with a smile, It's okay. Sushu puffed up her cheeks, What do you mean it's okay? How far have you cultivated it? Just say it, I won't make fun of you. After thinking for a while, she said, However, with your martial Dao talent, you should be many times stronger than the average person. At least you have comprehended 20% of the shocking wind sword art's first move. Seeing Lin Tian scratching the back of his head, Sushu thought that Lin Tian's cultivation was not smooth, so he was embarrassed to speak. What? Say it. Sushu said angrily. Lin Tian blushed with shame. This girl was like a little tiger when she was fierce. The shadow fist of the shadow fire fist has been cultivated to perfection, and the shocking wind sword art's first move has been cultivated to perfection. He said. The shadow fist of the shadow fire fist has been cultivated to perfection, and the shocking wind sword art's first move has been cultivated to perfection. And, it's already very good. Sushu nodded. Suddenly, her face changed. What did you say? The shocking wind sword art's first move has been cultivated to perfection? She stared at Lin Tian with her eyes wide open. What kind of joke is this? That 6-star genius in the martial house also took 20 days to cultivate the first move to perfection. Even if you are a 9-star genius, it can't be so exaggerated, right? How can you cultivate the first move to perfection in a few hours? Forget about the shadow fire fist, but the shocking wind sword art was famous for being difficult to cultivate. Even her master was somewhat helpless when facing this sword art. But Lin Tian, on the other hand, cultivated the first move to perfection in a few hours, which made her feel incredulous. Seeing Sushu's expression of disbelief, Lin Tian's aura changed, and a sharp sword intent suddenly spread out. Sushu was moved again. The sword intent that Lin Tian displayed at this moment was indeed the manifestation of the shocking wind sword art's first move to perfection. Sushu was very clear about this because her master, Mu Qing, had once displayed this move for her. He actually, really cultivated it to perfection. She muttered. Lin Tian dispersed the sword intent, shrugged, and said, Of course it's true, why would I lie to you? Sushu stared at Lin Tian, and after a long while, she squeezed out 2 words from between her teeth, abnormal. Cultivating the first move of the shocking wind sword art to perfection in a few hours, this was simply a monster among monsters. Lin Tian was speechless, and said, Please don't say it like that, there are many meanings of abnormal, especially when these 2 words come out from a girl's mouth, it's very easy to misunderstand. Sushu was slightly stunned, but in the next second, she reacted, and her beautiful face suddenly became red. Rogue. Fiercely kicking Lin Tian's foot, Sushu angrily ran away. Lin Tian smiled, this naughty and narcissistic girl actually knew how to be shy. It was already late at night. Lin Tian closed the door, and accompanied Lin Shi to talk for a while. He told Xianxia a few stories about his hometown, which made the little girl giggle, and soon fell asleep. Dotingly looking at his little sister who was sleeping soundly, Lin Tian carefully closed the door and left. He came to the top of the pavilion, took a deep breath, and began to cultivate the Four Extremes scripture. The Four Extremes scripture was very mysterious. It could attract the power of the stars to refine his body, so every night, he would cultivate the Four Extremes scripture. Wang! Faint silver light poured down, entering Lin Tian's body. Lin Tianyi repeatedly operated the Four Extremes scripture, using the true yuan to guide the starlight into his bones, repeatedly refining them. This process was very painful, but after the previous experience, Lin Tian had already mentally prepared himself, so he didn't mind. Very quickly, an hour passed. The starlight falling from the sky became thin. Lin Tian opened his eyes, moved his body, and stood up. Su Shu was right. After the fifth layer of body refinement, the difficulty of cultivation really increased a lot. Lin Tian said to himself. The body refinement realm was divided into 9 layers, and the 5th layer was the dividing point. Simply put, the difficulty of cultivating from the 5th layer to the 9th layer of body refinement was far greater than that from the 1st layer to the 5th layer of body refinement. This was also the reason why once a martial artist reached the 5th layer of body refinement, they must have a cultivation method to continue advancing. In 3 months, I will have to fight with the 9th layer of body refinement Zhou Hao, but according to my current cultivation speed, in 3 months, I will not be able to reach the 9th layer of body refinement realm. Even the 8th layer of body refinement realm would be difficult. Lin Tian frowned. A 9-star talent was very monstrous, but no matter how monstrous it was, it still needed time to cultivate. If there wasn't enough time, how could one become strong? One had to know that the later layers of body refinement realm were not as easy to cultivate as the first 5 layers. 3 months of time did not sound short, but he still needed to rest, he still needed to spend time practicing his martial skills, and sometimes he even needed to attend classes. In this way, there was not much time to cultivate in these 3 months. Thinking of this, Lin Tian could not help but fall into deep thought. How could he quickly become strong? In this loft, Lin Tian thought bitterly for half an hour, but still did not have any clues, and finally could only give up. Forget it, when the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. Let's rest first. He shook his head. The next morning, Lin Tian woke up early, facing the morning sun and breathing. The plan of the day is in the morning. Lin Tian, who had lived 2 lives, was very clear on this principle. For ordinary people, the morning air was very clear, and breathing more of the morning air was good for health and could slow down aging. For martial artists, the spirit energy of heaven and earth was richer in the morning, which was very beneficial for cultivation. After an hour of breathing, Lin Tian felt that his essence, energy, and spirit had become slightly stronger. All right. He muttered to himself and walked towards the lecture area of the Nanyang Martial House. Today was the first day of lectures in the Nanyang Martial House since the beginning of this year's enrollment. It could be considered as an official start. Lin Tian felt that it was better to attend today's lecture. Moreover, he did not have much understanding of the path of cultivation, so it was necessary to occasionally listen to the martial house's instructor's insights. When he arrived at the lecture area, there were already many people sitting in the lecture hall. There were about 200 people. Not only were there new disciples, but there were also some old disciples. Lin Tian did not mind and casually found a seat to sit down. The lecture hall of the Nanyang Martial House was very big, and because there were many people, it was a bit noisy. Lin Tian closed his eyes and sat in an inconspicuous corner, quietly waiting for the instructors to arrive. At the same time, he was thinking about how to cultivate. 3 months of time included cultivation, rest, and practicing martial skills. In the end, he had to reach the 8th layer of body refinement before he could fight with Zhou Hao. This was a big problem. After about half an hour, the lecture hall suddenly quieted down. The instructor is here. A voice said. Lin Tian raised his head and saw an old man with a white beard walk in. He was wearing a gray robe. Lin Tian felt a little and found that the old man's cultivation was much lower than Mu Qing and Sherdong's. He was probably at the early stage of the divine pulse realm. The old man coughed twice and slowly said, "For the next year, I will be in charge of teaching you. I will only talk about theories, insights, and some cultivation techniques. Of course, I will also talk about things outside of traditional martial arts." When the old man finished speaking, some of the new disciples were puzzled. Things outside of traditional martial arts? What is that? Someone whispered. In the last row of the lecture hall, a courageous disciple stood up and said, "Instructor, what do you mean by things outside of traditional martial arts? Can you tell us?" This was a young man with a strong build. Although he was bold, he was very polite. There was a lot of discussion in the lecture hall. Lin Tian couldn't help but be curious. Everyone who stepped on the road of cultivation knew about traditional martial arts. It referred to simple cultivation, cultivation techniques, and martial skills. This was traditional martial arts cultivation. Few people knew about things outside of traditional martial arts. Now that they suddenly heard the old man say such a sentence, most of the people here were curious. Seeing that most of the disciples were staring at him, the old man nodded and said, "Well, I should have talked about the cultivation techniques of traditional martial arts first. But since you want to know about things outside of traditional martial arts, there is no other way." The old man said and slowly took out a thin book from his arms and said, "Look here." The book in the old man's hand was very old. The pages were yellow and there were many strange patterns drawn on it. What is this? Many people were puzzled. Lin Tian also looked at the thin book in the old man's hand. Looking at the strange patterns on the pages, his face suddenly changed slightly. "That is? P.S. Thank you for the 10,000 support of the Chrysanthemum Remnant Brothers. Thank you." This was not the first time Lin Tian had seen the strange patterns on the thin book the old man had taken out. Not long ago, when the iron sword entered his body, many things appeared in his mind, and among them were the existence of similar patterns. These patterns are, Lin Tian was a little surprised. Like him, the other disciples in the lecture hall were also puzzled. The elder closed the book and slowly said, "These are array patterns." Array patterns? Someone was puzzled. Array patterns are the result of countless years of research by array manipulators, and the so-called array manipulators are outside of the traditional martial arts. The elder continued, "Array manipulators can use their true yuan and some special materials to create martial arts scrolls that ordinary people can use. They can also inscribe spirit-gathering array patterns to increase a martial artist's cultivation speed. They can also inscribe spirit-gathering array patterns on weapons to increase the power of weapons. Legend has it that the best array manipulators can even use the power of heaven and earth to inscribe killing patterns in the void. It is extremely terrifying." Wow, as the elder's words fell, everyone in the lecture hall was shocked. Array manipulators? That's too powerful. In the corner, Lin Tianwei was shocked and finally understood. So, the strange patterns that appeared in my mind are actually array patterns, the stuff of array manipulators. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The elder had said many things related to array manipulators, and the one that attracted him the most was undoubtedly the fact that array manipulators could inscribe spirit-gathering arrays to increase a martial artist's cultivation speed. One should know, he was now facing the problem of how to increase his cultivation speed. "Instructor, I want to become an array manipulator, can you teach me?" "Me too." "Instructor, I want to learn the art of array manipulation too." "I want to learn too." In the lecture hall, most of the disciples were excited. The elder smiled and shook his head. He gestured with his hands, indicating for everyone to quiet down. Array manipulators have a very high status in Northern Flame Country, and are the target of all the major forces. Once you become a qualified array manipulator, money, wealth, and power are all a piece of cake. The elder said, "Unfortunately, the requirements to become an array manipulator are too harsh. It is not something that ordinary people can achieve." Hearing this, many people were stunned. "Instructor, what requirements do we need to meet to become an array manipulator?" a disciple asked. In the corner, Lin Tian also pricked up his ears. This so-called array controlling master was perhaps the only opportunity for him to reach the 9th layer of body refinement within 3 months, so he naturally had to listen attentively. The old man said, if you want to become a matrix manipulator, you have to fulfill at least two conditions. First, you have to have an extraordinarily powerful soul. Second, you have to have a powerful matrix manipulator as a guide to pass down the array patterns. At this point, the old man shook his head and continued, within the Northern Flame Kingdom, the number of people who can reach the level of array manipulator is so rare that 1 in 10,000 is less than 1 in 10,000. Furthermore, array manipulators almost never pass on array inscriptions to outsiders. Thus, it is extremely difficult to become an array manipulator. The old man spat out the word difficult 3 times in a row, causing many people to be stunned. Let's not talk about soul power for now. Instructor, don't you have a rune in your hand? A disciple whispered. Hearing this, many people looked at the old man. The old man waved the book in his hand and said, these patterns were just casually drawn by a few array manipulators. Then, they were imprinted by some people who didn't understand them. They don't have any charm. There's no value in studying them. I see. Many disciples were disappointed. Seeing these people's reaction, the old man smiled and said, you don't have to be so disappointed. If you want to become a qualified matrix manipulator, other than the first 2 conditions, you also need a lot of money. This is because when a matrix manipulator practices carving inscriptions, it requires a lot of precious materials. Normal people can't afford it. Of course, once you become a qualified matrix manipulator, you can make some martial skill scrolls and sell them for a good price. It's easy to make money. Hearing the old man's words, the disciples looked forward to becoming a matrix manipulator even more. Of course, they were even more disappointed because the conditions to become a matrix manipulator were too harsh. No matter what it was shockingly difficult. It was enough to make people despair. Alright, don't think too much about it. Practicing martial arts is the right way to go. The old man said. Many people smiled embarrassedly and quieted down. For them, becoming a matrix manipulator was too far away. They started to listen to the old man's explanation about traditional martial arts. In the corner, Lin Tian clenched his fists. His eyes flashed, matrix manipulator, so that's how it is. This class lasted for a total of 2 hours. After 2 hours, the old man announced the end of the class. Lin Tian immediately walked out of the lecture hall and headed back to his residence in the martial house. After returning to his residence, he directly closed himself in and began to browse through the mysterious inscriptions that had appeared in his mind not long ago. In 3 months, when he fought with Zhou Hao, he needed to at least reach the 8th rank of body refinement. There was not enough time. If he became a matrix manipulator, he could increase his cultivation speed by carving spirit gathering arrays. This was undoubtedly what he needed the most right now. There was another point. A martial artist's cultivation required a lot of resources, such as pills and artifacts. If he could become a matrix manipulator, he would be able to earn a lot of money. Naturally, he would be able to buy high-quality pills and artifacts. Therefore, no matter what, he had to become a matrix manipulator. Closing his eyes, Lin Tian began to fuse the strange inscriptions in his mind. In an instant, lines of divine inscriptions flashed, mixed with a profound charm. It was as if sharp blades were slicing at his head. It was so painful that he almost screamed out loud. This process lasted for a total of 6 hours. It was only in the afternoon that Lin Tian opened his eyes. It hurt so much. He held his head, feeling that his vision was blurred. His head was splitting. But even so, Lin Tian was still very excited. After fusing the strange inscriptions in his mind, he found many inscriptions. Among them, there was the spirit gathering array that the old man had mentioned. Most importantly, the spirit gathering array was only the most basic of all. Inscriptions. Spirit gathering array, martial fusion array, strength array, trap array, illusion array, killing array, Lin Tian mumbled to himself. He rubbed his head and shook it violently. There were simply too many divine runes gushing into his mind. From the most basic spirit gathering rune to the most advanced killing rune, each and every rune stacked together in his mind. Under his deliberate attempt to merge them all together, it felt like his head was about to explode. After another 2 hours, Lin Tian finally felt better. After 8 hours, Lin Tian had a rough understanding of how to cultivate as a matrix manipulator. As for the requirements to become a matrix manipulator, Lin Tian knew that his soul force had already met the requirements. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to sort out the inscriptions in his mind. And on those inscriptions, he could clearly sense a vast amount of divine essence. He could definitely use it to comprehend them. The first step to cultivating as a matrix manipulator was to create scrolls. Scrolls were usually made with parchment paper. This step was relatively simple. After that, it would be the second step. This step was to buy materials and use them to create the ink used to inscribe the inscriptions. The ink could be obtained by grinding medicinal herbs. Sometimes, it would also require the blood of some high-grade demonic beasts. After creating the scrolls and ink, one could use their true essence to inscribe the inscriptions onto the scrolls and create some finished products. This step was the final step and also the most difficult one. Normally, for a matrix manipulator who had just started cultivating, it was already considered not bad if they could succeed in creating 1 out of 10 scrolls. Other than the third step, the second step was also extremely easy to fail. And once one failed, the materials would be wasted, and so would the money. It was also because of this that the cultivation of a matrix manipulator was extremely costly. Ordinary people would find it hard to support the expenditure of materials and money during the cultivation process. Let's take a look at the spirit gathering array first. Lin Tian was slightly agitated. He scanned through the materials needed to create the spirit gathering array and subconsciously recited, soul tooth grass, golden armor root, third-grade demonic beast spirit fire ape's blood. These materials. Gradually, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile bitterly. Putting aside the soul tooth grass and golden armor root, he could still afford them. However, the blood of the class 3 demonic beast, spirit fire ape, and the other 2 materials were frighteningly expensive. Each of them would cost him dozens of spirit coins. After calculating, he would have to spend 100 spirit coins to make a spirit gathering array scroll. Taking into account the possibility of failure, he would have to spend at least 1,000 spirit coins to buy the materials. Only then would he be able to barely make a spirit gathering array scroll. This is too expensive. Spirit coins were the common currency of the Northern Flame country. It was said that they were made from the residue of some kind of origin spirit mine. For an ordinary person, 1 spirit coin was enough to maintain their normal livelihood for a month. Lin Tian counted. He only had about 30 spirit coins on him. He couldn't even afford the materials needed to create a spirit gathering array. Thinking of this, Lin Tian suddenly felt a headache coming on. Looks like I can only borrow money. Lin Tian said helplessly. What? 1,000 spirit coins? What do you need so much money for? Sushu stared at Lin Tian. 1,000 spirit coins, even for a direct disciple of a martial house elder like her, was a large sum of money. To buy something. Lin Tian said embarrassedly. In the 9-son martial house, the only people he was familiar with were Sushu, Mu Qing, and Sherdong. The latter 2 were martial house elders. How could he have the nerve to borrow money from an elder? After thinking about it, he could only ask Sushu for help. Speaking of which, this was the first time he borrowed money from a girl in his 2 lives. What do you need to buy that you need so much money? Sushu asked. Lin Tian scratched the back of his head and said, this is a secret. I can't tell you for now. Secret? Sushu stared at Lin Tian and suddenly puffed up her cheeks. Lin Tianyi was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Sushu snorted. In the end, she didn't make things difficult for Lin Tian and gave Lin Tianyi 1,000 spirit coins. Thank you. I will return the money to you as soon as possible. Lin Tian promised. The E-Treasure Pavilion was the biggest place to sell materials in Fengjian City. At the same time, it was also the only auction house in Fengjian City. Ordinary elixirs, immortal herbs, and artifacts could be obtained from the E-Treasure Pavilion. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had enough spirit coins. The E-Treasure Pavilion had existed in Fengjian City for a very long time. It had appeared almost at the same time as the Nanyang Martial House. There were rumors that the E-Treasure Pavilion was supported by a mysterious big family that had some connections with the imperial family. It was also because of this that no one in Fengjian City dared to have any ideas about the Yibao Pavilion, even though the profits of the Yibao Pavilion were astonishing. Some powerful cultivators were also willing to cooperate with the Yibao Pavilion. Whenever they needed something, they would often come to the Yibao Pavilion to purchase it. If there was something that they didn't need for the time being, they would hand it over to the Yibao Pavilion to auction. Of course, after that, the Yibao Pavilion would collect 30% of the auction price as a reward. Lin Tian walked on the streets of Fengjian City. The huge black robe covered his face, but it still made his body look slender. The current Lin Tian, even if Lin Shi came, it would still be difficult for him to recognize him. It's very safe, Lin Tian thought to himself. It was no wonder that he was so careful. He had killed Mo Sen, and the Mo clan was a famous martial artist family in Fengjian City. Although it was far from being comparable to the Nanyang martial house, it was still a huge force to him. For the sake of safety, Lin Tian had to be careful. Soon, Lin Tian arrived in front of the E-Treasure Pavilion. He raised his head and looked around. The E-Treasure Pavilion was extremely luxurious, giving off a feeling of a jade palace. Standing in front of it, one couldn't help but feel small. There were a few powerful guards standing guard in front of the E-Treasure Pavilion. Under the watchful eyes of these guards, Lin Tian walked into the E-Treasure Pavilion. The interior of the E-Treasure Pavilion was very spacious. Just like the exterior, the interior of the E-Treasure Pavilion was also dazzling and magnificent. So luxurious. Lin Tian was secretly shocked. The Yibao Pavilion was divided into two sections. One section was for the sale of precious weapons, dawn, and materials. The other section was for the auction of rare treasures. Lin Tian stood in the middle of the Yibao Pavilion and casually looked in the direction of the auction. He found that there were many people there, and all of them were wearing bright clothes. Obviously, they were all very rich. Lin Tian shook his head and turned to walk away. Right at this moment, a voice sounded from the direction of the auction hall. A formation controlling master has delivered a martial fusion rune scroll of a middle-grade body refinement martial skill. Tell the auctioneer, now. Right away. Lin Tian's footsteps paused. He couldn't help but turn around and look again. After absorbing some of the information in his mind, Lin Tian knew what a martial fusion rune scroll was. This martial fusion rune scroll was a scroll created by an array manipulator after they had drawn a fusion rune and merged the power of their martial skills into the rune. It was the so-called martial fusion rune scroll. Even an ordinary person would be able to display powerful martial skills while holding such a scroll. Of course, each martial fusion rune scroll could only be used once. Lin Tian came here to buy materials to cultivate as an array manipulator. Now that he suddenly heard something related to array manipulators, he naturally paid attention. A martial fusion rune scroll of a middle-grade body refinement martial skill? In the direction of the auction hall, the person in charge of the Yibao Pavilion was moved when he heard this. He immediately walked towards the second floor of the Yibao Pavilion. At the same time, some people who came and went revealed shocked expressions. Many people became excited and quickly walked into the auction hall. Obviously, this was all related to the martial fusion rune scroll. Seeing such a scene, Lin Tian was a little surprised. The items made by array manipulators were so sought after, he was startled on the spot and then shook his head. Let's buy materials first. Originally, Lin Tian wanted to go to the auction hall to take a look. However, to enter the auction hall, the entrance fee was 50 spirit coins. With his current financial situation, 50 spirit coins entrance fee was a little exaggerated. After a slight pause, he walked towards the materials sales area of the Yibao Pavilion. Hello, may I ask what you need? A beautiful woman greeted him. Because Lin Tian wanted to cultivate as an array manipulator, the materials he needed to purchase were more expensive. The places that sold these expensive materials were usually greeted by a receptionist. Looking at Lin Tian's slightly strange attire, the receptionist frowned slightly. However, she quickly put on a professional smile. There were many people coming and going in the Yibao Pavilion every day. It was not the first time she saw someone with such a special attire. Lin Tiandao said, "Give me 10 sets of each of these things." As he spoke, he handed over a list. Before coming to the Ebao pavilion, he had already listed out the things he needed. The receptionist took the list and subconsciously read it out: parchment, soul-tooth grass, blood of the third-grade demonic beast, spirit fire ape, frost-breaking stone. When she read this, the receptionist revealed a surprised expression. Her expression changed slightly as she looked at Lin Tian with a touch of respect. "You're an array manipulator? You know about array manipulators?" The receptionist said politely, "I don't know much about it. It's just that the auction house over there has auctioned a few array manipulator works, so I know a little bit about them." "I see." Lin Tian's heart moved as he asked, "When I came here just now, the auction house seemed to have received a middle-grade body refinement level martial fusion pattern scroll. If it were to be auctioned, how much would the final auction price be?" It was said that array manipulators earned money as easily as drinking water and eating. He wanted to know more. A middle-grade body refinement level martial fusion pattern scroll? The receptionist was a little surprised, but she quickly readjusted her attitude and said, "A middle-grade body refinement level martial fusion pattern scroll was auctioned once before. At that time, the transaction price was about 3,000 spirit coins." Hearing this price, Lin Tian was shocked. 3,000 spirit coins, this was simply daylight robbery. However, after being surprised, Lin Tian couldn't help but become excited. The works of an array manipulator were actually so expensive. If he could successfully become an array manipulator, wouldn't spirit coins roll in? At that time, artifacts, elixirs, and so on would no longer be a problem. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tiandao said, "All right, how about this? I don't need the materials just now for the time being. I'll make a change. Help me prepare these things. Parchment, leaf flower root scripture, level 2 black demon wolf's bone marrow, spirit fragrance sulfur." Lin Tian originally planned to directly create the spirit gathering pattern, but at this moment, he suddenly changed his mind. Although the spirit gathering pattern and the martial fusion pattern were the most basic formation patterns, the spirit gathering pattern was of a higher level than the martial fusion pattern. The materials required were also slightly more precious, and the difficulty of inscribing them was naturally higher. After comprehensive consideration, Lin Tian planned to first create a martial fusion pattern scroll and then auction the finished product at the E-Treasure Pavilion. After that, he would have the money to repay Sushu and could also keep the money to continue purchasing materials for creating the spirit gathering pattern. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. It was the best choice at the moment. "All right, please wait a moment," the receptionist said enthusiastically. By the time he returned to the Nanyang Martial House from the E-Treasure Pavilion, the sky had already turned slightly dark. Carrying 2 heavy bags of materials, Lin Tian went straight back to his residence and carefully placed the purchased materials in the top pavilion. 1,000 spirit coins, and more than 800 were gone in an instant. The cultivation of an array controller is really burning money. Lin Tian felt a little helpless. However, when he thought of the earning ability of an array controller, the helplessness on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced with excitement. Huff. After taking a deep breath, Lin Tian began to organize the materials he had bought. Lin Tian planned for a while. He planned to cultivate the array controller technique to the small success stage within 15 days. Then, he would rely on the array controller technique to create the martial fusion pattern scroll and auction it off. He would then use the spirit coins he earned to purchase materials to inscribe the spirit gathering pattern scroll for cultivation. While cultivating, he would also continue to create the array pattern scroll and use it to exchange for elixirs, immortal herbs, artifacts, and so on. In this way, Lin Tian had full confidence that he could step into the 8th level of the refinement realm in 3 months' time. Even reaching the 9th level of the refinement realm was not impossible. Soon, Lin Tian sorted out the purchased materials and put them away again. "Begin," Lin Tian said to himself. He could not wait to start practicing. After fusing the array pattern in his mind, he already knew how to cultivate as an array controller. The first step was to take out the parchment paper and begin to create the initial scrolls. This step was relatively simple, and most people could create it. Therefore, Lin Tian quickly completed the first step and created 9 initial scrolls. Looking at the completed initial scrolls, Lin Tian revealed a smile. Although the first step was simple, no matter what, these things were made by him personally. It was as if they were his own children. Naturally, he would be excited. This was just like cooking. No matter how bland the dish was, as long as it was made by him, he would eat it with relish. After calming down a little, Lin Tian began the second step. The second step was to create the yen ink. The so-called yen ink referred to the special ink used to inscribe array patterns. Array manipulators would mix some precious materials together with the blood and bone marrow of demonic beasts, and then use their true yuan to adjust and grind it, finally obtaining this kind of yen ink. With the initial scrolls and the yen ink, array controllers could imprint the array pattern onto the initial scrolls and create the final product. Lin Tian operated the 4 extreme scriptures. After mobilizing the true yuan in his body, his aura suddenly changed. He began to operate another technique, the One Sky Soul technique. This technique was obtained when he was fusing the array pattern. It was specifically used for the cultivation of the soul. It was also a technique that array controllers had to use to control arrays. Gently raising his hand, Lin Tian took out a portion of the leaf flower root scripture and spirit soaring sulfur. Using his soul power as a guide, he wrapped the 2 materials. Then, he poured his true yuan into them and crushed the 2 materials. He began to absorb the juice produced after they were crushed. After that, he merged the juice with the bone marrow of the second-level demonic beast, Black Demonic Wolf. His soul power became more turbulent as he began to create the yen ink. Wang! A faint brilliance flickered. In front of Lin Tian's chest, a ball of liquid was mixing and changing shape from time to time. Gradually, Lin Tian's forehead began to sweat. His face also became a little pale. Creating the yen ink was far more difficult than creating the initial scroll. This step was extremely difficult. The process of making the ink not only consumed soul power and Jin Yuan, but it also consumed a shocking amount of energy. Lin Tian stared at the ball of liquid in front of his chest with all his concentration. He controlled his true yuan and soul force to slowly adjust the liquid in front of his chest. Rumble, the liquid was about the size of a fist. As Lin Tian poured his Jin Yuan and soul power into it, the liquid gradually shrank and some black sticky substance fell out. This sticky substance was the impurities that would be produced when making the ink. It was equivalent to the waste product of refining several materials. Lin Tian carefully poured his Jin Yuan into the liquid while operating the Heavenly One Soul secret art. He carefully maintained the liquid. During this process, he was using an appropriate ratio of Jin Yuan and soul power to fuse the liquid in front of his chest. This was a very precise process. Even a small mistake could lead to failure. Gradually, the sweat on Lin Tian's forehead became denser. The consumption of his Jin Yuan and soul power was very serious. It was also at this time that the ratio of Jin Yuan and soul power that he poured into the liquid became a little chaotic. Not good. Lin Tian thought to himself. Maintaining the liquid in front of his chest, Lin Tian quickly restored the ratio of Jin Yuan and soul power. Unfortunately, after making a mistake, it was too difficult to restore it. As a result, he made several mistakes in succession. With a light sound, the liquid in front of his chest shattered and spilled all over the floor. Lin Tianxin's heart was bleeding as he looked at the liquid that splashed on the floor. That was 80 spirit coins. It was enough for an ordinary family to live a stable life for 7 years. But now, 80 spirit coins were gone in an instant in his hands. This made him sigh again. The cultivation of an array controller was really burning money. Who could afford it? Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian closed his eyes and operated the 4 extreme scripture and the Heavenly One Soul secret art at the same time to restore his Jin Yuan and soul power. At the same time, he recalled the process of making the ink and concluded the reasons for the mistakes. Progress and failure. This was a principle that Lin Tian had learned in his previous life. Therefore, he was not discouraged. The sky had completely darkened, and the curtain of night had enveloped the earth. Lin Tian didn't rest. Relying on the candlesticks he bought, he continued to practice making ink in the pavilion. After summarizing his first failure, Lin Tian's second attempt at making yen mo went a little smoother. Unfortunately, it was only a little smoother than the first attempt. This time, he still failed. 160 spirit coins. Lin Tian smiled bitterly. After the second failure, Lin Tian did not continue to use the materials to make the mixture. Instead, he used his mind to deduce the process of Yan Mo's mixture. He repeatedly summarized and corrected the previous two failures. Very quickly, an hour had passed. Opening his eyes, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a bright light. Again, he said in a low voice. The tendons of the 100-leaf grass and the spirit incense sulfur were quickly squeezed into a liquid. Then, he mixed the liquid with the black demonic wolf bone marrow that he had prepared beforehand. He injected his true yuan and soul power at the same time and fused them in a specific ratio. Gradually, drops of black viscous substance dripped onto the ground. Lin Tian was completely focused. He had never been so focused before. He stared at the fist-sized liquid in front of his chest. After summarizing his two failures, this time, he was exceptionally proficient. Everything proceeded smoothly. After a quarter of an hour, the fist-sized lump of liquid in front of his chest had shrunk to half its original size. It was also at this time that a faint halo of light appeared. It's done. Lin Tian was pleasantly surprised. He used his true yuan to control Yan Mo in front of his chest and carefully placed it in the glassware that he had prepared beforehand. Looking at the liquid in the glassware, there was a faint tricolored light flickering with a hint of magical charm. This is Yan Mo. It's really extraordinary. Lin Tian was slightly excited. The third attempt was finally a success. Putting away his excitement, Lin Tian carefully put away the glassware in which Yan Mo was placed. Then, he began a new round of Yan Mo's mixture. He had purchased a total of 10 sets of materials. Now, he had used up 3 sets. There were still 7 sets waiting for him to refine. Time passed by. Soon, the stars were hidden, and the morning sun shone on the earth. In the top pavilion, Lin Tian wiped the sweat off his forehead. There was a satisfied look on his face. There were 6 glassware in front of him. Each of them contained the same tricolored liquid. They were all Yan Mo. In one night, he had successfully mixed 6 sets of Yan Mo Fu. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Lin Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He carefully put away the 6 glassware. After a whole night of Yan Mo's mixture, Lin Tian was still somewhat sleepy. After putting away the initial scroll and Yan Mo, he walked down from the top pavilion and prepared to rest for a while. Time was precious to him now. He hoped to produce the martial fusion pattern as soon as possible. However, he also knew the principle of more haste, less speed. If he forced himself to practice as a matrix manipulator with tiredness, the failure rate would be extremely high, and a lot of materials would be wasted. After facing the morning sun and breathing for a while, Lin Tian walked into the house and took a nap. He slept for 6 hours. After 6 hours, Lin Tian woke up. He found some food on the wooden table beside his bed. The food was very simple, but there was a faint fragrance. Looking at the food, Lin Tian's eyes became gentle. He was too familiar with the food. With a glance, he knew that it was made by Lin Shi. Thinking about it, when Lin Shi woke him up after cooking, she found that he was sleeping. She felt that he was very tired, so she didn't disturb him. She only put the food beside his bed. Lin Tian chuckled. She was really a considerate little girl. After getting out of bed, Lin Tian quickly digested the food Lin Shi prepared for him. After cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks, he once again went to the top pavilion. He had already completed the first 2 steps of the matrix manipulator practice, making the initial scroll and Yan Mo. Now, there was only the last step left. The last step was to use his true essence and soul force to thoroughly understand the runes on the initial scroll with Yan Mo. Then, he would create the finished martial fusion rune. Then, he would integrate the power of the martial skill into it. The strength of the martial skill determined the final value of the martial fusion rune scroll. Simply put, if the power of a low-grade body transformation martial skill was integrated into the martial fusion rune, the final scroll would be a low-grade body transformation martial fusion rune scroll. If the power of a mid-grade body transformation martial skill was integrated, the final scroll would be a mid-grade body transformation martial fusion rune scroll, and so on. Of course, the degree of martial skill power that could be fused into the scroll was also related to the quality of the martial fusion marking that the array controller inscribed. If the quality of the martial fusion marking inscribed was ordinary, the martial skill power that could be fused into the scroll would not be too strong. The value of the finished martial fusion marking martial skill scroll that was created at the end would naturally not be high. Sitting cross-legged in the top pavilion, Lin Tian closed his eyes and searched for the martial fusion rune in his mind. Then, he began to seriously deduce it. He used his mind to comprehend this kind of formation pattern. In his mind, the tiny martial fusion pattern was instantly magnified countless times. Every basic pattern, every arc, every corner, everything became clear. The martial fusion rune was composed of 6 patterns that were connected to each other to form a whole. It was beautiful, but it also had a special charm. Lin Tian's soul force was extremely strong. In addition, the martial fusion rune was the simplest of the basic runes. So, it only took him a day to completely comprehend the rune. Now, it's time for the final carving. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Comprehending the rune didn't mean that he could easily carve it. It wasn't the same thing. Compared to making the initial scroll and refining the Yen Mo, the third step of carving the rune was undoubtedly more difficult. It was dozens of times more difficult than refining the Yen Mo. After resting for a while, Lin Tian didn't directly use the refined Yen Mo and the initial scroll to carve. Instead, he took out simple paper and ink and began to practice drawing the martial fusion rune. The initial scroll was fine, but the Yen Mo was frighteningly expensive. It was also very difficult to make. Lin Tian didn't dare to directly use the Yen Mo to carve the rune. Lin Tian thought that he would first rely on the simple paper and ink to practice carving the martial fusion rune. When he was able to draw the martial fusion rune with ease, he would then proceed to the true final step and use the Yen Mo to carve the rune on the initial scroll. This way, he could at least minimize the failure rate. As soon as he thought of it, Lin Tian mobilized his true essence and soul force and began carving. The carving of the rune didn't use a pen. Instead, it used true essence and soul force as a guide. It relied on the Yen Mo to draw the rune on the initial scroll and turn it into a finished product. Lin Tian bought a thick stack of white paper and ordinary ink. He used his true essence to draw out a blob of ink and poured his soul force into it. He seriously practiced. Time passed day by day. Soon, 5 days had passed. During these 5 days, apart from the necessary rest and meals, Lin Tian had been practicing carving the martial fusion rune with ordinary paper and ink. He had used up nearly 1,000 pieces of white paper. Lin Tianyi didn't feel any heartache regarding this. These pieces of white paper only added up to 2 spirit coins. Compared to the cost of purchasing other materials, this was really nothing. On this day, Lin Tian prepared to truly begin the final step. Wang! A faint brilliance lingered around his body. Sitting cross-legged in the pavilion, Lin Tian simultaneously circulated the 4 extreme scripture and the Heavenly One Soul secret art. He only stopped when his true essence and soul force reached the optimal level. Begin. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a deep light. Opening the initial scroll, Lin Tian's right hand slightly moved. His true essence and soul force circulated at the same time. Suddenly, the Yen Mo in the container beside him all flew out and gathered in his right hand. Looking at the Yen Mo in his hand, Lin Tian seriously recalled the feeling of carving the martial fusion rune with ordinary paper and ink. His right hand slowly lowered. At this moment, various hand seals and formation patterns appeared in his mind. Accompanied by a swishing sound, a Dao pattern as sharp as an eagle's claw appeared on the initial scroll. As Lin Tian's arm moved, it slowly extended. After thousands of ordinary practice, Lin Tian was already very familiar with the carving of the martial fusion rune. Soon, the first basic pattern of the martial fusion rune was completed. At this time, Lin Tian didn't stop what he was doing. He gently flicked his 5 fingers, and the pattern on the initial scroll suddenly changed its angle. A new pattern connected to the first pattern at the same time as it began to appear in another arc and slowly extended. Very good. Lin Tian couldn't help but feel satisfied with his performance. After 5 days of repeated practice, there was finally an effect. Without being careless, Lin Tian concentrated and continued carving the martial fusion rune. After an hour, he had already completed 3/5 of the martial fusion rune. The inscription of the array pattern required one to be completed in one go, without any pause in between. Once there was a pause, it would be a failure. At this moment, Lin Tian had only inscribed 3/5 of the martial fusion pattern, but his Jinyuan was about to be exhausted. This was something he did not expect, and a bad feeling arose spontaneously. Clenching his teeth, Lin Tian's mind became more focused, and his right hand moved faster. Wang! The Jinyuan fluctuated violently, and the soul power became even more turbulent. The yen ink in Lin Tian's right hand quickly fell onto the initial scroll, and a delicate and mysterious pattern was drawn. Gradually, a dense layer of sweat appeared on Lin Tian's forehead, and his face slowly became pale. Chi! A light sound was heard, and Lin Tian's right hand trembled slightly, and he stopped. Somewhat helpless, Lin Tian sighed. Failed. He smiled bitterly to himself. However, it was only for a moment, and Lin Tian's face became firm again. From the beginning, he knew that the cultivation of an array manipulator was not simple. The third step was far more difficult than the second step, and failure was expected. Inscribing with ordinary ink and yen ink, there is a small difference. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Not continuing to inscribe, Lin Tian temporarily stopped the movement of his hand, and quietly pondered. The failure this time was not because he was unfamiliar with the array pattern, but because his Jinyuan was insufficient. After his Jinyuan was insufficient, the inscription of the array pattern was interrupted, which directly led to the failure. In other words, the amount of Jinyuan is the only problem now. Lin Tian thought to himself. The amount of Jinyuan could not be changed overnight. After thinking for a moment, Lin Tian thought of a method, and that was to madly circulate the 4 extreme meridians when the stars were hanging in the sky, and when his Jinyuan temporarily exceeded the peak, then he would begin to inscribe the array pattern. It was midnight, and Lin Tian immediately started to madly circulate the 4 extreme meridians. In an instant, resplendent starlight poured down from the sky and shone on Lin Tian's body, quickly entering his body. After this, as time passed, the sound of wind and thunder began to resound within Lin Tian's body. His true essence was slowly restored, as if a 10,000 thunder dragon was roaring within him. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. At this moment, the amount of true essence in Lin Tian's body reached the densest it had ever been since he started cultivating. It was also at this moment that he suddenly opened his eyes. Now! The Jinyuan in Lin Tian's body surged. With a wave of his hand, the yen mo in the container next to him suddenly gathered and converged in his right hand. His eyes flickered, and his 5 fingers moved together. Instantly, ink flew everywhere, and a sharp pattern appeared on the paper, extending along with the movement of his hand. Soon, the first pattern was completed. Without feeling happy, Lin Tian's essence, energy, and spirit were still highly concentrated. He flicked his 5 fingers, and the second pattern appeared. After a perfect arc, it began to spiral in a wavy curve. Lin Tian had long mastered the art of inscribing array patterns. The only reason he had failed just now was because he didn't have enough true essence. Wang! With a light sound, the third pattern was completed. At this moment, Lin Tian didn't feel any lack of true essence. This meant that the method he thought of was indeed feasible. Continue. Lin Tian thought to himself. Light flashed in his eyes. In his mind, the paths of the patterns appeared perfectly. Then, his right hand seemed to have its own consciousness. It danced quickly, and every drop of yen ink was precisely engraved where it should be engraved. Half an hour later, the 4th pattern was completed. At this time, Lin Tian once again felt a lack of true essence. He roughly estimated that 5/7 of the true essence in his body had been consumed. It works. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. His right hand danced even faster. Lin Tian stared at the initiation scroll in front of him, his true essence and soul power jumping together. The 5th pattern was completed. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. His true essence was almost completely depleted. When there was only one pattern left, Lin Tianyi gritted his teeth and forcibly operated the 4 extremes meridians while inscribing the pattern, absorbing the power of the stars to replenish his true essence. This was an extremely risky move. Multitasking could easily lead to errors in the inscribing of array patterns. However, Lin Tian persevered. There were no errors. Just a little bit more, almost. Almost. Wang. Following the emergence of a halo, the space in the pavilion became slightly brighter. However, this was only for a short moment. After a breath, the halo quickly dimmed. The scroll lay quietly on the top floor of the pavilion. As far as the eye could see, at the center of the scroll, there was an inch-long array pattern engraved on the scroll. This array pattern was composed of 6 basic lines, and each line was like a dragon flying and a phoenix dancing. It gave people a kind of transcendent charm, and there was a faint true inner force interweaving within it. It's done. Lin Tian's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. This was the martial fusion pattern, the finished martial fusion pattern. Lin Tian took a deep breath and secretly suppressed the excitement in his heart. This was because he still had one last small step to complete. Of course, this last small step was very simple. It was about the same level of difficulty as creating the initiation scroll. He extended his right hand and pressed it on the air above the martial fusion pattern. Suddenly, a sharp sword intent spread out from his right hand. Mid-level body refinement martial art, shocking wind sword art, shocking wind sword art. Lin Tian had already cultivated the first move, Sword of Annihilation, to great accomplishment. At this moment, he was operating the first move, and the condensed sword aura slowly hit the scroll below. It was strange. Shocking wind sword art was very terrifying, but at this moment, when the sword aura fell on the scroll, it was directly absorbed by the martial fusion pattern in the center. How magical! Lin Tian thought to himself. After integrating the knowledge of array patterns in his mind, he already knew that there would be such a situation. However, knowing was one thing. When he really saw this scene, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. This also made him sigh even more at the mystery and power of array controllers. The array patterns they engraved actually possessed such divine power. He pressed his right hand on top of the scroll, and more sword aura was emitted. Wang. Suddenly, in the center of his right hand, a faint light was emitted. Lin Tian looked down and was immediately shocked. He saw that the sword pattern in the center of his right hand was actually emitting a little light. This is? Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. This sword pattern was something that was born after the mysterious iron sword merged into his body. Other than being a little surprised when he first saw it, he didn't pay too much attention to it. He didn't expect that at this moment, this thing would emit a faint light on its own. Wang. The sword pattern flashed slightly, and the brilliance spread out. Suddenly, a low sword hum sounded, and clanged. Lin Tian was shocked to find that the sword aura of the first move of the shocking wind sword art had more than doubled in an instant. Looking at this scene, Lin Tian was deeply moved. Through the sword pattern in the center of his right hand, the power of the sword aura he swept out had increased by so much. This really shocked him. He thought quickly and suddenly had a conjecture. When he didn't rely on anything to perform the shocking wind sword art, could it be that the sword pattern in the center of his right hand turned into an invisible divine sword and made the sword aura he displayed stronger? Seriously speaking, when I practiced the shocking wind sword art, I used a tree branch. When I first performed the sword of destruction against an enemy, I also used a dead branch. Maybe both of them were used as weapons. That's why the sword pattern didn't have any reaction at that time. Now that I don't have anything in my hand, the sword pattern moved. While muttering to himself, Lin Tian increasingly felt that his conjecture was very likely to be true. At this moment, Lin Tian took a small wooden stick and experimented. The result was as he had guessed. When he performed the shocking wind sword art with his bare hands, the power of the shocking wind sword art was much stronger than when he held a wooden stick. Lin Tian couldn't help but feel a little excited. Without a sword in his hand, it was actually stronger than with a sword in his hand. This was really an unexpected surprise. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart and once again cast his gaze onto the martial fusion marking scroll. Only with this glance did he discover that the martial fusion marking in the center of the scroll had already reached saturation, and it had actually been truly refined without him noticing. Just like that, a martial fusion pattern scroll of a middle-level body refining martial technique was born in his hand. Lin Tian couldn't help but grin. This was really a double blessing. Rest for a while, then continue to refine. Lin Tian thought to himself. Time always passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. Buzz, in the pavilion, a faint silver light flickered. Lin Tian performed the first move of the shocking wind sword art. His right hand pressed down, and suddenly, a dozen sword auras appeared and slowly sank into the newly made martial fusion pattern under his right hand. After a while, with a clang, the sword auras hissed and Lin Tian withdrew his right hand. At this point, all the materials had been exhausted. Lin Tian had made a total of 3 middle-level body refining martial technique martial fusion pattern scrolls. Looking at these 3 completed martial fusion pattern scrolls, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel a strong sense of accomplishment. From beginning to end, it was a total of 11 days. Only 11 days, and he had reached this step from a layman in the field of array manipulation. This was enough to make him proud. Of course, it was only pride. Lin Tian didn't feel proud because of this. Pride made people fall behind. He was very clear about this principle. Rest for half a day, then go to the treasure pavilion. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. It was currently early in the morning. After carefully putting away the 3 middle-level body refining martial technique martial fusion pattern scrolls, Lin Tian walked down from the pavilion and directly lay on his bed. In these 11 days, he was really exhausted. He slept all the way until noon. Under the scorching sun, Lin Tian woke up. After eating a simple meal, he changed into the black cloak that he had prepared early in the morning and quietly walked out of the martial house. Without much delay, Lin Tian quickly arrived at the treasure pavilion and walked straight to a house on the side of the auction house. There were 3 large words engraved on the door of the house. Treasure Inspecting Hall. Walking into the house, Lin Tian first saw a middle-aged man. At this time, the middle-aged man naturally also saw Lin Tian. Like the reception lady from 10 days ago, after seeing Lin Tian's strange attire, the middle-aged man was also somewhat moved. However, compared to the reception lady, the middle-aged man's professionalism was obviously more outstanding. His eyes only flickered slightly. "Excuse me, are you here for treasure inspection?" Standing up, the middle-aged man's face revealed a professional smile. Lin Tian nodded and casually took out 3 scrolls and placed them on the table in front of him. The application software has been developed. Please visit the bottom to download and install the Android and Apple applications. As the person in charge of the Treasure Exchange Pavilion's inspection hall, the middle-aged man had appraised countless rare treasures. Naturally, he had seen the works of array manipulators several times. With a single glance, he recognized that the scroll provided by Lin Tian was a martial fusion rune scroll specially made by array manipulators. It was very precious. Lin Tianwei nodded and said, "Yes." The middle-aged man was shocked again. Hearing this voice, it was actually a young man under the black robe? "Excuse me, what level is this martial fusion rune scroll?" The middle-aged man asked carefully. Although he was surprised that the person under the black robe was somewhat young, the middle-aged man's attitude still became very respectful. Mid-level body refinement martial technique. Lin Tiandao. Are you planning to auction 3 copies together? A voice came from under the cloak. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. It wasn't the first time he had seen a martial fusion rune scroll for a mid-level body refinement martial technique. However, it was his first time seeing 3 copies at once. Slightly bowing, the middle-aged man said, "Can I trouble you to wait here for a moment? Because your item is too precious and you want 3 copies at once, I need to ask the deacon." "No problem," Lin Tiandao said. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly. After brewing a pot of good tea for Lin Tian, he hurriedly walked out. Lin Tian sat quietly on the chair. Only now did he slightly glance around the small room. He found that the room was very grand. Moreover, there were many other things in the room that seemed to be waiting to be appraised. Creak, soon, the door of the inspection hall was pushed open. The middle-aged man came back with a purple-robed old man. This old man's hair and beard were white, but his complexion was very ruddy. The most special thing about this old man was that there was a strange pattern on his chest. Below the pattern, there were 2 golden bars. It looked somewhat special. "Hello, this is our Treasure Exchange Pavilion's chief deacon, Master Pushi. Master Pushi is not only a divine pulse expert, but also a powerful array manipulator." The middle-aged man introduced respectfully. Lin Tianwei's expression changed slightly under the black robes. Not only was this person a divine vein expert, but he was also a formation master. He was truly a terrifying person. Thinking about it from another perspective, for there to be such a person in the Yibao Pavilion, his background was indeed not simple. If that was the case, then the rumor of a mysterious clan supporting the Yibao Pavilion might be true. Pusher sized up Lin Tian, who was wearing a black robe, with a strange expression. He had already heard from the middle-aged man that the person under the black robe was a youth. A youth actually took out 3 middle-grade body refinement level martial skills to auction. This really made him somewhat astonished. One must know that an average array controller was above 30 years old. Walking to the table in front, Pushi picked up a scroll. After a few breaths, Pusher nodded his head slightly. This was indeed a martial fusion rune scroll for a middle-rank body refinement martial skill. "Can I open it?" Pushi asked. "Sure." Lin Tian nodded. Pushi opened one of the scrolls and immediately saw a dragon flying and phoenix dancing formation pattern. His eyes immediately moved. Relying on his many years of experience as an array controller, this formation pattern was definitely not something an ordinary array controller could draw. The lines of runes seemed to be drawn by a master who had drawn hundreds and thousands of martial fusion runes. Taking a deep breath, Pushi spread out his right hand and pressed it on the formation pattern. Following a faint flicker of light, Pushi slightly trembled after a while. When he looked at Lin Tian again, Pushi's face revealed an unconcealable shock. Truly a young hero. This is the strongest middle-grade body refinement martial fusion rune I have ever seen in my life. "Little brother, are you really going to auction all of them?" Pushi asked seriously. These 3 martial fusion rune scrolls were definitely not simple. The value was extremely high. Lin Tian nodded. "Of course. Can you arrange the fastest time for me? I have something important to do." "Of course, no problem. There just happens to be an auction in progress." A glint flashed through Pushi's eyes. If these 3 martial fusion runes were successfully auctioned, the Yibao Pavilion would be able to get a large sum of money just by taking a commission. He looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Take this little brother to the VIP room. I will personally deliver the scrolls to the auction house." "Yes, Lord Pushi." The middle-aged man nodded. Immediately after, he moved to the side and extended a hand. The expression on his face became even more respectful. "Little brother, this way please." Lin Tian nodded and walked out. In the small room of the inspection hall, Pushi looked at Lin Tian's back as he walked away. A glint flashed in his old eyes. Listening to the voice, the person under the black robe is at most 16 years old. A 16-year-old array controller, and his level is actually so high. He is even slightly stronger than me. When did such a peerless monster appear in Fengjian City? Shaking his head, Pushi carefully put away the 3 martial fusion rune scrolls and quickly walked towards the auction house. Under the middle-aged man's lead, Lin Tian walked into a small wooden pavilion in the auction house. The interior of the wooden pavilion was rather luxurious, but it was also slightly warm. It gave people a very comfortable feeling. This small wooden pavilion was the VIP area of the auction house. It was specially opened for some important people. Within each small wooden pavilion, only one person could use it. The wooden pavilion was very quiet. As far as the eye could see, one could clearly see the entire auction house. The auction house was very large. It was enough to accommodate several hundred people at the same time. At this moment, on the jade platform at the very front of the auction house, a red-clothed woman with an enchanting figure was using a sweet voice to introduce an item to the people in the auction house. The woman was about 18 years old. Her body was covered in a red dress. Under her slender jade neck, her soft breasts were like white jade. They were half covered. Her waist was slim, and her long and well-proportioned legs were exposed in the air. They emitted a fatal primitive temptation. As the woman's voice sounded again and again, Lin Tian discovered that the originally not very valuable item was being sold at an unimaginably high price. It seems that beauty has a miraculous effect no matter where it is. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Looking at the enchanting woman at the very front of the auction house, Lin Tian couldn't help but admit that she was indeed a femme fatale. Her charm and seduction were vividly displayed. He also finally understood why countless people were willing to cooperate with the E-Treasure Pavilion under the premise of taking a 30% commission. Thinking about it, with such a beauty presiding over the auction, the price of the treasures would definitely be raised by those important people again and again. In the end, although 30% commission was somewhat exaggerated, in reality, the price of the treasures would be raised by a lot. The seller would definitely not suffer a loss. Interesting. Lin Tian sat in the wooden pavilion and watched quietly. Very quickly, an hour passed. Several more treasures were auctioned off. Of course, the prices were not bad. It was also at this moment that the woman in red who stood at the front of the auction hall revealed a charming and mysterious smile. She said, "Everyone, just a moment ago, the Hall of Treasures received 3 rare treasures. I believe everyone will be interested in them." The woman clapped her hands lightly. Suddenly, a receptionist walked out from behind the curtain at the side of the jade platform. This receptionist was holding a wooden tray with 3 scrolls on it. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian was shocked. This was his item. "Miss Xianxia, what is this?" Many people were puzzled. The red-clothed woman's name was Xianxia. She took out a scroll from the wooden tray and smiled charmingly. She said, "This is a middle-grade body refining level martial fusion rune scroll. It came from the hands of a mysterious and powerful array manipulator. It was personally appraised by the auction house's chief steward, Lord Puxi, and sent here. Everyone, I believe Xianxia doesn't need to say anything more." Hua, as soon as Xianxia's words fell, the entire auction house was in an uproar. What? A middle-grade body refining level martial fusion rune scroll. Lord Puxi personally appraised it? Personally sent it here? This, in an instant, the entire auction house was in an uproar. Those who frequently went to the auction house had high statuses. Naturally, they knew the value of the martial fusion rune scroll. Most importantly, these people knew how powerful Puxi was. He was a divine vein realm expert and also a array manipulator. Even the masters of a few large clans in Fengjiang City were afraid of him. A martial fusion rune scroll that could be personally appraised by Puxi and sent over was obviously extraordinary. It was a rare treasure among rare treasures. After Lord Puxi's appraisal, these 3 middle-grade body refinement martial fusion rune scrolls are all very powerful. Once they are used, even in the hands of an ordinary person, the martial skill power they display can easily kill a strong person at the 5th layer of body refinement. It can even heavily injure a normal person at the 6th layer of body refinement. Xianxia said. Such words immediately caused another uproar. Looking at the crowd, Xianxia charmingly smiled and said, "Everyone here is rich, but there are very few people who practice martial arts. Of course, it's not that everyone can't practice martial arts. It's just that everyone is busy and doesn't have time to practice martial arts. Everyone often transports valuable goods. The least is a few 100,000 spirit coins and the most is a few million spirit coins. Think about it, what would happen if you encountered bandits on the way? It wouldn't be good. At this time, if you had a martial fusion rune scroll in your hands, you would be able to calmly deal with ordinary bandits." Of course, Xianxia believes that everyone has the help of luck. Something like encountering bandits would definitely not happen. However, with this martial fusion rune scroll, even if an ordinary person were to face a powerful 6th sky of body refining realm expert, they wouldn't have the slightest bit of fear. Moreover, as long as the scroll isn't used, it can be passed down. When Xianxia's words fell, the crowd was silent at first, then they became even more excited. Miss Xianxia's words are reasonable. These 3 martial fusion rune scrolls, I want them. They're mine. Loud shouts sounded one after another. Within the small wooden pavilion, Lin Tian was moved. He looked at the red-clothed girl on the jade platform with some astonishment. It seemed that this girl wasn't just a simple flower vase. Her words just now were extremely ingenious. Not only did she not offend those wealthy merchants who didn't have martial arts, she also perfectly explained the magical effects of the martial fusion rune scroll. It was truly wonderful. This girl isn't simple, Lin Tian thought to himself. At the front of the auction house, Xianxia smiled at the crowd and said, "Then, let the auction begin." Because these three martial fusion rune scrolls came from the same array manipulator, their value is equal. Therefore, in order to avoid unnecessary disputes, we've decided to auction the three together. The starting price is 10,000 spirit coins. P.S. Thank you to Lemon Chichi for your support of 10,000 horizontal coins. Thank you to Jia Hanqing for your support of 2,000 horizontal coins. Thank you both. As soon as Xingyao's words fell, the whole auction house was in an uproar. 11,000, 12,000, 14,000. The voices of bidding kept ringing out. In the small wooden pavilion, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel a little excited when he heard the crazy voices in the auction house. Judging from the current situation, excluding the commission, he could already earn 9,800 spirit coins, which was a net profit of more than 8,000 spirit coins. Array controllers really make money like drinking water, Lin Tian thought to himself. In the auction house, the price was still increasing and had already reached 17,000 spirit coins. 20,000. At this moment, a faint voice sounded from the VIP room next to Lin Tian's. As the voice fell, the whole auction house suddenly quieted down. Many people looked in the direction of the VIP area and couldn't help but feel a little depressed. The price of 20,000 spirit coins was really a bit exaggerated. 21,000. Suddenly, another voice rang out from another VIP room. 22,000. The voice sounded again from the VIP room next to Lin Tian's. Hey, Xiaonan, hasn't your daughter Xiaoyun already entered the Ninyang martial house? When the time comes, let your daughter teach you a few moves. Why waste spirit coins on this martial fusion pattern scroll? The bidder was obviously very familiar with the person in the VIP room next to Lin Tian. After a slight sneer, he said, 23,000. In the wooden pavilion, Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. Xiaonan, Xiaoyun's father, a cold light flashed through his eyes. After a while, Lin Tian couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth into an evil smile. In the VIP room next to him, Xiaonan snorted coldly. When did I, Xiaonan, need you, Qin Luo, to teach me how to do things? Can't I buy it and take it back as an inheritance item? A cold voice sounded. Xiaonan increased the price. 24,000. Everyone present was shocked. Xiaonan and Qin Luo were the most famous businessmen in Fengjian City. They were the current masters of the Xiao family and the Qin family respectively. Many people were slightly surprised. They didn't expect these two to be at odds with each other. 25,000. Qin Luo said. Soon, under everyone's widened eyes, Xiaonan and Qin Luo fought wildly and raised the price of the three martial fusion pattern scrolls from 10,000 spirit coins to 32,000. 35,000. Xiaonan said. The entire auction house was silent. It was as if the entire world had quietened down. After a moment of silence, a voice rang out. I am in a good mood today, so I'll let you have this. On the jade platform at the front of the auction house, Xingyiao smiled at the VIP room where Qin Luo was. Patriarch Xiaonan has bid 35,000 spirit coins. Is there anyone who wants to increase the price? Xingyiao smiled as she looked at the entire auction hall. Everyone in the square silently shook their heads. 35,000, this price was really too high. As expected of the Xiao clan, they are indeed rich. Exactly. We can't compete. 35,000, who dares to raise the price? Many people whispered. Xingyiao swept her gaze over the entire crowd. From beginning to end, she had a charming smile on her face. Since no one is increasing the price, then Xingyiao will announce that these three martial fusion rune scrolls are 40,000. At this moment, a slightly low voice sounded. The entire auction house fell into a deathly silence. Then, the crowd erupted into an uproar. 40,000? My God, which God is this? Many people raised their heads and looked at a VIP room in the VIP area. Xianxia also raised her head and looked. However, when she found the VIP room where the voice came from, her charming face froze. Wasn't the person in the VIP room the owner of these 3 scrolls? Why did he call out the price himself? In the wooden pavilion, the corners of Lin Tian's mouth rose slightly. He was the one who called out the price of 40,000. He lowered his voice and spoke again with a teasing voice. The dignified patriarch of the Shao clan, with hundreds of millions of strings of cash at his waist, is only willing to pay 35,000 spirit coins in front of Miss Xianxia. How stingy, hee. Xianxia's enchanting face revealed a stunned expression. However, immediately after, a strange light flashed through her eyes and she returned to her previous charming state. The gentleman in VIP room number 3 has bid 40,000 spirit coins. Patriarch Xiaonan, would you like to increase the price? Xianxia smiled. Her voice could be said to be somewhat seductive, making many people's bodies soften. 41,000. Xiaonan said. 41,000? Only increasing it by 11,000? How stingy, Lin Tian lowered his voice again and said with a faint smile. 46,000 spirit coins. 47,000. 52,000. In the auction house, everyone opened their eyes wide and looked at VIP room number 3. Heavens, which deity is this? 40,000, 46,000, 52,000, each increase is 55,000. This is crazy. The patriarch of the Shao clan is actually being overshadowed. This is the true meaning of having hundreds of millions of strings of cash at his waist. The auction house was abuzz with discussion. Not to mention the ordinary people, even Xianxia, who had been in the auction house for a long time, had a strange expression. She had presided over hundreds of auctions, but this was the first time she saw someone increase the price by 55,000. However, she seemed to know the purpose of the person in VIP room number 3, so she didn't say anything. Instead, she smiled even more charmingly. Patriarch Xiaonan, VIP room number 3 has bid 52,000. Would you like to increase the price? Xianxia said with a smile. Xiaonan was in VIP room number 2. After hearing the voices in the auction house, he saw Xianxia looking at VIP room number 2. Suddenly, the sound of a palm hitting the table was heard. 60,000. A voice mixed with anger and coldness came out of Xiaonan's mouth. Hiss. In the auction house, the sound of people sucking in cold air was heard. In an instant, the auction house quieted down again. Many people subconsciously looked at VIP room number 3. Clap, clap, clap. Rhythmic applause came out of VIP room number 3. Lin Tian lowered his voice and said with a faint smile, "You are worthy of being the number 1 merchant family in Fengjian City. You are really generous. Hee, I didn't bring enough spirit coins. Today, I will let Patriarch Xiaonan have this scroll." As soon as his words fell, the auction house went into an uproar. 60,000. Someone muttered to himself. On the jade platform, Xianxia's face was like a spring breeze. She said with a smile, "Patriarch Xiaonan has bid 60,000 spirit coins. Would anyone like to increase the price?" The auction house was silent. 60,000 spirit coins, who would want to increase the price? With a dong sound, the golden bell on the jade platform rang. Xianxia looked in the direction of the second VIP room and said, "Congratulations to Patriarch Xiaonan for obtaining 3 mid-grade body refining martial fusion rune scrolls for 60,000 spirit coins. I also thank Patriarch Xiaonan for supporting our Yibao Pavilion's auction house. In a moment, Xianxia will personally order someone to deliver the items to you." As soon as she finished speaking, in VIP room number 1, Qin Luo suddenly laughed out loud. "Ha ha 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 ha, Xiaonan, congratulations. You bought 3 middle-level body refining level martial fusion pattern scrolls for 60,000 spirit coins. You're so generous." "Qin Luo, shut up." In VIP room number 2, Xiaonan shouted in a low voice. Buying 3 middle-level body refining martial fusion pattern scrolls for 60,000 spirit coins was a great loss. On the jade platform, Xianxia always had a charming smile on her face. She faintly glanced at VIP room number 3. In VIP room number 3, The corners of Lin Tian's mouth raised slightly. He stood up and walked out of the small wooden pavilion. Xiaonan, Xiaoyun, Xiao family, just you wait. It won't be long before I make you spit out the things you stole from the Lin family. Lin Tianling smiled. Putting aside his identity as a transmigrator, most of the Xiao family's assets now belong to the Lin family and Lin Shi. He would definitely take back these things. Take them back with double. Of course, money was only one aspect. In the past 2 years, he would also make the Xiao family pay back the grievances and ridicule that Lin Shi had suffered from the Xiao family. Outside VIP room number 3, the middle-aged man from the inspection hall was waiting with his head down. He was extremely quiet. When he saw Lin Tian come out, he immediately greeted him with a respectful face. Little brother, your treasures have been auctioned. This way, please. Lin Tian nodded and followed the middle-aged man down. The middle-aged man brought him to an even more luxurious room. Pushi was waiting inside. When he saw the middle-aged man bring Lin Tian in, he immediately stood up and greeted him with a smile. Little brother, please sit. Pushi smiled. Thank you. Lin Tian didn't stand on ceremony. He immediately chose a seat and sat down. Pushi nodded to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man immediately understood and carefully left the room. Little brother, please wait a moment. Your auction money will be sent over soon. Pushi said. Lin Tian nodded and waited quietly. Not long after, on the other side of the room, a woman in red pushed open the door and entered. The woman had a snow-white neck, slender legs, and a figure with a mature charm. Wasn't she Xianxia who hosted the auction just now? With a seductive fragrance, Xianxia smiled charmingly and went straight to Lin Tian's side. Hee, little brother, are you the owner of the 3 martial fusion pattern scrolls? The delicate voice resounded in his ears and the delicate fragrance rushed into his nose. Lin Tian, who was under the black robe, suddenly trembled. Little brother? Secretly cursing evildoer, Lin Tian took a step back. What he didn't know was that when the 3 martial fusion pattern scrolls were sent to the back of the auction house by Pushi, Pushi also told Xianxia some information about him at the first moment. This naturally included his approximate age. Hee, little brother is still shy. Xianxia covered her mouth and laughed foolishly. Cough cough. A dry cough sounded. Pushi stood up. Miss, pay attention to your status. Xianxia rolled her eyes. She didn't care about Pushi's reminder at all. Instead, she moved closer to Lin Tian, almost sticking her body to Lin Tian. Speaking of which, little brother, you're not honest. Just now, you actually used big sister. Under the black robe, Lin Tian's old face reddened. Speaking of which, Xianxia didn't wrongly accuse him. Just now, he really did use her a little. There's a reason for it. It's not just to raise the price. Forgive me, he explained. Xianxia smiled charmingly. If it was any other day, Xianxia would definitely be very angry. However, since it's you, little brother, Xianxia can't get angry no matter what. It's really strange. Little brother, what do you think is going on? Could it be that we're destined to be together? An even more alluring fragrance wafted into his nostrils. To men, this was simply like a fatal poison. Under the black robe, Lin Tian was speechless. This seductress was indeed a source of calamity. Taking a step back, he coughed dryly and said, the auction is over. Can you give me the money now? Xianxia smiled sweetly, appearing even more seductive. She moved closer to Lin Tian. You just used me, and now you're in a hurry to ask for money. Little brother, you're so unkind. Xianxia pretended to be resentful. At such a close distance, Xianxia's body was almost completely pressed against Lin Tian's body. Lin Tian could even clearly feel the heart-stirring softness on her chest. Seductress. Under the black robe, Lin Tian cursed in his heart. In the room, the dry cough sounded again. Pushi was a little embarrassed. He said to Lin Tiandao, little brother, don't be anxious. Your auction money is being prepared and will be sent over soon. Please wait for a moment. Then, the old man looked at Xianxia and reminded her, Miss, please mind your words and actions. Xianxia rolled her eyes and finally unwillingly moved away from Lin Tian's side. Little brother, you're so interesting. As she moved away, she smiled seductively at Lin Tian and sat down next to Lin Tian. The fragrance wafted into his nose from time to time. Lin Tian cursed the seductress in his heart. At the same time, he was a little surprised. Puxi was the chief deacon of the Yibao Pavilion. His position was extremely high, but now, he called Xianxia Miss. What was the identity of the seductress? It seemed that she was not a simple auctioneer. Just as Lin Tian was thinking about this, Xianxia's voice sounded again. A pair of watery eyes stared straight at Lin Tian. Little brother, are you really a formation manipulator? The 3 martial fusion scrolls were all made by little brother? A 16-year-old formation manipulator was really too young. In the history of Beiyan, there had never been such a young formation manipulator. Most importantly, his level of formation manipulation was extremely high. This really surprised Xianxia. Yes. Lin Tian's words were concise and comprehensive. He felt as if he was treading on thin ice when interacting with such a femme fatale at such a close distance. Xianxia's eyes flashed. Although she didn't have any doubts from the beginning, she was still a little surprised to hear Lin Tian admit it himself. After sizing up Lin Tian for a while, Xianxia revealed a trace of suspicion and asked, "Little brother, where's your array manipulator emblem? Aren't you wearing it? Coat of arms?" Lin Tianwei was a little confused. Xianxia and Puxi looked at each other, feeling a little strange. Puxi pointed at a pattern on his chest and said, "It's this thing." After an array manipulator has been certified by the Array Manipulator Guild, the Array Manipulator Guild will issue a corresponding rank emblem according to their aptitude and strength. There's a branch of the Array Manipulator Guild in Fengjian City. Could it be that little brother hasn't gone to get certified? Under the black robe, Lin Tian's expression changed. There was still an Array Manipulator Guild? This was the first time he had heard of it. I've just learned how to control arrays, so I haven't gone yet. Lin Tian said. Hearing this, Puxi and Xianxia were both shocked. Just learned? The two of them looked at each other, revealing a shocked expression. He had just learned how to control arrays and he had already reached this level. Where did this monster come from? The corner of Puxi's mouth twitched slightly. He said, "When you're free, little brother should go to the Array Manipulator Guild to get certified as soon as possible. With little brother's strength, your rank naturally won't be low. At that time, with the rank emblem issued by the Array Manipulator Guild, your daily activities will be much more convenient. If you have something to auction, the price will also be higher." Under the black robe, Lin Tian was stunned. There was such a good thing after getting certified. He nodded and said, "Thank you. I'll go later." At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and a maid came in and handed a purple card to Xianxia. Taking the purple card, Xianxia smiled and handed it to Lin Tian. She smiled sweetly and said, "Little brother, after deducting 30% of the 60,000 spirit coins, you still have 42,000 spirit coins left. I specially ordered someone to make a high-grade spirit storage card for you. I'm treating you well, right?" 40,000 spirit coins, just counting it, was a frightening amount, not to mention that there were even more spirit coins. Therefore, the Northern Flame country had set up institutions similar to banks, which issued and recorded all kinds of spirit coins. With this kind of card, the holder could go to the bank and withdraw the spirit coins he needed at any time. "Thank you, Lin Tiandao." Thinking about it, if he had to carry 42,000 spirit coins back to the martial house with his bare hands, it would be troublesome. "You're welcome. Little brother, you brought 18,000 spirit coins to the Yibao Pavilion in one go." Xianxia smiled charmingly, and then changed the topic. She moved her face closer to Lin Tian and said, "Of course, the most important thing is that big sister feels that we're fated to meet. Ordinary people don't get this kind of treatment." Under the black robe, Lin Tian felt that his cheeks were a little hot. Since he already got the money, Lin Tian didn't want to stay here any longer. He stood up and said to Puxi and Xianxia, "Sorry, I still have some things to do, so I'll leave now." Xianxia smiled and said, "Okay, big sister will order someone to send you. Remember to come often when you're free." Xianxia clapped her hands, and the beautiful maid from before came in again. Under her command, the maid respectfully led Lin Tian out of the room and quickly disappeared in the corridor. Looking at Lin Tian's back, the charm on Xianxia's face gradually disappeared. A 16-year-old array controlling master, it's really amazing. Uncle Pooh, do you know where he came from? Xianxia asked softly. Puxi shook his head, I don't know. After thinking for a moment, Xianxia said, do you want to check his background? Puxi was shocked and quickly said, don't. Why? Xianxia was puzzled. Puxi wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, Miss, think carefully. When that youth came to our Yibao pavilion, he was covered in a black robe. Obviously, he didn't want anyone to know his identity. If we casually check his background, I'm afraid he'll be annoyed. That's not a good thing. Pausing, Puxi's expression became especially serious, and Miss, for a 16-year-old array controlling master to have such standards, don't you think he's too much of a monster? And if he himself is so monstrous, then how terrifying would the person who taught him the array controlling technique be? One of the essential conditions for array controlling master was to have a high-level array controlling master pass down the array patterns and guide them. Therefore, Puxi assumed that Lin Tian's array controlling technique must have been taught by someone. Uncle Pooh, you mean? Xianxia's expression became serious. Puxi nodded, don't casually check his identity. That youth seems to be easy to get along with, but the same can't be said for the teacher behind him. From the level of array controlling technique displayed by that youth, his teacher must be extremely terrifying. If we accidentally offend his teacher while investigating him, for our Yibao pavilion, and even for the family behind us, it may cause unnecessary trouble. You have to know that those peak array controlling masters are simply the source of destruction. They can carve killing arrays in the void. Destroying a large family is not difficult at all. Hearing this, Xianxia's expression became even more serious. Uncle Pooh's words are reasonable. This time, it was Xianxia who was reckless. Xianxia said. Puxi shook his head, smiling, Miss, you're still very young. You're only 2 years older than that youth. Compared to your peers, there aren't many who are more outstanding than you. So, Miss, please don't mind it. The future is still long. This old man believes that Miss will definitely grow into an outstanding woman that the whole world looks up to. Uncle Pooh, don't make fun of me. Xianxia stuck out her tongue as if she was acting coquettishly. But then, a strange light flashed in her eyes. After a moment of silence, she said, by the way, Uncle Pooh, when I was auctioning the 3 martial fusion runes, I seem to have discovered something interesting. Oh? What is it? Puxi was slightly puzzled. Xianxia's beautiful eyes glowed, that guy seems to have some grudges with Fengjian City's Xiao family. Xianxia then told him what happened at the auction. Puxi was shocked, there's actually such a thing. After a slight pause, the old man revealed a playful expression and snorted disdainfully, a mere small family of rich merchants dares to offend an array controlling master. They really don't know what's good for them. Xianxia supported her cheek with her left hand. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and her lazy appearance was even more charming. Grudges with the Xiao family? How interesting. When Lin Tian returned to the Martial House's residence, the sky was about to darken. He went to the top pavilion and threw down a large pile of materials needed to inscribe runes. Then, he took out a small bottle of pills and a gorgeous long sword from under his black robe. 42,000 spirit coins, now I have 37,000 spirit coins left. I'll return the 1,000 spirit coins from Sushu later. Lin Tian thought to himself. With enough spirit coins, he bought some super high-grade materials. Moreover, the pills and the long sword were not cheap, so he spent 5,000 spirit coins directly. However, the current Lin Tian did not care about this at all. 5,000 spirit coins were nothing to him now. The feeling of having money is really good. To be honest, Lin Tian was still a little excited when he suddenly had so many spirit coins. After the excitement, his heart was moved again. Thinking about it, it seemed that he should buy a few new sets of clothes for Lin Shi. 2 years ago, the Lin family's business was nibbled clean by the Xiao family. After that, the Lin siblings' lives became worse and worse. In the past 2 years, Lin Shi had suffered a lot. The clothes she was wearing now were very old, but even so, the little girl had never complained. Instead, she became even more obedient and sensible. Oh, I'll have to trouble Sushu with this matter. Thinking of Lin Tian's eyes became very gentle. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian operated the 4 extremes meridians. After 2 hours, he stopped cultivating and began to practice the spirit-gathering rune. In the next half a month, Lin Tian prepared to inscribe the spirit-gathering rune to complement his cultivation with pills. In half a month, he wanted to step into the 6th layer of the body refinement realm and cultivate the Shadow Fire Fist and Shocking Wind Sword art to the large success stage. The spirit-gathering rune was of a much higher level than the martial fusion rune and was constructed from 7 basic runes. Therefore, the difficulty of creating it was naturally higher than the martial fusion rune. However, after having the experience of inscribing formation runes once, Lin Tian still felt more relaxed when creating the spirit-gathering rune this time. The failure rate was also much lower. Buzz. In the top pavilion, the last completed spirit-gathering rune flickered with a 4-colored glow. The ink used to inscribe each formation rune was different. Therefore, different formation runes would often present different colors. The rounder the color, the stronger the formation rune. Conversely, the weaker it would be. Huff, Lin Tian let out a breath of turbid air and stretched lazily. Including the time spent comprehending the spirit-gathering rune, he had created a total of 5 spirit-gathering rune scrolls in 4 days. He had to admit that his improvement was huge. After carefully putting away the 5 completed spirit-gathering runes, Lin Tian did not start cultivating immediately. Instead, he walked down from the top pavilion, did some breathing exercises, and entered his room to rest. After 4 consecutive days of high-intensity training, his essence, spirit had been severely depleted. If he were to cultivate now, he would definitely get half the results with twice the effort. Sharpening a knife would not delay the work of chopping firewood. He was very clear about this logic. Only with a good rest and a good spirit would one be able to cultivate faster. This time, Lin Tian slept from noon to night. When he woke up at night, he washed up seriously and went to the top pavilion. At this moment, stars flashed in the sky and specks of silver splendor scattered on the ground, looking holy and charming. Lin Tian opened up a spirit-gathering rune scroll and then took out a small jade bottle, pouring out an earthen yellow pill. This pill was called the body tempering pill, and it was helpful for cultivators to temper their physique quickly. Of course, its effects could not be compared to the 9 Chu essence pill that he had consumed previously. He carefully placed the pill in his hand into his mouth. Just like the previous time, the pill melted instantly after entering his mouth, turning into a liquid that flowed down his throat and into his stomach. Lin Tian sensed it slightly. Compared to the 9 Chu essence pill, this body-tempering pill was far inferior in terms of taste and concentration of spirit force. Even so, his body still had a reaction, and there was a slight heat in his body. With a flash of light in his eyes, Lin Tian knew that he could begin. He pressed his right hand on the spirit-gathering rune scroll that he had prepared and said in a low voice, "Open." Buzz. In that instant, the spirit-gathering rune emitted a faint glow, and a ball of light enveloped Lin Tian. After a few breaths, Lin Tian clearly felt that the starlight falling from the sky had become several times denser, and the surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi had also become more turbulent, quickly condensing in his direction. The spirit-gathering rune can allow the astral powers and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to quickly gather near the runes and compress them, providing them for the cultivators near the runes to cultivate, increasing their cultivation speed. It's really amazing, Lin Tian thought. Not daring to be careless, Lin Tian quickly revolved the 4 extreme scripture, using his true essence to guide the world's spiritual energy and the power of the stars into his body. Over and over again, he tempered his muscles and bones, tempering his flesh and blood. At the same time, he also revolved the Divine One Soul tactic, using this divine tactic to temper his soul force. Lin Tian could clearly feel that his cultivation this time was much faster than 10 days ago. At this moment, the body-tempering pill had melted in his body, and the power of the pill flowed into every corner of his body, blending with the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and the astral powers. It greatly increased the effect of tempering his muscles, bones, and flesh, and his cultivation level was rising little by little. At this speed, I will definitely be able to step into the 6th level of the body refinement realm within 10 days. Lin Tian's eyes shone brightly. He closed his eyes, calmed his heart, and steadily and rapidly guided the power of the pill, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and the astral powers to temper his body. In this way, similar cultivation was carried out over and over again. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. On this day, in Greenwind Ridge, Fire Fist. In the ancient forest full of thorns, a cold shout rang out. Immediately, 18 crimson-red fists appeared in the sky. Each fist was as big as a bowl, and a thick ancient tree was smashed into pieces. Swoosh! 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 There were many vines in the ancient forest, and the gaps were extremely small. However, in this kind of environment, a figure was shuttling back and forth. Following this figure's shuttling back and forth, from time to time, a fire fist would appear in the air, directly smashing the nearby ancient trees into pieces. One by one, the vines would explode and be burnt black. Extremely fast, extremely powerful, these were the two best words to describe this figure at this moment. Crack! As another ancient tree was smashed into pieces, the figure shuttling through the forest stopped. This person was Lin Tian. Wiping off the sweat on his forehead, Lin Tianwei smiled, very satisfied. Next, Lin Tian murmured. Suddenly, his eyes changed. His right hand reached back and grabbed the hilt of a gorgeous long sword behind his neck. Staring at a giant tree in front of him, he suddenly moved. He quickly ran to the front and then jumped up. Swoosh, a lightning-like sword light pierced through the sky. Lin Tian jumped over the giant tree in front of him, his right hand holding the hilt of the long sword behind his back. At this moment, the sword was still in the scabbard, as if he did not use it. However, at this moment, a slight friction sound was heard. Immediately, the giant tree broke from a height of 20 feet and crashed to the ground, making a loud bang when it came into contact with the ground. If there was anyone here, they would realize that the section of the giant tree where it broke was as smooth as a mirror, without any roughness. Lin Tian tilted his head and nodded with a smile. The second style of the shocking wind sword art, lightning sword, the sword was like a thunderbolt, killing with one strike. Its power was indeed amazing. After a pause, Lin Tian pulled out the long sword behind his back. Suddenly, a terrifying sword essence spread out. Clang, an ear-piercing sword sound was heard. Lin Tian raised the long sword in his hand, made a strange arc, and slashed down forcefully. Shocking wind sword. Following the cold shout, in an instant, silvery sword shadows appeared in the air. They were shockingly dense, directly forming an immortal sword screen. Ka! 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 The sword shadows fell, crisp sounds unceasingly. In front of him, the old trees, vines, boulders, everything that could be seen with the naked eye was almost completely destroyed. The space within a radius of 30 feet was instantly filled with dazzling jewels. Very good. Looking at his own results, Lin Tian revealed an extremely satisfied smile. In 10 days, Lin Tian consumed 4 body-tempering pills and 4 spirit-gathering rune scrolls, finally reaching the 6th level of body refinement. At the same time, he also cultivated the Shadow Fire Fist and the Shocking Wind Sword art to the large success stage. His battle prowess increased by an unknown amount. Lin Tian believed that with his current battle prowess, he could even fight against a 7th-level body refinement expert. Putting away his long sword, Lin Tian turned around and walked towards the Ninyang Martial House. Oh, it's about time to go to the Array Manipulator Guild to undergo the Array Manipulator Guild certification. Lin Tian muttered to himself. The scorching sun at noon was exceptionally scorching. Lin Tian was wrapped in a black robe. After asking a few people on the street for directions, he quickly arrived in front of a magnificent building. Looking up, at the top of the building, there was a huge sandalwood plaque. On it, there were 5 bold and powerful words. Array Manipulator Guild. I've arrived. This is the place. Lin Tian muttered. Looking around through the black robe, Lin Tian discovered that almost everyone who passed by would look at the guild in front of them with reverence. Of course, there were also some people who looked at Lin Tian. Because, under the scorching sun, Lin Tian's attire was a bit strange. Slightly embarrassed, Lin Tian quickly walked into the Array Manipulator Guild. As soon as he entered the Array Manipulator Guild, he immediately felt that the air was much cooler. This made him a bit surprised. Around him, many people's gazes fell on him at this moment. Most of them were a bit strange. But even so, no one said anything. "Hello, is there anything I can help you with?" A waitress came up to welcome him. Although the waitress found Lin Tian's attire strange, she didn't care. On the contrary, the waitress's face was full of smiles. This was the Array Manipulator Guild. Many people who came in and out had high statuses. She couldn't afford to offend them. Therefore, no matter who it was, as long as they stepped into the Array Manipulator Guild, she would carefully receive them. "Hello, I'm here for the Array Manipulator Guild certification." Lin Tian didn't beat around the bush. "What?" The waitress's eyes widened. Lin Tian spoke again, "I'm here for the Array Manipulator Guild certification." "You?" The waitress was surprised that the voice coming from under the black robe was so young. She was even more glad that she had a good attitude because the person under the black robe was here for the Array Manipulator Guild certification. This kind of person, whether or not he succeeded in the end, was not someone she could afford to offend. In an instant, the waitress's attitude became respectful. She almost bowed as she said, "Please wait a moment, I will immediately inform Lord Go." After saying that, the waitress quickly left. Lin Tian scanned the Array Manipulator Guild and found a huge stone plaque on the side. On it were densely engraved small words, all of which were related to array manipulators. Since he was here for the Array Manipulator Guild certification, Lin Tian didn't mind learning more about array manipulators. He immediately read it. Array manipulators use formation patterns as their life, and formation patterns as their weapons. According to strength, array manipulators are divided into 9 ranks, from the lowest to the highest rank. Rank 1 to rank 5 array manipulators need to use ink to inscribe formation patterns. The higher the rank, the stronger the formation pattern. Rank 6 to rank 9 array manipulators don't need ink to inscribe formation patterns. Rank 9 array manipulators, in particular, can create ordinary formation patterns with just a thought. Illusion formations and killing formations can be set up with a wave of their hand. They have the power to destroy everything. Lin Tian read on word by word. He instantly understood the basics of array manipulators. This naturally included how the Array Manipulator Guild divided the ranks of array manipulators. This process, of course, was the first step. After passing the test, the guild would give the array manipulator a badge corresponding to their rank. This badge was made up of the Array Manipulator Guild symbol and the array manipulator's rank. The symbol was a mysterious formation pattern, and the rank was determined by how many bars there were under the pattern. 1 bar represented a rank 1 array manipulator, 2 bars represented a rank 2 array manipulator, and so on. So that Pushi is a rank 2 array manipulator. Oh, just Fengjian City alone is indeed very strong. Lin Tian thought inwardly. Right at this moment, the female attendant from before returned with a green-robed old man. "Hello, this is our guild's Lord Gu. Lord Gu will be in charge of your array manipulator certification," the waitress said respectfully. Lin Tian looked up and saw the green-robed old man beside the waitress. His expression was indifferent, and he gave off a very old-fashioned feeling. Slightly lowering his head, Lin Tian saw the array manipulator's badge on the old man's chest. There were 2 golden bars under the pattern, exactly the same as Pushi's. Rank 2 array manipulator. Lin Tian thought inwardly. The green-robed old man looked at Lin Tian. Looking at Lin Tian's strange attire, he frowned slightly and asked, "Name, age?" "Black robe, 16 years old." Lin Tian Dao. Naturally, he would not give his real name, so he used the fake name Black Robe instead. Beside him, the waitress's eyes widened in shock. 16 years old? She had been working in the Array Manipulator Association for quite some time now, and she had seen quite a few people come here for the Array Manipulator Association's certification. Even the youngest of them was 28 years old, but now, the person in front of her was only 16 years old. Nonsense. At such a young age, don't try to cause trouble here. The green-robed old man glared at Lin Tian. In the eyes of the green-robed elder, a 16-year-old who came to take the array controller certification was simply a troublemaker. Under the black robe, Lin Tian frowned slightly. I'm not here to cause trouble, I'm really here to get my array manipulator certification. Guzheng was the elder of the Array Manipulator Guild and supervisor Feng City. Today, he was studying a new array pattern in his room. When the female servant reported that someone had come for the Array Manipulator certification, Guzheng was somewhat expectant. After all, there were too few array manipulators in supervisor Feng City. But when he came out, he found that the person was only 16 years old. A 16-year-old boy coming for the Array Manipulator certification was simply ridiculous in Guzheng's eyes. He was just messing around. Get out. Don't disturb my work and disturb others. Guzheng said angrily. Under the black robe, Lin Tian's frown deepened. What was wrong with this old man? I'm really here for the certification. I'm definitely not here to cause trouble. Please help me with the certification. Lin Tian said. There were still many people in the Array Manipulator Guild. Naturally, they noticed the commotion. When they found out what was going on, they all laughed. Little guy, this is where you're wrong. If a 16-year-old kid like you can be certified as an array manipulator, then wouldn't the Northern Flame country be filled with array manipulators? Even if you're joking, you shouldn't come here. Yeah, this is the Array Manipulator Guild. It's a sacred place. Hurry up and go back. Don't cause trouble. Many people shook their heads. The Formation Manipulator Guild often sold special materials and issued missions. As such, there were always quite a few people gathered here. Even though these people weren't formation manipulators, after coming here often, they gradually gained a better understanding of formation manipulators. In their eyes, a 16-year-old formation manipulator was nothing short of a fantasy story. Under the black robe, Lin Tian was speechless. What was going on? Elder Ge, I'm really here for the certification. Please give me a chance. If I'm lying, you can punish me however you want. Lin Tian said sincerely. Guzheng glared at Lin Tian. He was even angrier. Get out. Guzheng shouted. Then, he flicked his sleeves and left. In the surroundings, everyone respectfully watched as Guzheng left. Then, they looked towards Lin Tian. Many people had smiles on their faces as they pointed at Lin Tian and shook their heads. That, sir, Elder Ge isn't free today. Do you think? The female attendant said cautiously. Under the black robe, Lin Tian shook his head. It's nothing. Sorry for the trouble. I'll leave now. Although it was a little unpleasant, the waitress was very polite from beginning to end, so how could Lin Tian vent his anger on her? Without hesitation, Lin Tian walked out of the Array Manipulator Association. Walking out of the Array Manipulator Guild, Xianxia was greeted by the sight of the scorching sun in the sky. Lin Tian was already very unhappy, and under the scorching sun, his mood was even worse. He cursed under his breath and quickened his pace. Bang! At this moment, someone walked in from the corner of the guild's outermost door and bumped into Lin Tian. Lin Tian staggered from the impact, and his mood immediately worsened. He steadied himself and raised his head to look ahead. The expression under the black robe suddenly froze. This was actually an acquaintance. Eh? Almost at the same time, a surprised voice came from the other side. It was a gray-robed old man with white hair and a white beard. On his chest was the symbol of the Array Manipulator Guild, with 2 golden bars under the pattern. Wasn't he the Yibao Pavilion's Pushi? You're the little brother from half a month ago? Pushi asked tentatively. Although there were very few people wearing black robes in Supervisor Feng City, there was more than one. Therefore, Pushi wasn't 100% sure that the person in front of him was the youth who had auctioned the martial fusion pattern scroll at the Yibao Pavilion half a month ago. Lin Tian nodded and said, Yes, it's me. A smile appeared on Pushi's face. He had guessed correctly. Looking at Lin Tian, he said with a smile, Little brother, you've already been certified as an array manipulator, right? What's your level? Hee, I don't think it's lower than this old man's. Seeing Lin Tian walk out of the Array Manipulator Guild, Pushi's first impression was that Lin Tian had been certified as an array manipulator. After all, the 3 martial fusion patterns Lin Tian had auctioned at the Yibao Pavilion were astonishingly high. Lin Tian shook his head and said helplessly, Don't mention it. I was kicked out. Hmm? What happened? Pushi frowned. Pushi had absolute confidence in Lin Tian's array manipulator skills. How could he be kicked out? Lin Tian didn't hide anything and told Pushi what had happened in the guild. Pushi burst out laughing when he heard that. So it's that old man Guzheng. Pushi laughed and looked at Lin Tian. Little brother, don't mind him. That old man is actually a good person. It's just that he's too old-fashioned and conservative. It just so happens that this old man came to the Array Manipulator Guild for some matters. Little brother, come with me. This time, I'll let that old man see how powerful you are. Under the black robe, Lin Tian thought for a moment and nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you, Elder Pushi. He said. It's fine. It's a small matter. Pushi waved his hand. Inside the Array Manipulator Guild, many people were gathered in twos and threes. They were either choosing materials or staring at the missions posted on the mission board. Many people were discussing in low voices. At this moment, outside the guild, an old man in gray robes and a black-robed man pushed open the door and entered. Creak, as such a voice rang out, many people turned their heads to look at it. Eh? It's that kid from before? Why is he back? Could it be that he wants to cause trouble again? If he causes trouble again, I'm afraid that Lord Guzheng will personally kick him out. Many people couldn't help but laugh. Hearing this, the black-robed Lin Tian was speechless. Next to him, Pushi was also stunned. It was at this point that some of the people in the Array Manipulator Association turned to look at Pushi. After a moment of shock, their faces fell. This is Lord Pushi? Second stage Array Manipulator, honorary elder of the guild, manager of the Yibao Pavilion, that Lord Pushi. Wait, that black-robed youth, why is he standing with Lord Pushi? This? Although they're both in black robes, they shouldn't be the same person. Many people's expressions changed slightly. In Fengjian City, Pushi was undoubtedly a person of high status and status. Few people knew him, but there were countless people who knew him. Even the heads of the families in Fengjian City had to be respectful when they saw Pushi. In the guild, the female attendant from before was also shocked. She quickly walked toward Pushi. Elder Pushi. The female attendant's face was full of respect. Pushi smiled faintly in response. The female attendant tilted her head and looked at the black-robed man beside Pushi. She asked uncertainly, You're the, it's me. Sorry to disturb you again. Under the black robe, Lin Tian smiled. The female attendant's expression changed greatly. This youth knew Pushi? Almost at the same time, the other people in the guild were also shocked. Was this black-robed youth really the one who came to cause trouble? The female attendant felt a little dizzy. She bowed to Pushi and said, Lord Pushi, Mr., please wait for a moment. I'll go and inform Lord Gu. The female attendant was really scared out of her wits. No need to go through so much trouble. Pushi waved his hand dismissively, then raised his head and shouted towards the Array Manipulator Association, Old man Gu, you old fogey, come out here. Pushi's little friend came to certify as an array manipulator, you actually dared to chase him out. If I don't see you in 3 breaths, this old man will directly smash your courtyard. Pooh, many people in the guild were speechless. Was this really Lord Pushi? At the same time, these people were also shocked. This really was the black-robed youth who was chased out just now. He was actually related to Pushi. From the depths of the guild, the green-robed Guzheng rushed out. As soon as he came out, he glared at Pushi and shouted, Surnamed Pushi, why did you come here for no reason? After a short pause, Guzheng suddenly saw the black-robed youth beside Pushi. He frowned and said, You're that kid just now? Why are you here again? I'm here again. Lin Tian said indifferently. He really didn't have a good impression of this old man. Guzheng was slightly angry and was about to explode, but at this time, Pushi opened his mouth, Old man Gu, are you blind in your old age? You actually shut out such a genius array manipulator. If your president finds out, he'll definitely skin you alive. Guzheng was a little unhappy, but in the next moment, the old man frowned. You're his teacher? Guzheng asked Pushi. Pushi glanced at Lin Tiantan and said with a bitter smile, "Don't talk nonsense, I'm not qualified to be his teacher." Hua, as soon as these words came out, the expressions of the onlookers in the guild changed greatly. What's the matter with this black-robed youth? How could he make Lord Pushi say such words? Many people were dumbfounded. Guzheng frowned again. He knew Pushi well and knew that Pushi was not the kind of person who would joke around. However, the age of the black-robed youth made him a little worried. He's only 16 years old, can he pass? Guzheng still didn't believe it. Pushi's expression was calm as he said, "Whether or not he can pass, we'll know once he tries." Guzheng stared at Lin Tiantan. After a while, he snorted. "Fine, Pushi, for your sake, I'll let him try." Guzheng then changed the topic and said, "After the test, if he fails, don't blame me for being merciless. I'll personally throw him out." "Sure, if he really can't pass the test, you can throw me out too," Pushi said, but then he laughed. "But, old man, what if he passes? What will you do then?" Guzheng frowned. "What do you want?" Pushi smiled faintly. "A few days ago, didn't you buy 100 spirits grass from the exchange pavilion? You haven't refined it yet, right? If my little friend passes the test, you can give him the 100 spirits grass. What do you think?" Hua, hearing this, the surrounding people were all shocked. When Pushi mentioned the 100 spirit grass, Guzheng's face suddenly became unnatural. His old face twitched slightly. The 100 spirit grass was a rare spirit herb. He had spent a total of 80,000 spirit coins to buy it. Although array manipulators earned money like drinking water, 80,000 spirit coins was obviously not a simple drop of water. He could not be careless. Most importantly, Guzheng knew Pushi very well. When he saw Pushi's confident expression and chuckle, he was immediately shaken. Could it be that the youth in the black robe in front of him could really pass the test? "What's wrong, old man? You don't dare?" Pushi laughed. Guzheng's old face turned red. He said angrily, "Why wouldn't I dare? I'll take your joke." Thinking about it, a 16-year-old array manipulator was simply a fantasy. He was unwilling to believe it. "Okay, then let's begin." Pushi laughed. Seeing Pushi and Guzheng open a bet, and the center of the bet was still himself, Lin Tian was also somewhat speechless. However, although he was somewhat speechless, he did not feel the slightest pressure. With his current level of array manipulation, he could definitely easily pass the Array Manipulator Association's certification test. Guzheng snorted and said to the female attendant, "Prepare the materials." "Yes, elder." The female attendant responded. Seeing this scene, many onlookers in the association looked over. Many of them had excited expressions on their faces. The Array Manipulator Association's certification test was extremely rare. It was not something that could be seen often. The female attendant walked into the depths of the association. Not long after, she took out 3 starter scrolls and 3 martial fusion rune inks. Guzheng looked at Lin Tian and snorted, "The association has already prepared the starter scrolls and martial fusion rune inks. Since Pushi is your guarantor, then fine. Today, I'll even waive the certification fee for you. You only need to inscribe an inferior martial fusion rune and you'll pass. I'll give you 3 chances." The path of formation runes was broad and profound. The same formation runes, when inscribed by array manipulators of different levels, would often result in different results. Therefore, generally speaking, the same formation runes would be divided into 3 levels: superior, intermediate, and inferior. Low grade was naturally the lowest grade, and the martial fusion rune itself was the most basic formation rune. Thus, inscribing a low-grade martial fusion rune could be considered as barely reaching the passing line for a rank 1 formation controller. Under the black robe, Lin Tian was a bit displeased. Although being able to inscribe an inferior martial fusion marking was already considered to have truly passed the formation manipulator certification test, when he heard the azure-robed old man's words, it was obvious that he still didn't believe him. Since it was like this again and again, he immediately became angry. Sweeping his gaze over the initial scroll and the ink that the female attendant was carrying, he spoke in a calm voice, "Martial rune fusion seems to be too simple. In order to prevent Elder Gu from saying that I barely passed, Let's change the content of the examination in advance. I'll draw the spirit gathering rune. One chance is enough. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression changed. Even Pushi was moved. The spirit gathering rune was of a much higher level than the martial fusion rune. Ignorant brat, don't spout nonsense. Guzheng glared and shouted, even I, a rank 2 formation controller, have some difficulty inscribing the spirit gathering rune. You're so young, yet you dare to say that you want to participate in this examination with the spirit gathering rune? Isn't it better for you if I fail the examination? Lin Tiantan said calmly. You. Guzheng was instantly enraged. He was so angry that his beard was curling up. Lin Tian couldn't be bothered with Guzheng anymore. He walked to the side and wrote down a list of materials. After that, he walked up to the female attendant and said, "Can you help me prepare these materials? I'm not very clear about where you place the materials here. Of course, I'll buy these materials myself. I'll pay for them later." The female attendant didn't know if she should agree or not. She tilted her head and looked at Guzheng. "Prepare them for him." Guzheng snorted. The female attendant hurriedly nodded and took the list from Lin Tian's hands. She said respectfully, "Please wait a moment." The entire guild fell silent for a moment. Pushi walked to Lin Tian's side and said softly, "Little brother, are you really confident?" To be honest, the drawing of the spirit gathering rune is indeed very difficult. Even I have to expend a lot of effort before I can complete it. Don't worry, old Pushi. There's no problem. Lin Tian Dao. Seeing how confident Lin Tian was, Pushi also felt slightly relieved. At this moment, the female attendant walked back. She had already chosen the materials according to Lin Tian's request. "Many thanks," Lin Tian said softly. In order to encourage those who had yet to pass the Array Manipulator Master Certification test but were still working hard to cultivate the art of controlling formations, the Array Manipulator Association's test was held in the main hall of the association. Everyone in the association could bear witness. After receiving the materials from the female attendant, Lin Tian walked straight to the Array Manipulator Master Certification test platform. Starter Scroll, Soul Tooth Grass, Golden Armor Root, Spirit Fire Ape's Blood Essence, Frost Breaking Stone, Dark Leaf Sand. Lin Tian's expression was calm as he laid them out one by one. Let's begin. The time limit is 4 hours. I want to see how you're going to draw the spirit gathering rune. Guzheng snorted. As his words fell, everyone in the association looked at the test platform in unison. Under the black robe, Lin Tian took a light breath. He placed his right hand on the test platform and spun in an arc. His palm slapped the surface of the platform. Instantly, the Soul Tooth Grass, Golden Armor Root, Frost Breaking Stone, and Dark Leaf Sand flew into the air. This move immediately shocked everyone present. Brilliant! Someone couldn't help but whisper. In front of the test platform, Lin Tian, who was under the black robe, had a calm expression. He channeled his true essence and instantly crushed the 4 materials. Immediately after obtaining the mixture of the 4 materials, he waved his left hand. The Spirit Fire Ape's Blood Essence flew over and quickly merged with the mixture. At this moment, he began to channel his soul force. This is? Guzheng and Pushi were instantly shocked. They both sensed Lin Tian's tyrannical and pure soul force. Such a level of soul force had completely surpassed them. He's only 16 years old. How can he have such a strong soul force? This isn't normal. Guzheng was shocked. Different from martial Dao talent, soul force could grow stronger as one's age and cultivation level increased. Usually, the soul force of a young person was more average. But now, the soul force that Lin Tian displayed stunned Guzheng and Pushi. How could this be the soul force that a 16-year-old youth possessed? This, I'm not sure either. Pushi smiled bitterly. Looking at Lin Tian in front of the test platform, even though Pushi was originally full of confidence, he was still shocked at this moment. This youth is too monstrous. How terrifying is the teacher behind him? Pushi thought to himself. Just as Pushi and Guzheng were still in shock, Lin Tian had already completed the concoction of the ink used to inscribe the spirit gathering rune. A fist-sized liquid floated in the air, shining with 4 colors. So beautiful. Crystal clear, many people were moved. Looking at this scene, Guzheng's expression became unnatural again. There were even beads of perspiration on his forehead. In front of the test platform, Lin Tian under the black robe was completely focused. He did not place the ink on the ground. Instead, he grabbed it with his right hand and wrapped it with his true core force and soul force. After that, his left hand shook and an initiation scroll flew over. Under the control of his true core force, the scroll opened on its own and spread out on the test platform. Wang, as the light flashed, Lin Tian focused and pressed his right hand down. He activated the Heavenly One Soul technique. His soul force surged like the Yellow River. Together with his true core force, he guided the ink on the initiation scroll. In an instant, 2 perfect runes appeared. After that, he flicked his 5 fingers. Suddenly, 5 different runes appeared at the same time. This is 5 fingers moving at the same time. Could this be the legendary hand seal? 5 Dragon God Flash? Guzheng was shocked. Puxi was dumbstruck. Both of them were second-tier array manipulators, so they were relatively familiar with the hand seals used by array manipulators. Generally speaking, the majority of array manipulators would use a single finger to inscribe an array. The slightly more skilled ones would use 2 fingers, and the strongest ones would use 3 fingers. But right now, Lin Tian was actually using 5 fingers to inscribe an array. With 5 fingers moving at the same time, the speed of carving runes would naturally be faster. If one could carve with 5 fingers at the same time, the connection between the different runes would be more compatible, and the level of the runes would be higher. At this moment, looking at Lin Tian's movements, Puxi and Guzheng's expressions froze. Almost at the same time, in the association, even some of the outsiders were stunned. Then, everyone's eyes lit up. What an elegant finger technique. This young man seems to be able to do it. No problem. He can do it. Many people murmured. At the start, these people didn't think highly of Lin Tian and felt that Lin Tian was here to create trouble. Later on, because of Puxi, they were a little more surprised by Lin Tian. But now, these people were completely won over by Lin Tian's skills. Many people were shouting in their hearts, hoping that Lin Tian would succeed. Time passed by very quickly. There was silence everywhere. At this moment, everyone had a tacit understanding to not make a single sound. They were worried that it would affect the young man in black robes who was diligently carving the spirit-gathering rune. Just like that, an hour passed very quickly. Condense. Just then, a clear shout rang out. Following a flash of light, everything calmed down. Under the black robes, Lin Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His essence, energy, and spirit relaxed. Reaching out his right hand and holding the other end of the scroll, he lifted the spirit-gathering rune scroll that he had just finished carving and presented it to Guzheng. He said calmly, "Elder Ge, are you satisfied?" Looking at the spirit-gathering rune in their field of vision, everyone was stunned. The perfect drawing of the runes and the precise matching of the stripes. Although the spirit-gathering rune, which was formed from the 7 basic runes, was only about 1 inch in diameter, it gave off a majestic feeling as if it could attract endless spiritual light. The entire association was dead silent. At this moment, everyone could even hear the heartbeats of others. They could even hear the sound of others breathing. Clap, clap, clap. After a very long time, applause rang out. Looking at Lin Tian, who was wrapped in black robes, Guzheng broke into a bitter smile. "I've lost. I'm convinced." Guzheng was convinced. If it was said that Lin Tian's tyrannical spirit force had already caused Guzheng to be moved, then the way he inscribed the formation with 5 fingers had truly caused Guzheng to be convinced. At this moment, not only Guzheng, but everyone in the association was stunned. All of them were immersed in the spirit-gathering rune that Lin Tian had inscribed. He actually managed to inscribe it. Even a second-tier formation controller would have to spend a lot of effort to inscribe this rune. This. Someone mumbled to himself. Many people felt their faces heating up. At the start, when Lin Tian came to be certified as a formation controller, everyone had made fun of Lin Tian, thinking that he was here to cause trouble. But now, this person they thought was here to cause trouble actually managed to inscribe a spirit-gathering rune. Moreover, it was perfect. Pushi was also astonished. But very soon, this old man laughed out loud. "Old fellow, how is it?" Pushi looked at Guzheng with a teasing look on his face. With a lonely smile, Guzheng shook his head repeatedly. "I've lost. I've completely lost." During the entire process of inscribing the spirit-gathering rune, Lin Tian completed it in one go without any sloppiness. That calmness and carefreeness caused Guzheng to gasp in amazement. Taking 3 steps back, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Guzheng did something that no one expected. He actually bowed toward Lin Tian. Under the black robe, Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. The female attendant was greatly shocked. "Elder." Guzheng was an elder of the Formation Controller Association and had a respected status. Right now, he was actually bowing to a 16-year-old young man. Shaking his head, Lin Tian took a step forward and stopped him. "Alright, don't be like this. You're an elder." In the beginning, Lin Tian was indeed very displeased with Guzheng. However, he gradually realized that what Pushi said outside the guild was true. Guzheng was just a little old-fashioned and stubborn, but he wasn't a bad person. Just by looking at Guzheng's current actions, it was enough to prove that. Before this, Guzheng must have really thought that he was here to cause trouble. After all, under normal circumstances, as a formation controller, he was indeed too young. A mistake is a mistake. It has nothing to do with age. This old man apologizes to you for what happened earlier. Guzheng snorted coldly and insisted on bowing. Under the black robe, Lin Tian was speechless. This old man was really stubborn. "Old man, do you think an apology is enough? Where is the 100 spirit grass?" Pushi leaned over and squinted his eyes at Guzheng. "You won't go back on your word, right?" Guzheng was enraged. "Pooh, although I, Guzheng, am sometimes muddle-headed, I have never been a villain." The old man was enraged and rushed into the depths of the guild. Not long after, he took out a small jade bottle. Inside the small jade bottle was a strange plant that was about an inch long. It had 3 leaves and looked very strange. "Take it." Guzheng waved his hand and threw the jade bottle to Lin Tian. Catching the small jade bottle that Guzheng tossed over, Lin Tian was slightly embarrassed under the black robe. "You're welcome. Take it. This old man doesn't lack money," Pushi said. Lin Tian pondered for a moment. The other party was a Tier 2 array manipulator, as well as an elder of the Array Manipulator Guild. Looking at Guzheng, Lin Tian smiled. "Then I'll have to thank Senior." Not long after, he would enter the 7th level of the body refinement realm. At that time, he would have to start tempering his organs. With this 100 spirit grass, his cultivation speed would definitely be faster and the tempering effect would be better. "Since I won the bet, it's yours." "What's there to thank me for?" Guzheng snorted. Under the black robe, Lin Tian wanted to laugh. He could guess that this old man must be feeling very uncomfortable right now. Pushi laughed loudly, not caring about Guzheng's slightly ugly expression. After this, Pushi looked at Lin Tian with a solemn expression. "Little brother, when you were inscribing the spirit-gathering rune earlier, the inscribing hand seal you used, was it the legendary 5-Dragon Divine Flash?" Hearing Pushi mention this name, Guzheng's expression also turned serious as he stared at Lin Tian. Under the black robe, Lin Tian was stunned, then nodded. "It's the 5-Dragon Divine Flash." He did not really understand what Pushi meant by legendary, but the inscribing hand seal he used was indeed called the 5-Dragon Divine Flash. It was something he had sorted out from the information in his mind. Pushi and Guzheng looked at each other and both gasped. Although they had already confirmed that the hand seal Lin Tian used was the legendary inscribing method, when they heard Lin Tian admit it himself, they could not help but be shocked. 5-Dragon Divine Flash, the legendary inscribing method. "I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes one day," Pushi mumbled. Guzheng smiled bitterly and looked at Pushi. "Now I believe that you are definitely not his teacher. You're not worthy." Pushi did not mind Guzheng's sarcasm at all. "I've already said that I'm not qualified to be his teacher." Pushi shook his head and looked at Guzheng. "Alright, old man. You should know what level my little friend is at. Why aren't you taking out the level insignia? Guzheng nodded. I prepared it when I went to get the 100 spirit grass. Saying so, Guzheng took out the insignia of an array manipulator. Seeing this coat of arms, many people's eyes lit up, and their faces were filled with awe. This insignia was the symbol of an array manipulator's status. Those who could wear this kind of insignia were all experts. There was not a single person here who did not dream of being able to wear this kind of insignia one day. Pushi glanced at the insignia Guzheng took out and frowned. Old man, this is a level 2 insignia. Do you think he's only at level 2? Of course I know. According to his level, he should be at level 3. Guzheng smiled bitterly. But our small branch does not have the qualifications to give out insignia above level 2. Only the Imperial City's Array Manipulator Guild can. Pushi was stunned, but then he understood. It's like this. I forgot about it. Taking the level 2 Array Manipulator insignia from Guzheng and handing it to Lin Tian, Pushi said, Little brother, you heard it. If you have the chance, go to the Imperial City's Array Manipulator Guild. Elder Xiapu. Lin Tian took the level 2 Array Manipulator insignia and put it away. Okay, this matter has come to an end. This old man has taken what he wanted, so I'll go back. Pushi smiled and then looked at Lin Tian. Little brother? Do you still have something to do? If not, come with this old man. There's nothing else. Lin Tian Dao. Pushi smiled faintly and greeted Guzheng before leaving with Lin Tianyi. Inside the guild, everyone's eyes were filled with respect as they watched the two leave. Especially when they looked at the black-robed Lin Tian, their expressions were filled with reverence. A 16-year-old array manipulator, and his skill in controlling arrays was even higher than Pushi and Guzheng. His future achievements would definitely be terrifying. Wait. At this moment, a voice rang out. Pushi and Lin Tian stopped their footsteps and turned their heads around. Old man, what's the matter? Pushi asked. The person who called out was none other than Guzheng. Guzheng stared at Lin Tian, and for a moment, he was a little embarrassed. He stammered, and? Under the black robe, Lin Tian was a little confused. Pushi stared blankly at Guzheng. Then, as if he thought of something, he narrowed his eyes. Old man, if you have something to say, then say it. If not, we're leaving. Guzheng's old face was slightly red. He looked at Lin Tian and said, that, little brother in black robe, right? You. Are you interested in joining our Array Manipulator Guild? Under the black robe, Lin Tian was stunned. Join? I haven't joined yet? In his opinion, since he had been certified by the Array Manipulator Guild, he had already joined the guild. Just now, it was just a rank test. Passing the test is one thing, and joining the guild is another. Let's put it this way. Some people are array manipulators and have been certified, but they don't belong to the Array Manipulator Guild because they didn't choose to join. Of course, such people are very rare. Most array manipulators choose to join the Array Manipulator Guild after passing the test. Pushi explained. Lin Tian's array manipulator skill was extremely high, but he didn't know much about the basics of being an array manipulator. Pushi didn't find it strange. Instead, he paid more attention to Lin Tian. In Pushi's opinion, Lin Tian's teacher must be one of those peak hidden experts. This kind of person usually only taught their disciples the art of array manipulation and didn't mention anything else that wasn't necessary. That was why Lin Tian was so confused about the Array Manipulator Guild. Lin Tian thought for a moment and asked Guzheng, compared to those array manipulators who haven't joined the guild, what's special about those who have joined? Guzheng's face lit up with joy. Array manipulators who join the Array Manipulator Guild can rely on completing the guild's array manipulator missions to accumulate points. Then, they can use the points to exchange for some special materials. These special materials are often extremely important for engraving arrays, but they can't be bought with money. At the same time, array manipulators who join the guild can receive a generous amount of spirit coins every month for free. In addition, they also have some other rights. Guzheng quickly said, of course, apart from the first point, the rest is related to the array manipulator's rank and status. Under the black robe, Lin Tianwei's expression changed slightly. He didn't really care about the spirit coins he received, but the special materials were indeed a problem. In the past few days, after absorbing the knowledge in his mind, he knew that some special materials were really hard to buy with money. If he joined the Array Manipulator Guild, this problem would be solved. After thinking for a moment, he asked, then, after joining the guild, what do I have to do? Will there be restrictions on my personal freedom? You don't have to do anything special. Moreover, anyone who joins the Array Manipulator Guild is free. Little brother, you can rest assured about this. Guzheng hurriedly said. Lin Tianwei was slightly surprised. It's that simple, on the side, Pushi teased. Actually, this old man has other motives. He wants a genius array manipulator like you to join the guild, which will greatly benefit the guild's development. For example, if there are some extremely difficult array manipulator missions, if there are powerful array manipulators, they can quickly and easily solve them. So, for a genius like you to join the guild, the large-scale Array Manipulator Guild will give out some rewards. Of these rewards, of course, he doesn't care about money. He's mainly interested in those high-level Array Manipulator Guild runes. He's a formation fanatic. Hearing this, Lin Tian was speechless. Lin Tian pondered for a moment. Joining the guild wouldn't affect him much. On the contrary, it wasn't a bad idea to occasionally come to the guild and do some missions in exchange for some special materials. Moreover, he could receive a sum of spirit coins every month for free. Alright, I'll join, he said. Hearing this, Guzheng was pleasantly surprised. Xiaofei, quickly record this little brother's information, Guzheng said to the female attendant, but then he shook his head and said excitedly, I'll do it myself. Lin Tian, this old man was like a child at this moment. Just like before, Lin Tian's name in the guild was still Black Robe. Guzheng didn't look into this. The guild wouldn't investigate the identity of an array manipulator, so it didn't matter if it was their real name or not. Alright. After recording everything, Guzheng laughed. Pushi teased, look at how excited you are at such an old age. Guzheng laughed dryly and didn't explain anything. The Array Manipulator certification exam was over. Lin Tian didn't plan to stay any longer. He didn't have much time left, so he had to go back and cultivate. After exchanging a few words with Guzheng, Pushi and Guzheng walked out of the Array Manipulator Guild. All around them, everyone looked at the two of them with a face full of respect. Little brother, are you free? Why don't you go to the Yibao Pavilion? Pushi asked with a smile as they walked out. Lin Tian's voice came from under the black robe. Thank you for your hospitality, Elder Pushi, but I can't for now. I have some other things to do. When I'm free, I'll definitely visit your pavilion. Alright, come anytime. Pushi smiled. After seeing Lin Tian's exquisite array manipulation technique, Pushi was even more certain that Lin Tian had a terrifying teacher behind him. Naturally, he paid more attention to Lin Tian. The two chatted as they walked out. Right at this moment, the doors of the Array Manipulator Guild were slammed open with a bang. Two blood-soaked figures, one old and one young, rushed in. One of them was holding a white-clothed woman in his arms. The woman's white clothes were also dyed red with blood. Someone come. Quickly. One of the young men roared. The smell of blood floated in the air, causing many people to frown. However, when they saw the other person beside the young man, everyone's expression changed. They all revealed expressions of disbelief. Even Pushi and Guzheng were no exception. General Ji? Pushi was surprised. Of the two people who broke into the guild, one of them was wearing a luxurious robe and was about 18 years old, while the other was wearing a pure gold armor and was slightly older than Pushi and Guzheng. His whole body was covered in blood. It was precisely this person who caused Pushi and Guzheng, who were also ranked 2 array masters, to be moved. They both went forward to meet him. Seeing their expressions, Lin Tian was a little confused and asked the waitress next to her, who is this person? The female servant was surprised that Lin Tian did not know who this person was. However, she still explained politely with a look of reverence. General Ji Yuanshan has been fighting on the battlefield for decades. He has blocked the enemy's army countless times. Half of the reason why Beiyan is so peaceful today is because of General Ji. Lin Tian's expression changed. So that was the case. No wonder everyone here was so shocked when they saw this person. General, what happened? Why are you here? Also, this is... Guzheng was shocked. Looking at Ji Yuanshan, who was covered in blood, Guzheng was shocked. Ji Yuanshan was already 80 years old this year, but his face was still ruddy. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky, and his whole body exuded a fierce fighting spirit. At the same time, it was mixed with a sense of righteousness. Ji Yuanshan did not recognize Guzheng and Puxi, but when he saw the Array Master emblem on their chests, his expression changed. Both of you, please save her. Ji Yuanshan's voice was old and low, but it could not hide the anxiety in it. He held a woman in white in his arms. The woman's abdomen was blood-red and her breath was very weak. This is? Puxi's pupils shrank. My granddaughter Ji Yuanshan's voice was low, and there was a strong murderous intent in his words. When she was rushing back to the imperial city from the border, she was unexpectedly ambushed by the enemy. Although the enemy was completely annihilated, at this point, everyone immediately understood what was going on. There were 8 generals in Beiyan, but the only one who could be called general was Ji Yuanshan. To Beiyan's enemy, Ji Yuanshan was an absolute eyesore. Therefore, there were often assassinations. Damn those enemy barbarians. How dare they do this again and again? A warrior said angrily. Ji Yuanshan's voice was low. He looked at Puxi and Guzheng and said sincerely, both of you are Array Masters, please save her. Facing the assassination of the enemy, Ji Yuanshan himself was not seriously injured. However, Ji Yu who came to greet him was unfortunately seriously injured. Because it was very close to Fengjian and Ji Yu was seriously injured, Ji Yuanshan directly carried Ji Yu and rushed to Fengjian City, hoping to borrow the power of the Array Master Association in Fengjian City to stabilize Ji Yu's injury. After all, the Array Masters were very capable and had dabbled in many aspects. General, don't be anxious. Put Miss Ji down first. Puxi said. Ji Yuanshan nodded and carefully put down the girl in his arms. At this time everyone saw the woman's appearance clearly. They were all shocked. Even Lin Tian under the black robe could not help but be moved. The woman was about 16 years old. Her black hair was soft and smooth, and her eyelashes were fine. Although her face was very pale, it could not hide her beautiful face. Everyone's eyes lit up. There is such a beautiful woman in this world. Lin Tian was slightly surprised. At this time, Guzheng walked forward with a solemn expression and examined the girl's injuries. Guzheng was an Array Master. The Array Master's methods were varied and terrifying. They could kill and save people. After a while, Guzheng's face sank. How is it? Ji Yuanshan asked in a low voice. Guzheng shook his head. His face was not very good. Puxi also walked forward and checked. After a while, he also shook his head. Her injury is too serious, and she lost too much blood. I'm afraid, Puxi said in a low voice. Hearing this, Ji Yuanshan suddenly trembled. His whole person seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. I said that in such a small place, there can't be any capable person. The young man who came with Ji Yuanshan said, General Ji, let's quickly return to the imperial city. We can't waste any more time in this small place. Our Lung family has a brilliant doctor. When the time comes, Xiaoyu will be cured. Ji Yuanshan was slightly disappointed. He nodded and was about to leave with the girl. Wait. At this time, Puxi stopped Ji Yuanshan and said, General, the two of us are indeed powerless, but this little friend may be able to. Puxi pointed to Lin Tian next to him. Lin Tian was speechless. How did he get involved again? Ji Yuanshan stopped and did not care about Lin Tian's strange attire. He asked Puxi, really? This old man can't be 100% sure, but this little brother is far more powerful than me and Guzheng. Puxi said. Ji Yuanshan's eyes flashed. Not only was he powerful, but he also knew a lot of other things. He knew that Puxi and Guzheng were both second-stage Array Masters. Their strength was extremely rare. But at this moment, Pushi said that there was someone here who was more powerful than him and Guzheng. This immediately gave Ji Yuanshan a glimmer of hope. At this time, Guzheng also looked at Lin Tian. His face was somewhat serious. He said seriously, "Little brother Black Robe, do you have a solution? If you have a way, please help me." Guzheng was somewhat old-fashioned and stubborn. It was because of this that Guzheng had always admired General Ji Yuanshan. At this moment, Ji Yuanshan's only granddaughter was seriously injured. He naturally hoped that the other party could be saved. For a time, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Tian again. Through the black robe, Lin Tian looked at the girl in Ji Yuanshan's arms and frowned. In real time, since Ji Yuanshan put the girl down, he had been observing her injuries. He already had a way to deal with it, but the process would be slightly awkward. "Little brother, do you have a solution?" Ji Yuanshan said in a low voice. His only granddaughter was seriously injured and dying. Although Ji Yuanshan appeared calm, he was incomparably anxious. For a time, the surroundings were quiet. After 3 breaths, under Ji Yuanshan's slightly surprised gaze, Lin Tian nodded and said from under the black robe, "I can save her," but, at this point, Lin Tian seemed a little hesitant. "But what?" Ji Yuanshan was slightly puzzled. Suddenly, he understood and said in a low voice, "Little brother, what do you want?" "As long as I, Ji Yuanshan, have it, I'll give it to you." Lin Tian shook his head. "That's not what I mean." "Then what is it?" Ji Yuanshan frowned. All around, everyone looked at Lin Tian. "Little brother, time is precious. If you have any concerns, just say it and we can discuss it together," Pushi said. Although he had not known Lin Tian for long and did not even know Lin Tian's appearance and real name, Pushi knew that Lin Tian was definitely not the kind of person who would take advantage of the situation to covet something. Lin Tian thought for a moment and nodded lightly. A voice came from under the black robe. "I have a formation pattern that can work with the spirit gathering pattern and forcibly inject the spirit chi of heaven and earth into her body to heal her injuries. However," after a pause, Lin Tiandao continued, "however, she needs to bear the formation pattern naked." "What?" Hearing this, Pushi and Guzheng's expressions changed slightly. On the other side, Ji Yuanshan frowned, and his face immediately sank. The meaning of bearing the formation pattern naked was obvious. It was to have Ji Yu take off all her clothes and use her naked body as the initial scroll to bear the formation pattern and talisman network. Under the black robe, Lin Tian's expression was cold. If Pushi and Guzheng did not speak up, he would not have said a word. Now that he was ready to help, he was being accused of having bad intentions. This made him very unhappy. "Elder Pushi, let's go. What does the life and death of others have to do with me?" he said calmly. Without waiting, Lin Tian walked out of the Array Manipulator Guild. Pushi smiled helplessly. The strong were all proud, especially a monster like Lin Tian. He naturally understood how Lin Tian felt when he was bullied like this. Nodding at Ji Yuanshan, Pushi also walked out. Seeing Lin Tian leave, the well-dressed young man snorted coldly. "Great General, let's go back to the Imperial City," the well-dressed young man said. Ji Yuanshan's expression was gloomy. Looking at the girl in his arms, he seemed to be struggling. Seeing that Lin Tian was about to reach the door, he finally said, "Little brother, please wait." Hearing this, the well-dressed young man's expression changed slightly. Lin Tian stopped and said calmly, "What's the matter?" Pushi also stopped and looked at Ji Yuanshan. Ji Yuanshan looked at Lin Tian and suddenly stood up straight. Lowering his head slightly, he said in a low voice, "Little brother, please save this old man's granddaughter." This simple action shocked everyone. Previously, it was Guzheng, but now, even the Empire's #1 great general was bowing to this 16-year-old boy. "Great General, you can't. You can't let him save little Yu. Little Yu's innocence." The well-dressed young man was anxious. Ji Yuanshan's expression darkened and he shouted, "Yi Tong. Don't speak nonsense." Ji Yuanshan had been on the battlefield for many years. Even though he was a little old now, the aura he had accumulated over the years was extremely shocking. After being shouted at, the well-dressed young man's expression changed slightly and he stopped talking. Little brother, please. This old man only has one granddaughter. Please help her. If you have any requests, just tell me. As long as I, Ji Yuanshan, can do it, I will not refuse. Ji Yuanshan looked at Lin Tian. The entire guild was silent for a while. The finely dressed young man's expression was cold. He stood beside Ji Yu and glared at Lin Tian. His eyes were full of threat, as if he would take Lin Tian's life if Lin Tian agreed to help Ji Yu. This kind of gaze made Lin Tian very uncomfortable. Some people don't want me to save them, but I insist on saving them. He sneered and said from under the black robe, Elder Ge, please prepare a room for me. You. Beside Ji Yuanshan, the finely dressed youth was instantly enraged. However, Ji Yuanshan had already made up his mind. There was nothing he could do. Thank you, little brother. Ji Yuanshan was overjoyed. Xiao Fei, prepare the quietest room immediately. Guzheng said to the female attendant, then turned to Lin Tian, little brother, what materials do you need? This old man will choose for you. Lin Tian nodded and said, wind cicada root, sandwood ginseng, level 4 demonic beast wind lizard blood, rootless spring. In a moment, Lin Tian reported 6 materials. Okay, this old man will go now. Nodding to Ji Yuanshan, Guzheng quickly walked to the side. The guild was very quiet for a while. Under the black robe, Lin Tian looked at the girl in Ji Yuanshan's arms. He saw that the girl's face was getting paler and paler. Her beautiful eyebrows were almost wrinkled. It was obvious that she was in great pain while unconscious. This scene immediately reminded him of Lin Shi more than a month ago. That day when they escaped to the Green Mountain, Lin Shi also had the same expression. Use your soul power to cover her wounds and temporarily numb her nerves to help her relieve the pain. He said to Ji Yuanshan. Soul power? Ji Yuanshan's face froze. This old man. Seeing Ji Yuanshan's expression, Lin Tian suddenly understood. How could a simple martial artist know how to use soul power? Although everyone had soul power, if they wanted to use it, they would need a special soul cultivation method. This kind of martial art was generally not accessible to ordinary martial artists. Only array manipulators knew how to use it. Shaking his head, Lin Tian took a few steps forward and arrived in front of Ji Yuanshan. Looking at the girl in Ji Yuanshan's arms, he asked, the wound is in the abdomen, right? He saw that the blood in the girl's abdomen was the thickest. Yes, it is the abdomen. Ji Yuanshan quickly said. At this time, Ji Yuanshan didn't have the slightest attitude of a great general. He was just a grandfather worried about his granddaughter. Lin Tian nodded. He raised his right hand and pressed the girl's abdomen. What are you doing? The well-dressed youth's face turned cold. He was about to go forward and stop him. Scram. Under the black robe, Lin Tianlong coldly said. The aura of the 6th level of body refinement was released. Suddenly, the well-dressed youth's face changed and he stopped in his tracks. Coldly snorting, Lin Tian's right hand suddenly appeared with a silver light. Wang. The silver light flashed, slightly sacred, like the power of the 9 heaven stars pouring down. Such a tyrannical soul power, even Ji Yuanshan who wasn't an array manipulator was moved. Soon after, Ji Yuanshan quickly discovered that Ji Yu's tightly knitted brows slightly relaxed. This, Ji Yuanshan was pleasantly surprised. Looking at Lin Tian again, Ji Yuanshan's eyes had a trace of shock. At this time, Guzheng and the maid appeared, arriving at almost the same time. Have you prepared the room? Guzheng asked the maid. The maid nodded and respectfully said, yes, elder. Guzheng nodded and handed a small bag to Lin Tian, saying, little brother, these are the materials I mentioned. Thank you. Lin Tian's voice sounded. After that, Lin Tian didn't need to say anything more. Ji Yuanshan hugged the girl and followed Lin Tian, Guzheng, and the others to a room in the Array Manipulator Association. This room was relatively small, but the decorations were very simple. The most important thing was that the air in the room was very clean and the surroundings were very quiet. Put her on the bed. Lin Tian Dao. Ji Yuanshan nodded as if he was following orders. He carefully put the girl on the bed in front of him. In a moment, the white bedding on the bed was dyed red. What's next? Little brother, what do you need me to do? Ji Yuanshan said. Lin Tian nodded. He had a good impression of this Ji Yuanshan. Although the other was a great general, he didn't put on airs. Please leave. If I don't say anything, no one is allowed to come in and disturb me. Lin Tian said. Puxi and Guzheng nodded. They were both array manipulators and knew that the most taboo thing for an array manipulator was to be disturbed while inscribing runes. Moreover, they knew that the runes Lin Tian was going to inscribe were definitely not ordinary and needed a quiet space. What did you say? At the side, the young man in luxurious clothes had a gloomy expression as he stared at Lin Tian and said, a man and a woman alone in a room. Xiaoyu is even heavily injured and just happens to be unconscious at this moment. How could I allow you to stay here by yourself? Who knows if you'll do anything dirty to Xiaoyu? Don't even think about it. Guzheng and Puxi both frowned. Guzheng was even more displeased as he said indifferently, Great General, who is this? Such words don't seem to understand etiquette. Asking Lin Tian to help Ji Yu, at first, it was him and Puxi who asked, but this well-dressed youth repeatedly obstructed and questioned Lin Tian. Even an old-fashioned person like Guzheng was a little angry at this moment. The well-dressed youth's words were not only insulting Lin Tian, but also insulting him and Puxi. You. The well-dressed youth's face suddenly became a little livid. Leng Yi Tong. At this moment, Ji Yuanshan's low voice sounded again as he reprimanded the well-dressed youth. Then, Ji Yuanshan saluted Puxi and Guzheng before looking at Lin Tian Dao. Little brother, I'm sorry. We will go out now. Xiaoyu will be in trouble. Please help her stabilize her injuries. This old man will be very grateful. With that, Ji Yuanshan pulled the well-dressed youth up and strode out. Staring at the back of the well-dressed youth, Guzheng snorted coldly. Little brother, if there's anything, just call. Old Gu and I will be waiting outside. Puxi said. Okay. Lin Tian nodded. Puxi and Guzheng retreated and carefully closed the door. In an instant, only Lin Tian and the girl lying on the bed were left in the room. Walking to the side of the bed, the unconscious girl frowned again without his soul power numbing the wound. She seemed to be in pain. Lin Tian stretched out his right hand and a ball of soul power rushed out, quickly covering the wound on the girl's abdomen. That night, Xiaoxi had the same expression. You should thank her. After covering the girl's wound with his soul power, Lin Tian took off his black robe and revealed his true body. He took out 2 spirit-gathering rune scrolls from his robes. One of them was the one he carried with him, while the other was the one he created during the array manipulation master examination earlier. It just so happened that it came in handy at this moment. It can be sold for at least 20,000 spirit coins. What a pity, what a pity. Just now, I should have killed that old man Ji. Lin Tian muttered. Although he said so, after hearing the maid's introduction, he really didn't know how to ask. He had been guarding the border for dozens of years, protecting the peace of the northern flame country, allowing countless people to live a peaceful life. If he really asked Ji Yuanshan for money, even if he was an array manipulator, he would still be looked down upon. Shaking his head, Lin Tian walked to the side of the bed. Looking at the girl on the bed, although her face was pale, she still looked fresh and refined. She had lost too much blood, but her skin was still white and moist. Especially that soft black hair, it made people want to caress it. Sorry. Coughing twice, Lin Tian stretched out his hand and began to take off the girl's clothes. Having lived 2 lives, this was the first time Lin Tian took off a girl's clothes. Moreover, it was such a beautiful girl. As he slowly took off the girl's clothes, pieces of snow-white skin were exposed. It was extremely tempting. If it wasn't for his strong will, he probably wouldn't have been able to control himself. Calming his breathing, Lin Tian quickly took off all of Ji Yu's clothes. In an instant, a beautiful body appeared in front of Lin Tian. Her neck was round, her waist was slender, and her legs were straight and slender. Although there were some blood stains on her snow-white skin, it still couldn't cover up her radiance. Instead, it made her even more tempting. What a pain! Lin Tian cursed. To the current Lin Tian, the creation of the yen ink was no longer difficult. He pulled the 6 materials over and poured in his true essence force and soul force. After a few minutes, a 5-colored yen ink was created. Lin Tian nodded. He could start drawing the array pattern now. Sorry for the offense. Looking at the girl on the bed, Lin Tian muttered. His right hand wrapped the yen ink with true essence and slowly pressed down. Finally, his index finger landed on the girl's abdomen. At this moment, a soft touch came from his finger. It was a feeling he had never felt before. Lin Tian couldn't help but tremble slightly. A half-naked girl with a golden figure. Touching such a delicate body was truly a great temptation. Who? Lin Tian closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. Just like that, after 3 breaths, he opened his eyes again. His eyes had become tranquil. Swallow Rain Rune, a peak 2nd level array pattern. He muttered to himself. His index finger landed on the girl's abdomen and quickly moved. At this moment, his eyes became very calm. The girl in front of him didn't seem to be a girl anymore. Instead, it was just a simple initial scroll. As his index finger drew, soon, a clear array pattern appeared on the girl's flat abdomen. It emitted a faint true essence force and soul force. As if she sensed something strange, the unconscious girl slightly frowned her beautiful brows. Lin Tian didn't care about this. After another pattern was drawn on the girl's abdomen, his 5 fingers began to move together. 5 array patterns appeared from different places and extended in different arcs. 5 Dragon Divine Flash. Buzz. True Essence Force and Soul Force surged together. Lin Tian was fully focused. Even though there was an alluring body in front of him, his eyes were incomparably clean and focused. At this moment, his eyes were only focused on the pattern he was drawing. As time passed, beads of sweat gradually appeared on Lin Tian's forehead. Compared to the Martial Fusion Rune and Spirit Gathering Rune, the Swallow Rain Rune's level was undoubtedly much higher. It was his first time drawing such a pattern. Moreover, it was using a human body as a scroll. The difficulty was naturally high. Let's just treat this as a test. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He didn't care about the cold sweat on his forehead, nor did he care about the gradual lack of true essence. At this moment, he began to circulate the 4 extreme scripture, earnestly carving array patterns while forging new true essence. Soon, 15 minutes passed. With the passage of time, the sweat on Lin Tian's forehead had reached its limit, and a feeling of dizziness came from his head. Even though he had been operating the 4 extreme meridians, the forging of his true essence could not keep up with the consumption. Just like that, another quarter of an hour passed. 15 minutes later, with a buzzing sound, just as Lin Tian was about to be unable to hold on any longer, the Swallow Rain Rune was finally completed. A rune that was about 1.5 inches in diameter appeared on the young girl's abdomen. Lines of runes extended out like tentacles that extended to the young girl's chest and waist. Lin Tian wiped the sweat off his forehead and instantly felt much more relaxed. Both his left and right hands reached out at the same time and landed on the spirit-gathering rune scrolls that he had placed on both sides of the young girl's abdomen long ago. "Open," he said in a low voice. With a buzzing sound, the 2 spirit-gathering rune scrolls trembled slightly. Instantly, rich spirit chi of heaven and earth gathered from all directions, causing this place to seem to have turned into a sea of spirit chi. Almost at this instant, outside the room, Pushi, Ji Yuanshan, and the others were all shocked. "What a powerful spirit chi wave!" Guzhenjin exclaimed. Pushi nodded, and his eyes flickered as he said, "It seems that the young man has successfully inscribed the rune needed to treat Miss Ji. He has activated the spirit-gathering rune now." At the side, Ji Yuanshan clenched his fists tightly and stared at the room. "Don't worry, Great General. Miss Ji will be fine," Pushi consoled. In the room, rich spirit chi waves gathered around the young girl. As the 2 spirit-gathering rune scrolls were activated together, the spirit chi of heaven and earth was more than 2 times stronger than when Lin Tian cultivated with the spirit-gathering rune back then. Looking at this scene, Lin Tian nodded to himself. With such rich spirit chi, it shouldn't be a problem to treat her injuries. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He lifted his right hand and slowly pressed it on the young girl's abdomen. Following his thoughts, the Swallow Rain Rune imprinted on the young girl's delicate body instantly emitted spots of light. "Activate." As Lin Tian's words fell, the spirit chi of heaven and earth gathered by the spirit gathering rune in the surroundings trembled together. They seemed to be attracted by something and gushed toward the young girl's abdomen happily like little fairies. After that, under Lin Tian's intentional guidance, they flowed into the young girl's wound docilely. One could see that the wound on the young girl's abdomen was starting to change slowly. The wound was gradually healing. As the wound gradually healed and the rich spirit chi entered the young girl's body, the unconscious young girl let out a soft moan. Hearing such a seductive voice, Lin Tian trembled again. How torturous. After cursing silently, Lin Tian simply closed his eyes. Although the swallow rain rune could automatically guide the spirit chi of heaven and earth into the young girl's body, the young girl's injuries were too severe and she was already on the brink of death. Therefore, Lin Tian had no choice but to personally use his quintessential essence to control the influx of spirit chi while he was carving the swallow rain rune. He was afraid that if too much spirit chi was forcefully injected, it would hurt the weak young girl's nerves. As such, this was another process of depleting his quintessential essence. Gradually, Lin Tian's essence, energy, and spirit were depleted more and more seriously, almost reaching the bottom. On the bed, rich spirit chi of heaven and earth surged and slowly flowed into the young girl's abdomen, causing the wound on her abdomen to heal rapidly. After another few dozen breaths, the young girl's eyelids trembled slightly, as if two mountains that had been pressing down on the world for countless years were trembling. The young girl opened her eyes tiredly. Her gaze was very dazed. At this moment, a delicate and pretty face was reflected in her eyes. This face was very clean. This face seemed to be a little pale. The young girl's lips moved as if she wanted to speak and struggled to stand up. Unfortunately, her eyelids became heavy again at this moment, and the face in her vision slowly disappeared. The world once again fell into darkness. Time once again passed, minute by minute, second by second, 15 minutes. 15 minutes later, Lin Tian opened his eyes and looked at the young girl on the bed. At this time, although the young girl's complexion was still not very rosy, it was much, much better than when Ji Yuanshan had carried her in. Looking down, the veins on the young girl's abdomen had already dissipated, and the originally somewhat sinister wound had completely healed. It's done, Lin Tian said to himself. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Lin Tian stood up and carefully dressed the young girl. Looking at the young girl's face again, Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh in admiration. She could be considered a favored child of the heavens. With such a face at the age of 16, in a few years, when she grew up a little, perhaps her beauty would shock the world. Shaking his head, Lin Tian walked to the side and put on his black robes again. It's done. Come in, he softly said. His voice wasn't very loud, but because the people outside the room had been paying attention to the movements in the room, the moment his voice fell, everyone heard it. With a creak, Ji Yuanshan was the first to push open the door and enter. Quickly walking to the bedside, looking at the young girl on the bed and feeling the young girl's even and steady breathing, Ji Yuanshan's calm face revealed some excitement. This is really divine skill. Puxi and Guzheng couldn't help but sigh. The young girl who was originally seriously injured and on the verge of death, at this moment, in just 2 hours, her injuries had completely healed. Seeing that the young girl was fine, Ji Yuanshan turned around and came to Lin Tian, who was covered in his black robes again. His expression became incomparably solemn and respectful, and he actually bowed again. Thank you, little brother. At this moment, a cold snort sounded, and the well-dressed young man stared at Lin Tian with an unfriendly expression, saying, just now in the room, did you do anything improper to little you? Under the black robes, Lin Tian's eyes suddenly became cold. But then, the corners of his mouth revealed an evil smile, as if he knew that the well-dressed young man was interested in the young girl. He transmitted his voice, saying, of course, she is now mine. You. The well-dressed young man suddenly became furious, and his cheeks were distorted. I'll kill you. The well-dressed young man roared, pulled out his long sword, and slashed at Lin Tian. Presumptuous bastard. Puxi and Guzheng obviously didn't expect this scene, and their faces became angry, and at the same time stepped forward to stop him. However, someone was faster than them. Ji Yuanshan was in front of Lin Tian, and grabbed the long sword that the well-dressed young man was slashing at Lin Tian. The sharp blade immediately cut the skin of his palm, and blood flowed down the sword. "General," the well-dressed young man's expression changed. Ji Yuanshan released the long sword, his face cold. "Get out." "But, get out." With Ji Yuanshan's cold shout, the well-dressed young man suddenly trembled. Looking at Lin Tianyi insidiously and unwillingly, the well-dressed young man flicked his sleeves and left with anger. Until the well-dressed young man walked away, Ji Yuanshan looked at Lin Tian again. "Little brother, I'm really sorry." Ji Yuanshan slightly lowered his head, as if he was admitting guilt. "Old general, don't worry, this is not your fault." Lin Tian Dao. The empire's first general actually bowed his head to him, a 16-year-old boy, several times. This attitude in itself explained a lot of things. Lin Tian still had a good impression of this kind of person with great tolerance. Although he is not this old man's subordinate, since he is with me now, then it is this old man's fault. Ji Yuanshan shook his head, and then said seriously, "Little brother, if you have any request, please don't hesitate to mention it. As long as I, Ji Yuanshan, can do it, I will not refuse in the slightest." Under the black robe, Lin Tian was somewhat helpless. "Old general, you have guarded the border for dozens of years, protecting the safety of thousands of people in Beiyan. In front of such a righteous cause, how can this junior ask for a reward?" "I will be despised," Lin Tian said. In the room, Puxi and Guzheng looked at each other, a strange light flashing in their eyes. Ji Yuanshan looked at Lin Tian, who was shrouded in a black robe, and fell silent for a moment. "This old man is 86 years old this year. My children have all died in battle, and I only have little Yu as my granddaughter left. To this old man, little Yu is as important as the empire's people." Ji Yuanshan looked at the girl on the bed, and then looked at Lin Tian. "Although little brother is benevolent and righteous, kindness is kindness, and there should be a return." Saying this, Ji Yuanshan took out a token. "This old man has just returned from the battlefield, and did not bring any money with me. I hope little brother will accept this token for the time being." The token was only the size of a palm, and it was pure gold. There was a general character engraved on it, and it was majestic. The golden token was very small, only the size of a palm, but it gave people an extremely majestic feeling. Looking at this golden token, Puxi and Guzheng couldn't help but gasp. They looked at each other for a moment. "General's deputy command?" Lin Tianwei was suspicious. He seemed to have thought of something, but he wasn't sure. Puxi calmed his breath and explained, "The general's deputy command is a battle command that matches the general's command. It's usually not used. For the imperial army, seeing this command is equivalent to seeing the great general. Do you understand what I mean?" Under the black robe, Lin Tianyi was startled. "In that case, wouldn't this small token be equivalent to an imperial sword type of existence?" Seeing Lin Tian's silence, Guzheng thought Lin Tian didn't understand and said, "To be more realistic, with this token, the city lord of Fengjian City will have to salute you. You can even mobilize a large-scale imperial army." Lin Tian had already guessed it, but now, it was even clearer. This thing seemed to be too heavy, right? Somewhat helpless, Lin Tian smiled bitterly and said, "Old general, giving this thing to this junior, aren't you afraid that this junior will use this token to act recklessly?" Hearing this, Ji Yuanshan was stunned at first, then he laughed heartily. This old man has been on the battlefield for dozens of years. Not to mention other things, this old man still has some confidence in judging people. Little brother is definitely not that kind of villain. Ji Yuanshan said. On the side, Puxi and Guzheng nodded. Lin Tian was helpless, but he somewhat admired this old general. Not only was he righteous, but he was also heroic. Putting the golden token into Lin Tian's hand, Ji Yuanshan said, "Little brother, accept it for the time being. If you have any concerns, you can return it to this old man when you enter the imperial city in the future." Under the black robe, Lin Tian laughed bitterly. Since it had already come to this, it would be slightly rude if he didn't accept it. "I am indebted to the old general's trust. If I have the opportunity to enter the imperial city in the future, I will definitely visit your mansion," Lin Tian said. Ji Yuanshan laughed loudly and said, "That day will definitely come. This old man believes that Fengjian City is far from being able to accommodate you." Speaking until here, Ji Yuanshan turned around and carefully picked up the young girl from the bed. He then looked at Puxi and Gujing and solemnly said, "The two of you, thank you for today. You're too kind, great general." Puxi and Gujing said. The young girl's injuries had completely stabilized, so Ji Yuanshan didn't stay any longer. Lin Tian and the other two escorted Ji Yuanshan all the way to the entrance of the guild. "The three of you, please stop. Ji Yuanshan thanks you again," Ji Yuanshan said seriously. Puxi and Gujing nodded, they were not unreasonable. "Safe journey, great general," the two said. Ji Yuanshan nodded with a smile and turned to leave. After walking a few steps, he stopped. Turning around and looking at Lin Tian, Ji Yuanshan said, "Speaking of which, from little brother's voice, you should be around the same age as Xiaoyu. In the future, if fate brings you two together, forget it, let nature take its course." Nodding at Lin Tian, Ji Yuanshan turned around and strode away. Huh? Lin Tian was a little dazed. Thinking back to Ji Yuanshan's words, he felt a little strange. Puxi teased, "Little brother, you're in luck now. It seems that the great general wants to betroth his granddaughter to you. Hey, that little girl is the #1 pride of the imperial city. Not bad, not bad. This old man thinks that you two are quite compatible. Well, although I haven't seen what you look like, but thinking about it, since your control of formations is so strong, you shouldn't be too ugly," Gujing said. Lin Tian, this old man's words are quite interesting. Shaking his head, he was about to call Puxi to leave together. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit his mind, and his whole person suddenly staggered. Puxi was slightly surprised and supported Lin Tian from behind. "Little brother, what's wrong?" Lin Tian felt his head was getting dizzier and dizzier. Thinking about it, he knew that it should be because the soul force and true inner force consumption were more serious. At this moment, there were sequelae. "A little tired, maybe," he said weakly. Puxi and Gujing were stunned, then immediately understood. "Then that's it. Don't go for the time being. This old man will ask Xiaofei to arrange another room. Little brother, rest for the night," Gujing said. Puxi nodded, "That's a good idea." Lin Tian thought about it. It shouldn't be a problem to not return to the martial house for the night. Before, he had told Sushu that if he went back late, he would ask her to accompany Linshi. As for Sushu, he still trusted her. Thinking of this, he didn't refuse and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Elder Ge." He was really dizzy now, and it was quite difficult for him to walk. "No problem, it's my duty." Gujing waved his hand. Immediately, Gujing and Puxi together helped Lin Tian to a small room behind the guild. "Little brother, rest well. This old man will go back first," Puxi said. Lying on the bed, Lin Tian nodded and said, "Elder Puxi, take care." Puxi nodded and walked out with Gujing. When they walked out of the door, Gujing said, "This old man's room is next door. If little brother needs anything, just call me." "Thank you, Elder Ge." Lin Tian ondao. After really understanding, he found that this old man was really a very good person. With a creak, Gujing closed the door, and the footsteps gradually went away. Lin Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. These days, he was really tired, and the rest time was obviously reduced a lot. Shaking his head, Lin Tian didn't take off his black robe. He closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. Gujing sent Puxi to the door and then returned to his room. The waitress Xiaofei was politely greeting people in and out of the guild. From the looks of it, nothing much had changed. The only thing that had changed was that on this day, a piece of shocking news had spread throughout the guild. Fengjian City had given birth to a genius array manipulator. This genius was only 16 years old, yet he had already reached the standard of a Tier 3 array manipulator. Even Elder Gujing and Puxi of the trading pavilion were ashamed of their inferiority. This piece of news was undoubtedly shocking, and it stunned everyone. A 16-year-old array controller at the 3rd stage? How is that possible? It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. But that person was covered by a black cloak, so I couldn't see his face. But from his voice, he should be around 16 years old. I also saw it. At that time, the Empire's general seemed to have received a favor from that person. What? Empire's general? That old General Ji? Of course. Why is that old general in Fengjian City? Who knows? But this kind of thing really did happen. A 16-year-old array controller at the third stage, there is such a monster? As soon as this news came out, almost all the streets and alleys of Fengjian City were discussing this matter. A 16-year-old mysterious genius, a third-stage array controller, and a favor to the Empire's general. Every piece of news was shocking. Everyone knew that the requirements to become an array controller were very harsh. It was 1,000 times more difficult than martial arts. Most array controllers were at least 27 or 28 years old, and they were only at the first stage. But now, there was a 16-year-old third-stage array controller in Fengjian City. This was simply too shocking. How is that possible? Could it be that he started learning array controller when he was in his mother's womb? What if the teacher behind this is a top-tier array controller? No matter what, it's terrifying. There's actually such a monstrous existence. The heavens are really, everyone in Fengjian City sighed. Lin Tian naturally didn't know about this. He was sleeping soundly, and he didn't even hear Guzheng calling him to eat. Fortunately, Guzheng didn't get a reply after a few calls, so he left and didn't disturb him. In the blink of an eye, the night passed. Early in the morning, Lin Tian woke up and walked out of his room after breathing in and out while facing the sun. You're awake? He bumped into Guzheng, and Guzheng greeted Lin Tian with a smile. I've troubled Elder Gu yesterday. Lin Tian smiled. What are you thanking me for? You're welcome. Treat this guild as your own home and come here often. Guzheng shook his head and said, Oh right, Xiaofei has already prepared breakfast, have some. Lin Tian nodded, okay. The breakfast in Fengjian City's array controller guild was relatively simple, porridge, vegetables, and steamed buns. It didn't match the status of an array controller. However, this made Lin Tian have a better impression of this guild. After breakfast, he greeted Guzheng and the waitress, Xiaofei, and walked out. I didn't go back the whole night, Lin, she must be worried. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Thinking of this, his footsteps quickened. Soon, he was far away from the array controller guild. He couldn't even see the shadow of the guild anymore. At this time, Lin Tian's footsteps suddenly stopped. He felt several cold gazes locking onto him from behind. Tilting his head slightly, Lin Tian saw 3 black-robed middle-aged men 5 zhang away. They were following him at a leisurely pace, obviously they didn't have good intentions. This caused Lin Tian to frown under the black robe. Without stopping, Lin Tianyi continued to walk forward while trying to guess who the people behind him were. Currently, his enemies were the Xiao family, Mo family, and Zhou Hao. However, he was currently shrouded in a black cloak. These 3 shouldn't be able to see through his disguise. Thus, it could only be someone he made enemies with when he was wearing the black robe. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Lin Tian's mind, the luxuriously dressed young man who was with the old family army. Recalling the expression of the luxuriously dressed young man when he left, Lin Tian was even more certain of his guess. The people behind him were definitely related to that luxuriously dressed young man. Perhaps I can get rid of these people if I return to the Nanyang martial house. However, it will be detrimental to my future plans. Moreover, that young man must have a high status to be able to follow old General Ji. Perhaps the people behind him can enter the Nanyang martial house. At that time, the situation will become even worse. As his thoughts raced, Lin Tian came up with an idea and immediately walked out of the city. The 3 black-robed middle-aged men had strange expressions on their faces, but they didn't care. They followed closely behind Lin Tian. An hour later, Lin Tian walked out of Fengjian City and arrived at a deserted area. Come out. 3 middle-aged men in black walked out from behind a giant tree and looked at Lin Tian coldly. They were shrouded in a bloody aura. It was obvious that they had experienced real battles and their hands were stained with blood. You deliberately led us out of the city. Should I say that you're arrogant or stupid? One of the men in black mocked. Under the black robe, Lin Tian smiled disdainfully. Leng Yitong asked you to come. He said calmly. When he was in the Array Manipulator Guild, he remembered that Ji Yuanshan called the young man's full name, Leng Yitong. One of the three middle-aged men snorted, young Master Lung's name is not something you can call. It's really him. Under the black robe, Lin Tianlong smiled. The three middle-aged men in black were named Li Lin, Ren Shi, and Wan Xing. At this moment, Li Lin stepped forward and looked at Lin Tian indifferently. Young Master Lung is benevolent and will give you a chance to live. Cripple your own legs and cultivation base and dig out your own eyes. Do it yourself and don't make us do it. When we do, you can only die. Hearing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh. According to you, shouldn't I thank him? Lin Tian smiled. Li Lin said calmly, it's good that you understand. Cripple my own legs and cultivation base and dig out my own eyes. He's prepared to let me live in humiliation, right? Lin Tian said sarcastically. The three men in black suddenly froze. They didn't expect this person's intuition to be so accurate. Ren Shi said coldly, it's not good to be too smart. Letting you live is already a kind of kindness. Don't be ungrateful. Wan Xing snorted. Is that so? Shrouded in the black robe, Lin Tian stepped forward calmly and said calmly, then, I'll give you a chance. Cripple your own legs and cultivation base and dig out your own eyes. I won't kill you. This is also a kind of kindness. Hearing this, the three men's faces turned cold. You're courting death. Li Lin said coldly. Ren Shi said, don't talk nonsense. Kill him. This person wasn't just talking. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Lin Tian. His speed was extremely fast, and an extremely powerful aura erupted from his body as he slammed his palm towards Lin Tian. Seventh layer of body refinement. Under the black robe, Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't care. He didn't dodge, and instead met the attack with a punch. Fist and palm collided. With a bang, both of them were pushed back. Ren Shi, what are you doing? Li Lin and Wan Xing frowned. The three of them were at the seventh layer of the body refinement realm. Ren Shi had even practiced the middle-level body refinement realm martial skill, the mountain-shattering palm. With a single palm strike, it had the strength of several thousand genes. Within the same level, there were few who could withstand it, but now it was actually blocked by a sixth-layer body refinement realm martial artist. Ren Shi's face darkened. He stared at Lin Tian and said, this kid is a little strange. The two fists collided. At this moment, Ren Shi felt that his palm was a little numb. Looking at the three of them again, Lin Tian said indifferently, according to your movements and aura, you should be the Empire's soldiers. In the past 2 days, of the Imperial Army's people who passed through Fengjian City, I only know one group. Then, you should be old General Ji's subordinates. Why would you listen to Ling Yitong? Hearing this, the three of them were shocked. Smart enough, but smart people don't usually live long. The three of them coldly said. Lin Tian shrugged and said, since I don't have long to live, before I die, I really want to know why all of you listen to Ling Yitong since you are from the Imperial City. Humph. Li Lin snorted. Ren Shi said, so what if you are a soldier? As long as you are on good terms with young Master Lung, you will have a bright future. Compared to that, a soldier is meaningless. Too much nonsense. Don't forget our purpose, kill him. Wan Xing frowned. Okay, I will end him. Li Lin said, taking a step forward, his whole body was like a long blade unsheathed, pressing towards Lin Tian. Under the black robe, Lin Tian smiled indifferently, still using an iron fist to meet Ren Shi's palm blade. With a bang, it collided with Ren Shi's palm blade, causing the opponent to stagger back a few steps. Li Lin was shocked. They could feel that Lin Tian's cultivation was at the 6th level of the body refinement realm. He was obviously one level lower than them, but his physical strength was stronger than theirs. Could it be natural brute force? Wan Xing said. In this world, some people were born with incomparably strong physiques and astonishing strength. These people were called natural brute force. However, those with natural brute force generally had poor martial arts talent. The best of them would not exceed 3 stars talent. The more these people reached the later stages, the more difficult it would be to cultivate. So that's how it is. Ren Shi snorted, it's just brute force. With a bang, Renshi's body exploded with an even stronger aura, causing a hurricane to roll up. At this moment, Renshi no longer used pure physical strength to attack, but displayed a powerful martial skill. Mountain-breaking palm, die! Renshi shouted coldly. Renshi took a step forward, his clenched right fist seemed to have turned into a huge mountain. The power was terrifying. Under the black robe, Lin Tianling smiled, his body slowly squatting down. His right hand reached back, reaching under the black robe, grasping the hilt of the gorgeous long sword hidden under the black robe. As Renshi got closer, Lin Tian finally moved, rushing out like a bolt of lightning. Xiao! Like a flash of laser, he and Renshi passed by each other. Silence, extreme silence. Heaven and earth seemed to have become dead silent at this moment. At this moment, even Li Lin and Wan Xing's expression was slightly sluggish, suddenly becoming very quiet. Drip. A faint sound was heard, and drops of blood floated down. Then, Renshi fell straight to the ground. There was a thin line of blood on his neck. His throat had been cut open, and his eyes were staring at the sky. He died with his eyes open. Renshi. Li Lin and Wan Xing's expression changed greatly. Li Lin looked at Lin Tian. What did you do? Just now, they only saw Lin Tian and Renshi pass by each other. They didn't see Lin Tian make a move, they only felt that Lin Tian's speed was very fast, but they didn't expect that this one pass would take Renshi's life. What did I do? Can't you see? Lin Tiantan said indifferently, just killing. Just killing. For words, his voice was very calm. This made Li Lin and Wan Xing, who had experienced many battles and killings, couldn't help but tremble. Together, kill him. Kill. Li Lin and Wan Xing said in a low voice. Both of them moved at the same time, two tyrannical waves of true essence suddenly spread out. Breaking blade hand. Rock-splitting leg. Both of them shouted in unison. At this moment, both of them didn't underestimate Lin Tian anymore, they used almost all of their strength, attacking with mid-level body refining level martial arts. Under the black robe, Lin Tiantan smiled indifferently, floating back. Want to escape? Don't even think about it. Li Lin said coldly. Escape? Lin Tian was disdainful. His body floated back, while retreating, his right hand reached into the black robe, and pulled out a gorgeous long sword. Staring at the two opposite, his eyes were cold, his right hand moved, and the long sword in his hand slowly slashed out. Shocking wind sword. Kung. As the words shocking wind sword fell, suddenly, an ear-piercing sword sound rang out, the whole sky was filled with silver sword light, forming an immortal sword curtain, extremely terrifying. This is? Wan Xing's expression changed. Li Lin's pupils shrank, damn it, retreat. Both of them had experienced many battles, at this moment, they truly felt the danger. You still want to retreat at this time, too late. Lin Tianling smiled. As his voice floated in the air, in the sky, the dense sword shadows fell together, Wan Xing at the front bore the brunt, and in the first moment, dozens of bloody holes were pierced by the sword's shadows, dying on the spot. On the other side, although Li Lin luckily survived, he also lost the ability to resist, and could only barely move his feet. Lin Tian paused for a moment, then walked towards Li Lin. You. What are you doing? Li Lin's expression changed. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fear. Lin Tian was disdainful, and he lifted his leg, stomping hard on Li Lin's chest, causing Li Lin to scream immediately. What is Ling Yitong's identity? Lin Tian asked. Li Lin's heart trembled, and he wanted to say I don't know, but when he met Lin Tianling's indifferent eyes, he could not help but feel more afraid, and he almost trembled as he said, if I tell you, will you let me go? Of course, I will consider it. Lin Tiandao. Swear. I swear. Lin Tiantan said indifferently. Li Lin swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then said in a trembling voice, there are 3 strongest families in the imperial city, they are the Duan family, the Ling family, and the Jiang family. Young Master Ling. Young Master Ling is the young master of this generation of the Ling family. How strong is the Ling family? Lin Tian asked. Very, very strong. Li Lin trembled and said, it is said that there there is a strong person in the Sea of Consciousness realm in charge. Hearing this, Lin Tian's heart trembled. One of the 3 families in the imperial city, the young master of the Ling family, no wonder he can follow the old general. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. He was really being targeted by an incredible person. Looking at Li Lin again, he smiled faintly and said, "Thank you for the information." Li Lin's heart relaxed, and then, in the next second, his expression changed. He saw Lin Tian slowly raise the long sword in his hand. "What are you doing? You said you would let me go." Li Lin shouted in horror. "Did I say that?" Lin Tian's voice was calm. "I just said I would consider it." "You, puff." The long sword fell, and with a flash of blood, Li Lin's head flew out diagonally. Glancing indifferently at the 3 corpses, Lin Tian turned and left. When he returned to the residence of the martial house, the sun was just in the sky. Lin Tian came to Lin Shi's room and gently pushed the door open, wanting to see if the little girl slept well. With a creak, the door was pushed open. Suddenly, Lin Tian's face froze. In the room, a girl was holding Lin Shi. Her slender legs were exposed to the air, suffused with a faint luster. Perhaps because she didn't sleep well, the skin of the girl's chest was also exposed. Half of her snow-white skin could be vaguely seen. The corner of the girl's mouth hung a sparkling line of saliva, which looked very attractive. "Isn't it Sushu?" This, Lin Tian blushed with shame. Staring at this scene, he was a little stunned. At this moment, unfortunately, Sushu turned her body and slowly opened her eyes. Looking out of the door, Sushu's confused eyes gradually widened. She was completely dumbfounded. In an instant, a man and a woman staring at each other. After 3 breaths, ah! A scream pierced through the sky like thunder. In Lin Tian's residence, Sushu's cheeks were red as she stared at Lin Tian. "This is an accident, a misunderstanding." Lin Tian was slightly embarrassed. How could he have known that Sushu would accompany Lin Shi all night, and that her sleeping posture would be so improper? Accident? Misunderstanding? Sushu clenched her teeth, her eyes were spitting fire, as if she wanted to eat Lin Tian. Lin Tian, at this time, keeping silent was the best choice. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room became even more awkward. After an unknown amount of time, Sushu finally calmed down, but she still stared at Lin Tian with her big eyes. "Why didn't you come back last night? Where did you fool around?" "Lin Tian, why was this question so awkward?" "Oh, I was practicing martial arts at Greenwind Ridge." Lin Tian said. "You need to practice martial arts for an entire night? Aren't you worried about Lin Shi?" Sushu was a little skeptical. "I was too focused on practicing and forgot the time." Lin Tian's face didn't turn red, and his heart didn't skip a beat. He took the opportunity to flatter her a little and said, "Besides, there's a good and beautiful girl like you here. With you here, I'm not worried at all. I believe that you will definitely come to accompany Xiaoxi and take good care of her." Lin Tianyi had a serious expression on his face. Sushu's cheeks reddened, and she coughed twice. "Well, your intuition is quite accurate, not bad." "It's okay." Lin Tian smiled. It seemed that Sushu's mood was finally a little better. With a snort, Sushu stared at Lin Tian, her expression suddenly became serious, and said, "Right, you should hurry and prepare. In 2 days, the Martial House will organize a ranking trial for the Outer House disciples. The trial field will be in Greenwind Ridge." Ranking trial? Lin Tianyi was stunned. He had never heard of this before. "You've been in the Martial House for a month now. The Martial House is divided into the Outer House and the Inner House. You should already know this. Then, every year, after a new disciple enters the Martial House will hold a ranking trial for the Outer Palace disciples at an appropriate time. The top 30 disciples will be rewarded, and this is also to encourage the disciples to cultivate." Sushu explained. Lin Tian asked, "What is the content of the trial? A duel between disciples?" "No." Sushu shook her head and said, "Aren't there many demonic beasts in the Greenwind Ridge? Normally, demonic beasts would have beast cores in their bodies. The content of the trial is very simple. You just have to kill the demonic beasts and collect their beast cores. In the end, according to the number and grade of the beast cores obtained by each disciple, a comprehensive score will be given. The higher the score, the higher the rank. I see. That's a pretty simple rule. Lin Tian nodded. After thinking for a while, he frowned and said, the demonic beasts in the Greenwind Ridge should be very fierce. Isn't the martial house worried that the disciples will be killed by the demonic beasts? Sushu couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Tian's question. Normally, the disciples will often go to the Greenwind Ridge to train themselves. If the martial house is worried that the disciples will be killed by the demonic beasts, then wouldn't they be the parents of the disciples? This is the martial house. The martial house only prohibits disciples from killing each other. If someone is killed by a demonic beast in the Greenwind Ridge, it only proves that the person is very weak. Sushu said. Lin Tian nodded. Although it sounded a little cruel, it was very reasonable. Are you going to participate? Lin Tian asked Sushu. Sushu rolled her eyes. Of course I'm going to participate. Otherwise, Old Man Mu will say that I'm a disappointment. Lin Tian suddenly blushed with shame. This girl kept calling him Old Man Mu. She wasn't polite at all. Can we form a team? How about we go together? He said. Sushu blinked and suddenly giggled. She stood on her tiptoes and patted Lin Tian's shoulder. With a face of assurance, she said, of course there's no problem. Don't worry, big sister will protect you. We're the same age. Is that so? Then, I'll protect you. Lin Tian. He basically knew about the trial. After a pause, he suddenly thought of a person and said, that's right, the Outer Palace has a ranking trial every year. That Zhou Hao, what rank is he in the Outer Palace? Enemies, it's better to ask. Staring at Lin Tian, Sushu was a little surprised. You don't know? I don't know. Lin Tian shook his head. After thinking for a bit, he added, I've been too busy recently, so I didn't ask. This time it was Sushu's turn to be speechless. Zhou Hao, the son of Supervisor Feng, 18 years old, 9th layer of body refinement, Outer Palace, 1st. Sushu said. Lin Tian nodded, oh. Oh? Sushu stared at Lin Tian. What? You're not worried at all? Worried about what? First in the Outer Palace, 9th layer of body refinement, 2 months later, you'll have to fight with him, and it's a life and death battle. Sushu was speechless. This guy didn't have a trace of nervousness. Lin Tian rolled his eyes. If worrying is useful, why would I work hard to cultivate? That's true, but you're too relaxed. Sushu was speechless. Relaxing your mind, cultivation will be faster. Lin Tian said with a smile. Is that so? Sushu curled her lips and said with a little ridicule, you've relaxed for a month, may I ask what level your cultivation has reached? What level are your Shadow Fire Fist and Shocking Wind Sword art? Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. This girl still wanted to mock him. 6th layer of body refinement, Shadow Fire Fist, Shocking Wind Sword art. He said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Sushu suddenly widened her eyes. What? Originally Sushu wanted to make fun of Lin Tian, but she didn't expect to hear such words from Lin Tian's mouth. 6th layer of body refinement, Shadow Fire Fist, Shocking Wind Sword art. What does this mean? Forget about Shadow Fire Fist, 1 month to go from the 5th layer of body refinement to the 6th layer of body refinement, this was barely understandable. But even the Shocking Wind Sword art was cultivated to the Shocking Wind Sword art to the Shocking Wind Sword art? One had to know that this sword art had never been cultivated to the peak level. Even her master Mu Qing couldn't do it, but Lin Tian actually cultivated to the Shocking Wind Sword art to the Shocking Wind Sword art in a month? Was a 9-star talent really so monstrous? Don't lie to me. Sushu stared at Lin Tian. Do you need me to display my sword intent? Or do you want me to display my cultivation? Lin Tian asked. Yes. Sushu nodded, not willing to believe it. Lin Tian was speechless. Was he so untrustworthy? At that moment, he didn't hesitate. He first displayed his cultivation, then displayed the sword intent of the 3rd sword of the Shocking Wind Sword art. Sushu opened her mouth wide. Mu Qing only cultivated the 2nd sword of the Shocking Wind Sword art. At this moment, the third sword that Lin Tian displayed, in terms of sword intent, was obviously stronger than the second sword that Mu Qing displayed. It was obviously the third sword of the shocking wind sword art. As for cultivation, she was slightly higher than Lin Tian. Naturally, she could sense that it was indeed the sixth layer of body refinement. How about it, do you believe me now? Lin Tian spread his hands. Su Shu stared at Lin Tian, gritting her teeth. You pervert. Just as the word pervert was about to leave her mouth, she suddenly remembered what happened before. Su Shu's cheeks turned red, and she changed her words, you monster. If a person isn't a monster, it's a waste of youth. Lin Tian laughed. Hearing this laughter, Su Shu was annoyed. She kicked Lin Tian's leg and ran away. 2 days later, come to the stone door that leads to Greenwind Ridge. An angry voice drifted over from afar. Lin Tian smiled and shook his head. Outer Palace ranking trial? Oh, there are still 2 days. I can prepare. He muttered to himself. After resting for a while, Lin Tian came to the top pavilion of his residence. He took out the materials that he bought earlier and prepared to inscribe some shocking wind sword arts martial fusion pattern scrolls. After all, it was the Outer Palace ranking trial. Whether it was for the sake of results or his own safety, it wasn't a bad thing to make more preparations. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. On this day, there were close to 300 people standing in front of the stone door that led to Greenwind Ridge. These people were the Outer Palace disciples of the Nanyang Martial House. They were going to Greenwind Ridge together to complete the Nanyang Martial House's Outer Palace ranking trial. The duration was 7 days. I wonder what the top 30 rewards will be. It really makes one look forward to it. What are you looking forward to? You just entered the Martial House and you want to enter the top 30? You can at least think about it. In front of the stone door, many people were whispering. Lin Tian came here and looked around. Lin Tian, over here. Su Shu waved at Lin Tian. Originally, she called Lin Tian Little Tian Tian, but after several protests and corrections by Lin Tian, she finally changed it. He's here. Lin Tian quickly ran over. Are you ready? Su Shu asked. N. Lin Tian nodded. He was wearing a white robe with a gorgeous longsword tied to his back. In his arms, there were a few shocking wind sword arts martial fusion pattern scrolls. N. Not bad. You're quite spirited. Su Shu smiled. Of course. Lin Tian also smiled. In front of the huge stone door stood 3 mentors from the Nanyang Martial House. All of them were martial artists at the initial stage of the Divine Range realm. They were facing the Outer House disciples and talking about something. As for the content, it was nothing more than encouraging the battle chi. Okay, let the trial begin. Another hour passed. Finally, one of the 3 instructors yelled out. As the voice fell, the stone door leading to the Greenwind Ridge opened. A dense demonic beast aura rushed out. A group of 300 people wasn't considered majestic. Under the guidance of the Nanyang Martial House, the 300 people passed through the stone door in an orderly manner. However, after passing through the stone door, many people suddenly roared and quickly rushed out. These people were all new disciples who had just entered the Martial House. At this moment, they were all very excited. Lin Tian and Su Shu walked together calmly in a direction. Su Shu, you should be very familiar with the Greenwind Ridge, right? Lin Tian asked. Su Shu nodded proudly, of course. Lin Tian immediately felt relieved and followed behind Su Shu. Soon, they were 1,000 feet away from the stone door. They could no longer see the shadow of the stone door. Roar. Ayo. The roars of demonic beasts sounded. After arriving here, the demonic aura in the air was obviously much stronger. This is the territory of Class 1 demonic beasts. Most of the demonic beasts here are Class 1 demonic beasts. Of course, there are some Class 2 and even Class 3 demonic beasts that occasionally appear in this area. After going 3,000 feet into the Greenwind Ridge, it is the area of Class 2 demonic beasts. Further in are the Class 3 and Class 4 demonic beasts. With our current cultivation, we can only enter the Class 2 demonic beasts area. After entering the Class 3 demonic beasts area, it will be dangerous, Sushu said. There were many demonic beasts in the northern flame country. From the lowest to the highest, they could be divided into 9 levels, from level 1 to 9. Among them, level 1 demonic beasts were comparable to a human cultivator of the 1st to 3rd level of the body refinement realm. Level 2 demonic beasts were comparable to a human cultivator of the 4th to 6th level of the body refinement realm. Level 3 demonic beasts were comparable to a human cultivator of the 7th to 9th level. According to legends, monsters that have surpassed level 9 can transform into human form, and their strength is extremely tyrannical. If that's the case, let's go to the level 2 area. Lin Tiandao. Sushu thought for a moment and said, that's fine too. Their cultivation has already surpassed level 3 of body refinement. Staying in the level 1 area is basically meaningless. Let's go. Sushu stood up and immediately walked forward. After walking for a short distance, a fierce roar sounded. From behind an old tree, a half-foot-tall cat-like beast slowly walked out. Its eyes were red and green, and its fur was grayish-brown. Red and green cat, level 1 monster, level 2 monster, comparable to level 2 of body refinement, Sushu said. Just as she was introducing, the red and green cat let out a roar and rushed over with a whoosh. Lin Tian dodged, the long sword on his back unsheathed, and chopped down. He is now a level 6 body refinement expert. Even a level 7 body refinement expert is not his opponent, not to mention a mere red and green cat. It was killed by him on the spot. The beast core is in the head, dig it out, Sushu said. Lin Tian nodded, and used the long sword to cut open the head of the red and green cat. In the bloody mess, he really saw a ball the size of a baby's fist, shining faintly in the flesh. This is the beast core? Lin Tian whispered. From this ball, he felt a strong spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and there was also a strange energy fluctuation, as if it was related to the red and green cat itself. On the side, seeing a slightly puzzled expression, Sushu explained, the beast core is the essence of a demon beast. It condenses a huge amount of heaven and earth spirit chi and blood essence. Of course, this kind of thing cannot be directly used for cultivation. Why? Lin Tian was curious. How would I know? Sushu rolled her eyes and said, it's probably because the physiques of demons and humans clash. Oh, Lin Tian said. He didn't probe any further and threw the beast core into a small cloth bag that he had prepared beforehand. Let's go. Just a reminder. Because we're going straight through the level 1 area to the level 2 area, we'll definitely encounter a lot of demonic beasts along the way. Sushu walked forward, and as she walked, she said, oh, senior sister will be in charge of leading the way, and you will be this senior sister's guard during this journey. Is that all right? Lin Tian, no. This girl is addicted to calling me senior sister. In the next 2 hours, the two of them quickly passed through the grade 1 demonic beast area. Although they encountered many demonic beasts along the way, all of them died under Lin Tian's sword. At this moment, Lin Tian's small cloth bag already had more than a dozen demonic beast cores. Roar. After arriving at the 2nd grade area, the roars of the demonic beasts were even louder, and the demonic aura was even denser. Let's go, Sushu said. Lin Tian nodded, and the two of them directly entered the 2nd grade area. The Green Wind Ridge occupied a large area. Although 300 people from the Nanyang Martial House entered, after being separated from each other, it was not easy to meet a few people. In the surroundings, there were no Martial House disciples, but there were many demonic beasts. The two of them had just taken a few steps when demonic beasts appeared around them. Grade 2 demonic beast, green flame colt, comparable to the 4th layer of body refinement. Grade 2 demonic beast, spirit leap leopard, comparable to the 4th layer of body refinement. Grade 2 demonic beast, rainbow rock dog, comparable to the 5th layer of body refinement. Sushu introduced them one by one. You seem to be quite familiar with these guys. Lin Tianandao. Sushu was speechless, this is common knowledge. If you have time, you should take a look at the Martial House's books about demonic beasts. From grade 1 demonic beasts to grade 9 demonic beasts, as long as there are demonic beasts, there are detailed records in the books. There are such books? Lin Tian was astonished. Naturally, the demonic beast catalog. Later, you can go to the Yibao Pavilion to take a look. That thing, anyone can look at it. Su Shu said. Lin Tian nodded. At this moment, 3 demonic beasts had already pounced over. Lin Tian swung his sword, and with a pu sound, the spirit leap leopard that was the first to approach was cut in half. Immediately after, he moved his feet, and his entire body became light and agile. In a flash, he arrived beside the other 2 demonic beasts, and threw out a punch and a sword at the same time. Bang! Pooh! Following 2 miserable cries, the green flame stallion and rainbow rock dog fell into a pool of blood. Lin Tian squatted down and used his long sword to cut open the heads of the 3 demonic beasts. He took out the 3 demonic beasts' cores and placed them in the small cloth bag. Relatively speaking, it is still a bit weak. Lin Tian Ondao. Demonic beasts that were comparable to the 4th layer of body refinement, to the current him, were not enough. At this moment, he and Su Shu walked towards the depths of the 2nd grade area. Roar! Ao! During this period of time, as the 2 of them advanced, the screams of demonic beasts could be heard from time to time. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at the edge of the 2nd grade area. If we go further, we will reach the 3rd grade area. Su Shu said in a low voice. After reaching this point, she couldn't help but worry. Standing at the edge of the 2nd grade area, Lin Tian looked towards the 3rd grade area. He could indeed feel that the demonic chi here was much more tyrannical than the 2nd grade area. Moreover, the ancient trees in the 3rd grade area were much more lush. Let's go. If it is really dangerous, we can just train at the edge of the 3rd grade area. Lin Tian Ondao said, in terms of evaluation, a single 3rd grade demonic beast core is equivalent to dozens of 2nd grade demonic beast cores. Su Shu was somewhat helpless. In the end, she could only nod and follow Lin Tian into the 3rd grade area. The ancient trees in the 3rd grade area were very lush, but there were very few thorns. After the 2 of them walked for about 100 feet, they suddenly stopped at the same time. In front of them, behind a huge tree, a demonic wolf covered in blood-red fur walked out. It was about 3 meters tall and its eyes were oily green, giving people a bloodthirsty feeling. 3rd grade demonic beast blood wolf. It is comparable to a 7th layer body refinement cultivator. It is very sensitive to blood. It can smell blood from several hundred feet away. Su Shu's eyes were serious. 7th layer body refinement cultivator, not bad. Let's try it out. Lin Tian Dao. He had fought with a 7th layer body refinement cultivator before, but he had never fought with a demonic beast that was comparable to a 7th layer body refinement cultivator. Don't move. At this moment, Su Shu pulled him back. What? Lin Tian was a bit puzzled. It was only comparable to a 7th layer body refinement cultivator, so it shouldn't make Su Shu so cautious. After all, Su Shu was also at the 7th layer body refinement cultivator. Su Shu said, blood wolves are rare demonic beasts that live in groups. They usually move in groups, so, just as she finished speaking, Lin Tian saw that there were blood wolves in front of them. Their green eyes were especially eerie in this dim old forest. Lin Tian roughly counted and his heart suddenly tightened. Including the first one, there were over 30 blood wolves here. It was enough to swallow them alive. Run! Su Shu said. Lin Tian nodded without hesitation. Immediately, he and Su Shu ran in another direction. Over 30 blood wolves were comparable to a 7th layer body refinement cultivator. This was not a joke. Awoo! Seeing Lin Tian and Su Shu run away, the 30 blood wolves suddenly revealed eerie expressions. They all roared and then started to move. As they ran, so sounds could be heard. Their speed was extremely fast. Lin Tian and Su Shu ran in the old forest. Their cultivations were not weak. They were like 2 spiritual leopards. But even so, the distance between them and the blood wolves behind them was not much. Fire fist. While running, Lin Tian turned around and threw out a punch. Suddenly, 18 fire fists appeared and smashed towards the back. He did not expect this punch to kill the blood wolves. It was obviously impossible. He only used it to interfere with the blood wolf's speed and vision. Boom. 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 The fists of fire landed on the old wood behind them, causing a rumbling explosion. There was also a burnt smell. For a moment, the movements of the 30 blood wolves were indeed hindered, and the distance between them and the two was pulled apart by a large margin. Beautiful. Sushu praised. The two ran for a distance and finally could not feel the blood wolf's aura. They safely left. In the dim old forest, the two walked slowly and carefully. Someone is following us, Lin Tian suddenly said. Sushu frowned. She also felt it. Those who can enter the Greenwind Ridge are usually disciples of the martial house. These people are following us. Could it be that they want to snatch the beast course? Every year, the Nanyang martial house would hold an outer house ranking trial. In this trial, it was not uncommon for disciples of the martial house to snatch the beast course. Just snatching the beast course? Lin Tian whispered. His soul force was extremely tyrannical. Naturally, his perception was also very sharp. At this moment, he clearly felt a murderous aura. It was just snatching the beast cores. It seemed that there was no need to have a murderous aura. Follow me. He pulled Sushu and walked in another direction. Suddenly being held by Lin Tian, Sushu was stunned at first. Then, her cheeks turned red. You rascal. It was the first time in her life that the opposite sex held her hand. This made Sushu embarrassed and angry. However, she also knew the current situation and did not struggle. Soon, the path ahead became spacious and empty. After arriving here, Lin Tian stopped moving. Come out. He turned around and coldly looked behind him. Sushu stood beside him and followed his gaze. Heh. A cold and gloomy laugh rang out. 5 people walked out from behind a few old trees one after another. Sushu's face froze. Mo Ning, Mo Zhong, Mo Gu, Mo Fei, Mo Qian, what do you want? She was Mu Qing's disciple and had been cultivating in the Nanyang martial house for more than a year. Naturally, she knew that these 5 people were outer house disciples from the previous 2 batches. Their cultivation was in the 7th level of the body refinement realm. The most important thing was that these 5 people were from the Mo clan. This made Sushu frown. She had a bad premonition. All surnamed Mo? Lin Tian suddenly narrowed his eyes. He was not an idiot. In an instant, he guessed many things. A month ago, in the 3rd round of the martial house's assessment, he killed a Mo-san from the Mo clan. Now, the 5 people from the Mo clan appeared together. Obviously, they were not here to greet him. He could feel the murderous aura from them. Little brat Lin Tian, not long ago, you were just a good-for-nothing. Who would have thought that your guts would become so big? You actually dared to kill my Mo clan's disciple. Mo Ning's words were cold. He took a step forward. You don't know how to write the word death. There were 5 people from the Mo clan, 4 men and 1 woman. All of them were at the 7th layer of body refinement, especially Mo Ning, who was about to enter the 8th layer of body refinement. At this moment, the 5 of them locked onto Lin Tian with indifferent killing intent in their eyes. The Mo clan was a martial arts clan. Naturally, Mo Sen and Mo Ji were not the only ones who had entered the Nanyang martial house. These 5 people had already been in the martial house for 2 years. 5 7th layer body refinement cultivators. In order to kill me, your Mo clan is really willing to spend money. Lin Tian said indifferently. Mo Ning coldly snorted, not only my Mo clan, but the Shao clan also wants to kill you. However, you coward are really good at enduring. You have always holed up in the martial house. Otherwise, how could we let you live until today? Is that so? Then I'm really lucky. Lin Tian sneered. He had walked out of the martial house a few times, but he was always covered in a black robe. No one could recognize him. At this moment, after hearing Mo Ning's words, he couldn't help but feel lucky for his caution. The Mo clan and Shao clan had indeed placed spies outside the martial house. They were waiting for him to walk out of the martial house so that they could kill him. It's a pity that your luck has run out here. Mo Ning said indifferently. Whoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Behind them, Mo Qian jumped onto an old tree and took out a bow and arrow. The arrow was cold and pointed directly at Lin Tian. My arrow can penetrate everything, Mo Qian said coldly. At the same time, two of the other four people took out their weapons. Seeing this scene, Sushu's expression suddenly changed. You want to kill him? Aren't you afraid of the martial house's punishment? Hearing this, the five people laughed disdainfully. Mo Zhong said indifferently, Greenwind Ridge is filled with demonic beasts. It is a very dangerous place. It is very common for cowards to enter the third-level area and be killed by demonic beasts. Sushu was moved. Obviously, she guessed Mo Zhong's intention. After killing Lin Tian, they would put all the blame on the demonic beasts. I am still here. If you dare to make a move, I will report to the martial house elders one by one, Sushu said. The five people looked at each other and shook their heads indifferently. Dead people can't talk, Mo Ning said indifferently. Sushu's expression changed and she was furious. At this moment, a chuckle sounded. Lin Tian reached out and pulled Sushu behind him. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the five people in front of him. You should know who she is. You dare to kill someone like that. You have guts, and your heart is black. Sushu was Mu Qing's disciple and had no enmity with the Mo family. However, these people wanted to kill Sushu as well in order to keep the news a secret. They were truly insane. Just like you, the ones who killed her were also demonic beasts, not us, Mo Ning said indifferently. Sushu was infuriated. She bared her teeth, and looked as if she wanted to rush out and bite Mo Ning to death. Lin Tian stopped her. His face was still calm. You dared to attack her even after knowing her identity, and the five of you came together. Obviously, you were prepared. Did Moe order you to do this? You are very smart. Mo Ning clasped his hands behind his back and didn't deny it. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. You admitted it so easily. You must think that she and I are dead, right? Do you think you can still live? Mo Ning's face was indifferent. The other four people sneered with sarcastic looks on their faces. The five of them came together. All of them were at the 7th layer of the body refinement realm. Mo Ning was about to enter the 8th layer of the body refinement realm. With this kind of fighting strength, how could they not kill a 6th layer of the body refinement realm and a 7th layer of the body refinement realm woman? Today, you must die, Mo Zhong said. Must die? Not necessarily. Lin Tian smiled evilly. It looked strange, but there was a kind of self-confidence. Such an expression naturally made Mo Ning and the other four people unhappy. Attack, Mo Ning said coldly. As his words fell, Mo Qian, who was on the branch behind them, sneered and attacked. With a whoosh, a silver arrow broke through the air and aimed at Lin Tian's forehead. It seemed as if it wanted to pierce through space. Be careful. Sushu's face changed. This arrow was very strong. It was a middle-level body refinement realm martial skill, the Imperial Arrow Technique. Lin Tian smiled evilly. When the arrow was 2 inches away from his forehead, he quickly reached out and grabbed the arrow. With a twist of his right hand, he threw the arrow in his hand. Whoosh, the arrow broke through the air and returned to its original path. With a puff, it pierced Mo Qian's chest and brought out a dazzling blood light. Ah! Mo Qian screamed and fell from the thick branch. With a bang, she fell to the ground. This arrow pierced through her heart. 1 arrow, 1 kill. Xiao Qian. Mo Gu came to Mo Qian's side and checked her breathing. Suddenly, he showed a ferocious expression. You dare to kill her? Mo Gu roared. Lin Tian smiled disdainfully and looked at Mo Gu as if he was looking at an idiot. You came here to kill me. Do you expect me to be polite to you? Those who want to kill should be prepared to be killed. He stood there with a calm and cold face. This guy, looking at Lin Tian, Sushu was a little surprised and muttered softly. He was usually a sunny and gentle person. However, when he killed someone, he did not even blink. This contrast made her feel a little uncomfortable. On the opposite side, Mo Ning and the other three's faces darkened. This was just the beginning. However, one of the 5 of them had been killed. Let's attack together, Mo Ning said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to rush forward and press his palm toward Lin Tian. At the same time, Mo Gu roared and rushed forward. The other 2 charged toward Sushu. Are you okay? Lin Tian asked Sushu softly with a long sword in his hand. Sushu snorted and swung her right hand. A beautiful sword appeared in her hand. Who do you think I am? Watch me. I'll protect you. As she spoke, she actually took the lead and rushed out. Her slender sword flew and slashed towards Mo Zhong and Mo Fei. Cool. Amazing. However, I'm a man. I don't like to be protected by a woman. Lin Tiantan smiled. He tilted his head and looked at Mo Ning and Mo Gu. His face suddenly became cold. Clang, his long sword turned and an ear-piercing sword whistle resounded in the sky. Sword of Destruction. As the 4 words rang out, dense silver swords appeared in the sky. They were like crescent moons and slashed toward Mo Ning, Mo Gu, Mo Zhong, and Mo Fei at the same time. This guy, Sushu was shocked and angry. She slashed her sword toward the 4 people. They had snatched away her opponents. Mo Ning and Mo Gu rushed toward Lin Tian. Their faces were even colder. Insolent! Mo Gu shouted angrily. He held a long sword in his hand. The sword was glowing faintly. Apparently, he had used a martial skill. He went past Mo Ning and slashed toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled evilly. He squatted slightly and slashed his long sword behind him. Then, he jumped out like lightning. Sword of Lightning. The 4 words floated. Lin Tian and Mo Gu passed each other. With a crack, the blade in Mo Gu's hand broke. There was a thin line of blood on his neck. Drops of blood flowed out. Then, his body fell down with a thump. He couldn't be more dead. Mo Gu, Mo Ning and the other 2's faces changed. It wasn't just them, even Sushu's expression changed. How long had it been? With a cultivation at the 6th body refinement layer, he had fought against 5 people at the 7th body refinement layer. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian had actually killed 2 people. What kind of combat power was this? Damn it! Bastard! Kill him first. The 3 of them roared and stared at Lin Tian. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air breaking was heard. The 3 of them exploded with an extremely tyrannical aura. They were like 3 cheetahs, crazily pouncing toward Lin Tian. A cold voice sounded. Sushu raised the long sword in her hand. Sword light shot in all directions, blocking Mo Zhong and Mo Fei. Your opponent is me. Sushu snorted. Bitch, get out of my way. Mo Zhong was furious. Sushu was stunned at first. Then, her eyes were about to spit fire. You scolded me. The long sword in her hand vibrated and instantly became incomparably terrifying. It was obviously a graceful sword, but at this moment, it seemed to have turned into a thunderbolt. It was so terrifying that even Lin Tian was moved. However, after thinking about it, Lin Tian was relieved. Sushu was Mu Qing's last disciple. It was normal for her to have this kind of strength. Mo Zhong's face changed. With a puff, the long sword in Sushu's hand vibrated. A thunderbolt slashed out and penetrated Mo Zhong's shoulder. Suddenly, Mo Zhong let out a shrill scream. Mo Zhong. Seeing this scene, Mo Ning and Mo Fei's face changed. In the distance, Lin Tian shook his head. Although they were both at the 7th level of body refinement, Sushu's strength was much higher than Mo Zhong's. If Sushu had wanted to, she would have been able to kill Mo Zhong. But in the end, she had only managed to pierce through his shoulder. A little too kind. He muttered to himself. Mo Zhong clutched his shoulder. Blood flowed out and his cheeks were twisted in pain. You dare to scold me? I'll kill you. Sushu grimaced. Lin Tian was speechless. Since you can say such words, you should have killed him. Why did you show mercy? Mo Ning and Mo Fei protected Mo Zhong behind them. They coldly looked at Lin Tian and Sushu. I've underestimated you. Mo Ning's face was cold. He immediately changed the topic and stared at Lin Tiandao. However, this is also good. After reporting to the martial house for killing 2 disciples, the lightest punishment would be to cripple your cultivation and expel you from the martial house. At that time, without the protection of the martial house, I want to see how you can survive. Mo Ning smiled sinisterly. His face was extremely cruel. The death of your fellow disciples didn't make you angry. Instead, you wanted to take advantage of it. You're really a scum. Lin Tian shook his head. He squinted his eyes and looked at Mo Ning. However, what did you say before? That's right, dead people can't speak. Mo Ning and the other 2's faces changed. You want to kill them all? Mo Ning coldly said. Isn't this a little strange? What do you mean by kill them all? Lin Tian's face was calm. He slowly raised the long sword in his right hand. I'm just defending myself. Clang. The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. An astonishing sword intent quickly rushed out of his body. It destroyed everything in its path. This is? Mo Ning and the other 2's faces changed as they felt the sharp sword intent. On the other side, Sushu was also moved. She instantly guessed what martial skill Lin Tian was going to use. The last move of the Shocking Wind Sword art. Shocking Wind Sword. An astonishing sword will spread out and immediately shrouded the void. Then, dense sword shadows appeared, and each sword shadow turned into a long energy sword. The scene was very frightening. The last sword of the Shocking Wind Sword art? How is it possible? Mo Ning's face changed. Mo Ning hadn't practiced the Shocking Wind Sword art. However, he had seen the introduction of the Shocking Wind Sword art in the treasure-changing pavilion. It was exactly the same as the scene at the moment. The last sword? Didn't you say that no one could practice it? Mo Fei was shocked. The corners of Lin Tian's mouth curled up into a smile. His entire being gave off an extremely evil feeling. Sushu, step back. Lin Tian Andao. I don't need you to tell me that. Sushu curled her lips. In fact, when Lin Tian had displayed his sword intent, Sushu had already guessed what kind of martial technique Lin Tian was going to use. At this moment, when she saw the dense sword shadows, she immediately moved to one side. The last move of the Shocking Wind Sword art was highly praised by her master Mu Qing. She naturally knew how terrifying this sword was. Retreat! Mo Ning shouted. He and Mo Fei pulled Mo Zhong to escape. A cold snort was heard. The dense sword shadows vibrated. I didn't ask you to retreat. Lin Tianling smiled. The long sword in his right hand slowly pressed down. Suddenly, all the sword shadows fell straight down like rain. A scream immediately rang out. Facing such a sword curtain, how could an ordinary person block it? In just an instant, Mo Zhong was pierced through by several sword shadows, nailing him to the ground. Blood flowed out as he breathed his last breath. Puff. Blood floated up. Mo Fei wasn't lucky enough to escape. His throat was pierced by a sword. He died on the spot. In the end, only Mo Ning, who was the most powerful among the 3, survived. However, his body was covered with blood. He staggered back. His eyes were full of fear. So scary. No wonder no one has practiced it to the profound realm. This last sword is enough to be compared with a top-level martial technique of the body-refining realm. Sushu's eyes widened, and then she was very surprised. This guy, he actually managed to cultivate this sword technique to the great accomplishment stage within a month. Is a 9-star talent really so freakish? Lin Tian withdrew his sword and swept it towards Mo Ning. You're actually still alive? Not bad. Lin Tian smiled. The long sword in his hand slightly trembled as he slowly walked towards Mo Ning. You, what are you doing? Mo Ning held a blade in his hand. He used the blade to block in front of his body. He retreated while staring at Lin Tian in a panic. What are we doing? Guess. Lin Tian smiled evilly. Mo Ning's complexion turned ugly. He retreated while speaking in a sinking voice. You've already killed 4 of our people. It's not too late to stop now. I can act as if nothing had happened. You don't have to report to the martial house. Lin Tian sneered, "What nonsense are you talking about? They were all killed by demonic beasts." Mo Ning's complexion froze, and suddenly became ashen. They had used these words on Lin Tian and Sushu before. But now, Lin Tian was using them on them. "You want to kill me?" Mo Ning stared at Lin Tian. "You're right." Lin Tian smiled, "Unfortunately, there's no prize." "You." This attitude made Mo Ning scared and angry. He stared at Lin Tian, and said in a threatening manner, "I advise you not to act recklessly. You won't have a good time if you dare to kill me. Uncle Mo won't let you go. The elders of the martial house won't let you go either. The only thing that awaits you in the end is death. I won't have a good time if I don't kill you," Lin Tian said in disdain. He held the long sword in his hand, and moved towards Mo Ning at a moderate pace. Looking at Lin Tian's action, Sushu's complexion changed. She opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, she restrained herself. She didn't want Lin Tian to kill his fellow disciples. But, she also knew that these people had come to kill Lin Tian. Moreover, there were 5 of them. So, she didn't have any reason to stop Lin Tian and his people. "Forget it," she whispered in a low voice. Lin Tian had already arrived in front of Mo Ning. He raised the long sword in his hand, and a faint silver light flickered. "Goodbye." He smiled evilly. The long sword glowed, and directly pressed down. The ice-cold sword cut through the air, and issued a chi-chi sound of friction. However, at this moment, Lin Tian's hand movement suddenly stopped. He suddenly turned around, and looked in the direction of Sushu. "Sushu, get out of the way!" he shouted in a loud voice. Sushu was extremely puzzled. However, at the next moment, an ice-cold aura suddenly surrounded her. She didn't know when, but behind her, a figure that resembled a malicious spirit had appeared. He was clad in a long grey robe and was like a spectre from the legends, causing one's scalp to go numb involuntarily. Sushu felt powerless in an instant. It seemed as if her real elemental energy had been frozen. Sushu stretched out her hand. But, her body suddenly became weak, and she fainted on the spot. "Jia jia," a strange sound came out from the mouth of the grey-robed figure. Its head was shaped like a human face, but it looked extremely ugly. Its eyes were red, and looked very strange. "Let go of me!" Lin Tian roared. He temporarily gave up on Mo Ning, and turned around, and rushed towards Sushu. He displayed his fastest lightning sword, and attacked the malicious ghost-like figure behind Sushu like a thunderbolt. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air resounded. Lin Tian's sword pierced the air. A grey light flashed. The malicious ghost-like figure was like a real ghost. Its speed was extremely fast. It appeared dozens of feet away in the blink of an eye. Then, it disappeared from Lin Tian's sight after a few flashes. A wisp of ice-cold aura lingered in the air, and made Lin Tian feel somewhat cold. However, he was more anxious at this moment. Damn it! His face was full of coldness as he held the long sword in his hand. Sushu had been captured by that ghost-like figure in front of him. Lin Tian didn't hesitate. He turned around, and arrived in front of Mo Ning. He grabbed Mo Ning's collar, and said, "What was that thing? Tell me everything you know." Mo Ning shivered. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. That was, slap. Lin Tian slapped Mo Ning's face. His face was ice-cold. "Speak," he coldly said. He didn't give Mo Ning time to be afraid. Facing Lin Tian's incomparably cold eyes, Mo Ning subconsciously trembled. His eyes were filled with fear. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Mo Ning said, "That was a 3rd-grade monster beast, red-faced ghost. It is comparable to a 9th-layer body refinement cultivator. It likes to catch prey and slowly enjoy the fear of the prey before it dies. Then, it will eat it bite by bite, red-faced ghost." Lin Tian held the long sword in his hand. He spun it in the opposite direction and directly cut Mo Ning's throat. Mo Ning covered his throat with both hands. Blood flowed out from his fingers. His entire body was trembling. He didn't die immediately, but he could clearly feel his life draining away. This feeling made him incomparably afraid. Only, this process was very short. After a few breaths, Mo Ning's eyes turned white. He lay on the ground without any movement. Dead, looking at the 5 corpses on the ground, Lin Tian's face didn't have the slightest change in expression. He swept his gaze in a direction. From there, he could vaguely feel dozens of familiar monster auras rapidly approaching. He still remembered this monster aura very clearly. It was the aura of the blood wolves. They must have smelled the scent of blood here. Swish. He used the yin-yang steps and quickly left. The blood wolves would clean up the corpses of Mo Ning and the others for him. Running in the 3rd-grade demon area, Lin Tian's face was somewhat anxious. He crazily operated the Heavenly One Soul technique. His soul power spread all around to sense the aura of the red-faced ghost. In the beginning, the reason why he was able to sense the existence of the red-faced ghost when he killed Mo Ning was because his soul power was extremely tyrannical. I must make it in time, Lin Tian secretly said. From Mo Ning, he knew the hobby of the red-faced ghost. It liked to catch prey and slowly enjoy the fear of the prey before it died. Then, it would eat it. This process usually took 1 to 2 days. Moreover, the red-faced ghost liked to capture young women the most. The red-faced ghost would admire young women for a longer time before it ate them. Lin Tian cursed in his heart. What a pervert. However, he was somewhat glad that this perverted hobby of his had given him the time to save Su Shu. The red-faced ghost often appears in the east of the 3rd-grade area. Lin Tian muttered to himself and ran even faster. He used the yin-yang steps. With each step, he flashed and ran quickly in the old forest. The Heavenly One Soul technique was still operating. Lin Tian more or less remembered the aura of the red-faced ghost. It was very strong and cold. After it stayed in the air, it would take a long time for it to dissipate. In this way, it left a clue for him. According to the location of the red-faced ghost's nest provided by Mo Ning and the remaining cold aura in the air, he used the Heavenly One Soul technique to sense and quickly chased after it. The Greenwind Ridge occupied a large area. Lin Tian ran quickly by relying on his instincts as he passed through this area. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a cheetah. His speed was astonishing. Su Shu was his first true friend after coming to this world. She was a little mischievous and narcissistic. However, she was extremely good to him and Lin Shi. Now that Su Shu had been captured by the demonic beasts, he was naturally very anxious. Swish. 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 He used the yin-yang steps to the limit. He was like an afterimage shuttling through the 3rd-grade demonic beasts area. He passed through the small gaps between the demonic beasts. In the blink of an eye, he had left the demonic beasts behind. Such movements and such speed. If someone were to see this, they would definitely be so shocked that their jaws would drop. While he was shuttling through the forest, Lin Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. Found it. He stopped and leaned against an old tree. He saw a black hole in front of him. A gray-robed ghost figure was disappearing into the black hole with its back facing him. It was the red-faced ghost. At the same time, he vaguely saw the corner of Su Shu's clothes. In this instant, the red-faced ghost had completely disappeared into the black hole. Lin Tian took a deep breath. He held the long sword in his hand and slowly approached the black hole. The red-faced ghost was a peak 3rd-level demonic beast that was comparable to the 9th level of the refinement realm. Compared to the current him, it was much, much stronger. In a direct confrontation, he was definitely not its opponent. The most important thing was that the red-faced ghost's perverted habits gave him enough time to save Su Shu. Therefore, for now, what he needed to do the most was to be cautious. The cave was very dark. Lin Tian cautiously walked to the front of the cave. He immediately felt an extremely cold aura, as if there was an ice cave in front of him. Holding the long sword in his hand, Lin Tian took a deep breath and immediately entered. Lin Tian slowly walked along the walls of the cave. The deeper he went, the colder the air became. Fortunately, Lin Tian cultivated the 4 extreme scriptures. His body was much stronger than the average person, so he could withstand this cold. Su Shu probably isn't feeling well. After all, she's a girl. Lin Tian whispered. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. This cave was a little winding, but there were no forks in the road. For Lin Tian, this was a good thing. After walking for a short while, a strange cackling sound came from the depths, and it was accompanied by the slightly weak cry of a woman. Lin Tian's heart tightened and he immediately started jogging. Soon, there was some light in front of him. Lin Tian leaned against the wall and looked forward. His eyes moved slightly. At this moment, he had already reached the end of the cave. In front of him was a large nest. There were many vines growing on the walls of the nest. It looked very messy. Because of the angle, Lin Tian could only see half of the nest. However, he estimated that the nest was about 100 feet in radius. Go away. A familiar voice sounded and floated in the air. Lin Tian moved his body and followed the voice to the other side of the empty nest. He immediately saw the red-faced ghost and Sushu. At this moment, the red-faced ghost was squatting in front of Sushu. Its ugly face was 3 inches away from Sushu. It occasionally opened its mouth and spat out a disgusting smell. Get lost. Sushu shouted, but she was still very weak. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. He recalled the scene when Sushu had fainted. Could it be that Sushu's body was paralyzed? However, after taking another look, Lin Tian couldn't help but be speechless. Sushu, this girl, was quite bold. She still dared to yell at a time like this. Didn't she know what fear was? Unparalleled heroine. Lin Tian praised inwardly. Although that was what he thought, Lin Tian didn't relax. He stared ahead while thinking about what to do next. In front of them, the red-faced ghost seemed to want to intimidate its prey. It moved its ugly face closer to Sushu, then quickly retreated. Then, it moved closer to her again. From time to time, it would breathe out a cold breath, but it did not attack. Looking at this scene, even Lin Tian couldn't help but curse in his heart. It was clearly just a demonic beast, but its habits were actually so abnormal. Go away. Sushu shouted, her head swaying left and right. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes widened. As her vision shifted, she saw a very familiar face. Sushu was pleasantly surprised and was about to cry out. Lin Tian was shocked. He quickly pressed his index finger to his lips, indicating that Sushu should not cry out. This cave was a little dark, but Sushu still saw Lin Tian's movements clearly. She immediately understood. She turned her cheek to the other side and cried out even more exaggeratedly. She pretended to be frightened and attracted the red-faced ghost's attention. Obviously, she also knew that the red-faced ghost was very scary. In a direct confrontation, she and Lin Tian were no match for it. Therefore, they needed to outsmart it. Jia! 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 The red-faced ghost seemed to enjoy Sushu's frightened expression. Its ugly demonic face seemed to be a little excited. Looking at this scene, Lin Tian slowly squatted down and picked up a piece of gravel from the ground. Without circulating his true essence, he held the gravel in his hand and threw it to the other side of the empty lair. When it landed on the ground, it made a bang. The red-faced ghost obviously heard this sound and slowly retreated from Sushu's side. It moved its human-like demonic body and floated in the direction Lin Tian threw the gravel. Jia! Arriving at the place where the gravel landed, the red-faced ghost's blood-red demonic eyes stared at the ground. It seemed to have some doubts. Outside the lair, Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. Now is the time. With a flash of light in his eyes, Lin Tian quickly moved. He used the yin-yang steps to the limit. In a flash, he arrived beside Sushu. He pulled Sushu up and turned to leave. The red-faced ghost was comparable to a 9th-layer body refinement realm cultivator. He did not dare to stay. Whoosh! His speed was extremely fast. Like the wind, he brought along a sound that broke through the air. In just 3 breaths, he left the lair. The red-faced ghost naturally heard this movement. It turned around and found that its prey had disappeared. It immediately let out an angry roar. Jia! With a fierce roar, the red-faced ghost was like an angry tiger. It charged straight at Lin Tian. In the pitch-black cave, because Sushu did not have any strength left, Lin Tian was able to carry Sushu in a princess carry. Like this, his speed slowed down by quite a bit. Aya, it's coming, it's coming. Sushu shouted. Through the dark cave, a pair of blood-red demonic eyes were chasing behind them. It was so glaring. Lin Tian was also shocked. This red-faced ghost's speed was too fast. He carried Sushu and clenched his teeth. He forcefully used the yin-yang steps to increase his speed. His body and the wind in the cave created a chi-chi sound, which shocked Sushu. Carrying a person, Lin Tian was still able to display such a fast speed. A normal 8th-layer body refinement realm cultivator would not be able to do this. Xiao. The sound of air breaking approached from behind, getting closer and closer. The red-faced ghost's angry roar was like glass rubbing against each other. It was extremely ear-piercing. In front, bright sunlight appeared. The exit of the cave could already be seen. This made Lin Tian happy. However, at this time, the red-faced ghost was already behind them. A dangerous signal appeared in Lin Tian's heart. Without time to think, Lin Tian stopped and lowered his head at an extremely fast speed. The sound of air breaking slid. Faintly, Lin Tian saw the light of a sharp blade in the dusky air above his head. It seemed to cut the air apart. With a bang, the red-faced ghost landed in front of him and Sushu, blocking the entrance of the cave. Jia. Staring at Lin Tian, the red-faced ghost's ugly demonic face seemed somewhat sinister. It's over, it's over, it's over. Sushu shouted. Lin Tian secretly cursed his bad luck. After thinking for a while, he turned in the opposite direction and went back the way he came. He was very clear that it was obviously impossible to break through by force. The red-faced ghost let out a strange cry and chased after Lin Tian. Not long after, almost one after the other, Lin Tian carried Sushu back to the red-faced ghost's nest. The red-faced ghost also chased here. We can only fight. Lin Tian put Sushu down. Just now, in the cave, because the space was too small, he was somewhat unable to use his full strength. In addition, he was carrying Sushu, which was a little troublesome. Therefore, he could only return here. The long sword in his hand shook, and the sword light flashed. Sushu, if there's a chance later, leave first. Don't worry about me. Lin Tian whispered. What are you talking about? Who do you think I am? If we leave together. If we die together. Sushu said angrily. Die? What do you mean die? I'll let you go first. After you successfully escape, it'll be easier for me to escape alone. Lin Tian could not help but roll his eyes and said, speaking of which, I'm still a pure young body. Wouldn't it be a big loss if I die like this? Sushu was stunned, then she immediately cursed, dirty. Shameless. Stinky hooligan. Shameless. Of course, she knew what a pure young body meant. It meant that he had not touched a woman yet. Lin Tian, this guy clearly looked weak, but he was quite good at cursing people. Whoosh. The sound of wind breaking through the air was heard. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. The red-faced ghost was coming. Be careful, seize the opportunity to escape. Lin Tian shouted in a low voice. The long sword in his hand turned and the silver sword light flashed. His whole body rushed forward quickly, like a spiritual leopard. Clang. The sound of metal colliding was heard. Lin Tian's sword was blocked by something. With the weak sword light, Lin Tian saw that the red-faced ghost stretched out its right arm. Its claws were as strong as iron and completely blocked his sharp long sword. He suddenly remembered that when he first escaped out of the cave, he saw a few sharp lights. It was the red-faced ghost's claws. It's hard to deal with. Lin Tian thought. He had used the lightning sword before, but this red-faced ghost's speed was really fast. The second sword of the shocking wind sword art, which was known to be as fast as lightning, was actually dodged. It was very scary. At this moment, his attack was blocked. He quickly retreated. The shocking wind sword rolled out, creating a sky full of sword shadows, whizzing toward the red-faced ghost. Jia. The red-faced ghost roared and waved its claws quickly. It actually shattered Lin Tian's shocking wind sword. Lin Tian's heart froze. The difference in cultivation is really too big. The startling wind sword was currently his strongest martial skill, but this move had been blocked. This made him sigh. A demonic beast comparable to a ninth-layer body refinement cultivator was truly terrifying. With his current cultivation level, it was impossible for him to face it head-on. But, what made Lin Tian feel a little comforted was that although the shocking wind sword was blocked, the red-faced ghost also retreated 7 or 8 steps. Obviously, the shocking wind sword was still a threat to it. Lin Tian retreated a step. With his back facing Sushu, he said in a deep voice, "Sushu, I'll use the shocking wind sword again. Take advantage of the moment when this monster is forced back. Leave as fast as you can." "I'm not leaving," Sushu angrily said. Lin Tian was a little helpless, but he was also a little moved. "All right, then think about it. See if this red-faced ghost has any weaknesses." Lin Tian Ondao. He more or less understood Sushu's personality. No matter what he said, this girl would not run away by herself. "Weaknesses?" Sushu stared at the red-faced ghost. Thinking for a bit, she said, "Master said before that the red-faced ghost's speed is very fast and its claws are tough and sharp. But the throat is very weak. But, the red-faced ghost is abnormal and cautious. Normally, it would use one claw to protect its throat and the other claw to fight." Pausing for a moment, Sushu continued, "If you want to kill the red-faced ghost, you have to be able to pierce its throat through the gap between its claw protecting its throat. However, this kind of thing is really too difficult. Even an expert at the peak of the 9th layer of the refinement realm can't do it. It requires both an extremely fast attack speed and an extremely sharp perception." Hearing this, Lin Tian's heart moved. Gap in the claw, throat, attack speed, perception. He narrowed his eyes. If it was like this, then maybe that move would work. Lin Tian stared at the red-faced ghost opposite him. He took a deep breath, held the hilt of his sword with both hands, and stared straight ahead. "Read the full text." "Sushu, back off a little," Lin Tian whispered. Sushu was stunned, but she quickly took action and took a few big steps back. "Jia." On the opposite side, the red-faced ghost roared. Its demonic eyes were blood-red, and it rushed over with a face full of hostility. "Huff." Lin Tian stared straight ahead. After exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, the long sword in his hand rotated and pressed down. The wind-shocking sword was displayed again at the fastest speed. The dense sword light pressed down on the red-faced ghost from all directions. The red-faced ghost roared and waved its claws quickly. "Chi! Chi! Chi!" A crisp sound was heard. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian's wind-shocking sword was completely destroyed. However, Lin Tian's expression did not change. He raised his right hand, and the long sword in his hand flew out. It turned into a ray of light and pierced towards the red-faced ghost. Then, he squatted down slightly and rushed towards the red-faced ghost with his bare hands. "Lin Tian, what are you doing? Come back." Sushu's expression changed drastically. Rushing towards the red-faced ghost with his bare hands, wasn't he courting death? Lin Tian's expression was indifferent and calm. Lightning seemed to intertwine in his eyes. He used the yin-yang steps to the limit. It was like a flickering light and passing shadow, extremely fast. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. The longsword that Lin Tian threw out first was knocked away by the red-faced ghost's claw. However, at this time, Lin Tian had already arrived in front of the red-faced ghost. At this moment, Lin Tian did not have a sword in his hand, but he resolutely slashed out. "Lightning sword." He spat out 4 words from his mouth. Although he did not have a sword in his hand, at this moment, it was as if a real lightning sword appeared in his right hand. It was fast and extremely powerful. The fierce and domineering sword intent caused the entire space to tremble. Whoosh! Like a flash of light, Lin Tian and the red-faced ghost passed by each other. In an instant, the surroundings were deathly silent. The red-faced ghost trembled and opened its mouth to wail. Its blood-red eyes quickly dimmed. Then, under Sushu's widened eyes, the red-faced ghost fell to the ground with a thud. Bright red blood slowly flowed out from the gap between the claws protecting its throat. Dead? Sushu was shocked, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She remembered that earlier Lin Tian didn't have a sword in his hand but he had executed the shocking wind sword formula, Furthermore, he had killed the red-faced ghost with a single slash. Lin Tian, how are you? Looking at Lin Tian, who still had his back facing her, Sushu couldn't help but shout. The popular novel website www.remakes.com has almost all the books you want to read. It's much more stable than the average website and updates faster. It's all text and no advertisements. Lin Tian turned around and smiled at Sushu. I'm fine. I'm fine. He was reminiscing about the feeling of the sword just now. You just executed the shocking wind sword formula with your bare hands? And it seemed to be stronger than when you were holding a sword. How did you do it? That's too amazing. Sushu's eyes widened. Lin Tian smiled. Well, it's a secret. Half a month ago, when he first practiced the art of controlling the formation, he discovered a secret. Without a weapon in hand, the sword aura he released through the sword pattern in the heart of his right hand would be much stronger than when he had a sword in hand. Therefore, just now, he directly threw the long sword in his hand at the red-faced ghost. Then, he executed the sword of lightning with his bare hands. The result was the same as when he first experimented with it. Without a sword in hand, the sword of lightning was indeed more powerful. Faster, more accurate, stronger. This move is really overbearing. Gently clenching his right hand, Lin Tian felt a burst of comfort in his heart as he recalled the blow just now. Sushu widened her beautiful eyes and said with a grimace, another secret? Ahem. Lin Tian coughed dryly and quickly looked away. However, at this moment, under the opposite vines, he suddenly saw a flash of white light. What is that? Lin Tian was puzzled. Slowly approaching the opposite side, Lin Tian came to the front of the vines, pulled open the surface of the vines, and was suddenly shocked. What's wrong? Sushu curiously came over and suddenly took a step back in fright. Under the vines, there were dense white bones. It was unknown how long they had been there, but they were glowing faintly in the dim nest. Lin Tian was a bit strange. Why were there so many white bones here? And it seemed that these white bones belonged to humans. He thought for a moment and suddenly understood. They should be the disciples of the martial house who were captured by the red-faced ghost. Sushu was moved and nodded. Yes, it should be so. There were many white bones under the vines, so many that it made one's scalp tingle. However, at this moment, Lin Tian's eyes lit up. Pulling open a piece of white bones, he saw many black things the size of a baby's fist. This is? Sushu's eyes widened as she read. Lin Tian took out a black thing and wiped off the accumulated dust on it. Suddenly, a faint halo flashed, lingering with a little bit of spiritual energy fluctuations. It's beast cores. Lin Tian Ondao. Staring down, Lin Tian's hands moved at the same time, and soon the surrounding vines and some white bones were cleared away. Suddenly, many similar black things appeared below. At a rough glance, there were about 500 of them. These were all beast cores. Oh my god! Sushu couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Tian said, the owners of these white bones should be the disciples of the martial house who entered the Greenwind Ridge to temper themselves. When these people were tempering themselves in the Greenwind Ridge, they inevitably killed many monsters and collected a lot of beast cores. Later, they were captured by the red-faced ghost and died, but the beast cores were preserved. Sushu nodded. This analysis was very reasonable. The two looked at each other and couldn't help but reveal a happy expression. More than 500 beast cores, this number was really shocking. Moreover, most of these beast cores were level 2 beast cores, and there were many level 3 beast cores. During the 7 days of the trial, they still had to rest and couldn't hunt monsters all the time. Therefore, it was really difficult to collect more than 500 beast cores in 7 days. But now, this is really a blessing in disguise. Lin Tian smiled. Sushu's beautiful eyes lit up. Counting it like this, we've earned a lot. Lin Tian nodded and said, well, thanks to you, the bait. What did you say? Sushu stared at him. Lin Tian laughed and didn't say anything. He began to organize the beast cores under the white bones. Beside him, Sushu didn't stay idle. She helped Lin Tian to clean up the bones. It wasn't until 6 hours later that the two cleaned up all the beast cores. A total of 589 beast cores. Among them, there are 63 level 1 beast cores, 341 level 2 beast cores, and 185 level 3 beast cores. Lin Tiandao. He prepared 5 cloth bags. At this moment, 3 of them were full. We've earned. Su Shu looked like a money grubber. Her eyes narrowed into crescents, and her face was full of happiness. It's only been a day. For the remaining 6 days, we can even sleep. We? Sleep? Su Shu, don't tempt me. Lin Tian coughed dryly. Su Shu was stunned. Then she kicked Lin Tian's foot fiercely, and said with a red face, shameless. Stinky hooligan. Lin Tian laughed loudly. He stood up and walked to the other side. He pulled out the long sword from the ground and swept it over. He found that there were a few nicks on the blade. He couldn't help but sigh. The red-faced ghost's claws were really tough. He walked to the red-faced ghost's corpse and cut open its head. He took out a beast core the size of a fist. This beast core was very bright, like a luminous pearl, illuminating the surroundings. It's worthy of being a peak level 3 beast comparable to a 9th body refinement layer. Even its beast core is so overbearing. Lin Tian was astonished. Su Shu was also a little surprised. Her big eyes blinked. Speaking of which, you're only at the 6th body refinement layer. You actually killed a level 3 red-faced ghost that was comparable to a 9th sky body refinement layer. You're simply a monster. Su Shu stared at Lin Tiandao. Lin Tian smiled. He was actually just taking advantage of the situation. Although the red-faced ghost was comparable to a 9th sky body refinement layer, it was not on the same level as a real 9th sky body refinement layer martial artist. After all, it did not have the intelligence of a human martial artist. How about we go out first? Lin Tian asked. Su Shu quickly nodded, of course we have to go out. Let's go immediately. This senior sister does not want to stay here. The red-faced ghost's nest was very dark. In addition, there were many white bones pulled out from under the vines. For a moment, the air was intertwined with a rotten smell, making people feel very uncomfortable. Su Shu stood up and walked out of the cave. Lin Tian followed behind. The two of them quickly walked out of the cave. At this moment, the sky outside had already darkened. The curtain of night shrouded the earth. Only bits and pieces of starlight sprinkled down, covering the Greenwind Ridge with a layer of silver light. What do we do now? Let's just go back to the martial house. Su Shu said. Although the outer house ranking trial was set for 7 days, that was only the maximum time limit. In fact, in these 7 days, the outer house disciples who entered the Greenwind Ridge could leave the Greenwind Ridge at any time. Of course, once they left the Greenwind Ridge in the middle of the trial, it meant that the person's ranking trial had ended. The result would be based on the beast cores collected when they left. Now, in addition to the beast cores collected before, she and Lin Tianyi had a total of over 600 beast cores. Over 600 beast cores was not a small number. It was enough for the two of them to be ranked in the top 10 of the outer house disciples. This senior sister does not have any ambition. As long as old man Mu is satisfied, it's fine. Let's go back. Su Shu cheerfully said. Lin Tian was speechless. He pulled Su Shu and said, it's only been a day. Relying on ourselves, how can we collect 600 beast cores? Do you think the martial house's instructors are stupid? If we go back now and they ask, how are we going to explain? Su Shu stared blankly, then she suddenly understood, oh right. Why didn't I think of this? After a pause, she looked at Lin Tian and said, then tell me, what should we do now? Lin Tian thought for a while and said, let's find a place to rest first. Then we'll continue to hunt demonic beasts and collect beast cores. Since we're already here, we should properly sharpen ourselves. Also, collecting beast cores is not a bad thing. The next day, in an old forest in the Greenwind Ridge, an astonishing sword chi whistled, followed by a mournful cry. A demonic beast that looked like a rhinoceros had its throat pierced by a sword. With a bang, it fell into a pool of blood. A third-level demonic beast, iron-tailed rhinoceros, comparable to a seventh-level body refinement cultivator, was actually killed by a single sword strike. This is a monster. Not far away, Sushu's eyes widened. In the rank 3 demonic beast area, in an old forest, ear-piercing sword cries kept reverberating. Sword chi flew in all directions, and who knew how many old trees were affected? Branches and leaves were destroyed, and even the main branches were chopped off. Shadow Fist. Fire Fist. Sword of Destruction. Sword of Lightning. Sword of Shocking Wind. Cold voices kept ringing. First, it was scorching hot. Then, there seemed to be thunder in the air. This lunatic. Pervert. Demon. Not far away, Sushu, who was watching the battle, grimaced. It had been 6 days since they entered the Greenwind Ridge. In these 6 days, she had been watching Lin Tian fight. Whenever a demonic beast appeared, Lin Tian would rush out without hesitation. She didn't even have the chance to make a move. Pooh. Blood splattered. Lin Tian jumped up. With a spin of his sword, he pierced the forehead of the dark flame bull. With a bang, the dark flame bull's huge demonic body fell to the ground, dying a violent death. Phew. Lin Tian let out a long breath and wiped the sweat off his forehead. The dark flame bull was a demonic beast comparable to the 8th level of the refinement realm. He used almost all of his skills and used all of his martial skills to wear down the opponent's strength before killing it. Taking out the beast core of the dark flame bull and putting away his sword, Lin Tian's face revealed a slight smile. Sushu, how many beast cores do you have? After these days of training, Lin Tian's control of the shocking wind sword art had become more skillful, almost to the point of perfection. And the strength of the shocking wind sword art also made him very satisfied. It was worthy of being a martial skill that no one had been able to cultivate to the perfection stage. It was really very powerful, increasing his combat strength by a lot. Sushu stepped forward and said, 656. These days, Lin Tian chose to challenge some of the stronger demonic beasts. Therefore, the speed of collecting beast cores was very slow. Sushu was naturally not dissatisfied with this. She didn't care much about it. Moreover, in these few days, she had personally seen Lin Tian repeatedly use the shocking wind sword art. She felt that she had benefited a lot and learned a lot. Oh, it's the last day. Let's go back. Lin Tian smiled. After a few days of tempering, other than resting, he was almost always fighting with demonic beasts. His cultivation had also increased by quite a bit, and he felt that he could step into the 7th layer of the refinement realm at any time. Let's go. Sushu nodded repeatedly. She had long wanted to go out. Immediately, the two of them walked towards the Ninyang martial house. Both of their cultivations were not low, so their speed was naturally not slow. The old trees on both sides quickly retreated. Not long after, 3 figures suddenly appeared in their field of vision. One of them looked somewhat familiar. That is? Lin Tianwei narrowed his eyes. In front of them, the 3 figures had obviously sensed the approach of Lin Tian and Sushu, and they all turned their heads to look at them. Eh? One of them was slightly surprised. This person was dressed in golden robes and had a handsome appearance. He gave people the impression of a noble young master. It was Zhou Hao. Shoo. Zhou Hao greeted them and blocked in front of Lin Tian and Sushu. Sushu stopped and frowned. She said unhappily, Zhou Hao, I've told you many times, don't call me Shu. I'm not familiar with you. Zhou Hao's eyes flashed with a haze, but he maintained a smile on his face. He looked beside Sushu and seemed to have just noticed Lin Tian's appearance. He smiled and said, so Brother Lin is also here. Oh right, I wonder how Brother Lin's preparation for the battle in 3 months' time is. I think it should be about time. Lin Tian shrugged and said, Brother Zhou, you don't have to worry about this. Brother Zhou, you should worry about yourself. If the number 1 person in the outer house is kicked out of the arena by a newcomer like me in 3 months' time, the scene will probably be a little ugly. Zhou Hao narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Tian with a sense of pressure. He said, oh? It seems that Brother Lin is very confident that he can beat me. Who knows? Lin Tianyi had an indifferent expression. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth curled into an evil smile. He took Sushu's hand and said, "Shu, let's go." Sushu's cheeks turned red and she said angrily, "You rascal." However, she did not say anything about the way Lin Tian addressed her. She also did not withdraw her hand from Lin Tian's. This scene caused Zhou Hao's face to darken. "Then brother Zhou, see you later," Lin Tian said with a smile. Holding Sushu's hand, he purposely put on an affectionate expression and walked around Zhou Hao to the Ninyang martial house. "Stop right there. You're just a newcomer. How dare you talk to young Master Zhou like that? You've got guts." At this moment, a cold voice rang out. The two young men behind Zhou Hao stood out. One was dressed in green, and the other was dressed in gray. Both of them stared at Lin Tian with an unfriendly expression. Lin Tian did not seem to have heard the two of them. He held Sushu's hand and continued walking towards the Ninyang martial house. Chi! A sword ray landed beside his feet, leaving a deep sword mark on the ground. "Are you deaf?" The young man in gray looked coldly at Lin Tian. The long sword in his hand flickered with a dark light. Staring at the deep sword mark beside his feet, Lin Tian turned around and let go of Sushu's hand. He looked at the young man in gray who was holding the long sword and asked, "Were you the one who attacked me just now?" "I was the one who attacked you." "So what?" The young man in gray said with disdain. "So what?" Lin Tianling smiled. His body flashed and appeared in front of the young man in gray. He raised his hand and slapped him. "Pa!" A loud slap was heard, and the young man in gray was sent flying. Lin Tian clapped his hands. "Nothing much. I just beat you up." Looking at this scene, Zhou Hao frowned. The young man in green was also surprised. "So fast?" Sushu was surprised. Although she had seen Lin Tian's terrifying speed in the past few days, she could not help but be shocked when she saw it again. For a cultivator at the 6th firmament of body refinement, this speed was indeed abnormal. Not far away, the young man in gray was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Half of his face was swollen, and there was a clear handprint on it. He looked at Lin Tian with shame and anger. Boom! The young man in gray stood up suddenly, and his body emitted a terrifying sword intent. "Not bad. The timing of your sneak attack was also very good." The young man in gray looked at Lin Tian ferociously. "You dare to attack me? Your right hand. Wait to be crippled." Not far behind, Sushu whispered to Lin Tian, "Su Ho, ranked 25th in the outer house. Peak of the 7th firmament of body refinement. He has mastered a superior body refinement level martial skill, the Lingyu sword technique. Be careful, this sword technique is not easy to deal with." In comparison, although the people from the Mo family are also at the 7th firmament of body refinement, they are much weaker than Su Ho. Peak of the 7th firmament of body refinement, superior body refinement level martial skill. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Just at this moment, Su Ho had already made his move. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings were densely covered with sword shadows, revealing numerous phantoms. The sword light he slashed out was constantly changing directions at a strange angle as it blasted towards Lin Tian. "Lingyu sword!" Su Ho shouted coldly. Whoosh! 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 The sword aura flashed, and the sound of it breaking through the air was constantly emitted. However, the sword aura's trajectory was very vague. Behind him, the green-cloaked man crossed his arms and said, "Lingyu sword." As the name suggests, the sword aura is like a ghost. Normal people would not be able to grasp the direction of the sword aura, and would unknowingly discover that they have already been hit by the sword aura. After not seeing him for a few days, Suho's control of this sword technique has become even more skillful. I reckon that even I would have some trouble facing him. The green-cloaked man's name was Lu Xing, ranked 23rd in the outer house. Very good. Zhou Hao nodded. Lu Xing smiled and said, "To be praised by young Master Zhou as very good, I believe that Su Ho will be very happy. Right now, young Master Zhou should appreciate the ugliness of that newcomer. Heh, he just entered the martial house and actually dared to disobey young Master Zhou. He really does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let Su Ho teach him a good lesson." Whoosh! 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 The sword aura flashed, and finally, the dense sword aura all fell towards Lin Tian. These sword auras were very strange, constantly changing directions. It was very troublesome. After observing them for a few breaths, Lin Tian found that it was very difficult to grasp their trajectory. Humph! However, Lin Tian did not care about this, and only responded with a cold snort. If you can't see clearly, then destroy them all, he coldly said. A fierce and overbearing sword aura spread out from his body. The shocking wind sword, which had already reached perfection, was suddenly unleashed. A dense silver sword screen appeared, spreading out in a 360-degree circle. Kung! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing, shaking people's souls. Chi-chi-chi sounds continuously rang out, and the sword aura of Suho's sword aura was all shattered. Almost at the same time, several sword auras of the shocking wind sword pierced through the sword aura of the sword aura and stabbed into Suho's body. Ah! Suho screamed, his whole body was dripping with blood as he flew backwards in a sorry state. Such a scene instantly shocked everyone present. How is this possible? Lucian was shocked. A cultivator at the 6th layer of body refinement actually pierced through the sword aura of Suho, who was at the peak of the 7th layer of body refinement, and even injured Suho. His face was filled with disbelief. Zhou Hao's face was heavy. He recognized the sword skill that Lin Tian displayed. It was actually the most difficult sword skill in the martial house, the shocking wind sword art. And from the looks of it, Lin Tian seemed to have already cultivated it to the large success stage. Brother Lin, we are all brothers from the same sect, your moves are too vicious, Zhou Hao said in a deep voice. Lin Tian disdainfully smiled. When he said that he was going to cripple my right hand and use a high-level body refinement martial skill, I didn't see you stand out and say anything. Now that I have defeated him, you jump out and say that I am vicious. Isn't your butt a bit too crooked? Zhou Hao's face sank. He did not injure you. When he injures me, you will probably be secretly laughing, Lin Tian said sarcastically. Bastard! How can you speak to young Master Zhou like that? Lu Xing stood out and coldly stared at Lin Tian, a mere newcomer. Not only did you not show respect to your senior brother, but you also did not show any remorse. You really lack education. Today, as your senior brother, I will take the place of your derelict parents and teach you what etiquette is. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, almost cruel as they swept towards Lu Xing. You say that again, he said coldly. At this moment, his body suddenly emitted a murderous aura. His entire person was like a ghost. Lu Xing's face changed and he could not help but take a step back. This true murderous aura made him unable to help but feel a sense of fear. Redx, Lin Tian's aura was somewhat terrifying. It was the kind of murderous aura that was accumulated from killing people. It was not something that could be obtained from killing demonic beasts. This murderous aura was cold and ruthless, which was indeed very intimidating. Zhou Hao frowned and stopped Lu Xing, who was retreating. He then looked at Lin Tian. Brother Lin, aren't you being too overbearing? Overbearing? Lin Tian was disdainful. You came here to stop us, casually scolded us, and now you have the nerve to say that I'm overbearing? Aren't you too shameless? We're senior brothers. What's wrong with letting you stay and scolding you? Lu Xing shouted. Senior brother? Lin Tian glanced at Lu Xing indifferently. Are you worthy of being my senior brother? Lu Xing's face was filled with anger. Zhou Hao held Lu Xing down and looked at Lin Tian. He said in a deep voice, no matter what, Brother Lin has gone too far today. Marquis Su has been injured so badly. You should at least apologize. Apologize? Stop joking. Lin Tian snorted. Pulling Su Shu up, Lin Tian turned and left. Don't go. Lu Xing glanced at Zhou Hao and gritted his teeth. His body emitted a powerful aura, wanting to stop Lin Tian. Rumble! At this moment, the earth trembled and a violent hurricane suddenly rolled up, causing the old trees around to sway wildly as if an earthquake had occurred. At this moment, the level 3 demonic beast area was suddenly filled with demonic aura. Not far away, a cloud of black sand rolled up, and then the earth trembled even more violently. As far as the eye could see, a dense group of demonic beasts was rushing towards them. The formation was appalling. These demonic beasts have gone berserk. Lin Tian's expression changed. Boom! A loud sound came out, and the earth trembled even more violently. Lin Tian looked into the distance and saw a huge octopus-like demonic beast following behind the group of demonic beasts. This demonic beast was about 50 feet tall, and its eyes were as big as footballs. The level 4 centipede beast, why would it appear in this area? Sushu's eyes widened. A grade 4 demonic beast was comparable to a divine vein realm expert. Ignore it, let's leave first. Lin Tian said in a deep voice. Without any hesitation, he pulled Sushu and turned to leave. Facing such a group of berserk demonic beasts, staying here was simply courting death. Roar! A scalp-numbing cry rang out, and Lin Tianji felt as if his eardrums were about to shatter. Behind them, the centipede shook its tentacles, creating a series of cracks in the ground. Lin Tianji were both bounced up from the ground. A strange suction force appeared, and Lin Tian and his companion were pulled towards the centipede. Damn it! Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. The suction force was quite strong. He and Sushu's bodies quickly floated towards the centipede. Ah! A shrill scream rang out, and the seriously injured Marquis Su was the first to be pulled over. He was caught by one of the centipede's tentacles and directly thrown into its mouth. Such a scene made Xing's face turn pale. Fortunately, there was an old tree beside them. The two of them grabbed onto the trunk of the old tree, and were not sucked into the air. Lin Tian was still in the air. He and Sushu were pulled towards the centipede by the suction force, and it was impossible for them to stop. Tilting his head to look at the humongous 100-legged beast behind him, Lin Tian gritted his teeth and grabbed Sushu, who was beside him. Using all his strength, he ferociously threw her back the way he came. This way, he himself floated towards the 100-legged beast even faster. Lin Tian. Sushu's expression changed drastically. Flying towards the centipede even faster, Lin Tian could not control his body to land. He reached into his chest, and with his back facing the crowd, he took out 2 martial fusion rune scrolls that he had prepared before participating in the trial. With a thought, he unfolded them. With a clang, a dense curtain of swords suddenly appeared, wildly slashing towards the centipede. Roar! The centipede roared. The curtain of swords did not hurt it, but the suction force disappeared. Lin Tian landed on the ground, and without hesitation, quickly turned around and rushed back. Roar! Blocked by the curtain of swords, the centipede seemed to be angry, and its dense tentacles frantically swept towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was solemn, but he was not afraid. He activated the Tianyi Soul technique, and his perception quickly soared. Using the yin-yang steps, he kept flashing between the dense tentacles, and quickly distanced himself from the centipede. What kind of movement technique is this? How can he be so fast? Xing was shocked. Lin Tian, be careful. Sushu shouted, and directly ran forward, drawing her sword to attack the centipede. Shu, stop, I'll go help Brother Lin. Zhou Hao stopped Sushu. Passing by Sushu, Zhou Hao quickly came to the front, and a green longsword suddenly appeared in his hand. Brother Lin, I'll help you. As he spoke, a cold light flashed in Zhou Hao's eyes. He waved the longsword in his hand, and instantly, the sky was filled with sword chi, quickly slashing forward. Lin Tian was suspicious. Would Zhou Hao be kind enough to help him? The moment this thought appeared, Lin Tian's expression changed, and his eyes suddenly became extremely cold. Zhou Hao's sword chi attacked. It seemed to be attacking the centipede, but at the same time, it blocked all his escape routes. Originally, he could have used the yin-yang steps to break out, but now Zhou Hao blocked his way. Brother Lin, come out quickly. Zhou Hao shouted with an anxious expression on his face. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and he quickly used the yin-yang steps to dodge. However, in the middle of a pincer attack with sword chi in front and a beast behind, even he could not protect himself. Suddenly, one of the centipede's tentacles wrapped around his body. Lin Tian. Sushu's expression changed drastically. She quickly rushed out, and the slender sword in her hand slashed out rays of sword chi. Little Shu, you can't go over. Zhou Hao shouted and stopped Sushu. Get out of the way. Sushu shouted angrily, staring at Lin Tian, who was entangled by the centipede. She was so anxious that tears fell from her eyes. Roar. At this moment, the centipede roared again. For a moment, the surrounding black fog surged, and the violent and terrifying demonic aura was vast and mighty, like dark clouds pressing down on the sky. Then, the centipede retreated and quickly disappeared into the distance. As for Lin Tian, he was dragged away as well. Lin Tian! Sushu shouted and was about to chase after him. However, at the same time, there was a dense group of demonic beasts in the area. These demonic beasts were all level 3 demonic beasts, and they seemed to have been driven here by the centipede. After the centipede left, these level 3 demonic beasts attacked Sushu and the others violently. As a result, Sushu's pursuit of the centipede was stopped. Little Shu, be careful! Zhou Hao shouted. Looking at the direction where the centipede left, Zhou Hao heaved a sigh of relief, and at the same time, a sinister smile appeared on his face. How dare you fight with me? You're courting death. Zhou Hao snorted in a low voice. Lin Tian's body was entangled by the tentacles of the 100-legged beast. Black clouds rolled in the surroundings, and the demonic qi was unimaginably dense. His hands and legs were bound, making it hard for him to move. He couldn't even struggle. Whoosh! The strong wind whistled in his ears. He could imagine how fast the centipede was moving. After some time, Lin Tian felt that the centipede had stopped. Then, his body was thrown out heavily, and he crashed into a stone wall with a bang. Ouch! Lin Tian gritted his teeth and stood up with difficulty. He felt as though a few of the bones in his back were broken. This was a valley, and black demonic aura was intertwined in the surroundings. Lin Tian circulated the Tian One Soul technique, and he could vaguely see a pair of bloodthirsty demonic eyes through the black demonic fog. They were cold, cruel, and merciless. He couldn't help but shudder when he saw the look in her eyes. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The centipede growled, and its dense tentacles pressed down on Lin Tian. Those tentacles had many sharp teeth, and they looked exceptionally terrifying. It's over. Lin Tian's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. A Class 4 demonic beast was comparable to a Divine Pulse Realm expert. How could he resist it? Wang! Suddenly, something that Lin Tian did not expect happened. The sword inscription on his right hand lit up on its own at this moment, radiating the most resplendent light it had ever emitted. He felt like his right hand was burning. This is? Lin Tian was shocked. At this moment, the centipede's tentacles were already in front of him. Without much time to think, Lin Tian clenched his teeth, opened his right hand, and pushed it out. Clang! A terrifying sword sound was heard, followed by the shriek of the centipede. Lin Tian looked up, and his eyes widened. The centipede was sent flying in a sorry state, and the tentacles that were attacking him had been blasted into pieces. Looking at the shining sword mark on his right hand, Lin Tian was stunned for a moment. Wasn't this a little too frightening? 10 feet away, the centipede let out a cry of fear. Those huge football-like demonic eyes were filled with panic. It used its only dozen tentacles to support itself on the ground and quickly fled into the distance. Lin Tian came back to his senses, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Still trying to escape? The sword mark on his palm was still shining. He used the duality steps and waved his palm across the air. Boom! It was a casual palm, but it caused the space to tremble. There seemed to be endless sword sounds in the world, and there seemed to be terrifying thunder rumbling in the void. The surrounding wilderness was completely shrouded in a destructive aura. Puff! The powerful centipede exploded with a boom. Blood splattered and dyed a large area of the ground red. Lin Tian gasped. He was once again stunned by the sword mark on his palm. What's the origin of that iron sword? He was shocked. After the iron sword entered his body, the cultivation method appeared in his mind. Then, he obtained the unparalleled body movement technique. Then, he obtained the art of array control, which strengthened his sword technique. And now, the sword mark displayed such a terrifying destructive power. Whoosh! A sound was heard. Lin Tian looked up and saw a fist-sized crystal ball falling from the sky. Lin Tian reached out and grabbed it. This is the beast core of the centipede? It actually survived. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Looking at the beast core in his hand, Lin Tian felt an extremely rich spiritual energy. This spiritual energy fluctuation was enough to compare to the 9 twists essence pill he refined for the first time. It's a pity that human martial artists can't refine the beast core of a demonic beast. Otherwise, this beast core would be enough for me to enter the 7th level of the refinement realm. Lin Tian shook his head and was about to put away the beast core. However, at this moment, something strange happened again. In the palm of his right hand, the sword mark was shining. A hazy divine light suddenly enveloped the beast core in his hand. In an instant, a rich spiritual energy spread and flowed into his body through his right hand. Lin Tian was shocked. He could clearly feel that the spiritual energy entering his body through his right hand was rich and pure. It was exactly the same feeling as when he refined the 9 melody essence elixir a month ago. Could it be? Lin Tian was overjoyed. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian quickly sat down cross-legged and activated his 4 extremes meridians. Buzz. A faint silver light flashed and bathed his body. Lin Tian calmed his mind and used his true core force to guide the spiritual energy into his flesh and bones. He was pleasantly surprised to find that he could use it to cultivate. Taking another deep breath, Lin Tian suppressed the excitement in his heart and began to cultivate seriously. The centipede was a class 4 demonic beast and was comparable to a divine pulse realm expert. The spiritual energy contained in the core of such a demonic beast was unimaginable. At this moment, with the help of the sword pattern in his right hand, the core seemed to be decomposed. The spiritual energy contained in it quickly spread and flowed into Lin Tian's body. Refine my flesh and blood. Refine my bones. Lin Tian muttered to himself. His eyes were calm and firm as he endured the excruciating pain of body tempering and guided the spirit energy into his flesh, bones, and tendons. Under the guidance of his true essence, the spirit energy seemed to have turned into sharp blades, madly cutting into his flesh, bones, and tendons. The so-called body tempering was to first destroy it and then rebuild it. This process was destined to be painful. Lin Tian activated his 4 extremes meridians again and again, completely ignoring the pain of body tempering. His eyes were calm throughout. After an unknown period of time, the sound of a heavenly drum came from his body and white smoke rose from the top of his head. At this point, 12 hours quickly passed. The sky darkened. Lin Tian sat cross-legged in the valley. The core in his right hand was about to lose its luster and looked no different from an ordinary stone. It was at this time that Lin Tian shuddered. Boom! With him as the center, a majestic aura quickly spread out in all directions. The aura lasted for a few dozen breaths. After dozens of breaths, all of the aura disappeared, and the light on the centipede's beast core dimmed completely. At this time, Lin Tian finally opened his eyes, 2 rays of light flashing through them. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Lin Tian stood up. 7th layer of body refinement. He clenched his left fist and immediately felt a tremendous change. His strength had increased by at least 2 times. Crack! At this moment, a crisp sound rang out from his right hand. The 100-legged beast's beast core had all of its spiritual chi essence sucked away, turning it into an ordinary stone. As Lin Tian activated the true essence in his body, a large crack suddenly appeared on the stone. Lin Tian was shocked when he saw the ruined beast core in front of him. Because monster beasts and humans had different physiques, even though monster beast cores contained an endless amount of spiritual energy, human cultivators were unable to directly refine them. They could only use them as special materials, such as alchemy and refining tools. But now, he was able to directly absorb the spiritual energy from the monster beast's beast core, refining it as if it was a pill. This was simply a miracle. If news of this were to spread, who knew how many people would be stunned? This sword mark, staring at the sword mark in his hand, Lin Tianji felt his heart palpitate. This thing was too mysterious. At this moment, the sword mark in his hand had already dimmed. After staring at it for a few breaths, the surprise on Lin Tian's face disappeared and was replaced by ecstasy. With this sword mark, in the future, wouldn't he have an additional way to increase his cultivation compared to ordinary people? He could rely on refining monster beast cores to increase his strength. Thinking of this, Lin Tian could not help but laugh excitedly. As he laughed, his face became cold again. "Zhou Hao, just you wait. If I don't kill you in 2 months, I'll change my surname to yours," Lin Tianling murmured to himself. After calming himself down, Lin Tian began to look around. This place was a valley that was neither too big nor too small. It seemed to be the 100-legged beast's lair. Carefully looking around, Lin Tian discovered that this place was littered with bones. There were both human bones and demonic beast bones. Of course, the majority of them were demonic beast bones. After looking around, he did not find any monster beast cores. "Let's leave first. When we get back, I'll use the 100 spirits grass as the foundation to start refining my organs," Lin Tian muttered to himself. He got the 100 spirits grass from Gejing. It was a spiritual medicine for refining the organs. It was worth nearly 100,000 spirit coins. It had a miraculous effect on refining the organs. He could not wait to use the 100 spirits grass for the next step of his cultivation. Moreover, staying in this demonic beast's lair made him feel very uncomfortable. Striding out of the valley, what appeared in front of him was a denser old forest. The tree trunks were thicker, and the monster chi in the air was denser. He could not help but feel a chill down his spine. Roar! The roar of the monster beast echoed in the old forest, shaking the earth. With the help of the weak moonlight, Lin Tian saw huge demonic beasts. Although they were not as big as the centipedes, they were not too far off. These demonic beasts were emitting extremely terrifying waves of energy. Compared to the red-faced ghost he killed, these demonic beasts were much, much more powerful. They were simply not on the same level. This place. Could it be a Class 4 monster beast area? Lin Tian swallowed his saliva. Calming himself down, Lin Tian hid in the valley and carefully looked outside. Soon, half an hour passed. Lin Tian sadly found that he was really in a Class 4 monster beast area. F***CK. Lin Tian suddenly had the urge to chop someone up. If he wanted to return to the Ninyang martial house, he had to cross this Class 4 monster beast area. However, this area was filled with Class 4 monster beasts. The weakest one was comparable to an expert at the early stage of the divine range realm. He was only at the 7th stage of the body refinement realm. Crossing this kind of monster beast area was simply a narrow escape. Although he had relied on the sword pattern to chop the 100-legged beast, those 2 palms had drained almost all of his true essence. Moreover, he found that he had only accidentally triggered the sword pattern. Under normal circumstances, he would not have been able to unleash such power. This is bad. Thinking of this, Lin Tian could not help but smile bitterly. He wanted to immediately drag Zhou Hao out and chop him up 1,000 times. Calming himself down, he took a deep breath and slowly walked out of the valley. Although the Class 4 monster beast area was dangerous, he had no choice but to leave. He could not stay here and cultivate until he reached the divine range realm, right? Wouldn't he have to cultivate for a long time? I have the yin-yang steps and 2 martial fusion pattern scrolls. I will deal with it carefully, Lin Tian muttered to himself. Taking advantage of the dark night, Lin Tian flashed out of the valley and cautiously headed towards the Class 3 monster beast area. Roar! Roar! In the Class 4 monster beast area, the roars of monster beasts could be heard from time to time. It was so loud that Lin Tian's eardrums were a little numb. He carefully hid in the darkness and tried his best to restrain his aura. Like a ghost, he shuttled back and forth in the old forest. Dong! Suddenly, the earth shook as if a giant was walking. Lin Tian stopped and hid behind an old tree. He looked into the distance and saw an ape-like monster beast fighting with a crocodile-like monster beast covered in scales. As they fought, the air was filled with blood. The surrounding old trees collapsed one by one, and huge rocks were shattered into pieces. The scene was extremely horrifying. Lin Tian could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. This scene was indeed a little frightening. Quietly retreat. After saying this to himself, Lin Tian carefully left. The night shrouded the old forest, but the monster beasts were still very active. Not long after, Lin Tian was stared at by a pair of ghostly blue monster eyes. It was a strange monster beast that was about 10 feet tall. Although its body was not very large, the aura it emitted was exceptionally terrifying. It was not much worse than the centipede. With a ruthless roar, the monster beast stirred up a fishy wind and directly pounced on Lin Tian. F***ck. With a loud curse, Lin Tian used the yin-yang steps and quickly escaped. Whoosh! 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 His speed was very fast. He shuttled through the old forest, bringing about bursts of air-piercing sounds. However, the monster beast that was chasing him was not slow either. The distance between the two was rapidly closing. Turning his head to take a look, Lin Tian's footsteps did not change. Instead, his right hand reached into his bosom and took out a martial fusion rune scroll that he had long prepared. After inserting his thoughts into it, he directly threw it at the strange demonic beast behind him. Clang! For a moment, an ear-piercing sword hum resounded in all directions. The silver sword screen continuously slashed down. The monster beast let out a low roar. Instantly, a gust of violent wind swept up. After 3 breaths, the violent wind dispersed. The martial fusion pattern scroll of the startling wind sword left several bloody marks on the monster beast's body. As for Lin Tian, he had disappeared from its sight. Roar! The monster beast was furious. It raised its head and roared, causing the surrounding old trees to violently shake. 300 feet away, Lin Tian heard this furious roar and could not help but let out a sigh of relief. I've finally gotten rid of it. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Thinking about it, Lin Tian suddenly felt somewhat fortunate that he had prepared a few martial fusion pattern scrolls before entering the Greenwind Ridge. Otherwise, encountering such a situation would truly be somewhat troublesome. Although he could also slash out the startling wind sword at any time, using the startling wind sword not only took time but also consumed true essence. It was extremely disadvantageous to his escape. There's still one martial fusion pattern scroll left. I must be more careful. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Hiding behind an old tree, he carefully looked around. After confirming that there was no danger nearby, he moved again. Using the yin-yang steps, he quickly rushed towards the level 3 monster beast area. 3 days later, at the edge of the level 2 monster beast area of the Greenwind Ridge, a shabbily dressed youth held a broken longsword in his hand. His hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in mud. He slightly staggered as he walked, not much different from a beggar. This youth was Lin Tian. I've finally made it out. Lin Tian cursed. In 3 days, the last martial fusion pattern scroll of the startling wind sword art was also consumed. After that, in order to avoid the terrifying monster beasts in the level 4 monster beast area, he buried himself in piles of rocks, hid in thorns, and hid in dense branches. It was as miserable as it could be. Most importantly, in these 3 days, in order to fill his stomach, he even ate a lot of grass. Regs, after passing through the Class 2 demonic beast area and the Class 1 demonic beast area, Lin Tian arrived at the stone door leading to the Nanyang Martial House at Greenwind Ridge. His miserable appearance shocked the 2 deacons of the martial house who were guarding the door. They thought that he was a barbarian. Lin Tian was speechless. After passing through the stone door, Lin Tian increased his speed. He didn't want the other people in the martial house to see his sorry state. It wouldn't be a good thing. Roughly a quarter of an hour later, he returned to his residence. With a creak sound, he pushed open the door, seeing Sushu currently accompanying Lin Shi. Brother, you're back. Lin Shi happily welcomed him. She looked up and asked curiously, Sister Su, didn't you say that you had something to do far away and would be delayed for a long time? Far away? Lin Tian was curious. He looked at Sushu and saw that Sushu's face was slightly pale, but her eyes were wide open. You, Sushu pointed at Lin Tian as if she had seen a ghost. I'm fine. Lin Tian smiled. Sushu quickly walked forward and carefully poked Lin Tian a few times. Her face immediately revealed a happy expression. You're fine? Sushu's face was full of vigor. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. Did Sushu think that he was dead? Thinking about it, when he came back, Sushu was accompanying Linshi. Her mental state was a little bad and she looked like her soul had left her body. She even told Linshi that she had to go far away and would be delayed for a long time. Lin Tian immediately understood. Looking at Sushu again, he was a little touched. I'm really fine. Although it's a little polite, I still have to thank you. Lin Tian said sincerely. This girl, who he had just met, was really good to him and Linshi. Who wants you to thank me? Sushu kicked Lin Tian's leg. She was happy and angry at the same time. Lin Tian smiled. He knew that she was worried about him, so he naturally didn't mind. Linshi saw that Lin Tian's clothes were torn and covered in mud. She immediately went to another room to prepare hot water. So obedient. Sushu smiled. She often came to accompany Linshi. Although it was related to Lin Tian, more importantly, Linshi was very likable. My Lin Tian's sister, of course. Sister. Lin Tian smiled. Sushu rolled her eyes. What are you so proud of? Master and Elder Sherdong also went to look for you, but they couldn't find you. Lin Tian was a little surprised. Sushu nodded. After returning to the martial house a few days ago, she immediately found Mu Qing and told her that Lin Tian was in danger. Coincidentally, Sherdong was also there. The two of them immediately went to the Greenwind Ridge. Unfortunately, the Greenwind Ridge was too big. It was too difficult to find a person in it. The two of them searched for an entire day without any results. Lin Tian was moved. He was even more grateful to Mu Qing and Sherdong. Patting Lin Tian, Sushu asked, what happened after that? Sushu was actually a little surprised. The 100-legged beast was an existence comparable to divine vein realm experts. After being dragged away by the 100-legged beast, Lin Tian, who was in the refinement realm, actually came back alive. After the 100-legged beast dragged me to its nest, it seemed to have eaten its fill and temporarily ignored me. Then, I carefully escaped when it wasn't paying attention. After that, Lin Tian spoke tirelessly. Other than the part where he killed the 100-legged beast and refined its beast core, he spoke the truth about everything else. Of course, he naturally couldn't tell her about the martial fusion rune scroll. Eaten its fill? Ignored you? You took the opportunity to escape? Sushu stared. That was possible? That's right. Lin Tian nodded without blushing or skipping a beat. Sushu was a little suspicious, but she didn't dwell on this issue. Forget it. It's best that you survived. But speaking of which, you're really heaven-defying. You actually passed through the level 400-legged beast area unscathed. The level 400-legged beast area was filled with terrifying 100-legged beasts that were comparable to divine vein realm experts. Lin Tian actually walked out of the level 400-legged beast area unscathed. This really surprised Sushu. Lin Tian was speechless. Which eye of yours saw that I was unscathed? I have a lot of injuries on my body. Humph. Sushu snorted. After a pause, Sushu seemed to have thought of something. She said, by the way, I have something for you. She turned and walked to the side. Not long after, she actually took out a long sword. The long sword was more gorgeous than Lin Tian's previous sword. It looked even stronger. This is? Lin Tian's pupil shrank. With his keen perception, he felt that this sword was very unusual. Middle-grade spiritual weapon, sword of origin. Sushu said. Middle-grade spiritual weapon? Lin Tian was shocked. The world of martial artists was mysterious and fantastical. There were elixirs, formations, and naturally, powerful weapons. Weapons were also divided into different levels in the martial arts world. Ordinary weapons aside, weapons of higher levels were temporarily divided into 3 levels: spiritual weapon, precious weapon, supreme treasure, and immortal weapon. Each level was further divided into 3 grades: high, medium, and low. Lin Tian was a little surprised. Sword of origin, where did this come from? The martial house's reward. Sushu said. The martial house's reward? Lin Tian's eyes moved. He seemed to have thought of something. Sushu nodded and said, a few days ago, during the Outer House ranking trial, we collected a total of more than 600 beast cores. I thought you were dead, so I wanted to at least let you die with honor. So I put all the beast cores under your name. The final result was the second place of the Outer House. This sort of origin is the reward. Die with honor? Lin Tian was touched and amused. Taking the sword of origin from Sushu, Lin Tian tried to run the sword skill and found that it was much stronger than usual. Middle-grade spiritual weapon is tougher than ordinary weapons. At the same time, it can increase your strength by about 20%. Sushu said. Lin Tian nodded. It does increase my strength by about 20%. The biggest effect of a high-level precious weapon was to enhance the martial artist's strength and combat effectiveness. Low-grade spiritual weapons could increase strength by about 10%, middle-grade spiritual weapons could increase strength by 20%, and high-grade spiritual weapons could increase strength by 30%. When it came to precious weapons, supreme treasures, and immortal weapons, it could increase strength by even more. Lin Tian held the sword of origin and waved it a few times. He suddenly felt that it was easy to use. Putting away the sword of origin and looking at Sushu again, Lin Tian could not help but feel a little embarrassed. He said, "You put all the beast cores under my name, aren't you yourself?" Sushu naturally knew what Lin Tian wanted to say and did not care at all. Middle-grade spiritual weapon, I have it myself. It's the sword I used last time. You've seen it before. It's called Green Thunder. Sushu said. Lin Tianwei was stunned, and then he quickly remembered. It turns out to be a high-grade spiritual weapon. Lin Tian nodded. No wonder when he saw Sushu use that sword last time, the last sword was a little too strong. It turned out that it was a middle-grade spiritual weapon. And he was not surprised that Sushu had a middle-grade spiritual weapon. After all, she was Mu Qing's disciple. After thinking for a while, Lin Tian asked, "Who is the Outer House champion this time?" "It's still Zhou Hao. He collected a total of 491 beast cores, but most of them are third-grade beast cores. His overall score is the highest." Sushu said. "It's really him." Lin Tian nodded. His expression was calm, but he was sneering in his heart. Zhou Hao? 2 months later, he must kill this person. What's wrong? Seeing Lin Tian's strange expression, Sushu asked. Not long ago in Greenwind Ridge, Zhou Hao deliberately plotted against Lin Tian. Sushu did not understand. Even Elvishing, who was with Zhou Hao, did not know. This kind of thing could only be felt by Lin Tian himself. Nothing. Lin Tian shook his head. Sushu made an O sound and did not care too much. After thinking for a while, she said, "By the way, in this Outer House ranking trial, the reward for the first place is an upper-grade spiritual weapon." Upper-grade spiritual weapon. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Previously in Greenwind Ridge, he really felt Zhou Hao's strength. He was indeed very strong. Now that the other party had an upper-grade spiritual weapon, his combat strength was probably even stronger. However, Lin Tian only thought for a moment and did not care. So what if it was an upper-grade spiritual weapon? It only increased his combat strength by 10%. It was not a big deal. It could make him stronger. What's wrong? Sushu frowned. Nothing. Lin Tian smiled and shook his head. The sky gradually darkened. Soon, Sushu left here and walked back to her residence. For the past few days, she had thought that Lin Tian had died, so she had been in low spirits, unable to sleep or eat well. Now that she saw that Lin Tian was safe and sound, her entire body instantly relaxed, and she only wanted to quickly go back and have a good sleep. Lin Tian smiled as he watched Sushu leave. At this time, Lin Chi just happened to prepare the hot water. Lin Tian washed up and changed into a clean set of clothes. After resting for 2 hours, he went to the top pavilion. At this moment, stars had faintly appeared in the sky. Lin Tian ran the 4 extreme scripture, allowing his essence, qi, and spirit to rise bit by bit. After about an hour, with the help of the 4 extreme scripture, his essence, qi, and spirit had reached the peak again. Phew! Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Lin Tian's eyes flashed. He took out a small jade bottle from his arms. In the bottle was a strange plant that was about an inch tall and had 3 leaves. This was the 100 Spirits grass, a spiritual medicine used to temper the internal organs. Lin Tian pulled out the cork that blocked the jade bottle. Suddenly, a strong fragrance floated out, making him tremble slightly and feel that the pores on his body were relaxed. Taking a deep breath, he took out the 100 Spirits grass and put it in his mouth and slowly chewed. Suddenly, his whole mouth was filled with a strange fragrance. Carefully and slowly chewing, Lin Tian swallowed the 100 Spirit grass after a short while. Different from the 9 Twists essence pill, after swallowing the 100 Spirits grass, his whole body felt refreshed, as if he was wrapped in a cold spring on a hot summer day. In just a moment, he felt that his essence, qi, and spirit had been strengthened a lot. His breathing was more powerful and his heart was beating stronger. Lin Tian was surprised. The 100 Spirits grass had only just entered his body, but it had such a miraculous effect. It's worthy of being a spiritual medicine worth nearly 100,000 spirit coins. It's really extraordinary. Lin Tian secretly thought. Putting away his surprise, Lin Tian ran the 4 extreme scripture and guided the special spiritual qi of the 100 Spirits grass to quickly flow into his internal organs. This special spiritual qi completely enveloped his internal organs. Then, he began to inject his true inner force into his internal organs and began the last stage of the body refining stage. Regs, the final stage of the body refinement stage was the tempering of the internal organs. At this stage, one had to infuse a mixture of true essence and spirit qi into the internal organs and carry out a step-by-step reconstruction. However, the internal organs were the most fragile components of the human body. Therefore, the tempering of the internal organs was destined to be far more painful than the previous 2 stages. Ah! In the pavilion, Lin Tian couldn't help but growl. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He operated the 4 extreme scripture. As soon as true essence entered his organs, he immediately felt a heart-wrenching pain. This pain was 10 times more intense than when he was refining his muscles and bones. Even with his strong willpower, it was difficult to bear. At this moment, he felt as if his heart had been stabbed by a knife. The knife was still spinning. This is terrible. Lin Tian cursed. At this moment, the juice of the 100 Spirits grass flowed through his body like a cool spring. It was as if a fire in the vast wilderness had been extinguished. The intense pain suddenly weakened, making Lin Tian feel much better. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. Not only could it nourish his organs, it could also reduce the pain. It was indeed a good thing. Calming his heart, the 4 extreme scripture operated even faster. Wang! Rings of silver light emerged from his body. In the sky, the light of the stars converged. Around him, the spirit qi of heaven and earth surged and crazily entered Lin Tian's body. Guiding the power of the stars and the spirit qi of heaven and earth, Lin Tian desperately used his true essence to guide them into his organs. It was as if he was forging iron. In this process, the effect of the 100 Spirits grass was even more obvious. Not only did it reduce the pain of refining the organs, but it was also like a catalyst that made the power of the stars, the spirit qi of heaven and earth, and the true essence in Lin Tian's body become several times more active than usual. The speed of refining the organs was even faster than refining his muscles and bones. Feeling all this, Lin Tian's eyes shone even brighter. Wang! The silver light on the surface of Lin Tian's body gradually became brighter. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the top floor for several hours. He only stopped cultivating when the sun rose. He stretched his body and stood up. Clenching his fist and taking a deep breath, Lin Tian clearly felt that his cultivation had improved greatly. He had already reached the middle stage of the 7th body refinement realm. At the same time, his breathing became more even, his heartbeat stronger, and his true essence more vigorous. This is the effect of refining the organs. It's really not ordinary. Lin Tian thought. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels were the most important components of the human body. Tempering the viscera could greatly increase a martial artist's lifespan and increase their ability to withstand attacks. At the same time, the speed at which true essence was condensed would increase, allowing them to fight for longer periods of time. Thinking about it, Lin Tian felt a little helpless. Reaching the middle stage of the 7th body refinement realm in one night was mainly due to the 100 spirit grass. This spirit grass not only increased the refining effect, it also reduced the pain. If I didn't have the 100 spirit grass, even if I relied on the spirit gathering rune, I would have to spend at least 7 days to reach the middle stage of the 7th body refinement realm. Thinking of this, Lin Tian couldn't help but shake his head. Tempering one's internal organs was indeed very difficult. That's right, I don't have any more materials to inscribe the spirit gathering rune. I have to go get some. Lin Tian's heart stirred. Suddenly, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Also, maybe I can prepare another type of rune, the 3rd level Gale rune. The spirit gathering rune increased the speed of a martial artist's cultivation. The Gale rune allowed the user to temporarily hide their body, making others unable to see them. At the same time, after activating the Gale rune, the user's body would become more agile. No matter if it was the speed of their feet or the reaction time of their limbs, there would be an obvious increase. As for the Gale rune, Lin Tian only thought of it when he was passing through the 4th level demonic beast area. If he had such a rune on hand, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. Of course, the main purpose of inscribing the Gale rune wasn't to enter the 4th level demonic beast area again, but to deal with the Xiao clan. Some of the Lin clan's land deeds and property deeds had been cheated and hidden by the Xiao clan in the past 2 years. They had also tampered with various deeds and should have been sealed in the Xiao clan's inner residence. With the Gale rune, Lin Tian could enter the Xiao clan without anyone noticing and secretly take back the Lin clan's land deeds and property deeds. Xiao clan, I will make your entire clan live on the streets. Just you wait. Lin Tianling laughed. After facing the morning sun and breathing for a while, Lin Tian left the Ninyang martial house. He was still wearing a black cloak and came to the Array Manipulator Association in Fengjian City. You are that Mr. Blackrobe? The waitress, Xiao Fei, welcomed him. Xiao Fei's full name was Mi Fei. She was about 17 years old and had good looks. It was said that she wasn't a local. That's me. Lin Tian transmitted his voice and laughed, that's right, just call me Blackrobe from now on. He had a good impression of this Mi Fei. How can this be? I'm just an ordinary waitress, and you are an array manipulator. Your status is revered. Mi Fei hurriedly waved her hand. Under the black robe, Lin Tian laughed and said, array manipulators are also people. People are only divided into men and women, not noble or lowly. Mi Fei was slightly stunned, only men and women, not noble or lowly. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Mi Fei was somewhat lost in thought. What's wrong? Lin Tian asked. Nothing, nothing. Mi Fei shook her head and said, thank you for your kindness, but it's still not possible. Lin Tian was somewhat helpless, alright, then as you wish. He knew that some people's thoughts were hard to change. Mi Fei heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Lin Tian Dao. Mr. Blackrobe, are you here to look for Elder Ge? That, Elder Ge just happened to go out and will be delayed outside for a few days. He will only be back in about 3 days. Is that so? Lin Tianwei was slightly surprised. Then, he shook his head and said with a smile, I'm here for other matters. Is there anything I can help you with? Mi Fei asked. Lin Tian nodded and took a pen and paper from the side, writing down a string of materials. They were soul-tooth grass, frost-breaking stone, golden armor root, dark leaf sand, spirit fire ape's blood essence, four-tailed lizard scale armor, moon-dropping seed, steel feather soil, and winged bird blood. Among the 8 materials, the first 5 were materials to create the spirit gathering rune, while the last 4 were materials to create the Gale rune. The materials to create the spirit gathering rune could be bought at the E-Treasure Pavilion. However, he had joined the Array Manipulator Guild and could receive some materials for free every month. Naturally, he didn't need to go to the E-Treasure Pavilion to buy them. Although he had quite a lot of spirit coins now, it didn't mean that he had to waste them pointlessly. Since there were free materials, he naturally had to make use of them. Mi Fei took the list and read it out one by one. Very soon, Mi Fei frowned slightly and looked at Lin Tian. She had an expression as if she wanted to say something but was hesitating. What's wrong? Lin Tian asked. Mi Fei seemed a little embarrassed and said, Mister, There are 8 materials on this list that can be given to you for free. However, the moon-dropping seed is a little special. It can only be exchanged with points. Oh? How many points does it cost? Lin Tian asked. Creating a gale rune required 1 drop of the moon-dropping seed. He would need about 10 drops. 1 drop of the moon-dropping seed requires about 100 points. Mi Fei said. Lin Tianyi was shocked. 1 drop for 100 points? The Array Manipulator Guild of Feng City often issued missions. There were 2 types of rewards for these missions. The first type was spirit coins. This type of reward was targeted at ordinary martial artists and array manipulators who hadn't joined the Array Manipulator Guild. The other type of reward was points. This type of reward was naturally targeted at array manipulators who had joined the guild. Ordinary martial artists and array manipulators who hadn't joined the guild could only choose spirit coins as the reward. Array manipulators who had joined the guild could freely choose spirit coins as the reward or points as the reward. Half a month ago, Lin Tian casually glanced at the mission board hanging on the guild's wall. He discovered that ordinary missions could only accumulate about 30 points. 1 drop of the moon-dropping seed required 100 points. In other words, he had to complete at least 3 missions issued by the Array Manipulator Guild in order to exchange for 1 drop of the moon-dropping seed. Too expensive. Lin Tian cursed in his heart. Seeing Lin Tian's silence, Mi Fei blinked and said in a low voice, Mr. Black Robe, I heard Elder Ge say that the moon-dropping seed is a liquid condensed at a special time in the place where the moonlight is the thickest. It has many unexpected effects. That's why it's so precious. Condensed from moonlight? Lin Tianwei was surprised. He only got the name of the materials needed to make the array pattern from his mind. He didn't know the origin of the moon-dropping seed. At this moment, hearing Mi Fei's words, he was really surprised. Moonlight could condense into liquid? Little Fei doesn't know, but Elder Ge said so. Mi Fei was a little embarrassed. Lin Tian didn't delve into it. He just became a little helpless. 10 drops of the moon-dropping seed, 1,000 points. In that case, I have to do at least 30 missions. Lin Tian was speechless. 30 missions, running back and forth would annoy him. Mi Fei pulled Lin Tian's black robe and pointed to the mission board opposite. Mr. Black Robe, the guild issued a high-level mission before. The reward is 800 points. What? Lin Tianyi was surprised. Following Mi Fei's finger, Lin Tian saw a mission written in red eye-catching font. The mission content was to go to the dark forest to obtain a ghost flower and give it to the guild. Ghost flower? Lin Tianwei was doubtful. He knew where the dark forest was. It was in the west of Fengjian City. It was a monster paradise that was more terrifying than the Green Wind Ridge. But for this ghost flower, he was a little confused. Little Fei, do you know about the ghost flower? He asked Mi Fei. Mi Fei nodded and said, I know, there is a special introduction here. Saying this, Mi Fei took out a paper card from under the counter and handed it to Lin Tian. Lin Tian took the paper card. On it was the introduction of the ghost flower, 2 inches tall, the whole body is as black as ink, but the petals are as red as blood. Looking down, Lin Tian saw a small line of words, the ghost flower grows in a place of coldine. It is highly poisonous. If a martial artist in the 8th layer of the body refining realm touches it, they will die. Pick it carefully. Lin Tian didn't think too much about it and decided to accept the mission. Right now, he needed the moon-dropper seeds to create the gale rune. Completing this mission would allow him to exchange for 8 moon-dropper seeds, which would save him a lot of trouble. If he doesn't take it at this time, the task will be completed by others later, and he will have to run 30 ordinary tasks. This moon-drop seed was something that couldn't be bought even if one had the money. You took it? Mi Fei asked. Lin Tian nodded. Mi Fei took out a scroll from the counter and handed it to Lin Tian, saying, This is some geographical introduction and monster introduction about the dark forest, I hope it will be useful to you. After a pause, Mi Fei said again, By the way, sir, this task has been taken by an array controller before. You'd better move faster. Lin Tian wondered, someone took it? Why is it still hanging in the taskbar? Because many tasks require a lot of objects, so generally, there is no limit to the number of people who take the task and the number of times. After that, after the guild receives enough objects for the task will be automatically erased from the taskbar. Mifei explained. Now, the ghost flower only needs the last one. Lin Tian frowned. Only one is needed, then he really needs to speed up. Nodding, Lin Tian put away the scroll that Mifei handed over. Thank you, then, I'll go first. Lin Tian said to Mifei. Mifei looked respectful and sent Lin Tian to the door of the guild. Sir, take care, I wish you success in getting the ghost flower. Lin Tian nodded and pushed the door out. After returning to the martial house, Lin Tian simply packed up some things, and then found Sushu and told Sushu that he had something to do and would be delayed for a few days. Sushu was troubled to accompany Lin Shi in these days. Of course, he also told Lin Shi about leaving. On this day, Lin Tian left the martial house and headed towards the dark forest. The dark forest was located in the westernmost part of Fengjian City. It was a demonic beast paradise that was even more dangerous than the Green Wind Ridge. After Lin Tian left the Ninyang martial house, he walked for a full 8 hours before arriving at the edge of the dark forest. As far as the eye could see, the dark forest was vast and boundless. The old trees within were thick and strong. It was a hot summer day. After arriving at the dark forest, Lin Tian took off his black robe and changed into a white gown. He immediately felt refreshed. This was the dark forest. In this place, he was not worried about the Mo clan and Shao clan setting up an ambush. Those two clans would only set up an ambush here if they had nothing better to do. At this moment, there were many figures in the periphery of the dark forest. A middle-aged man was shouting to attract the lone warriors in the surroundings. Full text reading. Friends who are single, come together. There's strength in numbers. The middle-aged man shouted. The dark forest could be considered a land of treasures. There were many precious medicinal herbs within. Therefore, there were many people who entered the dark forest every day. One had to know that the dark forest was filled with demonic beasts. Their fur and flesh could be sold for money. Furthermore, if one could pick a mystical medicinal herb, it would be extremely lucky. Of course, because of the demonic beasts, the dark forest was very dangerous. Many lone warriors would form teams with other lone warriors outside the dark forest. Once there were more people in a team, their battle prowess would increase greatly. Normal demonic beasts would not dare to attack so easily. In this way, their lives would be guaranteed. Lin Tian casually glanced around and found that the people outside the dark forest were mostly middle-aged men. These people's cultivations were around the 6th to 8th level of body refinement. Regarding this, Lin Tian was not surprised. Although a normal person without a cultivation method could only cultivate to the 5th level of the body refinement realm, these middle-aged people, who knew if they had cultivated in the martial house when they were young, or if they had been eliminated from the Imperial City team. This was very normal. The most important thing was that Lin Tian was too lazy to think about it. According to the introduction on the paper card, the ghost flower should be located 2,000 feet away from the edge of the dark forest. There are many level 3 demonic beasts there. Lin Tian secretly thought. Not paying attention to the people around him, Lin Tian minded his own business and walked into the dark forest, walking forward. Once he entered the dark forest, Lin Tian immediately felt a sense of desolation. It gave people a feeling of desolation. Moreover, in the air of this ancient forest, the demonic aura was extremely dense. There was even a slight smell of blood. Obviously, many people had died in the dark forest. Lin Tian carried the origin returning sword and walked step by step in the ancient forest. His steps were gentle, but he was very careful. Very quickly, he walked 100 feet into the dark forest. At this moment, a ruthless roar sounded. A large snake surrounded by an icy aura rushed out. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. Level 1 demonic beast, Scarlet Ice Snake. When he was at the Array Manipulator Guild, Mifei gave him a scroll. Inside it was an introduction to most of the demonic beasts in the dark forest. On the way here, Lin Tian had already roughly skimmed through it. Naturally, he knew the name of the demonic beast in front of him. He raised his right hand and slapped it. The scarlet ice snake's body was huge. But as a level 1 demonic beast, it could at most be compared to a third sky of body refinement cultivator. How could it be a match for Lin Tian, who was at the 7th sky of body refinement? It was directly slapped down by Lin Tianyi and died on the spot. Shaking his head, Lin Tian took out the beast core of the scarlet ice snake. He didn't care about the corpse and walked away with large strides. Not long after, Lin Tian had already walked 1,000 feet into the dark forest. In the process, he had encountered several demonic beast attacks. Of course, almost all of them were level 2 demonic beasts. For the current him, it was nothing. Another 1,000 feet or so. Lin Tian muttered to himself. At this moment, a panicked cry came from not far away. Lin Tianyi jumped up and landed on a thick branch of an old tree. He looked towards the source of the sound. In that direction, in front of a huge old tree stood a ferocious demonic beast about 10 feet tall. This demonic beast's fangs were 2 inches long. Most importantly, it had a pair of wings on its back. Flame-winged tiger. Lin Tian whispered. The flame-winged tiger was an early level 3 demonic beast. It was comparable to a 7th sky of body refinement cultivator. At this moment, the flame-winged tiger's mouth was dripping with saliva. Its gaze was fixed on the ground. It walked forward step by step, as if it was staring at some prey. Slightly lowering his head, Lin Tian discovered that there was a little girl in front of the flame-winged tiger. This little girl was about 11 years old. She was leaning against an old tree and trembling. With a loud roar, the flame-winged tiger opened its mouth and finally bit towards the little girl. With this bite, how could the little girl survive? Beast. Lin Tian didn't have time to think. With a low shout, the origin returning sword on his back was unsheathed. A sharp sword ray immediately slashed out and landed directly on the flame-winged tiger's abdomen. The flame-winged tiger let out a miserable cry. It staggered back and fell to the ground. However, in just a moment, the demonic beast struggled to stand up again. After all, it was a level 3 demonic beast. Its vitality was strong and it wasn't that easy to kill it. Humph. Lin Tian dodged. Because the distance wasn't too far, he arrived in front of it in the blink of an eye. The long sword in his hand slashed down again. This time, the origin returning sword in his hand directly pierced through the flame-winged tiger's head, ending its life on the spot. Gently landing, Lin Tian arrived in front of the little girl. The little girl's clothes were still intact, but there was a lot of dirt on them. Looking at her, Lin Tian felt a little strange and frowned slightly. This was the dark forest. How could such a little girl appear here? Logically speaking, even if it was a family member who came to gain experience, it was impossible to bring such a young girl in with them. The little girl leaned against the old tree and also looked at Lin Tian, but she seemed very reserved. Little girl, why are you here? After a moment of silence, Lin Tian finally spoke. The little girl's black hair was like a waterfall, already reaching her waist. Looking at Lin Tian, she shook her head blankly. Did someone you know bring you in? Lin Tian continued to ask. Unfortunately, the little girl still shook her head. Next, Lin Tian asked a few more questions, but the little girl had a very blank expression. She either shook her head or stared at Lin Tian purely, as if Lin Tian's face had a flower growing on it. Lin Tian facepalmed. Then, what's your name? You should remember it, right? The little girl looked at Lin Tian and blinked her big eyes. Although she was still a little confused, she seemed to have thought of something. Opening her mouth, she said after a long while, Purple. Purple Fairy. Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. At least this little girl still remembered his name. Purple Fairy. This name sounded pretty good. But then, Lin Tian was a little helpless. Apart from knowing his name, the little girl didn't know where his home was or who his relatives were. In short, he didn't know anything. Thinking about it, Lin Tian sighed. Little Purple, follow Big Brother for the time being, how about it? The little girl was about the same age as Lin Shi. Since he met her here, he naturally couldn't leave her alone. Such a little girl staying alone in the dark forest was simply lifeless. She could be swallowed by demonic beasts at any time. The little girl nodded, looking a little happy. Okay, let's go. Lin Tian pulled the little girl up, patted off the dust on her body, and walked into the depths of the dark forest. The space in the dark forest was a little dim, which was quite appropriate for its name. Not long after, Lin Tian felt a burst of violent true essence fluctuations coming from the front. After walking a few dozen feet, Lin Tian looked over and saw a dozen people besieging a level 3 demonic beast. This demonic beast was covered in flames and had 2 heads. Double-headed blazing dragon. Lin Tian was shocked. Double-headed blazing dragon, this was a level 3 peak demonic beast. It was comparable to a 9th layer body refinement realm expert. Glancing over the dozen people besieging the double-headed blazing dragon, Lin Tian found that the strongest among them was at the 8th layer of body refinement realm. It was a bit difficult to kill the double-headed blazing dragon with this kind of strength. Looking over, he found that there was an old man in a green robe outside the battlefield. This old man had an array controller badge on his chest, and there was a golden bar under the badge. First tier array controller. Lin Tian whispered. In front of him, the double-headed blazing dragon roared, flames intertwined around its body. Among the dozen people, there were people who were swallowed by the flames. They let out miserable screams and were burned into charcoal in a moment. The little girl pulled Lin Tian's clothes, as if she was scared. It's okay. Lin Tian smiled. Not caring about these people, Lin Tian turned around and continued to walk into the depths of the dark forest. Counting, there was still about 500 feet to reach the place where the ghost flower grew. Kid over there, come and help. At this moment, a voice sounded. The old man in the green robe shouted at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was displeased. If someone asked for his help, then perhaps he wouldn't refuse when facing such a situation. However, this green-robed old man spoke with a commanding tone as if he was superior, and this made him feel extremely disgusted. Holding the little girl, he walked deeper into the dark forest as if he didn't hear anything. Seeing Lin Tian leave, the old man in green robe's face suddenly sank. He was a formation manipulator, and his status was respected. Many people were willing to befriend him, but now, a young warrior dared to ignore his words. Roar! The Yan Huolong roared, and then, someone screamed. Damn it! Kill this evil beast quickly! The old man in green robe shouted. Lin Tian clearly heard this voice, but he didn't have the intention to stop. Soon, he walked dozens of feet away. The air in the dark forest was turbid. About 2 hours later, the air became a little cold. Little Z, are you cold? Lin Tian asked. No. The little girl shook her head and blinked her beautiful big eyes. Lin Tian nodded and continued to walk forward. Gradually, the air became colder. After another 2 hours, a medium-sized canyon appeared in front of him. There was a burst of black smoke coming out of it, like the ghost fog from the underworld. It should be here. Lin Tian whispered. There was a detailed introduction on the paper card. This was the place where the ghost flower grew. Standing outside the canyon, Lin Tian glanced around. After confirming that there was no dangerous aura, he took the little girl and stepped into the canyon. As soon as they entered the canyon, Lin Tian couldn't help but shiver. The air in the canyon was even colder. Little Z, are you cold now? Lin Tian asked the little girl. The little girl blinked and said, no. Lin Tian shook his head inwardly as he gazed at the little girl. He only treated the little girl as being a little reserved. After all, the air within the gorge was indeed very cold, and even he felt a wave of coldness when he had just stepped in. If you are cold, you have to tell me immediately, okay? He smiled gently. Okay. The little girl nodded seriously. Lin Tian couldn't help but chuckle. What a well-behaved child, just like Lin Shi. Inside the canyon, the space was even darker than outside. Lin Tian appeared to be very careful. Holding the little girl's hand, he moved very slowly. Since the Array Manipulator Guild had put a bounty of 800 points on this mission, it was obvious that this mission was extremely difficult and dangerous. Thus, it was necessary to be cautious. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Tian stopped. In front of them was a black stone wall. Beneath the stone wall were the skeletons of various demonic beasts, but there was no way forward. As for the ghost flower, he didn't even see its shadow. Strange. Lin Tian frowned. According to the description on the card, the ghost flower did grow in this valley. Could it be in another corner? He muttered to himself. At this moment, there was a rush of footsteps behind him. Lin Tian turned around and saw 9 figures appear in his vision. The ones in the lead were several middle-aged martial artists. Among them, 5 were at the 7th level of the refinement realm, 3 were at the 8th level of the refinement realm, and the last one was wrapped in a green robe. These 9 people were the ones who fought with the double-headed blazing dragon. Many of them were stained with blood. Obviously, after encountering the blazing dragon, this group of people suffered heavy losses. Before, there were more than 10 people, but now there were only 9 left. That green robe, could it be? Lin Tian's heart jumped. When he was in the Array Manipulator Guild, Mi Fei told him that there was another array manipulator who accepted the Ghost Flower mission before him. At this moment, when he stepped into this canyon, this green-robed old man also stepped in. Obviously, this wasn't a pure coincidence. This green-robed old man must be here for the Ghost Flower too. The green-robed old man naturally saw Lin Tian, and his face instantly turned cold. "It's you." The green-robed old man coldly looked at Lin Tian and said, "I asked for your help just now. Why didn't you agree? Do I owe you anything?" Lin Tian asked. The green-robed old man's face immediately darkened. A small martial artist dared to talk to him like this. "Teach him a lesson," the green-robed old man said to a middle-aged man beside him. This middle-aged man was at the 7th level of the refinement realm. After receiving the green-robed old man's instructions, he walked towards Lin Tian with a calm face. "Kid, don't blame me. I'm only doing this for money. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending Master Lu Ba. Master Lu Ba is a first-level array manipulator. How can a kid like you offend him? Of course, I don't blame you. So, don't blame me later," Lin Tian said coldly. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face froze. "Arrogant enough," the middle-aged man coldly snorted. Naturally, he understood the meaning behind Lin Tian's words. He directly raised his hand to grab Lin Tian. A 16-year-old martial artist, he didn't care at all. Lin Tian's face was expressionless. He slightly tilted his head and dodged the middle-aged man's large hand. Then, he kicked the middle-aged man's abdomen. With a bang, the middle-aged man flew 3 feet away. He clutched his abdomen and screamed on the ground. His face turned green. How can he have so much strength? On the other side, the expression of the group of people changed. Sending a martial artist at the 7th level of the refinement realm flying with one kick, this kind of strength was definitely not ordinary. Among these people, even the 3 martial artists at the 8th level of the refinement realm frowned slightly. The green-robed old man's face was even more unsightly. These people were hired by him with money. If one of them was sent flying, it was equivalent to slapping his face. Lin Tianling snorted and tilted his head to look at the green-robed old man. "Lu Ba, right?" His face was cold and indifferent as he directly approached. In front of Lu Ba, a yellow-robed middle-aged man at the 8th level of the refinement realm said in a low voice, "What are you trying to do? Get out of the way. It's none of your business," Lin Tian said coldly. He wouldn't take the initiative to provoke anyone. Of course, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone. This Lu Ba made him very unhappy, so he wanted to make him even more unhappy. "Young man, don't be too angry. This is not a good thing," the yellow-robed middle-aged man said. Lin Tian's face was expressionless. He didn't say anything else and just indifferently walked forward. However, in the next moment, his footsteps paused. He suddenly raised his head and looked not far away. In that place, 2 cold blood-red rays suddenly flashed. Demonic aura. Lin Tian quickly retreated and returned to the little girl's side. He stared ahead cautiously. He felt an extremely strong demonic aura. This was something he didn't feel when he first stepped into this valley. This demonic aura was not much weaker than the red-faced ghost he killed in Greenwind Ridge. Ah! Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream sounded. Beside the middle-aged man who was kicked away by Lin Tian, a demonic beast suddenly appeared and bit his throat. This demonic beast was covered in white fur. Its body shape was not much different from a human's, but its aura was somewhat terrifying. Nether ape! Someone exclaimed. Swoosh! 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 The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. At this moment, about a dozen pairs of blood-red eyes lit up in the canyon. With the help of the faint light, Lin Tian realized that there were more than 10 nether apes on the way here. He didn't know when they had blocked his and the green-robed old man's path. The nether ape is extremely fast. It's also a demonic beast comparable to the 8th level of the refinement realm. This is bad. The yellow-robed middle-aged man's face changed drastically. There was no road ahead. There was only one way here. However, at this moment, this road was blocked by more than 10 demonic beasts comparable to the 8th level of the refinement realm. This situation was very bad. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a hopeless situation. At this moment, a cold snort sounded. Lu Ba reached into his chest and took out a packet of powder. He casually scattered it. Instantly, the powder fell and formed an arc on the ground, separating the 8 of them from the nether apes. All of a sudden, the dozens of nether apes stopped and stared at the white powder on the ground. They seemed a little fearful. Demon repellent powder. It works on demonic beasts below level 4. Someone exclaimed in surprise. The yellow-robed middle-aged man's expression did not look good. This demon repellent powder doesn't last long. It can only last for an hour at most. There is no road behind us. After an hour, we still have to. The yellow-robed middle-aged man did not finish his sentence, but the others understood what he meant. Their faces instantly turned pale. What's the hurry? Lu Ba snorted. The nether ape is agile, but it is lustful. It likes Xianxia virgins the most. His gaze fell on the little girl beside Lin Tian. Although she is young, she is still a virgin. Catch her and throw her out to attract the attention of the nether apes. We will take the opportunity to escape. Hearing this, the eyes of the yellow-robed middle-aged man and the others lit up. They all stared at the little girl. Being stared at by so many people, the little girl was scared. She hurriedly hid behind Lin Tian. A murderous aura spread. At this moment, Lin Tian's eyes became extremely cold. It was as if he was the Grim Reaper who had walked out from hell. He stared at the green-robed old man cruelly. You are courting death. Lu Ba was shocked by this gaze. His expression darkened. What's wrong with using her life to save all of us? Besides, she may not necessarily die. It's possible that her virginity was taken away. Hearing this, the yellow-robed middle-aged man and the others nodded. Lord Lu is right. Young man, compared to all of our lives, you should know very well which is more important. Sometimes, you have to know when to give up. That's right. Hand over the little girl. The few of them stared at Lin Tian. Among them, some even started to force their way towards Lin Tian. It was obvious that they wanted to snatch the little girl. Looking at these people, Lin Tian was expressionless. However, his eyes were as cold as a cold spring. Little Z, step back a little. He said calmly. The little girl was a little scared, but she still let go of Lin Tian's clothes. She carefully stepped back a few steps. Lin Tian raised his hand and grabbed the sword of Guiyuan that was tied to his back. He slowly pulled it out of the scabbard. Instantly, a wave of sharp sword intent spread out, creating a wild hurricane that swept out in all directions. With a clang, he shook his right hand. The ear-piercing sound of the sword reverberated. The middle-aged man who was closing in on him was swept by 8 streaks of shocking wind sword aura. His heart was pierced through and he fell into a pool of blood. I will kill all of you scum. Lin Tian had never thought of himself as a good person or philanthropist, but the people in front of him had really angered him. It was hard to imagine how these people could think of something that was worse than a beast. Most importantly, each and every one of them spoke in such a righteous manner, as if this was some kind of righteousness. With a clang, the sword whistled once again. Staring at them, his face was as cold as frost. On the other side, their faces changed. You killed him? Lu Ba said angrily. The other 6 people were also angry, but at the same time they were shocked. This person actually killed a 7th level body refinement realm cultivator with one slash. Lin Tian's face was indifferent as he walked forward step by step. He did not say a word, but his eyes were frighteningly cold, not hiding his killing intent. Damn it! Arrogant! Kill him! A group of people shouted angrily. A 8th level body refinement realm middle-aged man stepped forward, took out the broadsword on his back, and waved it, creating a hurricane. Die! The middle-aged man said ferociously. Lin Tian raised his hand and casually waved it. With a crack, the broadsword in the middle-aged man's hand broke. The middle-aged man's face changed. His broadsword was made of black iron, weighed 150 pounds, and was incomparably hard. It was almost comparable to a low-grade spirit weapon, but now, it was broken so easily. The middle-aged man was shocked and could not help but take a step back. At this moment, a light flashed, and Lin Tian passed by him. Pooh! Blood floated, and the middle-aged man fell to the ground with a bang. His eyes were wide open, and he died with grievances. Such a scene, in an instant, stunned everyone. This, Oldly, is an 8th level body refinement realm cultivator, and that broadsword, how is this possible? That sword. That. Could it be a spirit weapon? Everyone was moved. One slash to break the broadsword, one strike to kill an 8th level body refinement realm cultivator. This kind of strength was too terrifying. And that long sword, how could a normal sword be so sharp? Seeing Lin Tian still pressing forward, the remaining people's faces became very fearful. Together, we have so many people, I don't believe we can't beat him. Yes. Together. Kill. Other than Lu Ba, the remaining 5 martial artists rushed out together. Of the 5 people, some were barehanded, some were armed with swords and sabers, and some were even armed with rods. Boom, 5 people together. 2 at the 8th layer of the body refinement realm and 3 at the 7th layer of the body refinement realm. This kind of power was quite frightening. For a moment, the entire area was filled with sand and dust. The scene was quite frightening. Lin Tian was expressionless. With a flash of his body, he rushed straight into the crowd. This action shocked and angered the 5 people. How dare you? Kill him! Someone shouted. For a moment, the attacks of the 5 people became even more terrifying. Saber light and sword shadows, fist light and leg force, the attacks were impenetrable. Very good. In the rear, Lu Ba nodded in satisfaction. Within the encirclement of the 5 people, Lin Tian was expressionless. His entire body was like a flash of light, flickering left and right. It was as if he had merged with the space around him. Damn it! Old Lu, what are you doing? Chop him up. This little bastard is too fast. Damn it! The 5 people quickly became angry. Although Lin Tian was surrounded by them, their fists, legs, sabers, and swords could not touch Lin Tian's real body. It was as if they were monkeys being played around with. Kung, the sword whistled and blood splattered. The sword of origin in Lin Tian's hand pierced through the chest of a 7th layer body refinement realm expert. The opponent did not even have time to scream. With a bang, he fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and then stopped moving. Luo Lai! Someone shouted. However, at this moment, a black shadow appeared in front of this person. Peng, with a flash of fire, a huge flaming fist appeared and ruthlessly struck this person's throat. After a scream, this person fell to the ground. His throat was crushed and he died on the spot. How is this possible? The 5 people attacked together. In the blink of an eye, 2 of them were killed. The remaining 3 people all changed color. In the rear, Lu Ba was furious. Trash. A bunch of trash. There are so many of you and you can't even win against a little brat. Hearing this, Lin Tian coldly looked over. His footsteps moved slightly. He temporarily abandoned the other 3 and walked towards Lu Ba. Stinking brat! Lu Ba shouted. Lu Ba reached into his chest and quickly took out a few scrolls. With a wave of his hand, a few runes flashed and a huge amount of true core force spread out. Master Lu Ba's Martial Fusion Rune Scroll. It is said that the power of a 9th-layer body refinement realm expert is sealed within. Just now, we killed Yan Huolong because of Master Lu Ba's scroll. The three of them were pleasantly surprised. Lin Tian stopped and coldly raised his left hand. He suddenly activated the Heavenly One Spirit incantation. TSK, 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 in front of Lu Ba, the runes on the 3 martial fusion rune scrolls dimmed like smothered fireworks. Such a scene caused Lu Ba's expression to change greatly. Damn it! What is going on? Lu Ba was furious. At the same time, the 3 people in yellow were shocked. How could Master Lu Ba's martial fusion rune, this? What? What is going on? Everyone was stunned. The martial fusion rune had lost its effect. Lin Tian's expression was cold as he stepped in front of Lu Ba. You, bam! Lin Tianyi raised his leg and viciously kicked Lu Ba's chest, causing him to fall to the ground. With a clang, the Sword of Origin Restoration let out a whistling sound. The tip of the sword hovered above Lu Ba's forehead. You! What are you doing? Bam! Lin Tian raised his right leg that was pressing on Lu Ba's chest and viciously kicked down again. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Ah! Lu Ba screamed and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Tian looked down at Lu Ba with a cold gaze. The tip of his sword flickered with the light of the sword. You! Don't mess around. Look at the array manipulator insignia on my chest. I am an array manipulator. An array manipulator that belongs to the guild. Lu Ba stared at Lin Tian and said fiercely, if you kill me, the array manipulator guild will not let you go. You will be hunted down by the entire guild. You will be worse than... Ah! Before Lu Ba could finish his sentence, Lin Tian stomped on his chest with his right leg. Lu Ba screamed again. Array manipulator insignia. Looking down at Lu Ba, Lin Tian took out the array manipulator insignia that Gujing had given him not long ago. He looked at Lu Ba indifferently and said, you are talking about this. Staring at the insignia in Lin Tian's hand, Lu Ba's expression changed. Not only him, but the middle-aged man in yellow and the rest were also horrified. It was as if they had seen something terrifying. This, the insignia of an array manipulator, and below it were 2 golden horizontal bars, a stage 2 array manipulator. This young man is a stage 2 array manipulator? How is that possible? The middle-aged man in yellow and the rest were shocked. Impossible. You are only 16 years old. You can't be an array manipulator. Where did you steal this from? Lu Ba stared at Lin Tian. Suddenly, his expression changed. Could it be that you killed another stage 2 array manipulator? You stole his array manipulator insignia. Damn it, how dare you? Lin Tian lifted his leg and stomped on Lu Ba again. Ah! Lu Ba screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire neck and chest were dyed red with blood. Lin Tian looked indifferent. Did you forget that your martial fusion insignia was destroyed? Lu Ba's expression changed. You. Could it be that you? Yes, I did it. Lin Tian said indifferently. He lifted his left hand and released his soul power. A faint silver light flashed. He was an array manipulator and had reached stage 3. Previously, Lu Ba's martial fusion insignia was destroyed by his soul power from afar. Feeling Lin Tian's powerful soul power, Lu Ba's face was filled with fear. This time, Lu Ba had no doubts. The young man in front of him was really an array manipulator. Moreover, he was even stronger than him. Little brother, no. Sir. Looking at Lin Tian, Lu Ba was terrified. Lu Ba failed to recognize you. Please. Please spare Lu Ba on account that we are both array manipulators. A stage 2 array manipulator was enough to make Lu Ba fearful. Both array manipulators? Lin Tian stepped on Lu Ba's chest with his right foot once more, causing Lu Ba to cry out in pain again. It is my shame to be a formation controller like you. Ah! Lu Ba screamed. His voice was shrill. Don't kill me. Lu Ba looked up at Lin Tian with a pleading expression. Lin Tian's expression was cold. His eyes flashed with cruelty. All right. I won't kill you. He slowly removed his right leg from Lu Ba's chest. Lu Ba was overjoyed. He was about to thank Lin Tian. At this moment, Lin Tian lifted his right leg and kicked Lu Ba's waist. Lu Ba was kicked out of the area covered by the demon repellent powder. Let them kill you. The wind whistled in his ears. Lu Ba's face turned pale. There were more than 10 netherworld apes outside. No. Lu Ba screamed in fear while he was still in the air. With a thud, Lu Ba fell to the ground. No. No. Save me. Save me. Lu Ba screamed and crawled towards the area covered by the demon repellent powder. Clang, a sword aura slashed in front of Lu Ba. Lu Ba was so frightened that he quickly retreated. Standing in the area covered by the demon repellent powder, Lin Tian's eyes were filled with cruelty. What's the hurry? You might not die. They might just bite you a few times. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Lu Ba shuddered. How familiar was this sentence? It was the exact same sentence he said when he instigated the middle-aged man in yellow to capture the little girl. Thump, the ground shook. More than 10 demonic auras gathered. The netherworld apes were afraid of the demon repellent powder and did not dare to approach. Now that Lu Ba was thrown out, all the netherworld apes gathered around Lu Ba and surrounded him in the blink of an eye. Such a scene scared Lu Ba out of his wits. Save me. Hurry up and save me. Lu Ba screamed. Lin Tian's face was cold as he stared ahead cruelly. The netherworld apes roared. Then, Lu Ba's blood-curdling screams reverberated in the area. It was like the cries of a ferocious ghost. The middle-aged man in yellow and the other two felt their scalps go numb. P.S. Thank you, Brother Xianxia, for your 100,000 sector coins and for being the leader of this book. Thank you. Worship. Also, I wish all couples a happy Chinese Valentine's Day and a happy ending. Brothers and sisters who are single, don't worry. There's still the single dragon to accompany everyone. Awoo. Woof. The blood-curdling screams reverberated in the air. Soon after, silence reigned. Under the fearful gazes of the 3 men in yellow, Lu Ba was torn apart by more than 10 nether apes. His organs were eaten, and his blood was spilled all over the ground. I love this kind of website the most. You must give me a good review. Access to. Looks like your luck isn't that good. They didn't just bite you a few times. Lin Tiantan said coldly. Turning around, his cold eyes swept over the last 3 people. The 3 of them trembled when they met his gaze. Sir, please spare my life. The 3 of them trembled and fell to their knees. At this moment, their faces were filled with fear, and their intestines were green with regret. A 16-year-old array controlling master with a cultivation at the 7th level of refinement, what kind of genius was this? How did they provoke such a monster? Stand up. Lin Tiantan said coldly. The sword of origin restoring vibrated slightly, and with a piercing sound, it aimed straight at the 3 of them. Spare our lives, Your Excellency. We were blind. Just treat us like a fart and let us go. We don't want to die. The 3 of them were terrified. You don't want to die? Lin Tian's face was expressionless as he approached the 3 of them. No one wants to die. The 3 of them staggered back in fear. You really want to kill us? Can't you be more merciful? The yellow-cloaked middle-aged man's voice trembled. Benevolence? Lin Tian mocked. What's that? Lin Tian felt that this was the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life. The person who said that he wanted to use the little girl's sex life to exchange for their sex life was actually asking him to be merciful at this moment. The 3 of them had ugly expressions on their faces. They were both terrified and livid. You want to kill us? Don't think you'll have an easy time. One of them suddenly said ferociously. With a whooshing sound, the man actually retreated, rushing towards the little girl beside the stone wall. Lin Tian's face was cold. With a slight sway, he pushed his yin and yang steps to the limit. Like a bolt of lightning, he arrived in front of the little girl in the blink of an eye, blocking her path. The sword of origin in his hand sliced through the air. Puff. Blood splashed out, and the man's head flew out. After killing the man, Lin Tian looked back at the little girl. The little girl was squatting in the corner of the stone wall, her body trembling, and her face full of fear. "Little Z, don't be afraid. They're all bad people, should be punished." Lin Tian comforted her. Unfortunately, the little girl was still scared and didn't feel any better. Lin Tian sighed. He also knew that for an 11-year-old girl, this scene was indeed a little cruel. Calm, he tilted his head and looked at the last two people. His expression turned even colder. Of, he said indifferently. He pressed forward step by step. At the tip of his sword, the sword light flickered. It was extremely terrifying. The middle-aged man in yellow retreated awkwardly. They were completely shocked by Lin Tian's aura. Facing Lin Tian now, they felt even more scared than facing the double-headed blazing dragon. "Don't come over," one of them shouted. He pointed the long rod at Lin Tian, his hands trembling. Lin Tian was expressionless. He pressed forward step by step. "If you don't move, I'll do it," he said indifferently. With a whoosh, he rushed out like a flash of light and slashed down with the sword of origin. Crack! The long rod was cut in half and fell to the ground. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. His right leg swept out and landed on the man's chest. A majestic force surged out, causing the man to spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his body flew out and rolled out of the area covered by the demon repellent powder. Dozens of netherworld apes roared. Their eyes were bloodshot as they rushed over crazily. "Ah!" A blood-curdling scream rang out. Just like Lu Ba, this person was also devoured by the nether apes. Lin Tian looked indifferently at the middle-aged man in yellow. The yellow-clothed middle-aged man staggered backward. His face had turned deathly pale. "Demon. You're a devil." "You're right. A devil who cleans up scum," Lin Tian said coldly. He spun the long sword in his hand and slashed out with the sword of destruction. Dozens of sword chi gathered from all directions and pierced into the middle-aged man in yellow. Lin Tian glanced at the corpses coldly. He raised his head and looked outside the demon repellent powder. "Next, it's you guys," he muttered to himself. He was now at the 7th level of the refinement realm. Although the netherworld apes were scary, he was not afraid. The only pressure was that there were dozens of netherworld apes here. It was very difficult to fight them. Taking a deep breath, he moved his feet and stepped out of the demon repellent powder. There was still about 15 minutes left before the demon repellent powder would lose its effect. Within these 15 minutes, the demon repellent powder would be able to protect the little girl on his behalf. However, he had to take care of all the netherworld apes within these 15 minutes. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome later on. His footsteps were steady. The sword of origin vibrated, and a sharp sword intent spread out. Chi. At this moment, a strange sound came from behind him. Lin Tian hurriedly stopped in his tracks and tilted his head to look behind him. Immediately, his pupils trembled. He saw that under the stone wall that blocked the path ahead, a strange flower had broken through the bones. The flower was about 1.5 inches long. It was as black as ink, but the petals of the flower had a demonic blood-red color. It was as if it had been soaked in blood. "In soul flower?" Lin Tianwei was shocked. He moved his feet and arrived under the stone wall in a flash. "Little Z, come closer," he said to the little girl. The ghost spirit flower was highly poisonous. At this moment, the little girl was very close to the ghost spirit flower. He was worried that the little girl would be in danger. The little girl was a little scared. She had not been liberated from the cruel scene just now. However, after hearing Lin Tian's voice, she slowly moved behind Lin Tian and grabbed the corner of Lin Tian's clothes tightly. "That's it." Lin Tian smiled. Tilting his head, he took a deep breath and quickly took out a small bag from his bosom. Then, using the sword of origin restoring, he scooped up the soil under the Een spirit flower and put it into the small cloth bag, sealing it. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he carefully put away the small cloth bag. The ghost spirit flower was highly poisonous. Even a strong warrior in the 8th firmament of the refinement realm would die if he touched it. Therefore, although the digging process only took a few dozen breaths, Lin Tian's nerves were tense. Under such pressure, it was natural that he would sweat. Dusting his hands, he stood up and pulled the little girl up as well. Okay, little Z, stay here first. I will open the way, and then we will leave together. Lin Tian said softly. The little girl nodded, a little scared. Lin Tian smiled and walked towards the nether ape. Dong. Suddenly, the whole canyon shook. 2 blood-red eyes as big as bowls appeared in front of them. After that, in just a moment, the nether ape let out a scream, and the blood mist exploded with a puff. Lin Tian looked forward, and his pupils suddenly shrank. In the darkness, there was a huge demonic beast that was 10 feet tall in front of the canyon. Its black body was like a huge lute. There were 4 demonic legs on each side of its abdomen, and there was a sharp spike at the end of its huge tail. 4th level demonic beast, spirit scorpion. Lin Tian's face changed. Another 4th level demonic beast. It was comparable to the divine pulse realm. Could it be attracted by the Yin spirit flower? Lin Tianwei was annoyed. I knew it was not that simple. Roar. The nether ape roared. Facing a 4th level demonic beast, the nether ape seemed very weak. However, these demonic beasts were very aggressive. They did not run away at all. Instead, they rushed towards the spirit scorpion ferociously, as if they wanted to avenge their companions. Lin Tian stepped back and came to the little girl's side. He quickly calculated in his mind. The demon repellent powder was only effective on demonic beasts below 4th level. The spirit scorpion was obviously not included. Once all the nether apes died, the spirit scorpion would rush over. By then, it would be dangerous. He was definitely not a match for a 4th level demonic beast. Should I take advantage of the chaos and rush out? Lin Tian stared ahead, but soon shook his head. If he was alone, he might be able to escape with the Yin-Yang steps. However, he had to take the little girl with him. In this way, his speed would be greatly reduced, and he would definitely not be able to rush out. Tilting his head, Lin Tian looked at the stone wall behind him. This stone wall was in front of him. It was about 100 feet high, blocking the way ahead. The most important thing was that the stone wall was very steep. It would be very difficult to climb it. Let's take a gamble. Lin Tian whispered. He tore off a piece of his sleeve and pulled the little girl over. Little Z, come on my back. Oh. The little girl lay on Lin Tian's back, and wrapped her arms around Lin Tian's neck. Lin Tian nodded subconsciously, and used his sleeve to tie the little girl tightly to his back. Okay. Lin Tian said in his mind. He slowly stepped back until he was 70 feet away from the stone wall. Then, he said to the little girl softly, Little Z, close your eyes. Don't open them until I tell you. The little girl shivered and closed her eyes obediently. She wrapped her arms around Lin Tian's neck tightly. Phew. Staring at the stone wall in front of him, Lin Tian exhaled a long breath of turbid air. The next moment, a flash of light flashed in his eyes. His body flashed, and his whole body was like an arrow leaving the bow. The 70 feet distance was covered in the blink of an eye. After that, he stepped on the stone wall on foot and ran crazily toward the top of the stone wall. Buzz. His body lit up with a bright silver light. The genuine essence in his body surged, and he performed the yin and yang steps to the limit. Chi. 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 The sound of sand falling was constantly heard. Every time Lin Tian's feet touched the stone wall, the upward resistance would become a little stronger. When he reached the top of the stone wall, it was difficult for him to take another step. Shocking wind sword. His body moved, and his right hand rotated. The third shocking wind sword was chopped down. With a boom, the shocking wind sword chopped down countless sword force. Lin Tian used the recoil of the shocking wind sword technique to rush up. Finally, he took the little girl to the top of the stone wall. Looking at the canyon below the stone wall, Lin Tian couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Slightly tilting his head, on the other side of the stone wall, there was also an old forest. Let's go. It was very difficult to climb up the stone wall, but it was very easy to go down from the other side. This was because there were many tall and sturdy old trees on the other side of the stone wall. It was enough for Lin Tian to use to cushion the fall. Without any hesitation, Lin Tian lightly leaped and directly jumped down. After a dozen breaths, he landed on the ground on the other side of the stone wall. Dong! At this moment, a loud sound rang out, and the space was shaken. Lin Tian raised his head, and his expression suddenly became ugly. The Spirit Ridge Scorpion had also jumped to the top of the stone wall. Its blood-red eyes were staring at him coldly. Secretly cursing, Lin Tian did not hesitate and quickly ran, using the yin-yang steps to escape into the distance. He did not expect that the Spirit Ridge Scorpion would chase him from the other side of the canyon to this side, it was simply persevering. With a roar, the Spirit Ridge Scorpion jumped down from the stone wall. Bang! The Spirit Ridge Scorpion landed on the ground, and the entire ground shook as if there was an earthquake. Many old trees fell under its body and were crushed into pieces. Soon, Lin Tian was moved again. Not only was the Spirit Ridge Scorpion huge, its speed was not slow either. Even though he had already used the yin-yang steps to the limit, the distance between the two was still closing. Wind Shocking Sword. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and slashed with a backhand sword. The clanging sound was endless, and the dense sword shadows rushed towards the Spirit Ridge Scorpion. Then, Lin Tian left without looking back. This sword was just to increase the distance between him and the Spirit Ridge Scorpion. Find a place to hide, Lin Tian secretly said in his heart. He quickly rushed forward, and the old trees on both sides quickly retreated. Suddenly, a black claw stretched out from the side. This claw was covered with beast fur. It was a middle level 3 monster, black-tongued boar. Get lost! Lin Tian raised his hand and slashed forward. With a scream, the black-tongued boar's claw was chopped off by Lin Tian. Behind him, the sound of thumping could be heard. The Spirit Ridge Scorpion's 8 legs moved quickly, stirring up sand on the ground. Lin Tian glanced back and leaped forward. With a kick, he kicked the black-tongued boar towards the Spirit Ridge Scorpion. The black-tongued boar howled. Then, its body smashed into the Spirit Ridge Scorpion. Roar! The Spirit Ridge Scorpion was furious. The 2 front legs revealed sharp demon blades and pierced into the black-tongued boar's body. At this time, Lin Tian had already rushed far away. The sky gradually darkened, and the dark forest became even darker. Brother, can you open your eyes? The little girl said weakly. Xiaozi, be good. Don't worry, wait a little longer. Lin Tian. Right now, he still hadn't truly escaped the danger. He could feel that the aura of the Link and Scorpion was still approaching. Looking left and right, Lin Tian suddenly saw a tall mountain in the distance. There might be a place to hide, Lin Tian thought to himself. His speed became even faster, and there was even a faint silver light flashing under his feet. Sha! 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 A strange sound came from behind the old tree, and Lin Tian was immediately alerted. As he ran into the distance, he looked around vigilantly. About 10 breaths later, along with a strange gust of wind, a huge centipede stood up not far to his right. The dense number of centipede legs made him feel a chill. 4th level demonic beast, face-devouring centipede. Lin Tian's heart sank. When it rains, it pours. Lin Tian felt this way right now. The venomous centipede let out a strange hiss. It raised its body and coiled around Lin Tian like a snake. Fire fist. Lin Tian turned sideways and punched out 18 fiery fist shadows. Of course, he didn't expect this kind of attack to cause any harm to the 4th level demonic beast. Everything was just to buy some time for him to escape successfully. The light of the fire fist temporarily blocked the vision of the venomous centipede, and Lin Tian quickly rushed forward. Whoosh, 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 his speed was very fast, constantly shuttling through the old forest, like a shadow in the darkness. Soon, Lin Tian became sad. In half an hour, more and more demonic beasts gathered behind him, and they were all 4th level demonic beasts. There were nearly 10 of them. What the hell is this ghost flower? Lin Tian was annoyed. Forget it, when I'm really forced into a dead end, I can only abandon it. The ghost flower was important, but his life was more important. Time passed by minute, and gradually, Lin Tian felt that his physical strength was a little weak. "Brother," the little girl heard Lin Tian Wei's weak breathing and called out softly. "It's okay, you'll be able to open your eyes soon." Lin Tian comforted her. Although he said so, his heart was very heavy at the moment. Dong 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 sounds kept coming from behind him, and the old trees on both sides were broken one by one, as if a sandstorm was rolling up. The sky had completely darkened, and at some point, a full moon hung in the sky. "This moonlight doesn't match this scene at all." Lin Tian sighed. His speed was very fast, and behind him, more than 10 demonic beasts were chasing him. If these demonic beasts weren't arguing with each other, he would have been caught by them long ago. After running for a short distance, Lin Tian finally gritted his teeth and carefully took out the cloth bag. "Throw out half a leaf and try it," Lin Tian thought to himself. After running non-stop for nearly 2 hours and using the wind-shocking sword from time to time to increase the distance between him and the demonic beasts, and the battle with Lu Ba and the rest had consumed some of his true yuan. At this moment, he was almost exhausted. Opening the small cloth bag, he carefully chopped off a leaf from the ghost flower with the Sword of Origin Restoration and threw it behind him. The black leaf floated out with the wind, and suddenly, all the demonic beasts were moved. Roar! Roar! More than 10 level 4 demonic beasts actually pounced on the black leaf together. This formation made Lin Tian's eyes widen. What exactly was this ghost flower that made these demonic beasts so obsessed? Shaking his head fiercely, Lin Tian increased his speed a little. Because he threw out a black leaf, more than 10 demonic beasts began to fight over it, and actually temporarily abandoned Lin Tian. Lin Tian put away the small cloth bag, and with a flash of his feet, he gritted his teeth and headed toward the mountain in front of him. About 15 minutes later, he arrived at the mountain. The mountain was slightly bright, and there was a cave not far away. The entrance of the cave was not too big, and it was difficult for ordinary demonic beasts to find it. Lin Tian gasped for breath, and stepped into the cave with difficulty. His physical strength finally couldn't support him, and he sat on the ground. "Little Z, you can open your eyes now," he said, untied the sleeves around his waist, and put the little girl down. The little girl opened her eyes and saw Lin Tian's pale face. She suddenly showed a tearful expression. Half kneeling beside Lin Tian, she grabbed the corner of Lin Tian's clothes and anxiously asked, "Big brother, what's wrong with you?" "Nothing, just a little tired." Lin Tian smiled. This smile was naturally very forced. Looking out of the cave, Lin Tian felt his vision began to blur. This feeling was similar to the last time outside the Matrix Manipulator Guild. The consumption of essence, qi, and spirit was too serious. In this regard, he was not surprised. Facing more than 10 level 4 demonic beasts, it was already a miracle that he could survive. It was normal to consume so much essence, qi, and spirit. "Little Z, don't run around, just stay here," Lin Tian said reluctantly. His eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. Lin Tian couldn't bear it anymore and fell asleep. "Big brother? Big brother? Big brother!" The little girl pushed Lin Tian with all her strength. Seeing that Lin Tian didn't move, the little girl suddenly became very anxious. She thought that something happened to Lin Tian, and tears flowed down her face. Struggling, the little girl put her head on Lin Tian's chest. Until she felt Lin Tian's heartbeat, she was relieved and let out a long sigh of relief. Although the 11-year-old little girl was ignorant, she still knew some of the simplest things. Lying on Lin Tian's chest, the little girl was very obedient and quiet. Looking around, the little girl looked out of the cave, at the gorgeous night sky. "The moon is so beautiful," the little girl whispered. The moon was very round, and the silver light scattered, covering the whole world with a layer of silver light. The silver moonlight even shone into the cave. Looking at the full moon, the little girl's eyes were very pure and focused. Gradually, the little girl's beautiful pupils changed a little and widened a little. After a few more breaths, the little girl's expression also changed. She didn't look like a child anymore. Standing up from Lin Tian's side, her black hair was like a waterfall, hanging down to her waist and gently fluttering in the night wind. At this moment, the little girl's eyes were no longer confused, no longer hesitant, and no longer pure, but turned into calmness and depth. It's really troublesome on this day every year, the little girl said to herself. Sha. 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 A strange sound rang out. Outside the cave, a huge head of a demonic beast appeared, staring straight into the cave. Then, more and more monster eyes lit up, full of bloodthirst, greed, and cruelty. After a short pause, the demonic beasts that were chasing Lin Tian had actually caught up to this place. Among them, there were link and scorpions, spot-devouring centipedes, fire monster dogs, and even level 5 monster pythons. Level 5 monster pythons stuck out their tongues and coiled towards the cave. The monster's eyes were cold, with an evil light, staring at the sleeping Lin Tian. As if staring at its prey, the monster pythons slowly approached Lin Tian. Get lost. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. The little girl tilted her head, and her pure eyes became indifferent, sweeping to the monster pythons and the monsters outside the cave. The level 5 monster pythons that entered the cave shook violently, and blood flowed from its mouth. The monster's eyes quickly faded, and in the blink of an eye, there was no movement. At the same time, outside the cave, all the monsters trembled, and pairs of bloodthirsty eyes were full of horror. In an instant, all the monsters retreated and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Here, only a level 5 monster's corpse was left. The little girl turned her head, and her eyes fell on Lin Tian again. Suddenly, she saw a jade tablet on Lin Tian's chest. She squatted down and picked it up. Ninyang Martial House, Lin Tian. The little girl muttered to herself, and the corner of her mouth curled up, revealing a strange smile. Interesting. She put the jade tablet back on Lin Tian's chest, and her little hand grabbed the back of Lin Tian's collar. With a flash of light, the two disappeared into the cave. In the next moment, outside the dark forest, a light wind blew, and the little girl reappeared. Putting down Lin Tian, the little girl raised her left hand, and a circle of light appeared around Lin Tian's body, and then it quickly dimmed. Looking at the sleeping Lin Tian, the little girl squatted down and placed her right hand on Lin Tian's chest. A faint light flashed and quickly entered Lin Tian's body. Thank you for your kindness, the little girl said softly. Her voice was still crisp, not much different from an ordinary 11-year-old girl, but it was a little strange. When Lin Tian woke up, the sky was already bright, and the morning sun was shining down, slightly dazzling. Cotton Candy Novel Network www.mianhuatang. CC provides TXT for free download. Standing up and looking around, Lin Tian found himself outside the dark forest. What's going on? Lin Tianwei was shocked. He clearly walked into a cave before. How could he appear outside the dark forest when he opened his eyes? By the way, Little Z. Little Z. Lin Tian glanced around. With this look, Lin Tian's face suddenly sank. Surrounded by inch-high grass, not even a ghost shadow could be seen. Little Z. Lin Tian shouted. Following the surroundings, Lin Tian searched for about half an hour, but unfortunately, he still couldn't find the little girl's trace. What happened? He frowned. Thinking about it, this matter was too strange. Searching his whole body, not a single thing was missing. Lin Tian's frown deepened. After that, he searched for another hour, and even went into the dark forest once, but it was still fruitless, and finally he had to give up. Forget it. Looking back at the dark forest, after a while, Lin Tian put on a black robe and turned away. The dark forest was very far from Fengjian City. When Lin Tian returned to Fengjian City, it was already afternoon. Wrapped in a black robe, Lin Tian came to the Array Manipulator Association, carefully took out the ghost flower and handed it to Mifei, which surprised Mifei. It was only 2 days. Lin Tian actually brought the ghost flower back from the dark forest, which really surprised Mifei. You know, the fastest person to complete the task before took 7 days. Are you hurt? Mifei asked. Although Mifei still used the honorific title, but because of Lin Tian's words last time, she seemed to be more casual. It's okay, just a little tired. Lin Tian smiled. That's good. That's good. Mifei breathed a sigh of relief. This task, a lot of people died before. Please go to read a book. The ghost flower was missing a few leaves, but that didn't affect anything. The most important thing was its petals. Mifei carefully put away the ghost flower, and then recorded Lin Tian's array controller points, a total of 800 points. Are you directly exchanged for that moondrop? Anne, help me exchange them all into moondrop seeds. Lin Tian nodded. Okay, please wait a moment. Mifei walked into the backyard and soon took out a small jade bottle with some thick silver liquid in it. Thank you. Lin Tian took it and carefully put it away. Gujing hasn't come back yet. Lin Tian and Mifei say hello, and then leave here. Soon after, he returned to his residence in the Marshall house and ascended to the top floor. After waking up outside the dark forest, Lin Tian found that his essence, energy, and spirit had completely recovered, and even improved a little. Therefore, he did not rest. Gale Rune. Closing his eyes, he started to comprehend the Gale Rune. The Gale Rune was a level 3 array rune, and compared to the Martial Fusion Rune and Spirit Gathering Rune, it was more difficult. Lin Tian spent a total of 2 days and 2 nights before he finally comprehended this type of array rune completely. As for the initial scroll, the Array Controller Guild had ready-made ones, and Lin Tian had bought some. Therefore, he only needed to create ink and inscribe it. Another day passed, and the first Gale Rune was successfully created. Who? Lin Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and wiped off the sweat on his forehead. Compared to the Spirit Gathering Rune, the level 3 Gale Rune had 8 basic runes, and the difficulty of inscribing it was naturally not low. This was especially so for the first rune. Thankfully, Lin Tian already had rich experience in inscribing arrays, so he only spent 3 days to complete the first level 3 Gale Rune. Again. After the first rune was completed, Lin Tian started on the second rune. Compared to the first rune, the second rune was naturally much simpler. After all, he had practical experience. A day later, the moondrop seeds were completely exhausted, and Lin Tian had inscribed 8 Gale runes. Great! Lin Tian's eyes lit up. Night had just passed, and Lin Tian walked down from the pavilion. He faced the morning sun and breathed, recovering his spirit. Shao Clan. Looking out of the Marshall house, Lin Tian's lips curled into a sneer. After the Gale Rune was completed, night fell once again. He could go and retrieve some things. Right at this moment, his identity jade token suddenly lit up, and a voice directly transmitted into his mind. All newly promoted disciples of the Marshall house, gather at the Marshall practice field in 1 hour. Lin Tian was shocked. This identity jade token had such a function like a voice transmission talisman? Marshall practice field. After pausing for a moment, Lin Tian turned around and returned to his residence. After washing up, he headed for the Marshall house's Marshall practice field. The identity jade token was the symbol of a disciple of the Marshall house, and it could also be said to be a symbol of the Nine-Yang Marshall house. Since the voice came from the identity jade token, Lin Tian naturally wouldn't go against it. After half an hour, he arrived at the Marshall practice field. The Marshall practice field was sparsely populated. There was only a middle-aged man standing on the largest stage with his hands behind his back. Seeing Lin Tian arrive, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. You are a new disciple? Yes. Lin Tian nodded. Not bad. Looking at Lin Tian, the middle-aged man revealed a satisfied expression. After he shouted, Lin Tian arrived here in half an hour. This meant that Lin Tian woke up very early and was very diligent. Most people liked diligent people. Looking at Lin Tian, the middle-aged man smiled and said, What is your name? Lin Tian. Lin Tian respectfully replied. The middle-aged man was shocked. You are Lin Tian? 9-star talent, the #1 genius among the new disciples? The middle-aged man wasn't present at the Marshall House assessment a month ago. However, as a Marshall House instructor, he naturally knew about the appearance of a 9-star talent after the assessment. Lin Tian modestly replied, Senior is overpraising me. I don't deserve to be called a genius. The middle-aged man was even more satisfied with Lin Tian's attitude. Geniuses were liked by many, and humble geniuses were more approachable. Don't be modest. You deserve to be called a genius. The middle-aged man candidly said, My name is Luo Xiao. I am temporarily in charge of the new disciples' physical training. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to me at any time. Thank you, Senior. Lin Tian thanked the middle-aged man. In next to no time, an hour had passed, and over 100 new disciples had appeared successively on the martial practice grounds. The clothes of many of them were still slightly disheveled. Obviously, many of them were still sleeping when the voice from their identity tokens sounded out. Looking at these people, Luo Xiao shook his head. He couldn't help but feel that Lin Tian was more pleasing to the eye. Stand properly in 5 breaths. Luo Xiao shouted. A majestic true core force surged, startling the disciples. Their movements suddenly became several times faster. Lin Tian's heart stirred. Divine Pulse Realm. This true core force was much weaker than Mu Qing's and Shudong's, but it was still strong enough. It was at the 3rd level of the Divine Pulse Realm. Luo Xiao swept his gaze over the crowd. When many of them felt a burst of pressure, he spoke again. The martial practice field is where the disciples of the martial house practice their martial skills and duels. Behind me, on the other side of the martial practice field, is the special training area of the martial house. The training area is divided into the physical body tempering area and the true core condensing area. Today, I called you here to bring you to the first place, the physical body tempering area. Follow me. As he spoke, Luo Xiao turned around and walked towards the other side of the martial practice field. The Nianyang martial house's martial arts stage was extremely huge. On the other side, there was a huge open area. There were 2 different stone doors standing there. On each of the stone doors, there were 2 big words. One was physical strength, and the other was true essence. The meaning was very simple. Behind the physical body tempering area was the physical body tempering area, while behind the true core force gate was the true core condensing area. As they approached, Luo Xiao nodded to the 2 deacons guarding the physical body tempering area. Immediately, the 2 deacons moved together and opened the physical body tempering area. Come in. Luo Xiao said and walked in first. The crowd of disciples stepped into the stone door one after another. As soon as they entered, they were surprised. The space behind the stone door was different from the space outside. It was somewhat oppressive. Luo Xiao looked at the crowd and shouted, "The essence of the tempering in your body is that there is a huge formation engraved within your body, known as the Berserk Wave Formation. The Wild Wave Array only has one effect, and that is to increase the gravity of the natural world, making the space heavier. Compared to the outside of the array, it is more difficult to move around. The Wild Wave Array is divided into 9 areas. The closer you are to the center, the heavier the gravity. They are 2 times the gravity, 3 times the gravity, 4 times the gravity, 5 times the gravity, 6 times the gravity, 7 times the gravity, 8 times the gravity, 9 times the gravity and 10 times the gravity. The Nianyang martial house had been established for a long time. Including the illusion array used for the assessment, all the arrays in the martial house were engraved by array manipulators. Furthermore, they were extremely powerful array manipulators. Luo Xiao looked at the crowd and continued, living in the Wild Wave Array, the higher the gravity, the stronger the tempering of the physical body. Think about it. When you were able to move freely in 2 times the gravity, how would you feel when you return to a normal environment? Every aspect of your physical body will improve by leaps and bounds. Wow. As soon as Luo Xiao finished speaking, the crowd went into an uproar. This is also one of the martial house's cultivation resources? That's great. If we were to cultivate here for a year, how strong would we become? That's awesome. Many of the disciples were excited. Not only these people, but even Lin Tian's eyes lit up. He secretly thought that the Nianyang martial house was indeed worthy of its name. This kind of cultivation resource was definitely not something he could find in the outside world. Seeing how excited his disciples were, Luo Xiao harumphed coldly, "Don't get too excited just yet. The effects of the Wild Waves formation are indeed not bad, but the process of cultivating within it is incomparably arduous. In fact, it can even be described as painful. Even I can barely move in the 4x gravity zone." Pausing for a moment, Luo Xiao continued, "In addition, I've only brought all of you here this time to broaden your horizons. After this, the amount of time each of you will be able to cultivate in this formation will be different. As for the differences, it will be based on your results in the outer mansion ranking trial not long ago. The higher your ranking, the more time you will be able to cultivate in this formation. On the contrary, the lower your ranking, the less time you will be able to cultivate in this formation. Regs, large-scale array formations like the Wild Waves Heavy Array required an enormous amount of energy to operate. In addition, there were many disciples in the martial house. Therefore, the amount of time each disciple was given to cultivate in the array formation was naturally limited. Therefore, the significance of the outer palace ranking trial was reflected. Time was allocated according to the rankings. This is the reference table for your ranking in the outer house and the cultivation time you received. Take a look for yourselves. Luo Xiao threw a jade slip to each of them. Lin Tian swept through the list and discovered that disciples ranked below 150 in the outer house could accumulate 10 hours of cultivation in the Wild Wave Heavy Array and True Essence Condensing Array every month. From 150 to 101, they could cultivate for a day. From 100 to 51, they could cultivate for 2 days. From 50 to 11, they could cultivate for 3 days. From 10 to 4, they could cultivate for 5 days. As for the top 3, they could cultivate for even longer. Third place, they could cultivate for 7 days. Second place, they could cultivate for 8 days. First place, they could cultivate for 10 days. I'm ranked second in the outer house. That means I can cultivate in the Wild Waves Array or the other True Energy Condensation Array for 10 days a month. Lin Tian thought to himself. Thinking of this, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel grateful to Sushu. This girl had put all the beast cores under his name, which allowed him to be ranked second in the outer house. Alright, everyone split into 5 teams and enter in order. Luo Xiao shouted. The Wild Waves Array relied on beast cores to operate and could accommodate up to 25 people at a time. There were 103 new disciples in the martial house, so splitting them into 5 teams was naturally the most appropriate. Soon, the 103 people were divided into 5 rows. 3 groups of 21 people, and 2 groups of 20 people. Looking at the array in front of them, each disciple was excited. Luo Xiao looked at the crowd and shouted again, "Before you enter, I'd like to remind you that with your current cultivation, you can only cultivate in the 2 times gravity area. Do not overestimate your strength and go to the 3 times gravity area. If you exceed your limits and challenge this array, you may be in danger." Teacher, it's just cultivation. No matter how difficult it is, we won't be in danger, right? Someone asked cautiously. Upon hearing this, many disciples turned to look at Luo Xiao, including Lin Tian. Luo Xiao snorted and said, "Don't be too naive. Think about it, if you were to be thrown into a 5x gravity zone, the enormous gravity would be enough to make you unable to move. You wouldn't even be able to call for help. At that time, other than waiting for death, what else could you do?" Pausing for a moment, Luo Xiao looked at the crowd, his eyes cold and serious as he said in a low voice, "At least 10 martial house disciples have died in this array." The expressions of all the disciples changed. How could this be? I can't believe, someone died here. Some of the disciples paled. Don't be nervous. Luo Xiao waved his hand and said, "Those who died overestimated themselves and forcefully stepped into the gravitational field beyond their limits. That's why they were slowly drained to death by the formation. As long as you know your limits and don't be blindly arrogant, death will never happen." Hearing Luo Xiao's words, the disciples finally relaxed a little. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the grand array in front of him with some anticipation. Alright, let's begin. Team 1, go in. Today, I'm only bringing you here to experience the array. Every team has a time limit of 2 hours. Luo Xiao said, "I repeat, you can only train in the 2x gravity zone." "Yes, teacher." All the disciples replied in unison. Luo Xiao nodded his head. Looking at Lin Tian, who was in the first group, he smiled and said, "Lin Tian, since you're the first to arrive today, I'll give you a special reward. You'll be allowed to cultivate until you reach the 5th group." After saying that, Luo Xiao looked at the other 102 disciples and asked, "Do you have any objections?" The disciples looked at each other and shook their heads. They didn't have the qualifications to object. Lin Tian stood in the first team and bowed slightly to Luo Xiao. "Thank you, senior. Don't worry about it. Hardworking people naturally deserve to be rewarded. Luo Xiao shook his head and said, once you enter the wild waves array, your body will need some time to adapt. Most people can only last for 2 hours. Pay attention to the time. When your body can't take it anymore, come out immediately. Wait until you've recovered a little before entering again. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. Lin Tian will remember it. Lin Tian Ondao. Luo Xiao nodded and looked at the rest. All right, Team 1, go in. As he spoke, Luo Xiao stepped aside. Hua. In an instant, the disciples were in an uproar as they entered the array one after another. Lin Tian was in the first team and naturally, he was the first to step in. As soon as he stepped into the wild waves formation, Lin Tian felt his body sink. A feeling of suppression appeared in his heart, appearing in every corner of his body, which made him feel a little surprised. When he lifted his legs, he realized that it was much more difficult. It was as if his legs were filled with mercury. He even felt a stinging pain. This is the 2x gravity zone? Lin Tianwei was shocked. At this moment, he felt that he was pressed to the ground by a majestic force. It was extremely uncomfortable. Ah! It hurts. Ow! Around him, many disciples were howling. Many of them were howling like wild beasts. Outside the array, Luo Xiao's voice sounded, the wild waves array amplifies the natural gravitational force. This gravitational force is completely different from the feeling of carrying a heavy object. When carrying a heavy object, the weight will only be on one part of the body, be it the shoulder, the arm, or some other part. As for the natural gravitational force, this gravitational force will oppress every part of your body, every inch of your flesh. Living in the wild wolf heavy formation, every inch of your skin will have to endure 1, 2, 3, or even more times the gravity of the outside world. This gravity will not only be reflected in the pressure, it will also give you the feeling of a sharp blade, as if a sharp blade is cutting every inch of your flesh, bones, and organs. Hearing Luo Xiao's voice, Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. I see. He thought to himself. He had been puzzled just now. He had carried Su Shu and the little girl before, but he had never felt anything like this before. It turned out that the form of pressure from gravity was completely different from the form of pressure from ordinary heavy objects. Oppressing every inch of my flesh? This array must have been created by at least a grade 6 array manipulator. Lin Tian thought. A grade 6 array manipulator was terrifying just thinking about it. Probably only the Array Manipulator Guild in the Imperial City would have such an expert. Furthermore, he should be an elder at the very least. Ah! I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. It hurts so much. I want to get out. Wretched howls sounded from all around. Under the pressure of gravity that was twice as strong as the outside world, the faces of many disciples turned ugly. Not a single wound could be seen on their bodies, but the intense pain was unbearable for many of them. Soon, some people began to move out of the array. Lin Tian glanced at the surroundings with a calm expression. He began to stride through the area. With every step he took, he would feel piercing pain, and it was no different from when he had tempered his flesh and blood. Gradually, the speed of his footsteps became much faster. Of course, the piercing pain also increased. This wild waves heavy formation is only focused on the training of one's physique. It strengthens the quality of one's body in all aspects. The effects of cultivating the yin-yang steps should be pretty good, Lin Tian thought to himself. The yin and yang steps was an unparalleled movement technique that he had refined from the information that had surged into his mind. This movement technique was divided into 9 realms, and he was only at the first realm. This wild waves heavy formation used formation patterns to increase the natural gravity between heaven and earth, thereby suppressing the body and restricting the martial artist's movements. In this way, cultivating the yin and yang steps was the best choice. Lin Tian took a deep breath and began to walk according to the yin-yang steps. This movement technique was extremely mysterious. According to the information in his mind, this movement technique could allow the practitioner to have extraordinary speed in the early stages. When cultivated to the peak, it was even more terrifying. One step could traverse thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. It was truly the fastest speed in the world. It hurts. Walking with the yin yang steps, Lin Tian felt more pain in his body. He could not help but grit his teeth. This also made him sigh. This was only the twofold gravity area, and it was already so uncomfortable. If he were to enter the threefold gravity area at this moment, he reckoned that he would not be able to withstand it. At this time, it had been an hour since the first team entered the Wild Waves array. Except for Lin Tian, everyone else in the first team had already stepped out of the array. Lin Tian did not care about this at all. His expression was calm, and his eyes were firm. He continued to cultivate the yin-yang steps in this area. Not long after, Lin Tian saw a red engraving. This engraving extended in a 360-degree circle and was branded on the ground. This made Lin Tian's heart jump. Inside this mark should be the threefold gravity area. After thinking about it, Lin Tian moved closer and tried to put his right hand into the red engraving. In an instant, he felt an intense pain. It was as if his right hand had been chopped off by a large saber. Lin Tian was greatly alarmed, and his expression immediately changed. He stomped his feet hard on the ground, and his entire body immediately retreated 3 meters. His right hand drooped slightly, and a burning sensation assaulted him. Then, Lin Tian felt his entire right arm go numb, as if he had lost all feeling. This is too scary. Lin Tian's heart palpitated. He finally understood that Luo Zhao's warning was not exaggerated at all. Just putting one arm into the threefold gravity area was already so uncomfortable. If his entire body went in, he might really be crushed. I'll cultivate in the twofold gravity area for now. Once I've adapted to the twofold gravity area, I'll go to the threefold gravity area. Lin Tian thought to himself. Rubbing his numb right arm, Lin Tian began to move again after a few breaths. While enduring the intense pain from the twofold gravity, he used the yin-yang steps to move. Time flew by, and 2 hours passed quickly. Including the previous 1 hour, in these 3 hours, out of the 5 groups formed by over 100 new students, 2 groups had already walked out of the array. At this moment, the third group had started to walk into the array. However, Lin Tian still hadn't walked out of the array. This little guy is not bad. Luo Zhao's eyes shone. It was his first time entering the array, and he had already endured 3 hours in the double gravity zone. At this moment, in the Wild Waves array, Lin Tian's eyes were resolute, without the slightest change. After staying in the formation for 3.5 hours, his movements gradually became more and more natural. Swoosh! 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 Using the duality steps, he could already hear the sound of something tearing through the air. This Wild Waves array is too extraordinary. It can be said to be a holy land for cultivation. Lin Tian thought to himself. After 3 hours of cultivation, he had been enduring bursts of pain throughout his body, but even so, he could clearly feel the changes in his body. Although the changes were small, they did exist. Continue. He thought to himself. The double gravity brought on pain to his body, but Lin Tian did not seem to feel anything. This was not because he was not afraid of pain, but because he knew that if he wanted to progress on the path of martial arts, he had to endure such pain. Only by enduring the most bitter of hardships can one rise above others. This was a principle that he, who had lived 2 lives, knew best. He was cultivating with all his might, and at the same time, time passed without stopping. Soon, another 4 hours had passed. 4 hours later, the 5 teams of freshmen had all entered the array and exited. Many of them sat on the ground, complaining incessantly. Luo Zhao looked into the array, and the light in his eyes disappeared. His expression was one of shock. At this moment, 3 hours had passed since Lin Tian had entered the Wild Waves array. Luo Zhao was shocked. He was not worried that Lin Tian would have any accidents. It was just double gravity, and it was far from enough to crush a martial artist to death. He was also not worried that Lin Tian would enter the triple gravity zone, because he had repeatedly emphasized that Lin Tian was not an arrogant person. Just how strong is this little guy? Luo Zhao was truly shocked to be able to last 6.5 hours in the Wild Waves heavy array for the first time. As far as he knew, ever since the establishment of the Nanyang martial house, there had never been a disciple who could last so long in their first attempt. Even the martial fanatic Mog had only lasted 6 hours when he entered for the first time. Luo Xiao could not help but clench his fists as he stared intently at the array. Mentor, can we go back now? That's right, Mentor. My body hurts. Let's go back and rest. Many disciples complained. Thinking about how Lin Tian had already lasted for 6 hours in the formation, and then looking at the people who had only been in there for less than an hour, Luo Xiao suddenly felt a surge of anger. All of you, shut up. Glaring at his disciples, Luo Xiao bellowed coldly, look at your cowardly faces. Just like this, how can you become a powerful expert in the future? Glancing at the Wild Waves heavy array, Luo Xiao snorted coldly, all of you, stay where you are. Before he comes out, no one is allowed to leave. Luo Xiao was very strong. With this shout, the hundreds of disciples shrunk back in fear. But soon, many people were puzzled. Him? Who? Is there someone else in the array? Someone asked curiously. Many people looked around and suddenly, someone exclaimed. That Lin Tian is not here. Lin Tian? The Lin Tian who ranked first in the comprehensive assessment? The person who killed Amosan of the Amo clan? He is still inside? Many people were shocked. These people who participated in this year's assessment naturally knew about Lin Tian. But teacher. Someone carefully opened his mouth and said, that Lin Tian, is a 9-star talent monster. Moreover, he was ranked second in the Outer House training trial. How can we compare to him? That's right, Mentor. I just happen to be a 3-star genius. Many people whispered. The Outer House trial ranking had already been announced. Everyone knew about Lin Tian's ranking. As for Lin Tian being dragged away by the centipede, only a few people in the martial house knew about it. Therefore, when Lin Tian appeared again, these disciples were not surprised. Glancing at this group of people, Luo Xiao's eyes widened. Shut up. The Wild Waves heavy array is a place to train one's physical strength. It has nothing to do with one's talent. Strength is indeed the key to how long you can last in the Wild Waves heavy array. But in this 2 times gravity zone, with your current cultivation, even if it's your first time here, if your will is strong enough, it won't be a problem for you to last for 2 hours. Do you dare to say that you came out because your physical strength was exhausted? Luo Xiao coldly said. After being yelled at by Luo Xiao, many people's faces immediately became ugly, ashamed. Indeed, many of them did not walk out because they were physically exhausted, but because they could not bear the piercing pain brought to their bodies by double the gravity. It was even more painful than tempering their muscles and bones. Many of them rushed out after a short while. Mentor, we were wrong. A disciple whispered. Among these disciples, Xiaoyun was naturally among them. However, at this moment, Xiaoyun's face was very ugly. She couldn't see through the current Lin Tian at all. Not too long ago he had been a sickly and weak person, but in the blink of an eye he had become a peerless genius with a 9-star talent. He had killed Amosan, the number 1 disciple of the martial house, and ranked second in the Outer Palace smelting trial. And now, he had endured in the 2 times gravity zone for such a long time. Her eyes flashed with panic and fear. For a moment, Xiaoyun was stunned. At this moment, in the Wild Waves heavy array, Lin Tian was still practicing the duality steps. At this time, his steps were even more gentle. Even in the 2 times gravity zone, the soles of his feet flashed with a silver light. Faster! Faster! Lin Tian whispered. His eyes were firm. Although his face was pale and he felt weak, he did not stop. He continued to practice the duality steps over and over again. Very quickly, another 4 hours passed. At this moment, Lin Tian's body trembled slightly. His movements suddenly became much faster. His speed more than doubled in an instant. This is? Lin Tianwei was shocked. He did not stop. According to his current speed, he kept flashing on the spot. After dozens of breaths, he finally stopped. Duality steps, first stage perfection. Lin Tian revealed a happy expression. After experimenting for a while, he found that even in the 2 times gravity zone, his duality steps could reach the peak level of the duality steps in the outside world. The cultivation of the duality steps was actually more difficult than the shocking wind sword art. Lin Tian originally thought that he would need to spend 3 months before he could reach the perfection stage of the first stage, but he did not expect that he would be able to do it in just 10 hours in this twofold gravity zone. This really made him a little excited. Now, his speed had more than doubled. Alright, it's about time. It's time to go out. Lin Tian thought to himself. Patting the dust off his body, Lin Tianyi shook his body and almost instantly stepped out of the Wild Wave's heavy array. After walking out of the array, Lin Tian felt that his body had become much lighter. When he walked, it was as if there was a gust of wind blowing around his body. This feeling was very strange. This should be the effect of cultivating in the 2 times gravity zone. Lin Tian thought to himself. He raised his head and was shocked to find that all the disciples were staring at him. Luo Xiao came over. He was shocked and helpless. He smiled bitterly and said, "You little brat, you actually stayed in there for 12 hours on your first try. You're really a little monster. I almost couldn't help but go in and look for you." As the minutes and seconds passed, Lin Tian still did not appear. Even though Luo Xiao was full of confidence in Lin Tian, he gradually felt uneasy. He was worried that Lin Tian had fainted in the 2 times gravity zone due to lack of physical strength. He was worried that Lin Tian had entered the 3 times gravity zone. Fortunately, at this moment, Lin Tian finally came out. Lin Tian blushed with shame, feeling a little embarrassed. "Thank you for your concern, senior." He bowed respectfully. Luo Xiao waved his hand and laughed heartily. "Don't mention it, it was me who worried for nothing." Then, Luo Xiao looked at the 100 or so new disciples. "Alright, all of you can disperse. Remember, this time I only brought you here to broaden your horizons. After this, the Martial House will distribute your cultivation time according to your ranking in the Outer Palace trial. Remember this." "Yes, instructor." All the disciples breathed a sigh of relief. Many of them stared at Lin Tian with fear and awe, but soon they dispersed. Luo Xiao looked at Lin Tian and patted Lin Tian's shoulder. He smiled, "Good kid, not bad. However, I still have to remind you that it's a good thing to not be afraid of hardships, and it's also good to have a strong will. However, you still have to control yourself. Training too hard can be harmful to your body, understand?" Lin Tian nodded. "Thank you for your advice, senior." "Alright, you should be tired after cultivating for so long. Go back and have a good rest," Luo Xiao said. Lin Tian nodded, bowed, and thanked Luo Xiao before walking back to his residence. Looking at Lin Tian's back, Luo Xiao's face was full of smiles. "It's been a long time since I've seen such an outstanding young man." Lin Tian returned to his residence. After washing up, he flipped over and lay on his bed. After cultivating in the 2 times gravity zone for almost 12 hours, he was indeed exhausted. His body felt like it was about to fall apart. He slept all the way until midnight. At midnight, the stars flashed in the sky and scattered silver light over Fengjian City. "It's time." Lin Tian looked at the sky, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a cold smile. As the biggest merchant family in Fengjian City, the Xiao family was very luxurious. Even at night, the main gate was still brightly lit. Lin Tian hid in the darkness and quickly arrived at the Xiao family. Looking around, there were 2 guards standing in front of the Xiao family's main gate. Each of them held a long spear and were vigilantly looking around. Not paying attention to the 2 guards, Lin Tian went around the main gate and arrived at the side wall of the Xiao family. With a light jump, he immediately climbed up the wall and entered the Xiao family. Compared to the outside, the Xiao family's interior was brighter. It was as if there was a lantern every 3 steps. Extravagant enough. Lin Tianlong smiled. The Xiao family could have everything today, most of it was taken from the Lin family. Inside the Xiao family, there were many servants and guards patrolling back and forth. Lin Tian didn't care at all. Based on his memory, he quickly arrived in front of an old house. This old house was not tall nor luxurious, but it was very tight. Especially the door that sealed the old house, it was actually covered with iron sheets. There were a total of 8 locks from top to bottom. Moreover, there were 2 guards standing outside the door. They looked more capable than the 2 in front of the main gate. Lin Tian hid in the darkness and took out a small paper bag. The paper bag was filled with *** powder. For martial artists under the 6th level of body refinement, this *** powder had a special effect. Just a slight smell would cause them to faint. Lin Tian took out the *** powder. With a wave of his hand, the *** powder floated in the air with a light breeze. Eh? What's that smell? It seems to be flour. With 2 thumping sounds, the 2 guards in front of the old house fell to the ground. The Xiao family was not a martial arts family. The guards in the house were naturally not strong. They couldn't block the ** powder. Lin Tian quickly walked to the door of the old house. He held an iron lock in his hand and poured his soul power into it to sense the structure of the lock. After about 5 breaths, he inserted the gold thread that he had prepared earlier. With a click, the first iron lock was opened. The second one. Lin Tian secretly thought. He was a martial artist and an array master. His soul power was incomparably strong. Opening locks was naturally easy for him. Soon, all 8 iron locks were unlocked. Lin Tian pushed the door open and walked in, then carefully closed the iron door. From the outside, the old house was only tightly guarded and did not appear luxurious. However, upon entering the old house, one would find that it was spacious and bright. There were piles of gold, silver, jade, and ancient porcelain all over the place. Lin Tianling snorted. He didn't care about these things. Instead, he stared at a huge gold chest in the deepest part of the old house. This golden chest was surrounded by 9 layers of iron cages, each of which was fixed to a stone platform and locked with a large lock. Lin Tian didn't care about this at all. He used the same trick again and opened the 9 iron cages one by one. Finally, he opened the last lock outside the golden chest and took out a thick roll of parchment. Lin's jade ware. Lin's paper industry. Lin's jewelry. Lin Tian swept his eyes over them one by one. These parchments were all deeds of the Lin family's properties. However, the owner had already been changed and replaced with the name of the Xiao family's head, Xiaonan. Lin Tianling smiled. His soul power emerged in his right hand and Xiaonan's name suddenly disappeared. Immediately, the 2 words Lin Shi appeared in its original position. He was an array master. Using his soul power to change some words was no different from eating or sleeping. Putting away a few contracts, Lin Tian continued to look for other property deeds. Lin's wood industry. Lin's restaurant. Lin's horse farm. Along the way, Lin Tian was a bit surprised. The Lin family was really rich in the past. They had a lot of properties. There were more than 10 kinds. He changed all the property deeds to Lin Shi's name and then threw them into the bag he had prepared earlier. He continued to search. At the bottom of the wooden chest, he found several rolls of parchment. Zhao's real estate. Zhao's ranch. Zhao's fish industry. Lin Tian's mouth curved into an evil smile. He changed the property deeds of the Xiao family and then put them into the bag. This process didn't take much time. After that, Lin Tian closed the golden chest and closed the 9 iron locks one by one. He then walked out and closed the 8 locks on the iron door of the old house. He didn't take anything else in the old house. He took all the property deeds. These things would no longer belong to the Xiao family in the end. After walking a few steps, Lin Tianyi waved his hand and the antidote of the poison powder floated out. Oh, the 2 guards who had fainted were carried by Lin Tian and leaned against the wall of the old house. At this moment, the 2 woke up and were shocked. How did you fall asleep? The 2 quickly scanned the surroundings. After confirming that everything was normal, they let out a sigh of relief. Not far away, Lin Tian smiled indifferently and turned around to leave. At this moment, he had already used the 3rd Gale rune. Because each Gale rune could only last for a short period of time, he needed to use the next Gale rune before the previous one lost its effect. Otherwise, he would be exposed. After using the Gale mark, his body became even more agile. Like a shadow, he quickly walked out of the Xiao clan. Father, what should we do? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from not far away, making Lin Tian stop in his tracks. Looking around, in a room not far away, the light was still on. In the darkness, he could see 2 figures in the room. One of them was tall and the other was slim. As for the voice that came from the room, Lin Tian obviously recognized who it was. It was Xiaoyun's voice. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Tian carefully went over. Soon, he came to the door and listened carefully. The voice inside was even clearer. That Lin Tian is not only a 9-star talent, but he is also ranked second in the outer house. Also, during the day, he stayed in the martial house's 2 times gravity zone for nearly 12 hours. Even the teachers were shocked. Father, what should we do? If this continues, he will become stronger and stronger. He will definitely deal with us. Xiaoyun's voice was a little flustered. A cold snort came from the room. What's the hurry? He is only one person. He hasn't matured yet. What can he do? Doesn't your Nine-Yang martial house have a Greenwind Ridge? In the next few days, you will observe carefully and find some disciples of the martial house who can be used for money. Set up a trap at the Greenwind Ridge in advance and then let those people lure that little bastard to the Greenwind Ridge. Then, eliminate him at the Greenwind Ridge. But father, the disciples of the Nine-Yang martial house are very arrogant. Normally, they won't. Find 5 people and give each of them 100,000 spirit coins. 100,000? Xiaoyun's voice was a little surprised. In the room, Xiaonan's voice came again. I know a little about 9-star talent. As you said, this little bastard must not be left alive. If we don't get rid of him, he will become a big problem for our Xiao clan in the future. 100,000? With this amount, we can definitely find him. Xiaoyun said with a trembling voice. Yes, this is for you. This is the 3 martial fusion rune scrolls that I bought from the E-Treasure Pavilion not long ago. There is a powerful martial skill sealed inside. Even the E-Treasure Pavilion's chief deacon, Master Pushi, praised it. It can severely injure a martial artist at the 6th level of the refinement realm. Take it with you. When the time comes, it should be useful. This? Xiaoyun's voice was filled with surprise. Thank you, father. This time, we can definitely get rid of him. Outside the room, Lin Tian heard everything clearly. His eyes flickered with a cold light. 100,000 spirit coins per person. They are really willing to part with their capital. He sneered in his heart. 100,000 spirit coins was definitely a huge amount of wealth. Even some divine vein realm experts might be moved. Heh. Lin Tian suddenly rejoiced. Luckily, he came tonight. Otherwise, he might really be tricked. He quietly retreated and hid in the darkness. Soon, he left the Xiao clan. Walking through the quiet streets, Lin Tian soon returned to his residence in the martial house. He carefully hid the cloth bag that contained the property deeds of the Lin and Xiao clans. He then went to the top of the pavilion and started to inscribe the spirit gathering rune. Bit Xiao, I wonder how much time you will spend to find him. When the time comes, I will give you a surprise. Lin Tian smiled evilly. Lin Tian was already very familiar with inscribing the spirit gathering rune. In just an hour, he finished inscribing the spirit gathering rune. He then activated the spirit gathering rune and condensed the spiritual energy from all directions to refine his internal organs. Intense pain immediately surged up, but Lin Tian didn't care. His eyes were filled with a cold light. Wang! A faint silver light flickered. Starlight and spiritual energy surged together and covered Lin Tian. A night passed quickly. Lin Tian cultivated for an entire night. Even though his internal organs were constantly emitting scorching pain, Lin Tian didn't care at all. After a night, his cultivation had increased by a few points. His essence, spirit had become stronger. His heartbeat was also more powerful than before. Not bad. Lin Tian muttered to himself. It was currently early in the morning. Lin Tian washed up a little and then went to the Violent Waves heavy formation in the martial arts practice field. Brat, you woke up quite early. Luo Xiao smiled and greeted him. Luo Xiao was temporarily in charge of the physical training of the new disciples. Hence, he would usually be in the martial arts practice field. Senior, you are even earlier. Lin Tian replied politely. Luo Xiao chuckled and said. All right. Stop flattering me. Are you going to cultivate in the formation? Yes. Lin Tian nodded. Well, wait a moment. There is no one in the formation now. The formation hasn't been activated yet. Luo Xiao nodded and greeted the deacon who was controlling the formation. After 3 breaths, the formation started up with a buzzing sound. Looking at Lin Tian, Luo Xiao said, "All right, it's ready now. Go in." The violent wave's heavy formation required a large amount of energy to operate. Hence, when there was no one, the formation would be shut down. "Thank you, Senior." Lin Tian replied politely and then stepped into the formation. This was the second time Lin Tian came to the violent wave's heavy formation. He felt much better than yesterday. Although his movements were not as smooth as the outside world, it was far less difficult than yesterday. As soon as he entered the formation, he started to use the yin-yang steps. He wanted to use the violent wave's heavy formation to quickly reach the second level of the yin-yang steps. On this day, Lin Tian cultivated for a total of 14 hours in the 2x gravity zone of the wild wave's heavy array and only walked out of the array in the evening. As soon as Lin Tian walked out of the array, he felt his body become lighter. This feeling made him feel very comfortable. Very good. After 14 hours of cultivation, his body became lighter, and his duality steps had also improved. After returning to the martial house and eating the food that Lin Shi had prepared, Lin Tian went to the top pavilion, carved 2 spirit-gathering runes, and started cultivating. Buzz, silver light lingered around his body, illuminating the dark top pavilion. Days passed, and the cultivation in the martial house was extremely boring. Every day, Lin Tian would cultivate the duality steps in the wild wave's heavy array to temper his physique. At night, he would use the spirit-gathering runes to condense the power of stars and the spirit chi of heaven and earth to cultivate the 4 extreme scripture. Soon, 7 days passed. On this day, in the wild wave's heavy array, Lin Tian suddenly stepped into the void. After leaving the ground, Lin Tian took a few steps in the air in this region with 2 times the gravity. Every time he took a step, a white air wave would appear under his feet. He stepped on the air and moved forward, covering a distance of 15 meters. After landing on the ground again, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with resplendent radiance. "I've finally reached the second level." Lin Tian was slightly excited. He enjoyed the feeling of walking in the air and couldn't help but stand on the spot and reminisce about it. After a while, Lin Tian moved again and practiced repeatedly. He had just reached the second level of the duality steps and could only move 15 meters in the air. Moreover, walking in the air consumed a lot of qi. Just this one time, he felt that about 20% of the qi in his body had been consumed. "I've just reached the second level. My comprehension is still lacking. I need to consolidate and familiarize myself," Lin Tian thought to himself. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and started practicing again. Soon, another 2 days passed. During these 2 days, Lin Tian temporarily gave up on cultivating the 4 extreme scriptures. Apart from a small amount of rest, he spent the rest of his time in the wild waves formation. After these 2 days, he had a clear sense of familiarity with the second realm of the yin-yang steps. The consumption of his true essence was much lower, and he could now traverse 30 meters in the air. It had been 1 month and 26 days since Lin Tian entered the Nine-Yang martial house. "I have to reach the 8th body refinement layer as soon as possible," Lin Tian thought. In the wee hours of the morning, he walked out of the wild wave's heavy formation, stretched his body, and walked towards his residence. After going around a few corners, the disciples' living quarters were right in front of him. "Are you Lin Tian, Brother Lin?" a voice sounded. Not far away, a blue-clothed youth walked over with a warm smile on his face. Lin Tian tilted her head. "You are?" The young man in blue laughed and said, "My name is Zhan Feng, a disciple of the martial house 2 years ago, barely ranked 3rd in the outer house." "So it's Brother Zhan. I've heard a lot about you." Lin Tian smiled and said, "I wonder what business Brother Zhan has with me?" Zhan Feng looked at Lin Tian and said with a smile, "It's like this. Not long ago, I received a mission from the Array Manipulator Guild and Supervisor Feng City. The mission was to kill a level 3 demonic beast, the Dark Rock Leopard, and obtain its heart. However, after trying it once, I realized that I couldn't do it alone. Since Brother Lin is ranked second in the outer house, your combat power is not weak. Therefore, I would like to ask for Brother Lin's help. As for the mission reward, let's split it in half. What do you think, Brother Lin? Oh? Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. Was this someone bribed by the Xiao family? Lin Tian thought in his heart, but his expression did not change. He asked, how much is the reward for this mission? Hearing Lin Tian ask about the reward, Zhang Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of hidden joy. He said, the reward is a total of 3,000 spirit coins. If the mission is completed, you and I will each split 1,500 spirit coins. 1,500 each? So much? Lin Tian pretended to be surprised. 1,500 spirit coins, for an ordinary martial artist, was indeed a large sum of money. Zhang Feng nodded, naturally, because the difficulty of the mission is relatively high. That dark rock leopard is a 3rd-level peak monster beast, comparable to a 9th-level refinement realm cultivator. It is indeed not easy to deal with, otherwise, there would not be such a high reward. However, because of the outer house trial not long ago, you and I both have middle-level spirit weapons. Together, we should be able to kill it. Everyone knew about the reward for ranking in the top 10 in the outer house. Lin Tian was ranked second in the outer house and received a middle-level spirit weapon. Regarding this, Zhang Feng was very clear. Lin Tian pretended to ponder. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, all right. I will go with Senior Zhang. Good brother. Delightful. Zhang Feng laughed. Senior Zhang, when are we going? Lin Tian asked. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Feng laughed and said, Brother Lin, are you coveting that 1,500 spirit coins? You can say that. Recently, I've been a little tight on money. Lin Tian said with a smile. Zhang Feng thought for a moment and said, all right, since Brother Lin is tight on money, then we will go now. This foolish brother has already found the nest of the dark rock leopard. It is in a cave in the Green Wind Ridge. Now is the right time to kill it. All right. Lin Tiandao said, Senior Zhang, please wait for a moment. I will go get the origin returning sword. Lin Tian did not always carry the sword on his back when he was cultivating in the martial house. Hearing the origin returning sword, Zhang Feng's eyes flashed with a strange light. All right, go quickly and come back quickly. This foolish brother will wait for you here. All right. Lin Tiandao said and quickly ran to the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory and closing the door, Lin Tian's face suddenly revealed a cold smile. His soul was extremely strong, so his perception was naturally not weak. Through the conversation just now, he could already be sure that Zhang Feng was bribed by the Xiao family to deal with him. Even if that was not the case, the other party definitely did not have good intentions. Let's see what kind of tricks you can play. Strapping the origin. Returning sword on his back, Lin Tianling smiled and walked out of the dormitory. When he arrived at the previous place, Zhang Feng was waiting for him. Sorry to keep senior brother waiting. Lin Tian smiled. It's fine. Glancing at the origin returning sword on Lin Tian's back, Zhang Feng smiled, then, let's go. Alright, follow senior brother. Lin Tiandao. The Green Wind Ridge was extremely large. Under Zhang Feng's lead, the two quickly passed through the 1st and 2nd level demonic beast areas and entered the 3rd level demonic beast area. There are many fierce demonic beasts in the 3rd level demonic beast area. Brother Lin, be careful. Zhang Feng smiled. Thank you for the reminder. Lin Tian nodded. After an hour, the two appeared in front of a huge cave. At the bottom of the cave, there was a 2-person tall cave that led to the inside of the cave. We're here. Zhang Feng said. Lin Tian looked into the cave. Here? Yes. Zhang Feng nodded and said, let's go in. Be careful. The dark rock leopard should be taking a nap in the deepest part of the cave. We'll approach it cautiously and kill it when it's unprepared. All right. Lin Tian nodded. Following Zhang Feng, the two quickly passed through the cave and entered the cave. The cave was about 10 zhang high, and the top was open. Looking up, one could see the blue sky and white clouds. Standing in the cave, Lin Tian glanced around and said, "Senior brother Jean, where's the dark rock leopard?" "Dark rock leopard? You'll know when you die." Jean Feng laughed. At this moment, Jean Feng's voice changed. It was no longer gentle, but cold. With a whoosh, Jean Feng quickly retreated out of the open sky mountain cave and ran outside. At the same time, he did something that caused the tunnel they were walking through to tremble and collapse with a rumbling sound. In a moment, the tunnel was blocked. Lin Tian's expression was calm as he walked towards the blocked entrance. A cave that is several zhang wide is blocked like this. Even a divine vein realm expert wouldn't be able to break through in a short time. Heh. Smart. At this moment, Jean Feng's voice sounded again from above. Lin Tian raised his head and saw Jean Feng standing at the top of the cave with a sneer on his face. "Senior brother Jean, what's the meaning of this?" Lin Tian asked. "Meaning? Ha 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 ha, I'll let you meet someone and you'll know." Jean Feng laughed. Following Jean Feng's words, a charming woman walked out from the top of the cave. It was Xiaoyun. "Lin Tian, you didn't expect this, right?" Xiaoyun stared at Lin Tian proudly. She spent 9 days to bribe the Martial House disciples and set up a trap. Now that she trapped Lin Tian in the cave, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Lin Tian's expression was calm as he mocked, "Indeed, I didn't expect you to be so lustful. Emosen has only been dead for 2 months, and you've already hooked up with a new wild man. You're really promiscuous." "What did you say?" Xiaoyun shrieked. "Are you deaf?" Lin Tiantan said, "I said you're a whore. You dare insult me." Xiaoyun's voice was sharp, her face was filled with anger as she said, "Come out. All of you come out and kill him. Kill him." Following her words, 4 youths walked out from the top of the cave. These 4 people's auras were not weak, the lowest was at the 7th body refinement layer. Each of them carried a set of bows and arrows on their backs. Looking at these 4 people, Lin Tian's expression did not change. "Surnamed Xiao, your needs are quite big," he said. "Ah." Xiaoyun shrieked, "Kill him. Quickly kill him." Looking at Xiaoyun with disdain, Lin Tian's gaze fell onto Jean Feng's group of 5, "You lured me here to kill me, right? Ah, your courage is not small. As disciples of the Martial House, you dare to do this. Aren't you afraid that once the higher-ups of the Martial House find out, they'll kill you all?" Jean Feng took out a gold card from his chest and shook it. 1,500 spirit coins is enough to make you excited, but this card, do you see it? There are 200,000 spirit coins in it. 200,000 spirit coins is worth the risk to kill you. Pausing, Jean Feng smiled, "Moreover, the Martial House will not find out. You want to say that if I die, the Martial House will only think that I was killed by a demonic beast?" Lin Tiandao. Jean Feng was stunned, then he laughed, "Smart. Smart enough." Lin Tian's expression was calm as he looked at the other 4 youths. "What about you? How much did the Xiao family pay you? Was it also 200,000 spirit coins? Or 100,000 spirit coins?" "Each of them, 100,000 spirit coins," Jean Feng said. They looked at Lin Tian, their attitudes were very casual, as if Lin Tian was already a corpse. Jean Feng and the others were stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Send a huge sum of money to you? Kid, are you scared silly that you're starting to speak nonsense?" Someone mocked. "Is it very funny?" Lin Tian looked at them. Jean Feng nodded and said, "As a caged beast, you actually dare to speak such words, isn't it funny? I think this is the funniest joke in the world." "Is it?" Lin Tiantan said indifferently, "Soon you won't be able to laugh anymore." His expression was very calm, without the slightest trace of panic. And this expression made Jean Feng and the others feel very unhappy. "Humph." Jean Feng snorted coldly, "Me, Dingyan and Ningyu are all at the 8th body refinement layer, Sun Cheng and Yi Sheng are at the peak of the 7th body refinement layer, none of us are weaker than you. Just you alone, under normal circumstances you would definitely die facing us, not to mention now. The current you dares to talk big." Looking down at Lin Tian in the cave, Jean Feng's face was full of mockery. "Jean Feng, Dingyan, Ningyu, Sun Cheng, Yi Sheng. Lin Tian swept his gaze over the 5 people. Let's wait and see. Standing in the cave, he had a very leisurely look. Don't talk nonsense, the money has already been paid to you. Quickly do it. Kill him. Xiaoyan shrieked. Zhang Feng nodded and took out a bow and arrow that he had already prepared from the top of the cave, aiming straight at Lin Tian. At the same time, Dingyan and the other 3 youths also took out their bows and arrows from their backs. One arrow after another flashed with a cold light in the air. How should I say this, kid? I'm sorry. Zhang Feng smiled. As his words fell, Zhang Feng released the bowstring and the long arrow shot towards Lin Tian's throat. At the same time, the other 4 people also shot the arrows in their hands. Xiao! 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 The sound of air breaking rang out as 5 arrows pierced straight towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian dodged, his feet moved slightly, his entire body like a phantom, dodging the 5 arrows one by one. Continue. Xiaoyan shouted. Zhang Feng and the others drew their bows again. This time, each of them had at least 5 arrows on their bowstrings. For a moment, the dense number of arrows almost sealed off all the space in the cave, falling from the sky like a meteor shower. Let's see how you're going to dodge such a concentrated attack in this enclosed cave. Ningyu sneered. Not only Ningyu, but the others also sneered. This trap was carefully prepared by them. They would trap Lin Tian in the cave while they would attack him with arrows from the top of the cave. In this limited space, it was very difficult to avoid the dense rain of arrows falling from the sky. To them, the current Lin Tian was a live target. Swish! 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 As soon as the first volley of arrows was released, the 5 of them drew their bows again, and the second volley of arrows followed closely behind. Die! Xiaoyan shrieked. Lin Tiantan smiled indifferently. Like a ghost, he flashed between the gaps of the arrows. Not a single arrow was able to touch his body. Not enough. After 2 volleys of arrows, Lin Tian was unscathed. Even the corners of his clothes were not scratched. Staring below, Sun Chang and the others were somewhat moved. This speed, someone murmured, shocked by Lin Tian's terrifying speed. Zhang Feng said with a cold face, you're going to die anyway. Why fight like a cornered beast? Die? Are you sure I'm going to die? Lin Tian looked at Zhang Feng. Humph. The cave leading to the outside world has been sealed. Even a divine vein realm expert would find it difficult to walk out. The walls of this cave are not only 10 feet high, but we've also smeared them with oil. You can't escape. Staring at Lin Tian, Zhang Feng said coldly, in other words, you can only passively take our attacks. Under such circumstances, it doesn't matter how fast you are. Even if it's a battle of attrition, we can exhaust you to death. Finishing his words, Zhang Feng sneered and took up the long spear on his back. Graceful spirit spear, middle-rank spirit weapon. Zhang Feng said proudly. After that, clanging sounds could be heard as Ningyu and the others pulled out their weapons. Ningyu was ranked 9th in the outer residence. He held a lightsaber in his hand, which was a lower-rank spirit weapon. As for the others, although their weapons were not spirit weapons, they were much stronger than ordinary weapons. The group of people stood at the top of the cave, aiming their weapons at Lin Tian. Do you really think I'm a cornered beast? Lin Tian said with a smile. Zhang Feng said sarcastically, aren't you? Who knows? Lin Tiantan smiled. He stared at them with an evil gaze. He squatted down slightly, then stepped on the ground and leaped into the air. This leap was 3 feet high. Seeing this, Zhang Feng and the others burst into laughter. Do you think you're a divine vein realm expert? That you can jump into a cave that's 10 feet high? Or do you think you've reached the flight realm and can fly? Your IQ is worrying. Maybe you're really scared silly. Everyone mocked. Lin Tian, who had leaped 30 feet into the air, began to fall freely without any support. This made the 6 of them burst out in laughter again. He's really a fool. Xiaoyan said sarcastically. Is that so? As the 2 words sounded, Lin Tian smiled evilly in midair. His right foot stepped lightly in the air, and a white airwave appeared. His falling body suddenly shook, and then he rushed to the top of the cave. This leap was 3 feet high again, moreover, he was jumping in the air. How is this possible? What did he do? Looking at this scene, Zhang Feng and the others' expressions changed. A mere body refinement realm expert could actually jump in the air. Even a divine vein realm expert couldn't do this. Lin Tian had an evil sneer on his face as he jumped continuously in the air, climbing to the top step by step. After reaching the second level of the duality steps, he could temporarily move in the air. At this moment, he was naturally using the second level of the duality steps. Attack! Attack quickly! Xiaoyun screamed. Zhang Feng and the others quickly raised the weapons in their hands, and streaks of martial skills flashed. Too late. A cold voice sounded. Lin Tian, who was still in the air, had unsheathed the sword of origin. With a clang, the ear-piercing sound of the sword echoed, and a dense silver sword curtain swept towards the 6 people like a vast ocean. Shocking wind sword. So. The sword chi cut through the air, and it was extremely destructive. The shocking wind sword was already incomparably powerful, comparable to a high-grade body refinement martial skill. In addition, at this moment, Lin Tian used the sword of origin to slash out this move. Its might was a full 20% stronger than usual, instantly shocking everyone. Ah! A scream was immediately heard. The weapon in Sun Chang's hand was broken by the shocking wind sword, and he was penetrated by several sword auras. He fell from the top of the cave and landed on the ground with a loud bang. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and he died on the spot. You actually dare to kill? Xiaoyun screamed. Idiot! Another sword chi attacked, and it went straight for Xiaoyun's face. This sword scared Xiaoyun to the point that her beautiful face turned pale. Fortunately, Zhang Feng was beside her. The long spear in his hand shook, and the sword chi was shattered, saving Xiaoyun. At this moment, Lin Tian had already reached the top of the cave, and he glanced at everyone indifferently. Looking at Lin Tian, Zhang Feng and the others' faces became extremely gloomy. How did you do it? Zhang Feng said in a deep voice. Guess. Lin Tian looked at him indifferently. Such words, coupled with Lin Tian's indifferent expression, made Zhang Feng's face even more gloomy. Don't be too proud. So what if you rushed up? So what if you killed Sun Chang? Now that you're facing the 4 of us at the same time, do you think you have a chance of winning? It's still a dead end. You're just making us spend more effort. You're quite confident. Lin Tian mocked. I'm just stating a fact. Zhang Feng said coldly. Is that so? Lin Tian stared at Zhang Feng evilly, and said, if I tell you that from the first time I saw you, I knew that you wanted to deal with me, and I purposely followed you here, would you still think the same? Hearing this, Zhang Feng's face changed, and the others were also moved. What did you say? Zhang Feng's face was gloomy. Nothing. Lin Tian smiled. After saying this, he stepped forward, and the long sword in his hand slashed at the 5 people opposite him. Let's go down first, we can't use our strength here. Zhang Feng shouted. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Yi Shang and the others nodded, and jumped down together, toward the other side of the cave. The space at the top of the cave was somewhat narrow, and it did not allow them to attack Lin Tian together. Lightning sword. An indifferent voice sounded. Like a comet streaking across the sky, Yi Shang, who was still in the air, let out a scream. His heart was pierced by Lin Tian's origin returning sword. Finally, the group of people landed on the ground. Looking at Yi Shang's corpse on the ground, Zhang Feng and the others' expressions became ugly, especially Xiaoyun, whose face became somewhat pale, and could not help but tremble. They had set up an inescapable net to deal with Lin Tian, and originally thought that they could easily kill Lin Tian, but now, in such a short period of time, out of the 6 of them, 2 were killed by Lin Tian Sha, and they were both killed in one strike, which made Xiaoyun somewhat fearful. Seems like you're not ranked second in the outer house by luck. Zhang Feng said solemnly. You talk too much. Lin Tian said coldly, his body flashed, and the origin returning sword slashed down. Zhang Feng used the spear in his hand to meet the attack, and the spear and sword clashed, producing a loud clang. At this time, the sound of weapons rang out from the side. Dingyan and Mingyu attacked together, Ningyu held a low-grade spirit artifact light blade in his hand, and as for Dingyan, he held a double-edged sword. Although it was not a spirit artifact, it was not much worse than a low-grade spirit artifact. Lin Tian pushed Zhang Feng away, and the origin returning sword blocked the light blade, and then kicked Ding Yan's abdomen. With a pung sound, Ding Yan was sent flying, and crashed into a large tree not far away. Good, good, good. Not bad, you have some strength. Zhang Feng said in a low voice. Lin Tian's expression was calm. Without strength, how would I dare to come to Hongmen alone, and kill all of you? Staring at them, he had a cold smile on his face, calm and indifferent. Such an expression caused the faces of the few people to sink. Rex, Zhang Feng's aura was very strong. He stood together with Ningyu and Ding. Three powerful auras spread out and pressed on Lin Tian. The three of them guarded three positions, surrounding Lin Tian in the center. I've killed demonic beasts comparable to the divine vein realm. You guys are nothing. Lin Tian said coldly. Zhang Feng and the other two snorted. Naturally, they didn't believe him. Shameless boasting. Stop talking nonsense. If we drag this out, we'll be in trouble if we're discovered. Kill him as fast as you can. The three of them looked cold. Clanging sounds were endless. Spears, swords, and sabers. For a moment, powerful true core force intertwined. The sword in his hand is a middle-grade spirit weapon. It's much stronger than your weapons. Don't fight it head-on. Zhang Feng said in a deep voice, I'll charge at the front and suppress him with my spirit spear. You two attack from the side. Okay. Ningyu and Ding Yan nodded. True core force surged. The next moment, the three of them pressed on Lin Tian at the same time. Zhang Feng waved the long spear in his hand. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, shooting out spear lights. High-grade body-refining martial art, black cloud spear art. Have a try. Zhang Feng said coldly. Lin Tian didn't care. He waved the long sword in his hand and slashed forward. Moon-breaking sword. Thousand spirit saber. At this moment, two other voices sounded from the left and right. Ningyu and Ding Yan charged over. Although their auras were weaker than Zhang Feng's, it wasn't by much. Obviously, both of them had displayed high-grade body-refining martial arts. Go back. Lin Tianling said indifferently. He turned the long sword in his hand, and the shocking wind sword was swung away. Clang, the ear-piercing sword whistled through the sky. This sword was stronger and faster than the previous one. There were also more sword shadows. Zhang Feng was blown away. The dense sword shadows collided with Ding Yan and Ningyu's saber and sword light. The three of them shattered at the same time. Shocking wind sword art? You can actually break our high-grade body-refining martial art. Did you cultivate this sword art to greater mastery? Ding Yan's expression changed. The art of the shocking wind sword, which no one had been able to cultivate, was actually able to display such terrifying power in the hands of Lin Tian. With a cold snort, Lin Tianyi charged at Ding Yan like a bolt of lightning. Your opponent is me. Zhang Feng dodged and attacked Lin Tian with his spirit weapon. Fire fist. Get out of my way. Following a cold snort, the sky was instantly filled with resplendent flames. Petty tricks. Zhang Feng said coldly. Once the black cloud spear technique was unleashed, it defeated all the fire fists. However, at this moment, Lin Tian had already disappeared from his sight. His speed was like a ghost. It was also at this moment that four cold words resounded. Lightning sword. Like a bolt of lightning, a beam of light streaked across the space. Crack. Behind Zhang Feng, Ding Yan's double-edged sword snapped. He was still in the posture of swinging his sword, but a glaring wound appeared on his neck as he fell to the ground with a thump. The lightning sword was like a bolt of lightning. It was a one-hit kill. After reaching the second stage of the yin-yang steps, Lin Tian's speed became even faster. Naturally, he was able to use the lightning sword more smoothly. He killed Ding Yan, who was in the 8th level of the body refinement realm. Zhang Feng, Ningyu, and Xiaoyan's expressions all changed. What are you doing? The five of you working together can't even kill someone with a lower cultivation level than you. Xiaoyan shrieked. Lin Tian had killed 3 people in a row, which made her feel afraid. Don't worry. We've taken the money, so we'll naturally do it for you. Zhang Feng said in a low voice. Do it in hell? Lin Tiantan smiled. His figure flashed, and he approached Zhang Feng like a flicker of light. When he was 15 meters away from Zhang Feng, he leaped up and slashed out countless silver energy swords with the origin returning sword in his hand. Each of these energy swords contained the power of the wind, and the sound of the swords was ear-piercing. Zhang Feng's expression changed. He quickly retreated and met the attack with his spear. A good chance. Ningyu, go. Zhang Feng shouted. Thousand Spirit Saber. Ningyu shouted coldly. Taking advantage of the fact that Lin Tian was in the air, he attacked from the other side. Lin Tian's expression did not change, and the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. I've been waiting for you. Lin Tian withdrew the energy sword slashing at Zhang Feng. His right foot shook, and he spun in the air. He charged at Ningyu at an even faster speed, and the origin returning sword mercilessly slashed out. Lightning sword. With a puff, blood splattered. Ningyu's throat was pierced. Landing on the ground, Lin Tian turned around and looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's expression changed, and he could not help but take a step back. Kill. Zhang Feng roared, and an even stronger aura erupted from his body. The spirit spear in his hand was pressed down like a stick, and the sky was filled with spear lights. When they hit Lin Tian, they stirred up a cloud of dust. Lin Tian flipped the sword in his hand and swung it away, shattering all the spear lights. With a whoosh, Lin Tian raised his head and was stunned. He saw that after Zhang Feng displayed a powerful attack, he turned around and fled in the direction of the martial house. Can you escape? Lin Tianlong laughed. His figure flashed, and he used the yin-yang steps. In just a few breaths, he caught up with Zhang Feng. Clang! A sword light fell and slashed in front of Zhang Feng. Lin Tian dodged from the side and kicked Zhang Feng in the chest, causing Zhang Feng to fly back in a sorry state. With a bang, Zhang Feng fell to the ground and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Lin Tian held the origin returning sword in his hand and approached step by step. Brother! Brother Lin, have mercy! Zhang Feng cried out. Have mercy? Give me a reason to have mercy. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Zhang Feng trembled and took out the gold card from his arms. Aren't you short of money? There are 200,000 spirit coins in here. We'll split it half. No, I'll give you all of it. All of it. I only beg you to spare my life. After I kill you, this thing will naturally be mine. Lin Tianlong said indifferently. Zhang Feng's face turned pale and his body trembled. He thought for a moment and quickly said, You have a grudge with the Xiao family, right? As long as you don't kill me, I'll give you the spirit coins. Moreover, I'll help you deal with the Xiao family in the future. What do you think? I'm at the 8th level of the refinement realm. With such a person helping you, it'll be a great help, right? In the distance, Xiaoyan's face changed. Zhang Feng, what did you say? We paid you, and you're actually like this. Xiaoyan screamed. Zhang Feng's face was pale. At this moment, how could he still listen to Xiaoyan's words? He only looked at Lin Tian pleadingly. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Feng. After a while, the corner of his mouth raised and he extended his left hand towards Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was delighted and quickly reached out his right hand to grab Lin Tian's left hand. Pooh! A piercing pain came. Zhang Feng lowered his head and saw that Lin Tian's sword was stabbed into his chest. You! Staring at Lin Tian, Zhang Feng's eyes widened. I'm quite curious. Why are you grabbing my hand? Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and said. Zhang Feng spat out a mouthful of blood and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. His head tilted and he died. Even after he died, his eyes were still wide open. Lin Tian pulled out the origin returning sword, turned around, and forced Xiaoyun. Seeing Lin Tian walk over, Xiaoyun was instantly terrified. You! Don't come over. Stop. Retreating in a sorry state, Xiaoyun trembled as she took out a martial fusion rune scroll from her bosom. This is a treasure that father bought from the E-Treasure Pavilion. It's a martial fusion rune scroll made by a rank 2 array manipulator. If you come any closer, I'll open the scroll and you'll die without a doubt. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks and suddenly laughed loudly. What are you laughing at? Xiaoyun said loudly. Lin Tian put away his wild laughter with great difficulty and once again rushed towards Xiaoyun. Unfortunately, the rank 2 array manipulator you spoke of is me. He smiled faintly. Hearing this, Xiaoyun's face changed. You. What did you say? Xiaoyun's lips trembled as if she heard the most terrifying thing in the world. You don't understand? Lin Tiandao said. Then, I'll show you for free. He stretched out his left hand and a faint soul power surged. The martial fusion rune scroll in Xiaoyun's hand suddenly emitted light. Xiaoyun was so scared that she hurriedly threw it away. Almost at the same time she threw it, dense sword energy spread out and shattered a few boulders beside her. You, how did you? Staring at Lin Tian again, Xiaoyun's eyes were full of fear. Because I made it. Naturally, I can control it better. The corner of Lin Tian's mouth curled up, and he smiled evilly. Speaking of which, I still have to thank your father for spending 60,000 spirit coins to buy my things. Speaking of which, his face turned cold. However, that money originally belonged to my Lin family. Xiaoyun's face became incomparably pale. She kept trembling. How is this possible? How is this possible? Xiaoyun never would have thought that Lin Tian, who was weak and sickly a few months ago, would not only become a 9-star genius in a few months, enter the 9-sun martial house and be ranked second in the outer house, but also become a second-stage array controller. A second-stage array controller. This was enough to make the entire Xiao family afraid and fearful. The man who was once looked down upon by her and the entire Xiao family had now grown to this step. Let me tell you another surprise. Lin Tian came in front of Xiaoyun and said. The property deed of the Lin family that was cheated by your Xiao family, as well as your Xiao family's property deed, are now in my hands. You understand what I mean, right? Now, I can destroy your Xiao family at any time and let your Xiao family live on the streets. What did you say? Xiaoyun lost her voice. Impossible. The Xiao family guards so much. How could you break in without being discovered? Moreover, the old house is the most secure. There are more than 10 locks in the front and back. In addition, there are guards guarding outside. Even if you can open the lock, you will definitely alarm the guards. You are lying. Lying? Lin Tian disdainfully said. That night, when you and your father Xiaonan were plotting to kill me with 500,000 spirit coins, I was outside the house. Unfortunately, I heard everything. Of course, I did not expect you to spend an extra 100,000 spirit coins in the end. Do you still think I am lying when I say this? You, hearing this, Xiaoyun's face completely changed. At this moment, Xiaoyun was truly afraid. Her whole body was trembling. Xiao family, is it over? Kung, the sound of a sword rang out, making Xiaoyun tremble again. Wait. Don't kill me. Xiaoyun begged for mercy. Her eyes were full of fear. She said in a trembling voice, I was just confused for a moment. I beg you, Brother Tian, for the sake of our past relationship, please let me go. As long as you don't kill me, I will do anything. Even, that kind of thing, if you want, you can do it anytime and anywhere. Looking at Lin Tian, Xiaoyun's eyes were filled with fear. She made a crying face. Brother Tian? Lin Tian's face was full of sarcasm. Shut your stinky mouth. Don't call me that, it sounds disgusting. Trash like you, even a sow is better than you. Poof. Lin Tian mercilessly swung his sword. With a flash of blood, Xiaoyun's head flew out. After glancing around indifferently, Lin Tian quickly moved. He found a gold spirit coin card from Zhang Feng and the other 4. Then, he put away Zhang Feng's mid-grade spirit spear and Ming Yu's low-grade spirit saber. 600,000 spirit coins, 1 mid-grade spirit weapon, and 1 low-grade spirit weapon. What a bountiful harvest. Lin Tianlong smiled. At this moment, wolf howls came from afar. Lin Tian raised his head and immediately felt a familiar demonic aura. Blood wolf pack? Their noses are really sharp. Lin Tian thought to himself. Without hesitation, Lin Tian quickly retreated and hid. Not long after, in the Class 2 demonic beast area, Lin Tian spent a lot of effort to find some huge banana leaves to wrap the spirit spear and spirit saber. Then, he walked towards the Ninyang martial house. After returning to the martial house, Lin Tian immediately closed the door. The spirit spear and spirit saber must be sold as soon as possible. Lin Tian thought to himself. After thinking about it, Lin Tian's heart moved. He could only go to the exchange pavilion for these items. Immediately, Lin Tian did not stay. After wrapping himself in a black robe, he directly left the martial house. When he arrived at the exchange pavilion, it was still very lively. Lin Tian moved and went directly to the inspection hall. You are the array manipulator from last time? The middle-aged man from the inspection hall stood up. That's me. Under the black robe, Lin Tian spoke and took out the spirit spear and spirit saber wrapped in cloth. Help me appraise these two items and immediately auction them off. Zhang Feng's spirit spear and Ming Yu's spirit saber were not unique. There were many similar grade and appearance weapons. Therefore, as long as these two items were sold, Lin Tian had nothing to worry about. The middle-aged man swept his gaze and was immediately shocked. Spirit weapon? Yes. Lin Tian nodded. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Tian and bowed slightly. Lord Pushi previously instructed me to invite you directly to the VIP lounge on the second floor if you came. Little brother, please follow me. Okay. Lin Tian nodded. He was quite familiar with Pushi. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man, Lin Tian quickly arrived at a room on the second floor. Master Pushi, that little brother array controller from last time is here. The middle-aged man lightly knocked on the door. 2 breaths later, the door was pulled open. Pushi stood at the door with a smile on his face. He glanced at Lin Tian and said, "Distinguished guest." Distinguished guests. Little brother, come in quickly. Sorry to disturb you. Lin Tian said politely. After sitting down, Pushi asked with a smile, Little brother, what brings you here today? Yes, we are here to auction 2 items. Lin Tian Dao. At this time, the middle-aged man also spoke and told them about the 2 spirit artifacts. Oh? A mid-grade spirit artifact and a low-grade spirit artifact. Ha 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 ha, little brother, you're going to bring a lot of profit to my exchange pavilion this time. Hearing this, Pushi laughed, stood up and said, just in time, there is an auction before noon. Little brother, please wait a moment, this old man will inform Xianxia immediately. Sorry to trouble you, Pushi. Lin Tian Dao. Pushi waved his hand and said, you're giving money to my exchange pavilion. How is this troublesome? Haha. Pushi then personally delivered the 2 spirit artifacts to Xianxia. Lin Tian waited in the room. Soon, he vaguely heard the noise coming from the auction house, and the words spirit artifact floated into his ears. After about an hour, the noise from the auction house gradually disappeared. It seemed that the auction had ended. In this way, another quarter of an hour passed quickly. Creak, the door of the VIP lounge was pushed open, and a familiar fragrance wafted from afar. Good brother, you're finally willing to come. Sister has been looking forward to seeing you. A charming voice sounded. Xianxia had changed into a black dress today, and her slim figure was even more charming and moving. She was a peerless beauty. With charming steps, she walked directly to Lin Tian and looked into Lin Tian's eyes with a silly smile. Lin Tian coughed dryly and couldn't help but lean back a little. At this moment, Xianxia's body was almost pressed against his. The seductive scent of her body entered the tip of his nose, and it really made him feel a little annoyed. Hee, brother is shy again. So cute. Xianxia covered her mouth and giggled. Lin Tian, this damn seductress, calling him brother so smoothly. Aya, brother, what's wrong with you? Say something. Don't tell me you're mesmerized by sister? Xianxia moved closer to Lin Tian. The seductive scent of her body floated in the air, and her curvaceous body exuded a mature charm. For any normal man, this scene was absolutely unbearable. If not for Lin Tian's strong will, he was afraid that he would have fallen for her. Cough. Miss. Pushi's dry cough sounded from behind. Xianxia rolled her eyes and moved away from Lin Tian. So boring. However, after moving away, she leaned against Lin Tian's chair and didn't find another chair to sit on. Lin Tian, he was really not good at dealing with this seductress. If he had a choice, he would rather fight with the red-faced ghost. Not only him, but Pushi also felt a little helpless. Ignoring Xianxia, Pushi sat down on the side and looked at Lin Tian with a smile. Little brother, the spiritual weapons of the two sects have been sold for a total of 140,000 spirit coins. This time, the Yibao Pavilion will only take a small percentage. This is a card worth 100,000 spirit coins. With that, Pushi handed a gold card to Lin Tian. Thank you, Elder Pushi. Lin Tian ondao. Hey, hey, hey. Xianxiao's dissatisfied voice sounded from the side. Brother, you're wrong. Sister spent a lot of effort to know that this thing was brought by you. You only thank Elder Pushi and not sister? Under the black robe, Lin Tian was slightly embarrassed and hurriedly said, Thank you, sister. Miss Xian. Lin Tian was speechless. He was almost taken in by this seductress and called her sister. Hee, why don't you call me sister? It's more intimate. Xianxia snickered. Lin Tian glanced at Xianxia and thought to himself, this woman is really a huge disaster to men. Every move of hers is filled with seductiveness and charm. Even the emperor of Northern Flame Country would probably be moved by her. Pushi looked at Lin Tian and said, well, little brother is about to enter the 8th layer of the body refinement realm, right? Yes. Lin Tian did not hide it. Reaching the 8th layer of the body refinement realm at the age of 16, there are not many people since ancient times. Plus, you're a 3rd order array master. Little brother's talent is really amazing. Even in the Imperial City, there are not many people in the same generation who can compare to you. Pushi sighed. Elder Pushi is too kind. Lin Tian said modestly. Don't mention it, I'm just telling the truth. Pushi shook his head. In the guest hall, Lin Tian and Pushi chatted for about half an hour. Facing Pushi, Lin Tian did not feel the slightest pressure. It was countless times more relaxed than facing Xianxia. I'm sorry to disturb you this time. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Half an hour later, Lin Tian got up and said goodbye. Hey, why are you leaving again? Little brother, do you have so many things to do? Xianxia bent down, revealing a large area of snow-white chest and a seductive deep cleavage. Could it be that little brother is afraid that sister will eat you? Lin Tian, he was indeed afraid of being eaten by this seductress. I won't tease little brother anymore. Seeing Lin Tian's expression, Xianxia snickered again. In the afternoon auction, there is a good thing that little brother will be interested in. Do you want to hear it? Hearing this, Lin Tian was slightly puzzled. What thing? Guess? Xianxia winked at Lin Tian, looking even more charming and seductive. I can't guess. Lin Tian shook his head. Call me sister, sister will tell you immediately. Lin Tian, Pusher couldn't stand it anymore and coughed dryly again. Miss, Xianxia rolled her eyes and said mysteriously to Lin Tian, yesterday, Yibao Pavilion received a stone ring. Stone ring? Lin Tianwei was puzzled. What was there to be mysterious about? Hearing Lin Tian's tone, Xianxia giggled. It seems that little brother doesn't know much about it. After a pause, Xianxia said, this stone ring is said to be made of some kind of mysterious ore. There is a small space inside. Holding it, you can store a certain amount of things inside. You don't have to carry big and small bags with you. It's very convenient. Hearing this, Lin Tianwei was shocked. A mustard seed contains Mount Sumeru? He was a little surprised. Xianxia nodded and giggled. Something like that. However, it's a bit exaggerated to say that it contains Mount Sumeru. The space inside the stone ring is about 3 cubic meters. 3 cubic meters, that's not bad. Lin Tiandao. Wearing a small stone ring on one's finger was equivalent to carrying a 3 cubic meter storage space. It was very convenient and could indeed save the user a lot of trouble. Why? Little brother, are you tempted? Xianxia smiled. Lin Tian didn't hide it and said, yes, indeed. Thinking about it, if he had such a stone ring, then he wouldn't have to carry the long sword on his back. After putting it in the stone ring, he could easily carry the long sword with him wherever he went. Moreover, he could put a lot of formation scrolls into it to increase his trump cards. For example, after killing Zhang Feng today, he could easily put away the spirit spear and the spirit saber without spending a lot of effort to find banana leaves to hide the shape of the spear and the saber. This thing was indeed very valuable. Xianxia and Pusher looked at each other and then giggled. Her beautiful face was almost pressed on Lin Tian's shoulder. She whispered, little brother, do you want it? If you do, I can make the decision and sell it to you at a cheap price. Really? Lin Tian was happy. He really wanted this stone ring. Of course, I won't lie to you. How much? 700,000 spirit coins. Xianxia said. Under the black robe, Lin Tian was shocked and subconsciously cried out, damn. You're robbing me. Xianxia and Pushi were both stunned as they stared blankly at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. He coughed twice and said, well, 700,000 spirit coins is too expensive. Xianxia snorted and pretended to be unhappy. She said, good brother, do you think I'll be willing to sell it to you at a high price? If this thing were to be auctioned, the transaction value would be at least 1.5 million spirit coins. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have sold it so cheaply. Hearing this, Lin Tian suddenly felt even more embarrassed. But then, he was a little confused. Isn't this thing to be auctioned? Can it be sold to others directly? The owner doesn't have any objection? Xianxia and Pushi were not stupid. The Yibao Pavilion bought the stone ring for 700,000 spirit coins and sold it to Lin Tian at the original price. It seemed that they did not earn a single cent, or it could be said that they lost hundreds of thousands of spirit coins. However, if they could use these hundreds of thousands of spirit coins to get closer to this young genius, it was obviously more valuable. What do you think? Do you want it? Xianxia giggled. Yes. Lin Tian did not hesitate. Although 700,000 spirit coins was a bit painful, the stone ring was worth this price. Oh, little brother, make it clear. Xianxia's body leaned closer to Lin Tian. Her fragrance assailed his nostrils. Her voice was full of magnetic temptation. Little brother, do you want the stone ring or do you want sister? Lin Tian, this demoness. Hee hee. Xianxia covered her mouth and laughed. Okay, I won't tease little brother anymore. Swaying her charming body, Xianxia walked into a cabinet in the room. Soon after, she took out a small wooden box. When she opened the wooden box, there was a small stone ring in the wooden box. It looked very simple, like a small stone ring. Pour in a certain amount of true yuan and use your mind to control it. Then you can store and take things out. Xianxia said. After she finished speaking, Xianxia handed the small wooden box to Lin Tian. After receiving the wooden box, Lin Tian wore the stone ring on his right hand's middle finger and carefully poured a strand of Jin Yuan into it. Immediately, a sound rang out in his mind as the scene of a small space suddenly appeared in his mind, and there was nothing in it. How is it? How do you feel? Xianxia asked. Let me try. Under the black robe, Lin Tian's voice came out. Holding the small wooden box with the stone ring in his right hand, Lin Tian moved his mind and the small wooden box disappeared in his hand. Then, with a move of his mind, the small wooden box appeared in his right hand again. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. It was really magical. Lin Tian had 700,000 spirit coins on him. Immediately, he paid all of them to Pushi. Xiao family's 600,000 spirit coins, plus the 100,000 spirit coins from Zhang Feng and Ning Yu's 2 spiritual weapons, it's exactly 700,000 spirit coins. This money came at the right time. Lin Tian thought to himself. Looking at the stone ring on his middle finger, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. Little brother, what are you thinking about? Are you thinking of how to thank me? Xianxiao's voice rang in his ears. I will definitely thank you in the future. Lin Tian smiled. His mind was mature, he more or less knew why Xianxiao and Pushi treated him so well. Who needs you to thank me? Just remember that I treat you well. Xianxiao rolled her eyes at Lin Tianyi. I must remember. Lin Tian smiled. After staying in the Exchange Treasure Pavilion for another hour, Lin Tian stood up and said his goodbyes, returning to his residence in the Martial House. When he arrived at the top of the pavilion, Lin Tian couldn't wait to test the stone ring again. He put the materials and other things in the pavilion into the stone ring one by one, and then took them out one by one. He only needed a single thought to retrieve items from his storage space, and this process made him feel exceptionally curious. With this little thing, it will save me a lot of trouble in the future. Lin Tian said with a smile. After putting the Guiyuan sword and a small dagger into the stone ring, Lin Tian took out the Lin family's property deed and the Xiao family's property deed, smiled coldly, and put them into the stone ring. It's time to settle this with the Xiao family, he said coldly to himself. After noon, Lin Tian walked through the streets of Fengjian City wrapped in a black robe. Soon, he arrived in front of a huge mansion that was as luxurious as the Xiao family. There were two big words engraved on the door at the top of the mansion. Qin Mansion. Qin Mansion was where the Qin family lived. Like the Xiao family, the Qin family was also one of the famous merchants in Fengjian City. Of course, compared to the current Xiao family, the Qin family was much worse. Stop. In front of the Qin Mansion, two strong guards came forward and blocked Lin Tian's path. Staring at Lin Tian wrapped in a black robe, the two strong men were vigilant. Under the black robe, Lin Tian's expression didn't change as he took out the array controller badge. This is? The two guards' expressions changed at the same time. As guards of the Qin family, they were both in the second level of the body refining realm, so they naturally knew about the array controller badge. I want to see the head of the Qin family. Lin Tian lowered his voice and said. The two guards nodded and said respectfully, okay. Please wait a moment, I'll go and report to the head of the family. With that, one of them quickly ran into the Qin mansion. About half an hour later, a middle-aged man walked in hurriedly. It was the head of the Qin family, Qin Luo. The visit of a second-level array controller was a big deal. Even the head of the Qin family didn't dare to neglect it. Sir, are you looking for me? Outside the mansion, Qin Luo looked at Lin Tian wrapped in a black robe and asked cautiously. Yes. Under the black robe, Lin Tian lowered his voice. Can we talk inside? Qin Luo was stunned and then nodded. Of course. Sir, please come in. Qin Luo said respectfully. Following Qin Luo, Lin Tian came to a luxurious main hall. Come on, bring the best Longjing tea. Qin Luo shouted outside. A second-level array controller came to visit. At this moment, Qin Luo's face was both excited and timid. No need. Under the black robe, Lin Tian lowered his voice and said, Head of the Qin family, close the door and don't let anyone disturb you. And don't let anyone get close to this room. I have something important to discuss with head of the Qin family. Qin Luo was slightly surprised and immediately nodded and quickly ordered according to Lin Tian's request. Squeak. Qin Luo closed the door tightly. Sir, is this okay? Qin Luo asked cautiously. A second-level array controller was a godlike existence for a wealthy merchant family like the Qin family. Qin Luo didn't dare to be careless at all. Lin Tian nodded, faced Qin Luo, and slowly took off his black robe. Opposite him, Qin Luo's pupils suddenly widened. Lin Tian? It's you. Qin Luo's face was full of shock, and then anger appeared in her eyes. What are you doing? Do you think the Qin family is a toy? The Lin family used to be the largest merchant family in Fengjian City, so Qin Luo naturally knew the young master of the Lin family. Head of the Xiao family, you changed your attitude quite quickly. Lin Tiantan said indifferently. How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like this? Qin Luo shouted. Aren't I a second-level array controller? Lin Tian sat down and still looked calm. Besides, I told you not to let anyone disturb me here, so I advise you again, you'd better keep your voice down. Second-level array controller? You? Where did you get a fake coat of arms to trick me? Qin Luo's face darkened. Fake coat of arms? Who dares to make a fake array controller coat of arms in Fengjian City? Lin Tian chuckled and said, also, a month ago in the Yibao Pavilion, you and Xiaonan fought over the 3 martial fusion pattern scrolls. You should remember that I was the one who made those 3 martial fusion pattern scrolls. What? Hearing this, Qin Luo's face changed drastically. You don't believe me? Do you want me to demonstrate it to you on the spot? With that, Lin Tian raised his right hand, and the Longjing tea was sucked into his hand. Then he engraved a martial fusion pattern on a famous painting on the wall of the main hall. Of course, this martial fusion pattern had no effect at all. Sorry, I ruined your painting, Lin Tian said indifferently. You won't make me pay for it, right? Qin Luo widened her eyes, stared at the martial fusion pattern that Lin Tian engraved, and swallowed hard. Looking at Lin Tian again, Qin Luo's face was full of smiles. Well, nephew Lin, just now, Qin Luo's heart palpitated. After hearing Lin Tian say that he and Xiaonan fought over the martial fusion pattern, and seeing Lin Tian engrave the martial fusion pattern with the Longjing tea, although she didn't know much about array controllers, she no longer doubted Lin Tian in the slightest. The downtrodden young master of the Lin family was now a second-stage array controller. Unexpected. Unexpected. Nephew Lin has now achieved such brilliant achievements. I think he will definitely revive the Lin family in the future. Qin Luo said passionately. Lin Tian waved his hand. Okay, don't say false words. With a shake of his right hand, a scroll of parchment suddenly appeared in Lin Tian's right hand. This is? Qin Luo was shocked. Just now, there was nothing in Lin Tian's hand, but in the blink of an eye, a scroll of parchment appeared. For Qin Luo, this scene was really unbelievable. Immediately, she became more cautious of Lin Tian. Nephew Lin, this is, Qin Luo asked carefully. Lin Tian didn't speak. He raised his hand and threw the scroll to Qin Luo. Qin Luo took it, glanced at it, and suddenly her face changed again. The Xiao family's house deed. Qin Luo's eyes widened. How could something so important to the Xiao family be in Lin Tian's hands? She glanced at it, and then her face changed again. The owner of the house deed was actually Lin Shi. This was obviously the Xiao family's house deed. Surprised? Lin Tian's voice was calm. Look at these again. He raised his hand, and a thick stack of property deeds flew out. Lin's wood, Lin's horse farm, Lin's jade, Lin's jewelry, Zhao's real estate, Zhao's animal husbandry, Zhao's fishery. Qin Luo's hands trembled as she flipped through nearly 20 property deeds one by one. Then she found that the last owner of these property deeds was the name Lin Shi, Lin Tian's sister. Qin Luo naturally knew her. This, you are, Qin Luo's face was aghast, and her hands were shaking. As the master of the Qin family, such a rich business family, she naturally understood what these property deeds meant. This meant that now Lin Tian was the real master of the Xiao family. The lifeline of the Xiao family was now completely in the hands of Lin Tian. You should understand. Lin Tian looked at Qin Luo. So, how about cooperating with me and playing a game together? Game? What game? Qin Luo said in a trembling voice. She was a big shot in Fengjian City, more than 30 years older than Lin Tian. But at this moment, facing Lin Tian, Qin Luo, the master of the Qin family, looked frightened. End of chapter 63. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.